felt like, all right, we're not going to mess around. We're going to go right at these guys. And, man, Bradley Beal, one of the worst contracts in sports. And I know we're going to get into it. There's a lot to break down there. I mean, I always think about when I see someone like him, we as a fan base, glommed on to trading for him for so long.
And I never got that because he played for the Wizards, who haven't done jack bleep my entire life. Their high watermark, the Washington Wizards, was a 41-year-old Michael Jordan or whatever. Like, that's literally it.
Well, there was a time when they were the East Coast Warriors and they had Jamison and Gilbert Arenas and Warrior fans were like, oh my God, and Larry Hughes.
And again, what do you remember about Gilbert Arenas there? The gun. Like, that's what I think about. Thank you. Yes.
But that being said, I thought their first quarter was kind of the template for what they need to put out there. And I saw Draymond Green play inspired defensive basketball, obviously. I want to start with pods. Anthony Slater has an article in The Athletic kind of breaking this down, and it's kind of fascinating. He had a great summer, Podziemski, where he's working on the junior USA team.
The NBA select team.
Against the real Olympians.
It was him and Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, and he did a great job just kind of getting those guys ready for the international pool play and international medal play and all that. And obviously the owner said some things about him. We think he could be a potential all-star. There was a lot of hype, but he did have a great summer. And there were a lot of teams that were interested in him. And the Warriors were like, nah, not that he's untouchable, but it's got to be the right deal. And as we, think about Bradley Beal and we think about some of the trades that woulda, coulda, shoulda happened, a lot of people were ready to throw him away, myself included, for Lauri Markkanen. And they had DeAndre Melton, and they get to camp, and DeAndre Melton outplayed Brandon Podziemski at camp. D'Anthony, excuse me. I didn't see it. I didn't watch it, but that's what Anthony Slater put in the article today, that Steve Kerr basically admitted that Podziemski, for a variety of reasons, just did not play well in camp, even though he had a great summer. He breaks his nose, and it carries into the regular season, and his shooting is just not good. Remember, he was dizzy? He had that bout of dizziness where he missed a couple of games. Right now, you can make the argument Podziemski's playing the best basketball of his career. He's got 5 of his last 6 games, over 19 points. The shot is decisive. He's shooting over 38% for the year from three-point land, which is 3 ticks higher than league average. He's taking good shots. He's getting into the lane. He's finishing around the rim. He's giving me all the hustle plays. I feel like he's improved in terms of the defense not having the silly fouls on the perimeter for the most part in the last couple of weeks. And he's gotten past all the injuries this year. It is a huge development on why the Warriors are where they're at. Yes, the big dogs, Steph. Yes, the big dogs, Jimmy Butler. Yes, the big dogs, Draymond Green. Podziemski has been spectacular. You could make the argument he's our 4th best player right now over the last month and a half.
Absolutely. And the proof is in the pudding. And again, you said he's like, this is the best stretch of his career. Well, his career's only literally been like 2 full seasons. So yes, this is absolutely, given the expectations.
Was good though last year.
He was very good. But I do think a lot of it was like, okay, they were forced to play him. The team was kind of mediocre. I don't really know what to make of it. Yeah, and he was involved in trade talks. And I understand the fan base during the summertime. We were like, really? Like Brandon Podziemski, it was great. It was a good first season, but we were a playing team and he didn't get any run in that playing game, basically, that he got destroyed against the Sacramento Kings. And this is the guy we're going to be holding on to because we want to trade for Lauri Markkanen. This guy's hanging it up because Joe Lacob thinks he's going to be a future All-Star. What? Kuminga, he was baked into that. All of that.
Absurd.
It did sound absurd, but you're seeing the belief from those guys that you just mentioned, Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, the head coach, Steve Kerr's always believed in this guy, and it's finally rubbing off in that confidence, which has always been there for pods. You're seeing it actually translate into scoring consistently now and efficiently. Like, that's always been with Podziemski. It hasn't been the confidence. I would never once question that guy's confidence or cockiness. It's a fine line too. But the efficiency wasn't always there. We're seeing that now, and that's the key difference. When you're doing that against the Lakers, right? When you're doing it against the Denver Nuggets, right? Okay, my ears perk up. And by the way, we will talk about the Denver Nuggets and what took place yesterday. I was listening to on the way home, the Steiny Agu, the breaking news happened, and Carter hopping on. It was Carter or Steven, one of you guys hopping on with the news that Michael Malone fired. The GM also from the Denver Nuggets fired. Cleaning house. It's like, what? So we'll definitely get into that and how that affects the Western Conference, because yesterday the Warriors took out the Phoenix Suns 133-95. We're reacting to that. 888-957-9570. That's the number to get involved. And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. What a big win, big bounce back win, and big losses happening yesterday in the Western Conference. One in particular, the Minnesota Timberwolves, who were tied with you record-wise, losing yesterday after having a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter with 10 minutes to go.
Incredible. Against
the Milwaukee Bucks and Milwaukee, of course, Algonquin for the good land. Wow, what a choke job that Darth Vader would be impressed by, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, I mean, everything kind of shook down for the Warriors in a good way. You basically have some cushion now with you and the Timberwolves. It's a full game in the standings, but technically it's 2 full games because you have the tiebreaker.
More cushion for the playoff pushing, if you will.
Absolutely. And then you've got, obviously, the Grizzlies, and you are tied right now, but you have a 1-game cushion on the Grizzlies because you have the tiebreaker. So they're sitting pretty. They do, to a degree, kind of own their own destiny here. And we've got some games tonight, Lakers, Mavs, where that could factor in.
Luka revenge game, his first time back in Dallas.
Obviously, the Warriors play the Spurs. I'm going in order of tip-off. Sure. Warriors play the Spurs. Got to win. You just got to win.
Spurs, obviously, who lost in a tight game last night to the Clippers with no Kawhi Leonard last night. Again, I was like, okay, oh, God, here's the Kawhi injury news, but I guess it was just precautionary. He's fine, and he'll play, obviously, today.
Okay. And then you've got Nuggets, Kings, right? The Kings, obviously, a play-in team right now. Who knows what happens with the Nuggets? We'll get to Mike Malone in a second. And then the nightcap, 7:30. What do the Rockets do? What do the Rockets do? They're playing the Clippers.
Well,
Rockets, Clippers.
They're locked in. The Rockets are going to be the number 2 seed.
Do the young guys continue to play?
That's a good question for Ime Udoka, a.k.a. Suge Knight.
Yeah, and so I'm looking at it right now, and I'm saying to myself, Steph and Dre and Jimmy, they're going to carry this thing, and ultimately it is going to fall down on those guys, but you're going to need contributions from others. What if I told you the last 11 games, Brandon Podziemski, it's 11 games. I'm not losing my mind, but that's a pretty good chunk. Since returning from a 4-game absence, he's averaging 18.6. I'm going to say that again. Podziemski is averaging almost 19 points a game in the last 11. He's shooting 52% from three-point land.
I know.
52%.
It's crazy.
The guy has been outstanding. 3.5 assists, almost 6 rebounds. The floor game from Brandon Podziemski on both ends of the floor, but in terms of filling up the box sheet and scoring, he's giving me Jordan Poole-like production,
well, and
without all of the shenanigan, awful live ball turnovers.
And slept on all that, and it's a great point, is because
he's been awesome.
We've seen Moses Moody the last few weeks. Really, his scoring has been not great.
But it hasn't affected Moses' defense. He's made a lot of hustle plays.
But I say that because you don't notice that really, because the team's winning first and foremost, and Pods has been picking up that slack.
Yeah.
So it can't always be on Moses Moody to be that guy. I almost pulled a Kendrick Perkins there. But it can't always be on one individual, the others, if you will, the non-big three. So it has to be a group effort. And as you just alluded to, am I getting Jordan Poole vibes from that? And I think, again, we're a little jaded and we like to forget. Jordan Poole, major factor on that championship run. Obviously, Steph gets a lot of the shine. Obviously, Andrew Wiggins, he was incredible. We think about that dunk on Luka in the Western Conference Finals. And Klay Thompson being a part of that. Draymond Green, obviously. But Jordan Poole was a huge, huge part. And what was it? It was swagger. It was the ball handling ability. It was the passing. It was all of that. And he wasn't guarding a lick on defense. He wasn't doing anything like that. He wasn't giving you what you're getting from Pods, at least when it comes to drawing charges. Now, Pods, defensively, that's going to be a matchup that other teams are still going to try to exploit. But I'll say this, as the play-in / playoffs are going to start coming up next week, he's going to have open looks and just keep knocking them down. Just keep knocking them down. Same Draymond Green from beyond the arc. You're going to get some open looks. Just keep knocking them down.
What I like about his game right now is, yes, he's shooting his threes.
He's playing within himself, which is another thing. When you have that much confidence, Joe, as you're saying, you might, and you're scoring a bunch, you might have a tendency to just keep chucking and chucking and chucking. It's like, all right, dude, let's back it up here. We don't need to play out of ourselves. but he's staying within himself. He's not doing anything crazy right now.
No.
And I think that's a reflection, again, Steph talking to him all the time, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and these guys have had his back since day one, and it's showing.
He is scoring at all three levels. So he's not only just shooting the three really well, he had a couple of really nice mid-range. He had one on the baseline where it's like a fadeaway shot where he just shot up and over that tiny guy.
Oh, God. It was like Colin, what's his name? Yeah, Colin Gillespie. God love him. You can't guard a lick, man. He was trying to guard Steph, and Steph on the opposite end had that same exact shot, that little fadeaway mid-range from the baseline. Like, is that Dirk Nowitzki or is that Steph Curry? And Steph had like an offensive rebound tip-in. They just couldn't do anything right yesterday in Phoenix. And trust me, we will get to the Suns. That is a dumpster fire of an organization right now. Say bye-bye to Kevin Durant and possibly Devin Booker this summer. And you might be left with Bradley Beal, who will also be getting into it. By the way, can you still believe that Jimmy Butler wanted to go to that team? Can you put
a bookmark on that? We'll get back to that. Pods is playing out of his mind right now, and he deserves a lot of credit. He really does. I think he's a very polarizing player, and I understand why. Because some people think he could be a future All-Star. I kind of lean more into I think he's more of a backup point guard. But if he's going to give me comparable production, I don't know if 19, 6, and 3.5. I'm talking about points, rebounds, boards, 19, 6, and 3.5. I don't know if that's sustainable. 11 games is a good chunk, but it's not a season. It's not a quarter of the season. It's not even a half of a season. It's an eighth of the season. But it is a good chunk. 52% from three would be one of the greatest three-point stretches ever. So that's probably not sustainable.
No.
But the overall floor game has been excellent, and I'm really excited for the young man. And, he's turning a corner, and it feels like all of the promise of coming out of Santa Clara, I thought he was more of a shooter, right? You didn't see that to start the year, and maybe it was the broken nose. Maybe it was the equilibrium and the dizziness, and, you're searching because you played all summer, and you didn't really get a rest, and you really worked hard, and, you didn't have confidence to start the year. I know psychologically in sports, I think we do a poor job as hosts and as media members talking about the psychology of sports, and when you start scuffling a little, how that can be a snowball effect downhill. We've all been there. You miss a couple free throws. I don't really want to go to the free throw line right now. Yep. Why am I missing? I start pressing. Willie Adames right now for the Giants feels like he's pressing mentally a little. Camilo Duvall, it's like he's short-circuiting, trying to throw the ball. We've seen this with quarterbacks. Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm going to pack the ball a couple of times because I don't trust what I see. It's in my head a little. The psychology of sports is a fascinating thing. And right now, Pods is confident. Yeah. Conversely, a young man who had no confidence, Trace Jackson Davis, gets an opportunity to play with Quentin Post not playing last night. And I was really happy for him. A couple of lob dunks. He looked good.
Speaking of posterizing the Phoenix Suns late in that game, again, it was garbage time, but it was good for him just to get, again, confidence heading in, because there might be a matchup. There might be a Quentin Post hurt or an injury, illness. Again, knock on wood, nothing like that happens. But his number might be called in the playoffs. You never know. There might be a matchup that works well with Trace Jackson Davis out there. You have to have all these guys ready. And again, to your point, Brandon Podziemski, I think it's well taken there. It's not going to be him every night. There's going to be a Jonathan Kuminga game. There's going to be a Moses Moody game. It's about staying ready here in these play-in/playoff scenarios. Again, that's why last night's win, again, Phoenix Suns, whatever, but just handling business the way they did from start to finish, it was very buttoned up. And the fact that Draymond Green only had 5 points, Jimmy Butler only had 10 points, Steph looked more confident, and it was really just the full first half. He had 25 points overall, didn't really shoot it well from beyond the arc, but it didn't matter.
The first quarter set the tone.
The first quarter, it did setting the tone after the loss that you had Sunday. I thought that was so important. They had 37 in the first quarter, 37-24. They outscored Phoenix, and that was basically the game right there. You outscored them 32-19 in the second, and the game was over at halftime. Let's just call it what it is. That Phoenix Suns team just didn't want to be in that same. They looked like they were ready for Cabo to go out with Carter and his bachelor party. That's what they looked like they wanted to do. By the way, you mentioned the Giants. They lose 1-0 to the Cincinnati Reds yesterday. Landon Roop pitched a hell of a game, but Nick Lodolo pitched a little bit better yesterday. Emilio Pregame with the save. And the offense right now, scuffling a little bit, Joe.
They're hitting the ball hard. They just don't have a lot to show for it.
It's tough.
I hate to do that's baseball, but there is...
Thanks, Kruko.
But there is something to that. Like, it's the only sport where you could rip a ball as hard as you want, and you don't even get out of the batter's box because you line out right to the third baseman.
Right.
That does happen. And the team is hitting the ball very hard. They're playing buttoned up defense. They're pitching really well. They just can't get a break right now in terms of the big hit late in the game over the last couple.
I didn't mean to cut you off there. Elliot Ramos just hammers one to right center, and there's just a hell of a catch from the Cincinnati Reds
Great
fielder,
play.
and that would have tied the game. It would have been 1-1. There was a runner on third, 2 outs there. And just, again, as you're saying, just tip your cap. Those guys just made more plays than the Giants did yesterday. But Verlander's pitching today. Day game, not his best outing last time. And the ball might be flying again today. So we'll see if the offense can pick up. The weather's been beautiful here, by the way, in the Bay. It's been immaculate.
Gorgeous.
It's been incredible. So enjoy the ballpark today. It's going to be pristine.
Yeah, it's been absolutely gorgeous. And just another quick note on the Giants as we'll get back right into the Warriors.
City Connects, they're 0-1, guys. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. We'll bounce back.
We don't need to bring that up. But when you lose 2-0, 1-0, I know there's an instant snapback. Oh, my God, the offense. They're playing a good brand of ball. I know it's a tough thing to say when you've lost the first 2 games of a series, but I feel like what I'm watching with the Giants is a similar product to what I watched a decade ago, which is they're going to be in a lot of these games, and it's going to come down to, can you get a big hit here or there? And I'm okay with that. It's better than the alternative, losing 7-3 or 7-1 or whatever.
Not being competitive.
They're playing buttoned up good baseball right now. It's okay. That happens.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Our guest promotion today, well, it's you, the people. 888-957-9570. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We'll pick up this conversation on the other side. And yesterday was a crazy day for a variety of reasons in the Western Conference, as the tightest playoff race, I think, in any of our lives is coming down to the wire once again. We're going to discuss everything that took place around the association as I go Tim Roy there, as the Warriors are back in action tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. And again, coverage of that starts right here on 95.7 The Game with Warriors live at 6, tip-off at 7 at Chase Center. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
here in the second half of play. Draymond Green downstairs to Butler. Back cut Curry, touch pass Podziemski. Didn't get a lot on the pass, so Podziemski takes it middle to Draymond, over to Curry. Relocation three right in front of the bench, and it's 72-43 Warriors.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, after Jerry's done coaching, he's going to come from my job. You hear that voice? It's beautiful. Yeah, and that defense is beautiful right now. Holding the Phoenix Suns, obviously no Kevin Durant, but holding them to under 100 points, I should say, 133-95. The final, as the Warriors are still the 6th spot in the Western Conference. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And the good stuff is you're taking on a Spurs team yesterday that had a tight one, but a loss nonetheless. And it's going to be on the back end of a back-to-back. Remember, we saw the Spurs on the back end of a back-to-back in San Antonio, and the Warriors took care of business there. I expect them to do the same tonight, and it's going to be in front of the home crowd at Chase Center, Joe.
Oh, I think that's why last night's game was such a big one, even though I know it's a ho-hum. We're not going to get calls on it. But you didn't want that game to be super tight in the fourth quarter, knowing that you've got the Spurs tonight. And I know you go, oh, it's the Spurs. They suck. It's the end of the year. Have we not learned that anyone can beat anyone?
Correct.
And this Warrior team can be a lava lamp, considering we have no idea what shape they're going to take on any given moment.
Yeah.
So I'm not taking that that victory last night lightly. I think it was a great victory for the fact simply that you got to rest all the big dogs for the majority of the second half.
You just look at the minute allocation, 20 minutes for Draymond, 20 minutes for Jimmy Butler, 26 for Steph. Oh my God, 26. Steph played the most minutes out of anyone. And I guess Big Boss Man, I saw him freaking out on Twitter. Why is Steph still in this game? I was like, Coach, the third quarter just started. Let's take a step back. I love you. Let him play a little bit.
I do kind of feel him though.
Really?
Yeah. Like
he has to play. Like you got to play, and they did. And then they pulled him out. He played 26 minutes. Come on.
No, I know, but I understand the worry. Like let's call it what it is. You're at the end of a marathon. All right. This team has exerted a ton of energy the last 2 months, and so we know it's delicate. Listen, every time he goes to the rim, it could be a butt, it could be an ankle. I'm talking about an injury.
No,
right?
I hear you. He's not Kawhi Leonard though. Like let's all take a step back. No, he's not Kawhi.
But your championship.
He's 37 though. I hear you. But
your championship hopes would be completely crushed with something happening. I get the worry. Is all I'm saying. Is like something happens, and let's call it what it is. It's curtain time.
It's curtains.
I mean, this team lost to the Hawks without him. This team lost to the Miami Heat and looked completely lifeless without him.
They did.
So I'm not mad at anybody who's like, get Steph the hell out of this game.
They did.
I understand it.
But again, in sports, like even Jimmy played, Draymond, like you get through like halfway through the third, and if you still have like a 30-point, because that's usually when a team tries to make their run. So you want to make sure that they don't make that run. So we get through halfway through the third. Okay, it's over. Let's go. Let's pull him out. And it was nice to see, again, Trace Jackson Davis get some touches there late in that game. He had a posterized dunk, the Suns defender, 13 points for him, 8 boards. Get some confidence for the young man who hasn't really done a whole hell of a lot. A lot of DNPs for him. We got Braxton Key minutes. If we get Braxton Key minutes. I
don't even know who that is.
There you go. He's on the Warriors. You didn't know him?
The amount of
7 minutes for Braxton Key. Got a point.
Yeah, I had never even heard the name.
It's the key to victory. Braxton Key, baby.
That's the one thing about the NBA right now with all these teams, some tanking, some trying to fight for and jostle for position in the playoffs. It's like, that guy's on that team?
Right?
Wait a minute. That guy's on that team?
No, it's insane. Speaking of that, there was a lot of that yesterday around the Western Conference, and shout out to the boys for pulling some highlights. You want to take a look around the league real quick on some of the stuff that took place?
Let's say you're busy yesterday.
Yeah.
Went to the St. Francis Reardon baseball game up at Reardon. What a gorgeous day it was. The snack bar was open.
The area was immaculate yesterday.
It was just a beautiful day. The little guy was in shorts and a t-shirt, didn't need a sweatshirt. At Reardon, if you are wearing shorts and a t-shirt on that baseball field in the afternoon, we're talking about a rare occurrence. A unicorn is more likely to be seen standing in the middle of Geneva and Mission than a warm, sunny day at that Reardon field in the afternoon in the month of April. And so it was beautiful yesterday. I got home. All right, Giants game's on. All right, Warrior game's on. I was double screening it. I was enjoying it, but I couldn't I didn't have the bandwidth, if you will, to follow all the other teams.
Not bad. Well, this game started prior. It was the first game on the slate that affected the Golden State Warriors. It was the Grizzlies taking on the Hornets. Let's hear a highlight.
For the Grizzlies, you don't want to abandon attacking the Charlotte Hornets defense.
Oh, Morant! Yes! Delivery by Pippen, slam by Morant.
Slam by Morant, FanDuel Sports Network on the call there.
FanDuel Sports Network?
124-100 the final as the Grizzlies take care of business there. And the Grizzlies currently the 7th spot in the Western Conference. All right, so the Grizzlies, we all kind of thought that, right? They're going to take care of business. The Hornets stink. They don't have LaMelo Ball.
Yeah,
He's
but
shut
I was
down.
hoping for a miracle.
You were hoping for it, right? You were hoping for it. You were also hoping for maybe the one that was going to be the tightest out of all these when you look at all the matchups last night, the Bucks and Timberwolves.
Yeah, what happened there?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The Timberwolves got out to a massive lead, and then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, when they had a 20-point lead, it slowly started to dissipate. And remember, this was in Milwaukee, and the Bucks came a-roaring back.
Not there for three, final few seconds. Mike Conley, three-pointer. That'll do it. Oh, bookmark this one. The Bucks trail by 24. And the biggest comeback of the season. And the most dig deep moments of the year.
Thank you, Milwaukee.
110,
Let's
103. Timberwolves take the L after.
Let's go.
That's got to be a gut punch for them, man. Like that is a loss that could trickle down into these next coming games for them too, because they're going to be. We'll discuss all these other teams and who they're playing these next couple of days. But that's the one where I saw yesterday, like, oh my God.
Well,
like you can't lose that game if you're Minnesota and Chris Finch and Anthony Edwards.
So right now, if you're just
FanDuel
waking
Sports
up,
Network for that call.
if you're just waking up right now, they're the 8th seed at 46-33.
Yep.
I hate throwing all these numbers around because I know people can't follow.
It's all right.
The Warriors have a full game cushion in
Correct.
the standings, plus another game essentially because they have the tiebreaker.
Correct.
So they're now up 2. This is the biggest development from last night.
Mm-hmm.
Warriors beat the Suns. Simultaneously, the T-Wolves lose to the Bucks, and it gives you a multiple game cushion over the T-Wolves.
And if you're watching on YouTube, that is up on the screen right now.
Beautiful.
The Western Conference standings. Shout out to our boys in the back.
It might say only a game in the standings as you look at it, right?
But it's really 2.
But it's really 2. And then the Grizzlies right now, who you referenced earlier, the win, they are the exact same record as the Warriors. But because of the tiebreaker, the Warriors are a game up on the Grizzlies. So these tiebreakers, I know we talk about them throughout the regular season. Now they're all coming into play.
And another team you're hoping could fall yesterday if you're the Warriors was the Los Angeles Clippers, who obviously do have that tiebreak over the Warriors, that elusive tiebreak. And again, we've been talking about it all these last few weeks. It might come down to that final game at Chase Center on Sunday where the Clippers face the Warriors. And that could just be for seeding purposes. And it's going to be very interesting to see the game that they're going to play. But it was the Clippers versus the Spurs yesterday. No Kawhi Leonard. No Kawhi yesterday. They're trying to save him in between these games. So I guess he's going to play tonight. But again, the Clippers taking on the Spurs. Here's how it sounded
what
yesterday.
happened?
Multiple players making plays for each other. Harden the rebound, runs the show. Lob to Derrick Jones Jr. Up high and throws it down. For some reason here in this second half, particular in the third quarter, that flip has been switched, and the Clips are rolling right now.
And the Clips were rolling, but it got a little tight there towards the end. They were rolling, but for a while. But the Spurs didn't back down. 122-117 the final. So the Clippers right now in the West, if you're joining us, we're talking about the Western Conference standings right now. Big win for the Warriors yesterday and a key loss with the Minnesota Timberwolves. But the Clippers win yesterday, so they remain the 4th spot actually now. They jumped the Nuggets because they have a tiebreak over them. So 47-32 are the Clippers, the Nuggets, who are idle, the Warriors and Grizzlies, all tied at 47-32. Clippers, the 4th spot. The Clippers could have home court in the first round? That's insane.
It is. God,
I know.
I want to play them in the 4-5.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I really do. And let me tell you why. I want the Lakers to be the 3 seed. I want the Clippers to be the 4 seed because that way the Warriors can play in Staples back-to-back series, and it's a short jaunt down to LA.
Intuit Dome. Remember the Clippers play there now.
You know what I mean, though. They're down to LA.
It's a huge drive.
But they're in the same exact area.
No, it's a good point. But
Like it's a very short trip, you know.
Right.
Like I don't want to go to Memphis. I don't want to go to Denver. You have to deal with the altitude. To me, if you can kind of keep the variables as close to the same as possible and limit the travel and stuff, I think it makes it. I really do. On an older team, I do think it makes a difference.
So those were the games that really affected the Warriors.
I forgot about the Intuit Dome, though. You're right.
The Intuit Dome. Well, I think even the fans there forgot about the Intuit Dome, just to keep it a buck. By the way, this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. There was an ejection that happened in a key game yesterday in the Western Conference between the Lakers and the Thunder. We'll talk about that on the other side and how it could potentially affect the Golden State Warriors. Plus, a big firing happening in Denver, Colorado. Michael Malone, championship coach, fired. What does that mean for the Warriors and their potential facing of the Nuggets in a first-round series? We'll discuss that. It's Spadoni, Jasky. Come on back. It's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. Tim Moore on the call. He'll be back on the call tonight as the Warriors take on the San Antonio Spurs back at home at Chase Center. Warriors live at 6, tip-off at 7 as the Warriors take care of business last night. 133-95 the final, 47-32. So now we have 4 teams in the Western Conference. Joe Shasky tied at 47-32. Clippers, the 4 seed. Nuggets, the 5 seed. Warriors, the 6 seed. And the Grizzlies at the 7th seed, with 3 games remaining for each of those squads.
You had teased something he got ejected yesterday. I was hoping the Lakers could beat the Rockets.
Beat the Thunder.
Beat the Thunder, excuse me. And then that way the Rockets would have something to play for. And then the Rockets ended up clinching the number 2 seed.
They certainly did, all because Luka Doncic was arguing with a fan in Oklahoma City yesterday. He had already picked up a technical foul earlier from arguing, or just, being Luka Doncic and arguing and complaining about every call that doesn't go his way. But I guess a ref yesterday during the game got in front of the fan, and Luka complaining to the fan, the ref took it personally that it was directed towards him, gets the second tee, he gone. And at the time, the Lakers had a 1-point lead with a couple minutes to go. Again, they were down big at some point in that game, 10 to 12 points. They come storming back. They got a lead. He gets thrown out. Clippers.
So he got thrown out when they had a lead.
They had a 1-point lead. And this is how it sounded yesterday, courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network.
Doncic starts, stop, shoot, gonna score.
Well, he got the switch. He won it again. Hardenstein. Luka's thrown out of the game.
Oh, no.
Luka just got thrown out.
There you go. Second technical. Doncic is gone.
Luka is saying he was talking to a fan, and the official is saying he was talking to me. So that's his second technical. He's out of the game. Luka makes this shot, and I guess one of the fans in the first row, he was saying something. Luka said something back, and the official happened to be in that area.
Yeah.
And pardon me, that was actually Spectrum Sports. That's Stu Lance and Bill McDonald on the call for that's the Lakers' home side. So, yeah, Luka getting ejected yesterday when the Lakers had a 1-point lead, and that just stole all the momentum from them. The Thunder took it, ran away with it. I think they ended up covering. It was like a 9.5-point spread. So yeah,
Thunder win
yesterday.
So that locks the Rockets into the 2 seed.
Because there was an outside shot that the Lakers could, if the Rockets lose out, by virtue of tie breaks, all of that, the Lakers could have got the 2 seed, but the Rockets have now sealed that up. So the Rockets no longer have anything to play for.
But they play the Clippers tonight in the Spectrum, or what are you calling it?
Intuit Dome?
Intuit Dome, thank you. I was trying to think on Spectrum Sports.
On Spectrum Sports.
What is the on Spectrum Sports? There you go.
So the on Spike.
Rockets Clippers. Is Ime Udoka gonna do what he talks the talk in terms of we won't back down to anybody, and we're gonna get in their face, and we're gonna do this.
Did you see some of the quotes from Ime Udoka after the game with Sam Amick and Anthony Slater?
Hence my point. Yeah. You better be about that life tonight against the Clippers, Mr. Talk Big. Well, seriously.
Well, I mean, they might not play anyone. I think but
that's my point. Is you want to be the young, bad, tough Rockets and try to prove a point.
They did.
Tonight is the night. Beat the Clippers.
They already proved their point. They're the 2 seed. It's locked up.
So they're going to rest for 2 full weeks?
Well, why not?
I don't know.
What's the difference between resting 1 week and two weeks at that point, right? Like there's no.
I don't know. I would like to see them
to get hurt. Right?
Take a chunk of flesh out of the Clippers tonight.
You would like for them to do that, but they don't really care about that. Actually, the Rockets, from all that chippiness, they would probably love the Clippers to steer the Warriors out of whatever they want to do. So actually, in a weird way, maybe they do lay down to help the Clippers out. I don't know. It might happen. But again,
that's the game I'm monitoring, because if the Warriors can win tonight and the Clippers lose, immediately the Warriors jump up into at least the 5.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then they got the Denver Nuggets taking on the Sacramento Kings. And do the Kings, are they really playing?
Go Kings!
They're playing, I guess, for home court in the first round.
I always loved you, Sabonis.
In that 9-10 matchup. So, sure, they've won 3 in a row. So the Nuggets right now, by the way, we've been kind of teasing it all morning. I haven't really discussed it. Nuggets just fired their head coach.
It's the most insane thing I've ever seen.
They just fired their head coach with 3 games left to go in their season. It's the latest a coach has been fired, is tied for it anyways, since Hugh B. Brown. Yes, that Hugh B. Brown, who's like a bajillion years old. I love you, Hugh B. Who still was calling games at a very high level at like 92, 93 years old. a Hall of Famer as far as I'm concerned, just as a person for basketball and an ambassador. But since Hubie Brown in 1980 and 81, it's been 45 years. It's insane.
Well, what
I've coach been fired that late into a season.
Well, what I've noticed now, so you've got the Memphis situation where they fire their coach, about a week ago?
Taylor Jenkins gone. Yeah, a week or two ago.
All right. And then now you have the Nuggets doing this, and it's like, what is going on around the Warriors? Think about where we were 2 months ago before the Jimmy trade. And there's an alternate universe. I'm not saying the Warriors fire Steve Kerr midseason, but they're the team. The Warriors are the team that's got the fire. You know, what's the emoji or the meme, excuse me, where there's the guy sitting in the middle of the fire. Everything's fine.
Oh, the little dog like emoji where it's like, oh, everything's cool. Yeah, just chilling.
I mean,
sipping
Phoenix
his coffee. Yeah.
Think of where Phoenix was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
They thought they were going to get Jimmy Butler. All right. Phoenix was the team I feared. Like, oh my God, we're not better than Phoenix. And now they've completely imploded. The Memphis Grizzlies, although I still think they have a good shot in the playoffs, they fired their coach.
No pun intended.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow. And then it just feels like the Denver Nuggets, like, they're going to go through a reset this offseason. I don't know about this year. We'll see. But, like, everything's on the table.
They cleaned house, GM included, because that's
what I'm saying.
As far as I'm aware of, Memphis didn't fire their GM. It was just Taylor Jenkins, I'm pretty sure. So they didn't clean house fully. Nuggets are saying, and Stan Kroenke's son, who I guess is the majority, who calls the shots there, the guy, Josh Kroenke, I think his name is. They fired not only Michael Malone, but the GM, Calvin Booth, as well. Calvin Booth, by the way, looks like a combination of Mike Brown and Nicolas Cage. I can't unsee it. Someone said that on social yesterday, and now it's all I can see.
I've never heard that man's name until yesterday.
There you go.
No. I'm not even trying to be that guy.
Let's use those GMs in basketball. Yeah. It's go one year out the other. But they clean house with 3 games to go, and that signals to me, like, and why does that matter if you're waking up and you're a Warriors fan? They don't know what the hell they're doing over there. And they don't have a leader right now. Yeah, you have Jokic, and I don't even know if they're going to have Jamal Murray healthy enough. Like, he's day-to-day, week-to-week. I don't even know his status. Like, the fear factor for them, as far as I'm concerned, after yesterday's firing with Michael Malone, it's gone. I have zero fear of that team at all.
What they kind of remind me of is, and it's different, but they remind me of Philly 2 years ago. I'm talking about in the NFL, where there was clearly locker room stuff, and their team is extremely talented, but whatever it is, chemistry, head coach and players not on the same page,
Yeah.
Just the toxicity around the Nuggets is shocking to me, because I believe them to be a very talented team, and yet now I'm like, oh, they've got one and done written all over them.
Well, remember,
is that too harsh?
No, it's not at all, which is crazy to say, because we kept talking about, the Western Conference, like, all right, yeah, the Thunder, I don't think any of us are believing them. So what is that group that we actually are believing in yet? Because we have to have the Thunder prove it to us first. Get to a finals.
I still,
like, I hear you.
I give them a little more benefit of the doubt than maybe the average person does.
But the Nuggets, they've won a title recently, right? It's like,
they have the best player on the planet.
Best player on the planet, and maybe one of the greatest he might go down as a top 10 player of all time. Nikola Jokic is unbelievable. Steve Kerr was just talking about him as maybe the greatest center of all time in his postgame after they beat the Nuggets on Friday last week.
But when you say his name, Joe, and when I find out that they fired the coach,
Jokic signed off on that. Absolutely.
My brain says to me one of two things. A, he hated the coach. Or B, he's on his way out the door, because it's the NBA. These disgruntled superstars, they're gone.
If I'm an owner right now, I saw the Luka Doncic thing a couple months ago. I am scared to death if I'm in Memphis and I could lose John Morant, my cash cow, or I could lose if I'm here in Denver and I could lose Nikola Jokic. Lord knows no one's watching these Denver Nuggets games locally anyways. Just imagine if you lose Nikola Jokic. It's going to tank.
I'm telling you, my head, and I know, don't laugh at me. Just let me say this. Don't laugh at me. The minute I saw the news about Mike Malone, my immediate pivot was, oh, he's going to team up with Luka Doncic in LA, and they're going to find a way to either keep LeBron or 3-way trade LeBron out of town.
Who's going to team up with him? Jokic?
What? Yes. They're best friends. They're buddies. Everybody talks about it. I know.
The Baltic States?
The conspiracy theory people are all in agreement. They're nodding their head with me.
Oh, there it is.
The Lakers find a way to get the disgruntled multi-time Hall of Famer, like multi-time MVP Hall of Fame talent. Just mark my words. Jokic to the Lakers will be a thing this offseason. Mark my words.
Do they have odds on this? Is this a thing?
They do actually.
What are the odds?
And what are the odds?
So yesterday,
has this
after Michael Malone got fired, real quick, I'll set it up. Michael Malone gets fired. They already had odds up of Nikola Jokic's next team. That's not the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Come on, Kings tonight, but keep going.
The Lakers are plus 500 actually, and the next team after that is plus 1,000. So the Lakers are heavy.
They're the
favorites.
number one,
yes,
by far. I'm telling you, dude. If you don't think they're in, they're
he doesn't fit Los Angeles. He doesn't want to go to the Lakers. Denver, Colorado is perfect for Jokic.
Look, but I guess my overall point is this: forget next year. It just for this year, right now, Denver. If I had them at threat level 10,
Midnight.
right, on a scale of 1 to 10 for the Warriors, threat level 10 for the Warriors to get through them, that's how much I feared them. Now I'm down to like 6.5.
I don't fear anyone in the West right now.
I still have to give them respect,
which is crazy. If I'm a Warriors fan right now, like there is zero fear factor with any of these teams. You know why? I just beat the Lakers in basically wire to wire fashion. Pods balled out against them. Moody was balling out at times against them. Kuminga was balling out. All my young guys stepped up on the road against them. Right? Jimmy Butler made some key baskets. Draymond Green was knocking down shots. Like. I have zero fear when it comes to them. I get it. LeBron James is LeBron James. Luka, he had a bad game. We'll see. Austin Reeves was cooking it. But JJ Redick, really? And that's what it comes back to me as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as always, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Like, now that Malone's gone, there's only what? Let me look at the Western Conference right now. 2 championship head coaches, 2 head coaches that have won championships, and only one that has remained with that squad in the West because Ty Lue did it with Cleveland and LeBron. He hasn't done it with the Clippers. It's been Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr with the Warriors, and that matters to me.
What about
in all
Ime?
these playoff scenarios?
Ime went to a final.
Didn't win one.
Okay.
There is cachet to that, right? Okay. Like, do we give Kyle Shanahan, like, he got to a couple, didn't win the big one.
Yeah, I still think highly of him.
That's fine. But do you think higher of Sean McVay because he did win one? A little bit?
Well, of course. But I'm saying, like, I don't.
But that's the difference, is what I'm saying.
No doubt. I'm probably going to give Ime Udoka as much benefit of the doubt as I would Ty Lue.
Okay, that fair enough. If you want to do that, fair enough. But I'm saying we need to give Steve Kerr his flowers and have confidence in this team because of the head coach and because he's going to put his young guys in positions to succeed now. Like, the interim for the Nuggets, hey, buddy, you got 3 games and you got the playoffs. Figure it out. And again, like, it's an interim head coach, and I don't know how much expectations are really going to be, hey, give the ball to Jokic, let's figure it out. I don't know. But the Nuggets, I look at different. The Grizzlies, I look at different. Now, could they have, it's funny I bring up the guy, a Ty Lue type of thing where Ty Lue took over a team halfway through the season, wasn't this late, but halfway through the season for David Blatt, who got fired in Cleveland, and they won the whole damn thing, 3-1. We all know it was 2016, but yeah, the greatest player maybe of all time in LeBron James. It's a little bit different. Having said that, the Nuggets do have maybe one of the greatest players of all time in Nikola Jokic, so maybe it's, apples to apples or apples to oranges. I'm not sure, but I'm feeling a hell of a lot better. I say all that to say
I would agree.
About the Warriors' chances because of their head coach going into some of these matchups. Like, who are you taking head coach wise? JJ Redick, Steve Kerr. Taking Steve Kerr. Who are you taking? Mark Daigneault over with the Thunder or Steve Kerr? Taking Steve Kerr 10 times out of 10.
There is also a conversation, Joe, and I want your feedback on this. I want the audience's feedback on this. It is crazy to me how self-destructive players, organizations, and just people in life can be. So you hear the term like your own worst enemy. Sometimes just being stable is winning. And I think about Brooks Koepka as it's Masters week, and just hear me out on this cross-sport analogy.
Give me the twinkle.
He goes, hey, look, at the Masters, there's, let's say, 75 guys, approximately, that get invited to go to the Masters. He goes, just cross off half of them, right before the week even starts, because they're just in a bad mental space, or for whatever reason, the course gets into their head, and psychologically, they have no chance to compete. Mm-hmm. All right, so now I'm really only competing against like 35 guys, give or take. And then of those 35, another half of them are just going to have a bad week athletically for whatever reason. X, Y, and Z. They don't hit the ball well. I'm really only competing against 17 guys. Like, that's the way he views it. Sure. And then now I look at sports. Look at how many self-destructive teams there are. Let's just go to the NBA. Charlotte, before the season even starts, has no chance of winning a championship, right? And you could say in any sport, there's 5 or 6 bottom feeders that because their roster's no good, they have no chance. Then you go to the next tier of teams, and it's like the middle ground. The Chicago Bulls and the Kings, all those teams.
Trailblazers.
The Trailblazers. Mired in not just mediocrity, ineptitude, front office ineptitude. You pick dummy players who have horrible IQs. You put together rosters that don't make sense. You have constant, roster turnover, coaching turnover, GM turnover. There's no stability. You're eliminated before the season even starts. You're just eliminating half the league, if not more, off just being stable. And then I think about this year. Teams that I thought were more stable, the Memphis Grizzlies, your leader, and this is why I go back to leadership being important, as I rail on guys like LaMelo Ball. I like Ja Morant. He's a hell of a player. But when push comes to shove, and you're the face of the organization, and the ball's in your hand.
You see the celebration yesterday, by the way, the grenade toss? Is he going to get in trouble again? Grenades are off limits, right? We're okay there.
Don't talk about that.
Sorry, JB.
He's the face of their organization. The ball will be in his hand down the stretch, and he's a spectacular player. But when the chips are in the middle of the table, I'm like, this guy's going to do something stupid. As spectacular as an athlete as he is, as great as a player as he is, he's going to do something stupid. Then I look up at Denver, and I go, and like the Memphis is self-imploding, right? They're talented. They're self-imploding. They fired their coach.
They have won 3 in a row.
Okay, but do you trust Ja?
Do I trust him as the face of my organization? Probably not right now, but do I trust him maybe in the last couple of minutes to strike fear into me as an opposing fan? A little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
But I'm talking big picture.
No, I'm
talking championship.
Not right. No, I don't think they're a championship team. But
I don't take you serious as a championship contender.
But the roster also, it's fine.
No, but I think that the point being said is that if you're not reliable and if you're not stable, you're literally mathematically eliminating yourself. It's crazy to me. Then I look at Denver. This is happening 3 games, 4 games left in the season. There's not a chance in hell that some guy and a new GM or whoever you're going to put in is going to find a way to strategically utilize the roster better than what Mike Malone has done over the last. I mean, he did win a championship, for crying out loud. He did. He was the orchestrator of whatever you think Jokic, and he gets a lot of credit. He did figure out whatever their combinations are with their personnel to maximize him to be a 3-time MVP. Okay? He's not a moron.
No, he brought them their first ever title, right? I don't think Denver Nuggets had ever won a title prior to that. Maybe they've gotten to a final. No, they didn't even, right? Not even close. Yeah.
The Phoenix Suns. We just watched them last night. They're a dumpster fire. The Warriors have stayed true. And as much as it's frustrated me at times with Steve Kerr, I recognize he's a great coach. As crazy as Joe Lacob might come off, he's been pretty calm and collective in not making the crazy erratic move, like swinging a deal for a Bradley Beal that could tank your entire roster. They've stayed steady. They have been stable. They've been cautious. Now, they made a bold move in Jimmy, all right? It's a bold move. My God, look at the alternate universe around the Warriors and just praise the Lord that we've been as patient as we have and as pragmatic as they have, and they haven't done the wild move. You know what the wild move was? Immediately trading Jordan Poole for 50-year-old Chris Paul, and it didn't work out. Those erratic moves never work out in the NBA.
It's a great point. 888-957-9570 to the firing of Michael Malone. Change your thoughts on how you view the Denver Nuggets as a potential matchup in the playoffs. I look at them now, if I'm a Warriors fan, yeah, they're in shambles. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Jokic is getting odds now to the Lakers. Is he on his way out? Jamal Murray, we don't know with his injury status. All of a sudden, it went from a week ago, maybe you want to avoid the Nuggets, to the first round. I get you with the altitude thing. I don't hate that matchup now, though. I just don't.
What's going on in that locker room, though?
What's going on in the NBA when we're just firing head coaches that have won championships within a couple of years? We did it with Frank Vogel. I get it. Yeah. The bubble. We did it with Budenholzer. Gone, right? In Milwaukee.
He's coaching Phoenix.
He's coaching Phoenix right now.
Phoenix, and the poor guy.
He might get fired there.
The poor guy looks lost.
Ty Lue, right? With the Cavs. He got the axe. And then now we see this. There's just, and I'm probably missing someone else, but Monty Williams, well, he didn't win one, but I hear you. Nick Nurse, thank you. Nick Nurse is another one.
Patience is underrated.
Thank you.
And I raise my hand as the most impatient of all. I acknowledge that I'm impatient.
Does winning breed more patience, though? So when you're not even competing for other titles. So I look at, the stability, all those teams that you mentioned with the lack of stability. But I'll name you the Spurs, the Heat, and the Warriors. All those head coaches, and I know Pop has been interim and he's been missing time, and they haven't been very good the last few years, obviously. But the respect level is through the roof when it comes to Greg Popovich. So you got the Spurs there, championships, dynasties. Yeah. You got Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley, championships, getting to finals. Yep. It's built in there, Heat culture. It's Eric Spoelstra, it's Pat Riley. And then Steve Kerr, who's now had 2 different GMs, with Bob Myers and now Mike Dunleavy. And we're finally seeing this new regime come to fruition here. And maybe they go on a deep run and things change. But it is very interesting to see the correlation of multiple titles won rather than just one. And that's only thing I could point to is all those teams have won multiple titles and have sustained excellence. And those other ones have been maybe one and done, and haven't gotten back to that final stage. Obviously, Michael Malone didn't. He only got to 1, and it's been disappointing. Last year, I think the way it ended for the Nuggets last year was kind of eye-opening for me. Okay. Having that Game 7 at home and just Anthony Edwards and those boys just obliterating you. It was pretty crazy.
Well, and I do think that that's a great point. But I also do think, sometimes injuries set your franchise back. We saw it with Klay Thompson. It set the Warriors back. And look, he overcame it. He came back, whatever. But everyone would admit, him not being prime two-way Klay changed how you build a team dramatically. And I look at Chris Bosh and the blood clots. That ended the Heat. They could have still been good had Chris Bosh been able. I know LeBron left them. They could have still been okay. Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers, as much as the Paul George thing has been a failure, couldn't you say injuries are as much as the dysfunction? And all injuries are important. Jamal Murray not being Jamal Murray is a big part of why the Nuggets are where they're at.
We're going to have Do You Believe at 888-957-9570 again after every single Warriors game. Do you believe in this team? It's the oldest question in sports talk radio. Your belief level in this team making a deep championship run. That's going to be at 7:30. And it's not going to be because of the win yesterday over the Phoenix Suns. It's going to be because everything that's taken place the last week or so. Your belief level at 888-957-9570. Again, call or text because the Denver Nuggets fired their coach. The Memphis Grizzlies fired their coach. The Lakers have a rookie coach in J.J. Redick. Ime Udoka, okay. But the Rockets, are you fearing them? I know they beat you. I don't know if I'm fearing them in a given series. Mark Daigneault and the Oklahoma City Thunder, you got to show me, right? All of a sudden, I'm looking at the Warriors. Are they the team everyone else should be fearing right now? I'll ask as well. 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Safeway.
Dub Nation is Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Pods. Brandon Podziemski and Fuego in Phoenix. 22 points for him, 7-12 overall, 4-6 from beyond the arc. Got to the line, 4 for 4. Got a couple of assists, some rebounds. Pods, it's playing great, man. I cannot complain anything about this team other than that loss on Sunday. Again, we weren't trying to overreact. We weren't trying to do any of that. It was just a disappointing loss, and we wanted this team to come out on fire yesterday, stunt on a bad Phoenix Suns team, and they did that, and they won comfortably. And it was refreshing to see.
Yeah, Podziemski has been a revelation. His last 11 games since the injury, 19 points per game, 6 rebounds, 3.5 assists, and only 1.5 turnovers. That's over the 2-to-1 ratio that I look for from a ball handler.
And by the way,
52% from 3.
That's insane. It's Stephen Curry levels, right? Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Again, we got Do You Believe come up about 10 minutes. Your belief level in this Golden State Warriors team. And not just because of the win last night, although if you want to react to that, sure, the Phoenix Suns stink and the Warriors, did what you're supposed to do if you're a good team. You destroyed a bad team, which it sounds like it's simple, but in today's NBA, it's not that simple. So the good teams that I saw do that yesterday, the Grizzlies. I know you don't think of them as a great team, but they took care of business against a Hornets squad that stinks. And the Warriors yesterday took care of a Phoenix Suns team that stinks. The Clippers, they struggled at times. They didn't have one of their best players, if not their best, Kawhi Leonard, but it was a grinded out game against the Spurs, and they edged them out and won that one. Who the Warriors will be playing tonight at Shea Center. Warriors Spurs coverage that starts at 6. Do you believe they'll coming up at 10? And not after that game, but because of everything else that's taken place in the Western Conference. You got Memphis cleaning house. You've got Nuggets cleaning house. Michael Malone, who's won a championship in the last couple of years, is gone, which is just crazy. So your fear factor now in the West is what? 888-957-9570.
I just think in general, I freely admit that, and I acknowledge I am one of the most impatient individuals when it comes to life in general.
Really?
Oh my God. If I order something on Amazon, I want it delivered within the minute. You know what I mean?
You were first on the Amazon Prime wagon, right? You were the guy.
Right at the forefront. When a new season gets released, Andor's coming out right now on Disney.
I can't wait.
I want
Season
the whole
2.
thing. I don't want to do week to week. I want it all dumped into
You're a binge guy.
Yes.
You want to binge it all immediately.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then I'll live with the results later.
Got
but
it.
I also acknowledge it's a reckless way to live life. And if you make the wrong move, it can be suffocating. My uncle is one of the smartest people I know. Uncle Jeff, he has a line. He's like, hey, Joe, you can make $100, even $1,000 mistakes for your entire life. You will not go extremely broke. You know what makes you go extremely broke and ruins your life and ruins marriages and happiness and all that? Making multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars of mistakes. Over and over. That's what ruins you, okay? On just like a personal level. I look at just the NBA right now, and I say, all right, going back about a year and a half ago, who are the teams that have made significant moves? Well, Milwaukee with Dame.
Yeah.
How'd that work out for them?
Not great.
Okay.
Dame has deep vein thrombosis. Hopefully he's doing well medically. That sucks for them, but it's been a bust.
Okay, and you fueled the Boston Celtics and gave them Drew Holiday,
Basically.
which was a perfect fit.
In a reverse way, because Portland, obviously, but then there was another trade. So yes, you fueled your rival.
Exactly.
In a way.
And you completed their team.
Yes.
And they won the championship.
By the way,
Philadelphia.
Hell of a game yesterday. Boston overtime over the Knicks. Big game.
Yep. Philly. They're the team that swung the Paul George trade.
Yikes.
Right.
Talk about disaster. That's the only other team I might be able to think of outside of the Phoenix Suns, but they actually have some young pieces, and I think they do actually have some draft capital. But that's another squad I look at in the East like, man, are they in one of the worst situations in sports right now?
So,
because Joel Embiid can't stay healthy.
So those are two in the East. But in the West, as a Warrior fan, you're sitting here, and at any point in the last year, you've said, we got to get through the Lakers and Dallas and Memphis and Phoenix and Denver. And I'd throw New Orleans in there as well, and the Kings, right? Like, just think about this. These are all the teams, okay, that have made significant moves. And I would argue almost every one of them was fueled by panic, impatience, and now they're stuck. The Lakers, look, we'll see about Luka long term, but in terms of winning right now and the Warriors getting through, yeah, the Luka matchup for the Warriors might be better than the Anthony Davis matchup.
It might be. Yeah, absolutely. That's the only other team right now Probably, because just given how they played against the Thunder and Luka getting ejected yesterday kind of ruined the ending of that game.
No, I still think they can win.
But that's it.
But I'm talking threat level to the Warriors.
To the Warriors?
If they were a 10 with Anthony Davis in terms of threat level.
They're a medium now. They're
like an 8.5.
Oh, so I'd go like 7.
Oh, well, I'm going to still give them respect
because LeBron
and the refs.
Okay. Okay.
And then, all right.
Who helped the Warriors in that game against them? But continue.
The beginning of the year, Dallas was the team that was in the finals. They had Kyrie. They added Clay. All right. They had Luka. They made, let's just call it what it is, a bad trade.
One of the worst trades maybe in the history of the league. Yes.
We don't even know what fueled it. It was so impatient, they didn't feel the second call. Think about that.
There is nothing that they can do to ever win that trade.
We have forgotten so quickly. They were a huge threat 3 months ago. Now, we don't even consider them on the map of teams that are in the playoff picture.
Can't wait for that Kings-Mavericks playing game.
So Dallas, completely impatient. The Memphis Grizzlies. Say what you want in terms of threat level. Whatever the hell has happened over the last couple of weeks, whether it's Ja and the grenade throwing and the gun shenanigan stuff.
Grenade now.
And now you fired your coach. Something's going on in Memphis.
I'll catch a grenade for you, Bruno Mars. It's John Morant's favorite song right now. No, I hear you, though. Coach Tomas, though, he's right at the ship. 3 wins in a row. Grizzlies you can't sleep on. It's them, Warriors, Nuggets, Clippers, all tied at 47 and 32.
So something has happened. They're impatient. Phoenix was the team that swung a deal. They got rid of Mikal Bridges. They brought in Bradley Beal. All right. They went all in for the now, and we can examine them in a second. All in for the now. They were the team that was trying to make a deal for Jimmy Butler. Okay. But because of the awful impatient move to go get Bradley Beal, it has detonated in their face.
Like a grenade.
They are bottom tier. No one fears them. The team they trotted out last night against the Warriors, I recognize 2 names, Booker and Beal.
You know how much the cap hit is this year for the Phoenix Suns with Bradley Beal? $50 million. Next year, 53. Oh, and by the way, in 26-27 season, it's a player option that obviously Bradley Beal will be picking up. You know why? $57 million.
Oh, no. Okay.
So, is there a worse contract outside of Deshaun Watson for the Cleveland Browns than that in sports? It's not even close.
And there's an alternate universe where the Warriors were the impatient team, and they swung the deal for Bradley Beal. I fielded calls on Bradley Beal for multiple years from the fan base.
Yes.
All right. Denver. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what's going on, but the fact that they fired Mike Malone with a couple games left in the season, what? You couldn't wait till the year was over?
Right.
He's that big of a headache?
Right.
Okay. That's Dallas, Memphis, Phoenix, Denver. Let's get to New Orleans. New Orleans, I don't even know what you're doing. No one knows what you're doing. But you were a team at the beginning of the year like, I don't know. New Orleans, you got to get through it. Remember, they were in the play-in scenario last year. All right? You were literally longing for Trey Murphy III, Warrior fans. Like, think about that. We wanted Zion.
Well, they traded, Brandon Ingram to the Raptors?
I did.
I completely forgot about Brandon Ingram as a player as soon as he got traded to the Raptors. I forgot he's in the NBA. I don't even think he's
And what's that done for New Orleans?
Nothing.
Okay.
They have Zion, and maybe they got Cooper Flag to pair with them, and was Zach going to save basketball in New Orleans? Probably not.
Okay. Now the Kings. You lost to the Kings last year. I'm gonna say that again. You lost in the play-in to the Kings. They were a young, ascending, up-and-coming team. They had multiple players. I was like, wow, their top 3 might be better and more young than your top 3. Yeah. Right? They went all in on becoming like the 30-something-year-old Bulls.
Yeah.
I don't even know what they've become. And now De'Aaron Fox is gone. They made a crazy trade for Zach LaVine, who Warrior fans wanted. And then they got DeMar DeRozan.
They're the Sacramento Bulls. They got DeRozan and LaVine, who did the exact same thing in Chicago, mired in mediocrity.
Joe, there are 6 teams just in the West. Dallas, Memphis, Phoenix, Denver, New Orleans, and the Kings, who at any point in the last year and a half were considered more complete teams and have better championship odds than the Warriors, and 6 of them have self-destructed around the Warriors. And all they've done is quietly stay the course, stay with their young players. And then they made the shrewd trade, which was a pivot. I think they wanted KD. It didn't work out. And they went and got Jimmy. It could not have worked out better for them.
No, it's a great point. And I'll say this. I go to ownership. I go to Joe Lacob and what he has been able to do with Mike Dunleavy, with Steve Kerr, all of them buying in to the same game plan, the same vision for this squad. I don't undersell things like that. I know it's easy to say, oh, Joe Lacob's a meddling owner. And he's been on the airwaves. He's been right here in this studio saying, no, all owners should be involved. You should be involved in your product. Like the John Fischers of the world who have no say in anything and don't give a damn about the actual team. Yeah, miss me with that crap. It shows in the product. Like there's a reason they're playing in Sacramento right now in front of 4,000 fans. No, give me a Joe Lacob 10 times out of 10 because he cares and he demands excellence from Mike Dunleavy and their communication from Steve Kerr. And it's this constant influx. That's why, say what you will about Miami, Pat Riley, the ownership, and Eric Spoelstra, they've constantly competed. Constantly, because they are all on the same page.
And Joe,
that matters.
You need to make the right trade.
Correct.
So the other team that
and Mike Dunleavy, give him credit because this has been the right trade. As much as everyone wants to crush him, I cannot say, and we don't bring up his name enough as far as I'm concerned. So, Mike Dunleavy has done wonders with that Jimmy Butler trade.
The team I didn't put in there was the T-Wolves. They traded away Karl Anthony Towns.
They did.
I want to see what happens in the playoffs before I determine whether that was a good, bad, or whatever trade. I'm giving them benefit of the doubt. They were awesome last year.
Bad loss yesterday. God, that was a horrible loss for them.
Were they not a team you feared?
Yes.
Okay.
Talk about stock rising. Anthony Edwards, I thought was going to be the next face of the league after that playoff run.
What motivated the move to trade Cat? Some financial flexibility?
I don't know how they viewed him, maybe Finch, maybe the GM. I don't know, like how they viewed him as like a winning basketball player. He did come up small a lot last year in the playoffs. Let's call it what it is. Okay. It was the Anthony Edwards show.
Good.
He's a good player.
He's good. But that's 7 teams in the West around you who had a better chance of not only making the playoffs, but better championship odds than you, who have just self-destructed and made the wrong moves or done something that I would file under dysfunctional, right? Like what's going on in Denver right now feels very dysfunctional. What happened in Dallas is very dysfunctional. The Warriors, for as angry as they made us for all that time, you got to make a move. No, you don't just make a move to make a move.
No.
You have to make the right move, and you have to be patient, and the timing of when you pull the trigger is extremely important. There's a reason why the Warriors have been surging, and 7 different teams in the West around them have just completely harpooned their chances.
And it's a cautionary tale. Like, I don't care if it's basketball. I don't care if it's baseball. I don't care if it's the NFL. Like, you guys want to fire Kyle Shanahan? Like, you guys want to do that because you had a bad year? Because you weren't in the Super Bowl like the year before? Like, stop. Like, the reality is, if you fire Kyle Shanahan, you're going to be closer to what the Raiders have been doing, what the Jacksonville Jaguars have been doing, what teams like, historically, the Denver Nuggets, that's what they do. Like, teams like that, you want to be a nobody? That's what those franchises do. But that's why I have so much respect, and I keep going back to ownership when it comes to Joe Lacob and what they have been able to do and buying in as an organization. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. Having your star players consistently buy in and not that message not getting stale in a locker room is huge. And I think Jimmy Butler, kind of giving this organization a kick in the pants, if you will, was a huge part of all this.
Joe, let's think about this. At the beginning of the year, Pods is untradeable. He's going to be an all-star. He could not have gotten off to a worse start.
People wanted to trade him right immediately.
Melton was ahead of him in the rotation.
Yeah.
He was shooting, I think, under 20% for a really big stretch. I want to say 10 or 15 games. Yeah. It might have been more. Like under 20% from 3. He looked lost. All right? A lot of teams would have been impatient with him and either dealt him at the deadline or just put him on ice. Now they're reaping the rewards of staying with him. 19 points per game over his last 11, shooting 52% from 3, 6 rebounds, 3.5 assists. And it feels like he's playing his best basketball in his small 2-year career. I cannot get back to patience in sports. As we talk about Kuminga a lot at this station, they're going to need Kuminga. There's going to be a time and a place and a matchup where he is going to be vital. And it's going to be incumbent on the coach and the organization to be patient with his mistakes in that game when he is called upon and allow him to play through it so that they can reap the rewards of when that upside starts to actually bear fruit.
It's funny. We're talking about like coaches getting fired. And I was just thinking to myself, like, man, Joe Mazzulla, head coach of the Boston Celtics. What if they're one and done this year? Sounds insane. What if they're one and done? Then all of a sudden he's on the hot seat next year, which sounds insane. We're just going through what we've seen from the Lakers, the Bucks. You mentioned who'd you mention? The Raptors with Nick Nurse, right? And now with the Denver Nuggets, like these coaches that win one title and then they don't get back to there after a year or two. Yeah, see you later.
It's insane how quick in the NBA we just discard of these coaches.
And then conversely, in the NFL, you win a title, hey, that can last forever.
Well, Doug Peterson.
Philly, a little different. I hear you there.
It is.
They got a little greedy, but now Nick Sirianni. Look, if Nick Sirianni doesn't go back to the playoffs next year, the year after, and Jalen Hurts regresses, he's gone.
Joe, Belichick has 6 rings.
It took how many years? How many years?
He had 2 down years, and they were like, get him out of here.
He's too old. He's too old. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We got Do You Believe coming up here. I want to play this cut before we get to it. 888-957-9570. Your belief level in this Warriors team with all the craziness going on right now. You sit there at the 6th seed in the West. Your belief level in this Warriors squad to go on a deep playoff run, a championship run. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr was asked this before the game, Sam, prior to the game yesterday. Thumbs up? Yeah, thumbs up. No, he's locked into something else. That's fine. Steve Kerr on the stability of being an NBA head coach.
I think one thing that's happened is most teams are now owned by billionaires, big corporations, and so we're all more expendable. There's so much money in the business now. And there's pluses and minuses to that. You know, we're all making bigger salaries than we were 5 years ago, but we're all much more vulnerable because I don't think a lot of the owners are that concerned with firing a guy and paying him off to go away. And again, it's this is a business we chose, and we all love it. But it's it's not the most stable profession, that's for sure.
Steve Kerr, that was prior to the game yesterday against the Phoenix Suns on Michael Malone being fired.
There is a huge contingent of new billionaire owners, undeniable. But even, and I'm going NFL here because they have a big mega TV deal, just like the NBA does. Not as lucrative in the NBA as the NFL, but even someone who's not liquid rich, and I'm talking about like relative to these billionaire guys like Steve Ballmer, Mark Davis doesn't have a lot of money, but when you get a $500 million check every single year from the NFL, you can give out a Gruden contract, a McDaniels contract, Antonio Pierce contract, all in succession. He might be paying 4 coaches simultaneously.
He probably is. And also, when you get the taxpayers to pay for your new stadium and you don't have to pay any of that, that matters.
But when you sign a $10, $11 billion deal as an industry, I'm talking about the NBA, not only are the billionaire owners able to afford all these coaching changes, even the ones that aren't as cash rich can still manage a $20 million a year head coach. It's a line item. It's a line item. And $20 million is the top end. I mean, Monty Williams was the coach of the year and got fired from Phoenix.
Coach of the year, by the way, is always a death sentence. I feel like it doesn't matter the
Raptors.
Yeah, Dwayne Casey. How many times did he win it? George Karl. He was another one that got fired. I think against the Warriors.
George is
that year. I think the Warriors beat him in round 1. He was fired. He was fired immediately after.
I would have fired him too after that performance against that Warriors.
I would have never hired him again after I watched that Netflix doc of him trying to talk smack with Michael Jordan during the finals. Right, the Superstar. What are you doing, George?
Karl, clown number 1. I don't know. He's one of the very few people I just despise.
888-957-9570. Your belief level in the Golden State Warriors right now, is it soaring? Is it as high as it's ever been? Because for me, quite frankly, I feel like it has. It's time to play it. Let's hit the open. Do you believe? Do you? I do. Do you, Carter? Do you believe? Oh, no.
No, attaboy.
Wow. I double clicked it. All right, you hear the game show music, and apparently my talk show voice is not what Joe Shasky wants it to be. He wants it to be more nerdy or something like this.
Well, can I do it? And then I'll do it to you today.
Do it.
How you doing? Welcome to America's favorite game. It is, can the Warriors win a championship? We're going to go out to Joe Spadoni. Joe, do you believe that the Golden State Warriors can win a championship?
Wow, first time, long time, Joe. I'm very excited to be here. I do. Big money. I do believe this team could absolutely win a title. You know, the Nuggets, they just fired their coach. I mean, how could you not believe? We got Steve Kerr. We got Steph Curry, man. We got Steph Curry. Yes, we can win it all. Big money. We can win this entire thing, Joe Shasky. Thanks. I'm just happy to be here.
Optimism.
I'm just happy to be here. Thank you.
888-957-9570. It's the America's fastest growing game, because when you start from zero, you've got to be growing. And so let's go out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570. Do we have anyone on hold?
Brian is in San Francisco.
Brian, come on down. Do you believe that the Warriors could win the championship this year?
Shasky and Shim. And yeah, I do.
Is this Shimanak really?
No. Yes, it is.
Oh, my goodness.
Who?
This is Shinekto, a.k.a. Brian Shimanak.
Shimanak?
You're the only man I know who walks into a bar in his 40s with a dog trying to get a bunch of 21-year-old girls to acknowledge you.
Whoa!
Oh, no.
You gonna take that?
All right. Easy.
Oh, my God.
Here's the reason why. First of all, Nuggets, okay, no faith in them without Mike Malone. Okay? The Lakers have already proven that we can absolutely run with them. Luka can't play defense, and they're going to be in trouble when he does. On top of that, then we're undefeated against the Thunder. We lost one game to the Rockets. We're undefeated against Minnesota. The only other team that can really take us out is the Clippers. So yeah, they can make us keep running the West. And I mean, the way we're playing right now, I think we're going to be just fine. We're going to sort that whole Houston mess out. That's going to get loose. We got loose last night. Yeah, we'll be good.
No one knows about getting loose like Brian Shimanak. Brian, thank you for joining us. And here we go out to the 510.
Why you gotta crush my guy Shimanak like that? Just
one of my longest, oldest friends, and he's just he's a unique individual.
Well, clearly, I mean, the guy was just trying to, just talk to some women at a bar, and you're just throwing the age out there. What's going? They're all adults.
When you bring a Labrador into a bar, I always have an eyebrow up.
Come on, man, it's a dog-eat-dog world.
Come on, Carter, it's weird behavior.
No, it's not. You're making it weird.
I do it all the time, honestly.
You bring your dog into the bar?
All the time.
Yeah, it's a little bizarre. All right, so the 510, I think in the playoffs when things get tight, we're going to need Jimmy a lot more offensively aggressive. But I do think we can win it all. Does anyone else think they can win it all? Carter, do you believe that the Warriors can win the championship this season?
Absolutely. The Warriors can absolutely win the championship this season, and the Red Sea seems to be parting for them with the firing of Michael Malone here. It just gets better and better every day.
It's incredible what stability will do for someone's life. Sam Lubman, the famous producer here at 95.7 The Game, do you believe that the Golden State Warriors can win the championship this season?
Well, as I've said, there is a club of teams who I feel have a legitimate claim to the championship. The Celtics are in that club. The Thunder are in that club. I am booting the Nuggets out of that club. Warriors, very much still in that club. Also in that club, I think the Lakers and Clippers are sneaking their way in there as well. But at the end of the day, yes, I do believe.
Is it 21 and over that club? Is it okay if Shimanak goes to that one? Is that okay?
You have to bring a dog, though.
He's a St. Brendan's Bear and a St. Ignatius Wildcat. He's a good guy. He's going to live. It's okay.
You sound like Revenge of the Nerds. You don't sound like Pat Sajak or Alex Trebek.
You don't understand the game that we're playing here. 888-957-9570. Do you believe that the Golden State Warriors can win the championship? Joe, you got to have the voice. And what you don't understand,
you sound like you should have glasses on, and it's
a Casey Kasem thing from the 80s. You're just a little too young. No. Do we have anyone on the lines?
No one sounds like this today. You don't sound like Steve Harvey. Thank you. We're going to go to David in San Francisco.
David in San Francisco, are you a like-minded soul? God. Do you believe that the Golden State Warriors can win the championship this season?
I'm not sure they could win the championship, but I'm feeling very good about the potential of them going deep into the playoffs. And I think one of the big things that probably nobody has mentioned at this particular time, the Warriors have absolutely no one injured. And that plays a big factor when you get this deep into the season.
That's a great point. An absolutely stunning point. And I would make the argument, you've got Steph Curry playing maybe his best ball in the last 2 years. in the last month. You've got Draymond Green playing the best basketball maybe in the last decade on both ends of the floor for himself. And Brandon Podziemski, his last 11 games, he's averaged 19 points per game.
Gary Payton out yesterday. He's questionable, hopefully, today against the Spurs. He had knee inflammation. Something
You didn't need him yesterday. I don't know if you saw the lineup that the Phoenix Suns trotted out there. I mean, their own parents didn't even know they were playing.
Wow, their own parents didn't know.
Bradley Beal did not look like he wanted to play at all.
What's the big Beal? Well, he's making $50 million. He doesn't care. Like, if I'm making $50 million, I'll just show up too and just, well, whatever. Sounds good. Yeah.
Sounds pretty chill, honestly.
Worst contract in sports right now. Is there a worse one than Bradley Beal? 888-957-9570. I'll flip it over. Joe Shasky, do you believe this team can win a title right now?
Number one answer on the board is absolutely. I don't just believe, I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. Like, I'm not even, this isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious. I just identified 7 teams that are self-imploding in the West around them. You've got Steph Curry. And outside of LeBron in the West, there's not a player I want in a 7-game series more than him. And then if I hunker down into this 7-game series and I got Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green with the IQ of Steve Kerr and this coaching staff, Terry Stotts and Stackhouse, why are we overthinking this? The hardest part for the Warriors was always just getting into the playoffs. Once you get into the playoffs, you take a deep breath, you get a week off, all these old bodies get to recover, and then let's play the matchups, baby. I got perimeter defenders in GP2 and Kuminga. I've got Jimmy Butler I could sick on someone out there. I've got different weapons I can utilize off the bench, like Kevon Looney, like Buddy Hield. I've got guys like Trace Jackson Davis I could break in case of emergency, or Guy Santos for some energy. I've got a full, comprehensive roster without referencing Pods and Moody, who have been spectacular for this team over the last couple of months. I don't just believe that the Golden State Warriors could win a championship. I know they're going to win a championship this year. And the fifth one, as in one for the thumb, will be the sweetest of all the championships because it's the least likely championship since the 2010 Giants.
Ooh, really? I don't know if anyone was considering that 2022 run, though, right? Like, that one felt really unlikely. I don't even think people were believing it at the time.
But, Joe, at no point in the season did I go, oh, this team's not even going to make the play-in.
See, I
did that this year.
See, I kind of have more belief level in this squad currently than I did in that 2022 run. At that time, I still wasn't a believer then. Like Jordan Poole, I don't know. Like Clay was only playing a couple months prior to that. He had just returned. I didn't know. And by the way, Enrique Rivera, he's sold on a deep run. That's via the YouTube chat. And Sidecar Tommy, he said he is also a believer. And by the way, 888-957-9570. Is there a team out there that you're taking in a 7-game series over the Golden State Warriors right now? Jumping off there, like, I don't know if there is in a current series. Now, the question's going to be, can he do it for 1, 2, 3, 4 series? Are they going to be able to hold up with that? You got a lot of old players there. Well, the injuries, the tiredness.
But you won't have back-to-backs.
You're not going to have back-to-backs.
Like it's like the way these 7-game series work out, you get at least a day's rest, and then in some cases, you get that extra day of rest.
Are they the team to beat in the West right now? They're the 6th spot. How can I say that? Like, it sounds insane. Are the Warriors the team to beat in the West? You're going to say the Thunder, they're 65-14. Sure. Does anyone really believe that, though? Like, ESPN and NBA TV, like, you can keep talking about the Thunder. I'm just not. I refuse to. I'm not believing in them. I'm not. I'm a more believer in the Warriors and hell, probably the Lakers over those teams. And not the Clippers, because Kawhi Leonard, can he even stay healthy? That's the biggest question mark, I think, in the history of ever. And I think we all know the answer.
So
deep
if you
down,
get into the 4-5 seed, let's say you get into the 4-5, right? So first round, 4-5. Warriors versus who? Clippers or Nuggets?
Probably.
Okay. Come on, they can win that. Okay, then second round would be the Rockets probably, right? Rockets would go up against the 7 seed, whoever the winner is coming out of that.
Yes.
Okay. The Rockets are so delusional. They think it's a great matchup for them, and that's fine. It's funny, actually, quite frankly, because they're just delusional. I mean, it starts with Dylan Brooks.
I'm not laughing at the Rockets after that win over the Warriors on Sunday. I'm not laughing at them as much.
I'm not taking a 20-year-old team with Dylan Brooks as their veteran leader to beat the Golden State Warriors in the second round of the playoffs. No, I'm sorry.
But the series just got. You don't think the series is going to be a lot tougher after what took place on Sunday?
But I'm taking the
you
Warriors.
were sweeping them, I think, prior to Sunday, and now you're saying what? Five games?
Or six?
6 games, I'd probably say,
Okay.
and that's respecting them. I have a level of respect after that game Sunday.
Fine.
I'm not sleeping on Ime Udoka and them boys, aka Suge Knight. Death Row Records.
The Red Sea is parting, like Carter said this morning.
Well, you got Moses on the team.
Warriors.
If we're going biblical here. All right, there you go.
The Red Sea is parting right now, and we're able to walk across the floor of the ocean unimpeded by water, not worried about drowning. I'm telling you, they're good to go. And don't forget, they've got the holy man, the one and only. I mean,
careful here. Easter's coming up.
Steph Curry.
Relax.
Come on.
All right, the chosen one.
Is Steph not a patron saint of basketball?
Sure. Do we have the candles out there? Are we lighting the candles? Is that what we're doing? Is there a Steph? Can we get a Steph Curry candle to light in studio, or is that against the rules?
If there was ever a player that you would give the benefit of the doubt to, wouldn't it be him with this squad, with that coach, with those surrounding players like Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green?
Is there a team you're taking over the Warriors right now in the Western Conference? 888-957-9570. After the Nuggets fired their head coach, the Grizzlies have fired their coach. You beat the Lakers last week. You know what you're getting with the Rockets. And then you got the Thunder out there. I guess that's the wait and see approach for everyone still is what are the Thunder going to do in the playoffs? Is there a team you're taking out in the West over the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. Again, I say all of that. They're 47-32. They could still be a play-in team after it's all said and done. They're taking on the Spurs tonight. You got the Blazers Friday, and then that crucial matchup on Sunday against the Clippers. Are the Clippers going to be looking at that game potentially? And the Warriors, I guess, to a greater extent as well. Are you looking at those, like, that matchup? And then are they going to be playing like, hey, do I want the Nuggets? Do I want to be out of that game? Do I want the Lakers? Like, do you think there's going to be some jostling there, or no? Is that too cute at this point?
Can I see what happens after tonight?
Okay.
Right? Like I think I'll have a better feel after tonight. If the Warriors win and somehow, some way, the Rockets, who you're giving all the benefit of the doubt to right now, beat the Clippers, I don't think they want.
I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm saying they changed my viewpoint after that win on Sunday.
Okay, apologies. And then
they're not scared of that matchup. They're not scared. They're not scared at all.
Oh, I get that, but that doesn't mean that that's the appropriate level of concern that they should have. I mean, if I just polled America, Golden State Warriors are playing the Houston Rockets in a 7-game series.
Yes, you're taking the Hall of Famers, the Jimmy Butlers, the Stephen Currys.
Everyone is.
Yes.
Everyone is.
But again,
it's like saying, like, hey, it's the Niners versus the Seahawks this weekend, and Geno Smith's the starting quarterback in a playoff game. Everyone's like, yeah, I'm taking the Niners.
Yeah, but again, maybe you're facing the Clippers in a first-round series, potentially, and then you go to the Rockets. Like, that's a pound of flesh for both of those series.
Sure.
Older team. I'd like the path of least resistance. And the Rockets might take.
I agree with.
Again, you talk about goon behavior. They might do something like that hurts one of your players. They might do that.
Dylan Brooks will lose you at minimum one of the first 3 games.
Okay.
Somehow, some way.
He might win you one. He won you one on Sunday. Like,
I've watched him against the Warriors in a playoff series, and he does dumb stuff.
I've watched Fred VanVleet in the series too. He's won a game or 2 in the finals. Again, Kawhi Leonard was there.
That was when he was 40 pounds lighter.
Dave is an SF, wants to join the conversation. Dave, 888-957-9570. Good morning, man. What you got?
Good morning. Shasky, I'm with you. We're going to take this. We're going to go all the way. Reason being, man, everybody else is going to shrink. When the lights are shining the brightest, the stars are going to come out. Kerr, Steph, Dre, I think their adjustments in between series, it's just hard to beat the Warriors in a 7-game series, especially when you have at the top young teams like the Thunder and the Rockets. They're not going to have those adjustments. Those young stars that they got, they're not going to be what they are in the regular season in the playoffs.
I'm with you.
Thanks, Dave. So
NBA,
his whole thing is all the other teams are going to shrink and the Warriors aren't.
Does that not happen in the playoffs? Things happen.
Okay.
Do they not?
Yeah, no, they do.
And then, like, young players, there's a crucible you need to go through early on where you stub your toe early in your career. All the great teams have horrible losses on their resume on their first couple of runs. Very few go through unimpeded first time around.
No, that's a good point.
Look at the Boston Celtics. How many years did it take the Celtics to finally break through?
No, they did. I'll say this though, like the Thunder, I think if you're looking at the Thunder, right, and you're saying they're going to shrink.
I put the Rockets in a different category than the Thunder. I didn't mean to cut you.
No,
the Thunder, I give more benefit of the doubt than the Rockets. They're on different platforms.
They did make a slight run last year, albeit like.
Oh no, I have great respect. Okay. I think it's a shockingly disappointing season if they don't even get to the Western Conference Finals.
I think so too, just given the historic nature. Everyone kept trying to say this is one of the greatest regular season teams he's ever seen. Great.
But it's big for Shea.
It is, big for Shea, big for Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, Mark Daignault, the coach. Like, there's a lot of pressure there for the Rockets. They're the one team where I'm looking at with all the young guys, the Amen Thompsons of the world, as you mentioned, right? The Jalen Greens. Like, what are we going to get from those guys? Because if they rise to the occasion, then maybe you do have an upset, and then all of a sudden we look at them a little different. But the Lakers, I don't think they're going to shrink. Like, Luka was just in the finals. LeBron's been to the finals. They have a lot of players like Austin Reeves have had big moments in the playoffs. Like, they're not going to shrink. The Clippers, Kawhi Leonard, say what you will about him. Is he going to be healthy, right? The guy doesn't shrink in the playoffs if he is healthy. He's not going to shrink. Harden, I don't know what I'm going to get from him.
No, I would agree. Right? The older players we have a better feel for. This happens every year. Think last year. Oklahoma City, they basically said, it's a 7-game series. We're going to game plan. Josh Giddey, take any shot you want.
Oh, God.
What happened to Josh Giddey?
He was unplayable.
Okay, that happens for young players. Harrison Barnes, for the Warriors, by the end of the second run with him, it was like, the second year after the win, it was like he's unplayable. He can't hit anything.
It was sad to watch. It was tough to watch.
That happens to these young players that, like, if you have 4 or 5 young guys all at once, a couple play really well and maybe better than expected, but 1 or 2 become unplayable because of the 7-game strategy of what they want to do and you isolate their weaknesses and make them exploit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You're on fire. That could easily be said about the Golden State Warriors role players, though, can it not?
Yeah, but they've got 3 premium superstars, older in their prime, who are all battle-tested playoff war daddies.
Okay, there's a couple of those teams that you mentioned have a couple of those players. You laugh at James Harden, that's fine. He's been in the playoffs a bunch of times. Kawhi Leonard's been there. The Nuggets,
I respect.
The Nuggets is going to be an interesting one with Jamal Murray. Like, what's his health? I don't know what to make of the Nuggets without Jamal Murray. Like, they're probably not going to. They might not even get out of the first round without Jamal Murray. Seriously, they might not. Like, he means that much to that organization.
I would agree.
We're up against it. I want to pick this up on the other side. The fear factor in the West, is it gone for you, Warriors fans? Like, should you fear nobody in the Western Conference, just given everything that's taken place right now? The wins over the Nuggets, the wins over the Lakers, the Nuggets firing their coach, the Thunder and the Rockets being younger teams. Will they shrink in the playoffs? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming out of the game. But first, the injury report. After a scary catch on Sunday, the Seattle Mariners released an update on outfielder Victor Robles. He has a fracture in the humeral head of his left shoulder and could miss up to, it says 12 seasons here. I think it's meant 12 weeks. Oh, I was going to say 12 seasons. Wow, he's done.
That happened to me in Madden one time where a guy broke his neck and they were like, he's forced to retire. I swear to God.
You had me in the first half. It said head. I was like, wait, what? And 12 seasons, but 12 weeks, I'm assuming it is there. But missing the season is still a possibility if he needs surgery. The Mariners do not expect surgery to be required, but they will monitor the injury over the next few weeks. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast, halfway home on a hump day on 95.7 The Game.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
Thank God it's Wednesday. TGI Wednesday, am I right? Spadoni, Shasky, halfway home. Carter, Lubman, crushing it. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Whenever I hear righteously, it reminds me of the Turtle Crush. And we're going back to Finding Nemo. Righteous, bro. Surfer Bros. So righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And it's a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
You know, Joe, I was thinking about last night's game.
Were you?
Warriors, Suns. And it's just like, you're watching the team that the Suns trotted out there. And
you call that a team? That was just a collection of players, I think. I wouldn't call that a team.
Okay.
No, I wasn't poking fun at you. I'm like, that is a collection of players.
Tyus Jones, I know. I don't know how many casual NBA fans know who he is.
I knew Devin Booker, Bradley Beal.
Exactly.
In that starting lineup. And Ryan Dunn, because just the name.
And Tyus Jones.
Ryan Dunn, nothing, but yes.
Yeah, so like.
That was mean.
This isn't about the Suns. And this isn't about the Warriors beating the Suns last night. It's more about, like, look around the league. A lot of these teams beat themselves before you even face them.
Yeah.
You know, Denver firing Mike Malone earlier in the day. Memphis firing their coach a week ago. Phoenix, I don't even know what that is. Trying to make trades, not making trades, whatever.
It's a disaster.
Denver, obviously we referenced them. They fired their coach. Dallas making crazy trades. Okay? Now they look nowhere near what they were just a couple months ago.
They want to fire their GM.
The T-Wolves, they lose last night. They had Karl Anthony Towns. They traded him away. I don't know what they're doing. Saving a few bucks on payroll? I don't even know. The Kings, they've all of a sudden become the Chicago Bulls of Northern California. It's you don't have to beat every one of these teams all at once or all in a row. They're beating themselves. And if you look at where the Warriors are at right now, yes, they're a half game out of being in the play-in. I understand that. They just handled business for these last 3 games. I got a feeling they're going to be in that 4-5 matchup. And they'll probably end up facing the 1-8 later.
Could you imagine if they get home, real quick, can you imagine if they get a home court playoff series where we were a couple of months ago, they were a 10th spot, maybe. And then from going all the way there to the 4th in the West, that's insane. It's insane.
Things happen quickly. 3 weeks ago, Denver, oh my God. Today, I'm like, we'll see. There's clearly a lot of stuff going on.
Let it be known, I never feared the Nuggets. I just wanted to put that in the cap. I never feared them.
I think a lot of Warrior fans
did. And I was telling them you shouldn't fear them, but continue.
We'll see where Jamal Murray's at. Stuff's going to happen between now and the end of the year, and it could happen to the Warriors. Someone's going to go down. I'm not wishing injuries, but we know, like every year, things happen. And a team that you thought was going to kick everyone's butt ends up losing a player or whatever, and it happens quickly. The year the Warriors won it all in 2022, Phoenix had the best regular season record. Phoenix did.
Yep.
Now, remember what happened to them. They lost in one of the worst Game 7s any of us has ever seen.
Weren't you there?
No, that was the next year.
Oh, okay, that was the next year. Okay.
When they did the midseason trade for KD.
Okay.
We act like the Warriors have to beat OKC, and then they have to beat the Rockets, and then they have to beat the Lakers, and then they have to beat the Nuggets, and then they have to beat the Clippers, and then they got to beat the... No. You only have to face one team at a time. These other teams will take care of themselves, whether it be in the matchup they're in or self-destruction and detonating themselves from within.
Well, that's the thing. Is the only team that can beat the Warriors the Warriors?
That's where I'm going with this.
Can they only beat themselves at this point?
It's not going to be easy. I truly believe, and I'm not just saying this, I truly, in my heart of hearts, think that this Warrior team is going to win the championship this year. And people can disagree and they're saying I'm crazy. And I know they're on the precipice of being a play-in team. And they're also on the precipice of being a number 4 or number 5 seed. All right? It's going to take a leap of faith for some people to meet me there. You've got Steph Curry.
A lot of Bible references to it.
I would argue you've got, in the game today, one of the top 7 or 8 closers in Jimmy Butler for a playoff game that you would want around the league. All right? And you've got the best defensive big left in the dance in Draymond Green.
Did you hear Steve Kerr after that first time out for TNT just waxing poetically about the greatness that is Draymond Green defensively? Right. This is the greatest defensive player he's ever seen.
You've also got a Hall of Fame 4-time championship coach who's got an excellent staff. You've got a bunch of hungry young players who are sneakily more battle-tested than we give them credit for.
We'll see. Again, this is going to be their first real cup of coffee for Pods, for Kuminga.
Let me ask you this. Have they been playing playoff basketball for 2 months?
For Moses Moody?
Have they been playing playoff basketball for 2 months?
No, but that's different.
Did Kuminga play playoff basketball last year? How about the year before?
Was yesterday a playoff basketball game?
No, yesterday might not have been, but there have been moments in the last couple of months for Podziemski in particular, because he didn't get a great taste of it. Moody has had opportunities.
Yeah, no.
Kuminga has had opportunities.
Moody, I will give, has had moments in that championship run. He had some moments.
Right.
Kuminga, not as much. But again, we'll see. It's different when the lights are bright.
What about Kevon Looney? What about GP2?
Yeah, I'll give it.
These are key contributors.
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Quentin Post. I'm talking about Brandon Podziemski.
But I don't need
Moses
all
Moody.
of them firing on all cylinders.
No, but I need a couple of those guys doing that.
Sure. And look, from game to game, one guy might be hot, the other guy might not. And that's going to happen. I know what I'm getting from Kevon Looney in a playoff series.
Yeah.
I know what I'm getting from GP2. Now, you also have wild card players. Buddy Hield is a wild card player.
Yeah.
On any given day, he can explode. It's not going to be easy. I'm telling you, I have never felt this good about the Warriors winning the title until the last week or two, where just all these teams around them are self-imploding.
Joe Shasky is saying it right here.
I believe it. I sincerely believe it. I'm not just, this isn't me just trying to get aggregated. Yeah. I'm not trying to do something that I don't. I sincerely believe this Warrior team is the team that's going to represent the Western Conference in the finals.
Joe Shasky is taking the Warriors to win the West. Are you taking them all the way to win it all, or just win the West?
Well, let's if it's Boston, I think that would be, wow. I know. I probably wouldn't take them against Boston. I'm giving respect to them. Even Cleveland, because they do something very unique if they can play with the two bigs that would just decimate the Warriors. I'm giving them benefit of the doubt. But you don't have to face both of them.
No, you don't.
It's one or the other.
Yep.
And we don't know what their path, and maybe it's another team. We don't know what the path looks like.
I'm going to keep it a buck. If it is the Cleveland Cavaliers, and you're trying to give them respect, there's no chance in hell I'm taking a Donovan Mitchell-led team with Evan Mobley over Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green in that scenario. But they have to get there, and Joe Shasky truly believes that the Warriors are going to win the West. Do you believe? 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Oreo Cookie. Go for some Oreo cookies right now. What's up, man?
Joe and Joe. So nice. We got to hear it twice. What up, fellas?
What's up, dog?
What up, brother?
Hey, man. Hey, so I come on here a lot, man, and I give Kerr a lot of heat, man. Even on wins, I call and I complain about Kurt. But you know what? I got to give him his props when he's doing right. He found the starting lineup, man, that we just lost against Houston, and that was our historic lineup. Call it what you want, but it was. So I want to give him his props for that. He's also calling timeouts on a timely basis. No longer is he letting us play through our mistakes. But I do want to do one more thing with Butler. When we're having back-to-back turnovers, I want the ball in his hands. You know, he's very poised. He doesn't seem to get rattled and always makes the right plays. So I'm with you, Shasky. I believe, baby, we about to do this thing. The West is in trouble.
That's Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Are the Warriors winning the West? Joe Shasky believes so. After everything that's taken place these last few weeks, the shambles, the turmoil in Denver now with firing of their GM and head coach. The Grizzlies have an interim head coach. The Lakers, we'll see. It's like you just handled the Lakers pretty much last week. It's LeBron, it's Luka, but you know what? I'm taking Steve Kerr over JJ Redick at the end of the day. Mark Daigneault and the Oklahoma City Thunder with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's probably going to win the MVP. You got to show me. The Rockets, they're young. Again, the Clippers, you'll see them on Sunday. And I guarantee you this, you beat the Clippers on Sunday, the fear factor for them, if there is any at all, it's gone for me.
But here's the best part about it. If you can get up into the 4-5, okay?
You're not playing all of those teams in a row.
Exactly.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Exactly. And so one of those teams is going to take out somebody else.
Now, if you have some question marks about this team still, I would like to hear it. 888-957-9570. I think it's going to come down.
Do I sound absurd?
No, because I feel kind of the same, that I don't fear anyone, but the Warriors still have to show me. I got to see it.
I get it.
The young guys.
To show me
Podziemski's been, thank you, Missouri, shout out Guru, who's not from there. He's from Union City, but I love you, Guru. Podziemski's got to show me in the playoffs. Post, who's been great at times, has to show me in the playoffs. Moses Moody, who's been struggling a little bit to score the ball. You got to show it to me in the playoffs. Kuminga, what am I going to see here? Buddy Hield. There's still a lot of question marks for those guys that have to be difference makers. But the big three, as you mentioned, Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, of course I got all the faith in the world in those guys. I'll say this, though. And we were talking about it yesterday, and I didn't want it to come off as like negative, and I was trying to be very clear about that. Jimmy being a number 2, and Eddie Johnson, who joined us yesterday, obviously pre- and post-game for the Phoenix Suns, their broadcaster there, former Sixth Man of the Year, have a tremendous respect for Eddie Johnson. You know, can Jimmy Butler have these type of games in the playoffs? And if they don't win, are we going to be circling back and be like, man, could Jimmy do more? Is he not scoring enough? I'm very curious to see if this is the same Jimmy Butler that we're going to see in the playoffs, because everyone keeps talking about, and I do too, playoff Jimmy. But that was when he was a number 1. How will number 2 Jimmy Butler look in the playoffs? And is that going to be good enough? That's a big question mark for me still. I know they've been having the regular season success. Playoffs are a different beast. In a given series, the matchups are going to matter a lot. And can he be a bona fide number 2? And at times, will he have to be a number 1 if Steph doesn't have it going? That's still a question I have for Jimmy.
I think it's fair.
888-957-9570. Bob in Reno wants to actually pick up that conversation as I was just alluding to. Bob, what's going on, man? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky in the Morning Roast. How's Reno?
Hey, Reno is beautiful. It's going to be a nice 60s today, but this is my first time calling in, guys, so thank you so much for taking my call.
Of course, man. What you got?
Okay, so look at this, right? The last 10 games, we look at Pod's stats. I can't lie. He looks like a number 2 guy right now. Now, I do understand where you guys are coming from. He needs to prove in the playoffs. I think every young guy needs to prove something in the playoffs to me, but 18.8 points per game. He's shooting over 50% from three-point land.
52.
Field goal percentage is basically at 50. So.
He's shooting, I don't mean to interrupt you, 19 a game, 6 rebounds, 3.5 assists, shooting 52% from three-point land. That's probably not sustainable, but his floor game has been unbelievable.
It's not sustainable.
No, but he's been great. The shot selection, he's getting great looks because they're sagging off him. Someone's going to get those looks.
There you go. Continue, Bob.
No, and I just want to know your guys' opinion. Like, does that not prove he's kind of been a number 2 as of late? Like, I'm not saying he's been a number 2 all season. I'm not.
No, here's what I would say to you.
I love Jimmy. Jimmy's been great.
He's actually been their quiet 3. He's been the Jordan
as a
Poole.
scorer.
He's been their Jordan
yes, thank
Poole.
you, Bob. Yeah, no, it's as a scorer as of late. He's been that guy.
He's been great.
Like number 2 overall player in the hierarchy. No, it's still Jimmy because there's this other side of basketball called defense, and that's Pods. He's been okay. That's not his strong suit, but. Again, if you're just scoring, and if I'm getting that, you saw it in that Lakers game. If I get that Podziemski, that level of swagger, like they were panning to the Lakers bench and like, really? This guy's doing that to us? They were dejected. That's what could be the difference when those role players step up on the road and that confidence level starts going to Kuminga, who you saw being confident in that game, to Moses Moody, to Quentin Post, who wasn't backing down, talking trash to LeBron in that game. Yeah, that is for real. Now, the consistency is going to be the question there, and he's been great. He's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of his last 6 games have been unbelievable scoring the ball. Is that going to keep up? I don't know, but it's been great. It's been great.
But what is sustainable in his game? Hustle.
Yes. Yeah.
Energy.
Yes, he can control those things.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so, like, there are things that he brings to the table that you just pencil him in every night. GP2, there are certain things that he does that you can just pencil in every single night. And I love the nucleus of this team because you got the headliners and then you've got the glue guys. And I don't think you need Pods to be a consistent third scorer every single night because you got a Buddy Hield, you got a Moses Moody, you got a Quentin Post who on any given night can give you 15 to 20.
It's a good point. And Steve Kerr was reiterating what you were saying yesterday after the game, talking about Pods' 3-level scoring.
It's changed everything, just the last month or so, knocking down the threes, feeling so confident back there. But the way he can get to the rim, uses Euro step, the way he runs through the catch against closeouts and breaks the defense down and either scores or finds somebody else for an open shot. Brandon is generating a ton of offense for us.
Hey, Steve, do you think Pods has taken that next step
I do, yeah. He's definitely taken a leap the last month. And, it's really coincided with Jimmy's arrival. The two of them have this great connection. Brandon solidified his spot as a starter. I've always felt when you can stack together a lot of high IQ players, the game becomes easier for everyone. And that's what I'm seeing right now between Jimmy, BP, Draymond, Steph. It's really fun to watch them all click.
And I think that's ultimately what it comes down to, that term you just used right there, team IQ. If you're trying to sell me on the Warriors winning the West, and at 888-957-9570, if you're just joining us, Joe Shasky truly believes, this isn't some shtick.
I think they're the team to come out of the West.
Warriors are winning the West. You heard it there from Joe Shasky.
I feel really confident.
Are you buying or selling that? 888-957-9570. The team IQ, the collective IQ of this team is something I would definitely hang my hat on if I was making that argument, because I look at the rest of the West, I'm taking this team IQ from Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond and the head coach over whatever the Thunder have, whatever the Rockets have, whatever the Lakers have, whatever the Clippers have, Nuggets, they don't even have their head coach anymore, Grizzlies, T-Wolves, Kings, it doesn't matter. I'm taking the team collective IQ of the Warriors over anyone else in the West. Not even close.
So I understand people being skeptical on Podziemski scoring. Like I do. I acknowledge, like, it's 11 games. It's an eighth of the season, right? It's not a large sample size. But we knew one of the things that he does really well coming out was shooting. And at times last year, I think it was, he's a rookie and playing with some clunky lineups. It didn't really mesh well. Why am I encouraged that this is more real than people want to give it credit for? Because even in games where he hasn't shot well, they've gotten great looks. Great looks. These aren't like fadeaway threes, contested. When Steph's on the floor, he will always command a double team. When Jimmy Butler's on the floor, he will always command multiple eyeballs near the paint. Quinn Post, Moses Moody, Podziemski are getting cleaner looks now than they've ever gotten. Buddy Hield's been talking about this for about 3 weeks. I get great looks. I just need to knock them down.
Yeah.
And now they're starting to hit shots. At the beginning of the year, when his shot wasn't falling, he was wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Podziemski broke his nose.
There's been a lot of Batman masks on this team this year. TP2, another one.
He also had like legit dizziness. Yeah. And I think that there was a confidence factor, and then it's a psyche factor on top of the physical stuff. And he got off to a horrible stretch. He has been playing great basketball for multiple months. And to me, it's shot selection. If you take good shots, you will always have a bad shooting night. But if you take good shots, 9 times out of 10, and you're a good shooter, you're going to reap the rewards of that. And other players are going to have to start honoring you from farther away, which is going to open up his playmaking ability for the Kumingas, for the Draymonds underneath, for the Kevon Looneys, the Quentin Post, the Jimmy Butlers.
The Jimmy Butlers, which he spoke to yesterday, Joe. Pods asked after the game about Jimmy's passing, and he says him and Steph have been trying to get Jimmy going a little bit more offensively. This was interesting. Take a listen.
I mean, I think everybody knows Jimmy as playoff Jimmy, the guy that scored 50 in the finals, all that type of stuff. But I think so far, sometimes he almost passes to a fault. And we want Jimmy to be ultra aggressive. I talked to Steph before the game when tip-off started. We just tried to get Jimmy the ball as much as we could to start the game to try to get him in a rhythm. And even though he only shot 4 shots tonight, he made the right play over and over again. But I know when playoffs roll around and it's time, Jimmy will be there.
Real quick, that was interesting. Steph and Pods talking before the game to get Jimmy going offensively. He had to reference playoff Jimmy from his Miami days. So it's not just something we're talking about, like being a little bit concerned about him scoring outputs in the playoffs. The players are talking about it too. It's not something we're just manufacturing and trying to find faults. No, I think it's a legitimate question mark. If we're talking about this team making a deep run in the West, is Jimmy Butler's scoring.
But also is
something we have to be like talking about, people. Like, Steph's not going to have it every single night. He's just not.
No, but I think that what they're referencing.
I can't bank on Brandon Podziemski, a second-year player in his first ever playoff series. Like, I can't bank on that.
I don't think it's about scoring per se. I think it's about tilting the floor, because where does Jimmy like to operate?
I do think it's a little about scoring. He can't be like 10 points isn't good enough in a playoff.
Let me ask you, where does he like to operate?
The mid-range game, like the mid-post, yeah.
Mid-block, low block, etc. Yeah. Sometimes he likes to catch the ball in the wing, and he'll dribble drive into the lane, leave his feet, as two bigs come at him, and you'll see that either bounce pass to the corner or that swing.
And he likes to cherry pick a little bit.
You'll have two guys, one guy in the corner, one guy on the top of the wing, elbow extended from the three-point line. And he does this thing where he leaves his feet, pretends to pass one way, and throws to the other guy.
Yes.
The amount of open looks your offense gets early in a game to get others involved because Jimmy is forced the issue of throwing him the ball. It isn't about him scoring. To me, it's about opening things up for others. Can he get fouled? Go up with it in the lane? Yes. Is he your best back to the basket player? Probably. Do you want him to score a little? Yes. But it's also about getting wide open looks for the others. And when that ball starts hopping and you have teams doing scramble defense and help defense, who always benefits from that? Steph Curry.
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry.
Who spoke after the game yesterday on a walk-off, the sound courtesy of TNT, talking about Jimmy and tells people not to focus on the stat sheet.
Just another guy that just brings presence. Like, you have to watch the game to understand what he does. Like, I know he's had his moments and, carrying teams to the finals and all that, but a game like tonight, the stat sheet won't say what he means. It's just his presence, his ability to control the tempo offensively, be another Swiss Army knife in the defensive end, and he's made everybody else's job a little bit easier. So we got to be able to carry that influence and just keep playing at a high level.
Steph Curry yesterday after the game,
when he said you have to watch the games. When you command multiple people to leave the guy that they're guarding and come over just a step or two, because in the NBA, like the NFL, a step is your open. The difference between a closeout with a guy in your face and having a wide open look is a microsecond. And Jimmy forces off-ball defenders to take a step toward him when he puts it on the floor. He just does. And he opens the floor up for others. And when you don't do it, what does he do? He exploits the mismatch because usually they try to put either a bigger or a smaller player on him. Bigger guy he wants to go around, smaller guy he's going to back down. His IQ is unmatched.
I'm not questioning the IQ and him as a playmaker. I'm not. I'm questioning, am I going to be able to rely on him as Stephen Curry's not scoring the ball? He can pick up that slack. That's literally what I'm questioning.
That will have to materialize
That
at some
has
point.
to. That's why I'm talking about it. Like, we're talking about you, and you're saying, and again, 888-957-9570.
He does wonders for their offense.
Joe Shasky believes the Warriors are winning the West. Are you buying or selling that? And if you are selling it, why not? Why can't the Warriors win the West? Is there something that they need to show you here in these last couple games? Or are you still just waiting for the playoffs to see what that first round series is going to look like? Whether it's against the Nuggets, the Lakers, the Clippers. 888-957-9570 is the number as the Warriors are back in action tonight, taking on the San Antonio Spurs. Again, another big game. This Western Conference is
wild.
It's just insane.
It's wild.
From the 4th seed where the Clippers are all the way to the 7th seed where the Grizzlies are. All those teams are 47-32. It's the Clippers, Nuggets, Warriors, Grizzlies in succession right there. Big game for all these teams now. I have here. Where's my sheet? I got all the different games right here. God, I got so many damn papers. There's so many of them. I got it somewhere. But here, you got the Spurs tonight if you're the Warriors. You got the Portland Trail Blazers on Friday. And then that game Sunday against the Los Angeles Clippers is going to be massive. How are they going to look in that one? And is that the last team to really, because Carter and Sam are in the back talking about fear factors, if there's any teams you still fear in the West. Clippers have had ownage on you lately. If it's a Zubac is having a career year, he's big. Again, lack of size for the Warriors. He's a guy that has dominated those matchups. What are you going to get from Kawhi Leonard and James Harden? What are you going to get from Norman Powell? Talking about Warriors killers, he's another one. Is that the last team you kind of have fear over in the Western Conference? We'll discuss that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. And it's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
I don't just believe, I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. I'm not even, this isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get, clipped online. I'm being dead serious.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, JK? Coming off the bench last night for the Warriors win, 133-95 win over the Phoenix Suns, I should say. 4 of 9, 10 points for JK, 21 minutes off the bench. It was just a quiet night for him, but that's okay. Getting the action. I like TJD getting out there, 4 or 5 for him, getting some moments. A lot of people talking about TJD yesterday and a lot of support for that team. And that's what I take away from a win like that is the camaraderie with this squad. And you're talking about the team IQ and stability, the camaraderie as well within Jimmy Butler, because that was a big question mark in all this. Oh, is he going to be volatile? Everything that took place over in Miami, you hear about the Tyler Heroes or the Jaime Jaquez or Eric Spoelstra, everyone talking about the Bam Adebayos. I don't know. Like, he wasn't a great teammate over there. He's going to be a great teammate over here. Well, Jimmy's been great, and he's been a great leader for these young guys, whether it's Trace Jackson-Davis, Pods, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Quentin Post, all these players, Guy Santos, right? It's really bled into the entire organization, and that's why it's got you. You just heard those sound by Joe Shasky saying they're going to win the West.
Well, that was the game.
They're going to win the West.
We were playing the game. That particular soundbite was, do you think they can win the championship? And I said, I do believe they can win the championship. If you ask me right now, like, just put championship to the side. I do believe they're the team coming out of the West.
Okay.
That's the way I feel.
Okay.
I truly do. And the reason why I say that, it's pretty straightforward to me. You have Steph Curry, and you have a great coach in Steve Kerr. You have the best defensive player in the game in Draymond Green. And then I've got an extra closer in Jimmy Butler, who is really a guy that elevates others around him. It's not a coincidence Pods is playing his best ball the last 11. He's getting great looks. All the ancillary pieces are starting to really fit when you plug in Jimmy Butler. Buddy Hield's gotten great looks. Quentin Post gets great looks. GP2 gets wide open dunks, and he's shooting great from the three-point land. Kevon Looney looks good right now. You know, everyone on the roster looks really good. Now, you don't have to agree with me. That's fine. You know, I've been called many things in life. Part of the beauty of sports is disagreement. I say this, you say that. That's fine. I just question this. Why do we give the benefit of the doubt to Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid? Why did we give the benefit of the doubt to Tom Brady and Bill Belichick? Why do we give it to LeBron? Why do we give it to certain people and we won't in our own backyard give it to Steph Curry and Steve Kerr?
Are they not? Are there people still questioning the greatness of Stephen Curry?
He has done things that we've all dropped our jaws on and said there's no way. And so when I see how well he's playing of recent outside of the three-point game against the Rockets and just the connectivity and chemistry of the team, they're playing great both ends of the way basketball as a team. It's not one guy dragging them. Every night, it's a different guy stepping up. That's a real team. This is a team that I think has high IQ, that knows how to adjust. I think they've got specific role pieces that fit in these unique 7-game matchups against various teams at different levels in the playoffs. And you've got the greatest player playing at the height of his power in Steph Curry still to this day, with arguably one of the best tacticians in the game. Why not the Warriors?
Why not the Warriors? 888-957-9570. Why not might be skeptical about the young guys stepping up in these big moments. And honestly, still for me, I'm not taking anything away from what he's done and what he's meant for this team. Jimmy Butler has been a godsend. This team is just totally flipped the script. They went from a 10th seed to maybe having home court in the first round of the playoffs. That's a testament to what Jimmy Butler has brought to this organization. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm saying in a given series, can I rely on him at times to either be my number 1 or number 2 scorer? I'm not going to count on Brandon Podziemski being that guy game in and game out in a given series. I'm not going to count on Steph Curry being able to have 30-point games in every single game of these series. Because you know what? The blueprint, and it's not really a blueprint because everyone's been doing it, but what the Rockets showed on Sunday. Yeah, we're just going to hound Stephen Curry. If I have a young team and I have an Amen Thompson of the world, which teams really don't, because I think that guy's incredible, a physical just beast. He's an athletic freak. So not every team has that. But if you do have an athletic big guy like that, like we were talking about Jared Vanderbilt last week for the Lakers, like maybe that is the game plan next time for JJ Redick. I'm going to toss Jared Vanderbilt, a big guy who's got long arms, size, and athleticism that might get into Stephen Curry and make things more difficult for him. Because as we know, in the playoffs, they let a lot more physicality go. Historically, they do. Now there's some games here and there where it slows down and there's a lot of foul. That's neither here nor there. But when that happens, can Jimmy be that guy for me? If I need him to have some ISO moments and get me a bucket, can he do that for me late in games? I know he's been making some winning plays, getting to the line. Can he do that consistently for me? That's a question. Again, Brandon Podziemski, you're bringing him up. He's been awesome, amazing. Yeah. Shooting 50% since how long? Feels like a month from beyond the arc. Insane.
11 games.
Can he continue to do that in the playoffs in given series? I don't know. If he's not going, if he's not hitting, can Moses Moody be that guy who's slowed down? Can Jonathan Kuminga? Where are we at with JK? Confidence has been there at times. He's had some good moments against the Lakers, right? He's had some not good moments against other teams, right? So it's all baked into the equation. Quentin Post you're going to be counting on. He's been an NBA player for 3 or 4 months. Like, what am I going to expect from him? Am I going to be crushing Quentin Post because he showed up, because he shrunk in big moments? I'm not going to do that. So there are question marks about this team still that I need to feel like get answered, and maybe that happens in a series or 2.
But you're not going to trust 9 guys every night. You're relying on your top dogs to be your top dogs. Let me go back to the year that they won it all, 2022. Who was their second leading scorer?
In 2022?
In the playoffs.
In the playoffs, was it Andrew Wiggins?
It depended on the series.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson was the second most points per game in the Western Conference Finals, 18.6. Andrew Wiggins, 18.3 in the finals.
Okay.
All right? You're getting that from Jimmy already. This whole thing about second scorer, you're getting 17, 18 from Jimmy. All right? You're getting contributions. You know what the big difference from the Western Conference Finals to the finals was for the Warriors? Steph going from 23 a game to 32 a game.
Yeah. That was the difference.
You're going to win or lose in the playoffs because of the top dogs. I expect Steph to rise to the occasion. Why? Because he's one of the greats. You know who else I expect to rise to the occasion? Is Jimmy Butler. I expect him to have the playoff push.
Interesting, because we haven't seen this version of Jimmy Butler.
Absolutely.
All the other versions of playoff Jimmy, what was he? The number one guy.
Yeah.
He had the ball in his hands constantly. He was that dude. We're all looking to Jimmy. It's not the same here. We have Stephen Curry. We all look to Stephen Curry, your Lord and Savior, as you like to say. We're all looking at Steph. Steph, oh my God, I see the halo. He's amazing. Steph, what are we going to do? Like, that is different. And that's a different expectation for Jimmy heading into these playoffs. And I just wonder how it's all going to unfold. Again, they could win the West. Absolutely. Like, that's the fact that we're talking about it is a win.
I just think
the fact that I'm not dismissing you right now, Joe, saying, they can't win the West. No, they can win the West. I just have a lot of question marks still. And I wonder at 888-957-9570 what those question marks are. And maybe it is the Brandon Podziemski angle that I have to wait and see if he can do this. And is this real or not? It is real. It's the regular season. Like, these are meaningful games. I'm not saying it's not real. But in a given series, can he continue to shoot at this clip? Probably not at this clip. But can he hit big shots like he did in LA against the Nuggets? Can he hit those big shots like he did against the Grizzlies? Draymond Green, you know, he talked about this. This is back in November from his pod. We have the sound. Draymond Green talking about him and Steph trying to, you know, get that confidence instilled in a young Brandon Podziemski who was struggling with his shot at the time. He wasn't playing very well. It was very clunky. He was trying to find himself, and the confidence was just drained. This is back in November, and Draymond talking about Brandon Podziemski. Take a listen. This is really interesting.
The amount of pressure that he puts on himself with each shot is insane. And so I'm saying this also, so I hope you hear it. Me and Steph talk to him every day. Who cares? Miss 7 of them. No one cares but you. Like, you're the only person thinking about the shots you miss. No one else is thinking about it. Anyone who carries that amount of weight in anything, it affects you negatively. I hate that for him, and so that's something that we've been trying to talk to him about. Stop reacting to everything that goes wrong for you. No one cares but you. Nobody else. What we care about is all of the other things that you do. So if you do all of those things well, and that can keep you on the floor. Who cares about the shot? And I think he has to reach that point.
And that was back November, Draymond Green show, talking about just instilling that confidence within Brandon Podziemski, who was struggling with his shot. They asked him, Willard and Dibbs that is, a couple weeks ago when Brandon Podziemski joined them, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, they played that same sound cut that we just played for Pods, and this is what he had to say in regards to that.
Draymond and Steph and Jimmy just reiterate to me that I'm a big X factor to our team, whether I put the ball in the hoop or I don't. But, we're significantly better when, guys like me, Moses, Jonathan contribute at a high level. I think to have that confidence that they have in me, hearing that from guys that are champions, that are Hall of Fame players, it just gives you that kind of like, yeah, I don't really care if I miss. I'm going to just go out there and be aggressive and, always try to make the right thing happen. And so I think that's helped me from November to now, but just kind of constantly reiterating to me, we want you to score the ball. We want you to be aggressive. If you miss, okay, it doesn't matter. I think it helps a lot for anybody.
I think that not only is the confidence there and the psyche, and he looks way more decisive. I think he's healthier. And I just think the way that the floor breaks down with Jimmy commanding attention, Steph always commanding attention, and now this new little wrinkle that hey, on any given night, Draymond could go for 15, 16, 17. He's going to always get wide open looks. And I don't think it has as much to do with, he's the guy they lay off of. No. It's a function of how great Jimmy and Steph are and how threatening they are to opposing defenses. Pods is not at the top of their scouting report.
It's Brandon Podziemski, in a lineup of Draymond Green,
Exactly.
Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not going to be double teaming Brandon Podziemski. So of course he's going to have open looks. Of course he is.
But I just look at their scoring right now, and he is a scorer. He's a reliable one. He's giving you the Jordan Poole output from 2022. Look at the numbers.
Yeah, no.
He's giving you, and I would argue his floor game is obviously a better floor game, and not to diminish Jordan Poole. I just think he brings a lot to the table.
I thought Poole obviously better around the rim. I'd say just driving, finishing. Pods, no.
His finishing's been really good.
It's been good, but I think Jordan Poole, when I think of athleticism,
more
he got a little more dynamic.
Yeah, he was more dynamic around the rim. He's quicker with the first step.
Correct.
But I think that Pods' passing's better, and I think that Pods has done a better job in transition, creating buckets he might not get credit for. I call it the hockey assist. Grab a rebound, kick it forward.
Right.
Ball kicks around. Someone else might get the assist in the bucket, but that's because you're pushing tempo.
And it wasn't a like-for-like comparison. I don't want to do this, get bogged down in comparing Pods to Poole because they didn't have
Poole.
No, for sure, because they didn't have Jimmy Butler on that team then, so Poole did have to do a lot more, picking up that load, scoring the ball, and now they have a facilitator of the level of a Jimmy Butler on this team, along with Draymond. It shows, and this, again, I'm not trying to be negative. I'm not trying to say anything. There's just the question mark of Brandon Podziemski if he can continue to do this. But the fact that he's doing it right now in big moments against big teams in their building, the confidence level and belief level I have in this team raises exponentially if he's doing it in series. And for you at 888-957-9570, has the emergence of Brandon Podziemski as a scorer here late in the starting lineup, has that risen your belief at all that this team can win the West? Because Joe Shasky's telling us right now he's picking the Warriors out of the West.
I am. I think of that 2022 run, and look, things broke their way. The Warriors are going to need breaks their way.
Every team does, yeah.
Exactly.
Every team does.
But I look at it went basically Steph, Wiggins, Clay, and then Poole. And Poole's numbers in terms of points per game went down and down each series. His minute allocation went down. Remember, Steph missed time against Denver.
Right.
And then came off the bench originally in that first round in 2022. I think that they have more balanced scoring now and more guys who can get buckets now than they did in that 2022 season. Otto Porter Jr. was very missed toward the end of the season that year. He had a couple moments in the playoffs, but Clay was erratic. I mean, he just was.
I feel so much better about, again, it sounds insane. I feel so much better about this team as currently constructed than I did about that Warriors team back in that 2022
You were relying on
run.
Wiggs, Clay, and Poole.
Yeah.
Now, this team relies on, outside of Steph, Jimmy, Pods, Kuminga, Hield, Moody, Post, and also Draymond. Draymond's scoring now better than he was back then and significantly more aggressive offensively.
It's dipped a little bit, but prior to last week.
I trust more guys off the bench to get buckets. And the other guy who's had a lot of double-digit scoring output games over the last 20 is GB2. Yeah. He's shooting the best of his career.
He is, and Buddy Hield again in a game he blew out the Phoenix Suns. Buddy Hield, you look at the box score, 3 of 8, 1 of 6 for him, 7 points for Buddy Buckets, who had one of his better games, but again, in a loss to the Houston Rockets.
Like, Otto Porter Jr. was a solid player. I want to make it clear. He's a solid player. Buddy Hield on any given night. He could go for 0. He could also go for 20.
Let's call it what it is. Otto Porter, for most of that season with the Warriors, was not really doing a whole hell of a lot. And then he became Otto Porter Jr. I can't miss in the playoffs. Like, that's what matters. Like, Buddy Hield, we'll talk about the same thing. The Buddy Hield era, he was kind of inconsistent in the regular season. Didn't really start off really hot, and then it was just kind of meh. Well, if he has a game here or two, just a couple games where he's somewhat efficient, yeah, that changes how you view him in the entire experience. And of course, if they win a title or go on a deep run, it changes how you think.
Points per game. Western Conference Finals. Otto Porter Jr. How many do you think?
Oh, boy.
5-game series.
How many minutes was he averaging?
I'm looking at it right now. Minutes played in total, 54 minutes. 54. Steph had 174.
Okay, I'm going to say...
Minutes per game, about 18.
For Otto Porter, 8.5 points.
7.5.
Oh, it was close. It wasn't bad. So there you go. Like, but
this team is more offensively gifted.
But we remember Otto Porter Jr., I think, in a lot of Warriors fans' minds.
He had moments.
He had moments, exactly.
He had moments. And and so I guess my point is, of the Kuminga, Hield, Moody post quadrant, because I expect Poz to score, because he's doing well right now. Dude, you've got more scoring than what that Warrior bench was looking at then. And GP2 can give you, on any given night, he can give you 15.
Again.
Randomly.
Again.
Around the rim, hit a couple threes, boom.
It's going to be, I know you're baking Brandon Podziemski, that he's going to be that scorer. I'm very curious to see how it unfolds in a series. Again, when all the callers are saying, the lights are bright.
By scoring, I'm talking about he can score 12, which is his average this year.
Yeah.
And then when you're giving me 5 assists, 4 assists, you're also involved in an extra, however many points, and multiply that times 2 because they're each bucket. You're involved in 25 to 35 points a night. That's effective.
Absolutely. Josh on 580, also effective. Josh, you're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
Feeling good this morning, boys. Great conversation, and as I keep listening to you guys, Shasky, I believe you, man. What you're saying is spot on, is what I'm thinking, because it's a lot of similarities with that 2022 team. You got Steph still in his prime, still getting buckets. No Clay, but then you kind of replace that with Jimmy, who's more of a kind of quiets to the calm and rights the ship. Otto Porter's kind of like the Moses Moody, where he could give you 20 points on any hot shooting night. Poole is more so now kind of Pods, where the Pods is playing. If he can keep that up, and you still got Draymond, you got more weapons off the bench with GP2 and Quentin Post, and you still got Kuminga, the one guy we're not talking about, who can still go give you 25.
Exactly.
So they have all the pieces, and the formula is really there where they can really beat anybody. It's going to be a challenge, but they got all the pieces, and there's nothing to worry about. And Spadoni, just to you, because you talk about Jimmy Butler, man, and just an analogy for you, right? Say in the NFL, when you got 2 top teams playing each other early in the regular season, right? You might not see that full playbook come out because you'll see him later in the year. That's what Jimmy Butler is doing right now. He's pretty much showing you that, I know I can do it, but right now I'm just going to show you a little bit so you expect it come playoff time. When it does, I'm going to hit you for 33. And another thing with Jimmy, his 33 points, he's had 27, he's had 25, but it's 10, 12 free throws, so you don't really notice that he's getting buckets because he's been getting buckets. It's just 12 free throws, a couple dunks, a 3, and 2 mid-ranges. It's not flashy, but it's points. It's 27, it's 30, and he's going to have those games. So there's no need to worry about can he do it, because he's been doing it. It's just not the way that we want to see him do it, but that's okay because it's in the Warrior system, and the Warrior system is what's won them championships, and they have all the pieces to run that system. So I'm ready to go. I think we can beat anybody, whoever it is, and it's going to be a fun ride. Have a great Wednesday.
Great call. Great call. So he brought up something like, the other night, Houston wanted to win that game.
Real quick, the whole okie doke. He hasn't shown all of his cards on the table. Real. This is who Jimmy Butler is.
No.
This is Jimmy Butler. Like, this isn't this Miami Heat notion that he's going to be the Miami Heat Jimmy Butler. I just don't believe that that's going to happen. He's not the number 1 anymore. This is the number 2 Jimmy Butler. Okay, no. This is what we're going to be seeing.
I think what he's saying is more like strategically, you don't show all your cards as a team.
Well,
and
what
as a
cards
player.
has Jimmy? What? No. Okay,
I'll give you one. I'll give you one. I'll give you one. Okay,
is this Texas Hold'em? Please. These are important games.
All right.
That was a big game against the Lakers, and he made some big plays towards the end there. But I needed the scoring.
Joe, have we seen Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry isolated in a high pick and roll situation 4 or 5 times in a row to end a game?
Sure.
No, we haven't. No. Okay,
we haven't needed to.
Famously, when the Warriors were down 3-1, Steve Kerr said, because he waited all year on it, I have to bust out the Clay, Steph pick and roll. And they waited until they were down 3-1 to bust that out, and it was nuclear. And you ended up getting Game 6 Clay because of that moment. They wait till the last second. All the greats do this. They pick and choose their spots.
That's not some like Texas Hold'em or saving all of our tricks. Like that, all the players and coaches in the other teams in the West all know that's probably a possibility. That's not some hidden card trick.
Yeah,
like,
but you don't show it until you need to show it, right? Like when the Warriors have beaten Jokic in the playoffs and Luka in the playoffs, they literally run pick and roll right at him the entire second half. You're not going to do that in a regular season game. Even if it's a big game, you're going to wait maybe till the end and do it. You don't want them adjusting to it too early, right? Yes, there is a cat and mouse part of this. You don't show everything all at once. The other day, Houston showed the face guarding of Amin Thompson on Steph Curry. I thought they went with it, and look, it worked for the regular season. But if they face them in a 7-game series and they think they're going to trot that out for 7 games without the Warriors adjusting, I think they're in for something. Like, I'm sorry, Greg Maddux is one of the greatest players of all time. He was up 7, and this is all over the internet right now. They're up 7-0 in a meaningless game. Jeff Bagwell steps to the plate. Meaningless game in the regular season. And Javi Lopez is behind the plate, and he's like, why are you going to throw him this ball on the inside, this fastball, because you know he's going to crush it. He's inside play. He goes, he throws it, boom, home run. They walk in the dugout. Why'd you do that? Because I know we're going to face them in the playoffs, and I want him to think about that home run that he just hit off me and think he has false confidence. They get to the playoffs. Javi Lopez forgot about the at-bat, and they threw 3 away pitches, and they showed the video of Jeff Bagwell swinging through. Jeff Bagwell's like, I can't believe I can't hit this pitch. Greg Maddux goes, I set him up in June so I could crush him come September and October. And Javi Lopez is like, that's why Greg Maddux is who Greg Maddux is. Now, that's an extreme example of what these teams do, but I reference it. The Warriors run motion all year, and then when they have to break the emergency glass and run the high pick and roll with KD or Steph, they did that. When they needed to do it against Oklahoma City, they waited till the last possible second to display the 1-2 pick and roll, Steph and Clay, and they did that. They don't break it out unless they need to. That is the Steph and Kerr mantra. They wait till the very end.
I'll say this. If we're expecting, and if the fans are expecting, that Jimmy Butler is all of a sudden going to turn into this completely different individual because he's been in the back to tank, he's been in the hyperbaric chamber, he's been getting, we're holding the cards together. He's not going to turn into this completely different Miami Heat Jimmy Butler player that I think everyone's expecting him to. I'm just throwing that out there right now. If you're expecting a different version of Jimmy Butler in a week's time or 2 weeks' time in the playoffs or play-ins, whatever they play, I don't see that
but
happening.
He generates more offense than Wiggins does. It's not just
they still want to
his
score
own,
more. Did you hear what Brandon Podziemski said?
I hear you, but it's not just the baskets he makes.
More.
It's also the baskets he creates. And so, like, this is where floor game is extremely important. Just because Magic only scored, let's say 15 points a game or whatever, he's generating 50 points of offense via the way he moves the ball around. It's the same thing with Jimmy. Jimmy doesn't just score his 17. He generates much more points than just the assists that you see.
No, and I'm just saying the field goal attempts cannot be in the single digits going forward in the playoffs. Like, that is not something I am going to be banking on for Jimmy Butler. Like, that needs to be up, and obviously getting to the line is a part of that, who was Josh and 580 alluding to. Yeah, I understand when he gets the free throw totals up there, it doesn't look the same when you look at the box score. It's like, I didn't really see him shooting the ball very well, but he was getting to the line a bunch, slowing the game down. That's a big factor in all this. I'm not sleeping on that. That is a huge thing. But again, when I hear Brandon Podziemski after the game yesterday, him and Stephen Curry chatting about getting Jimmy going offensively, my ears perk up.
I mean, I think everybody knows Jimmy as playoff Jimmy, the guy that scores 50 in the finals, all that type of stuff. But I think so far, sometimes he almost passes to a fault. And we want Jimmy to be ultra aggressive. I talked to Steph before the game when tip-off started. We just tried to get Jimmy the ball as much as we could to start the game to try to get him into rhythm. And even though he only shot 4 shots tonight, he made the right play over and over again. But I know when playoffs roll around and it's time, Jimmy will be there.
Okay, that's what he's saying. The playoff Jimmy's going to be there. Josh and 580, Joe Shasky, everyone's saying playoff Jimmy, when push comes to shove, don't worry, he'll be there. I haven't seen this version of playoff Jimmy. You're all talking about Miami Heat, Philadelphia 76er. I haven't seen Golden State Warrior playoff Jimmy yet. Call me a skeptic right now.
I don't think they need that version.
I'm not saying he's going to be 30 points a game, Jimmy Butler. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
Can
and
you give me 20 plus scoring?
I mean, he's giving you 18 a game right now.
20 plus.
Oh, okay, but what about the 6 or 7 assists that he gets every single night?
Great.
Like Wiggins wasn't giving you that output, but he was giving you the 18
Stephen
points.
Curry's 37 years old, and he's going to have some bad shooting performances.
Yeah.
He's not going to score in some of these.
Yeah, but
I need Jimmy to step up in those games.
I got Moody,
and I
who's
question
better.
mark.
I got Hield, who can come out
Moody
the
has
bench.
not
I
been
got
good shooting the
Post.
ball lately.
No,
Couldn't post, I haven't
that
seen
I don't
for
deny.
a while. Yeah, like you said.
GP2 has.
Okay.
Pods has.
Okay.
Right? Like, so there's a yin and a yang here. Like, yes, is there a sweet spot number of shots I would like Jimmy Butler to take? Absolutely. But the guy generates a ton of his overall floor game is significantly better than Andrew Wiggins. It's undeniable.
Well, I agree with that. He's a better player overall than Andrew Wiggins is. Yes, that is a fact. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Having said that, Andrew Wiggins was unbelievable in that run, and I don't want to get that lost in the shuffle here. Like, if Jimmy Butler can replicate what Andrew Wiggins did for that playoff run, yeah, maybe we are talking about.
What was most memorable about Andrew Wiggins during that run?
As a two-way player, it felt like whenever he was taking a mid-range shot or he just took a jump shot, it was going in.
Clutch shots. I think
and he took on the team's best player on the opposite end.
That was where I was going to go.
That was huge.
The rebounding and the defense.
Yes.
The rebounding and the defense. And so I didn't think yes, he was.
And Andrew was young. Andrew, I'll say this. Andrew Wiggins was young then. What was he, 27, 28?
26 maybe?
26 maybe?
I'll look it up.
The youth matters in those series. How old's Jimmy Butler? He's 35. Like that, the age.
Wiggs was 26.
26.
Yeah. He was younger.
That's a 9-year difference in age between these two players that we're comparing.
Don't you trust Moody and Kuminga significantly more than back then? Don't you trust?
I don't know, because I need to see Moses. Moses is going to be a starter in a playoff series. We'll see.
Do you trust GP2 now more than you did then?
Sure.
Okay. Like I look at teams win and lose, right? Like,
yes.
I know we want to hyper focus on individuals, but I think that
teams
this
win
team
and
is
lose,
better.
But individuals on teams get isolated, and whether those players can step up or not dictates the series. Lonnie Walker on line 1, right? Like, stuff like that happens, and you can't bake that into the equation. Let's go out to AJ's in LA, wants to join in the conversation. Shasky thinks they're winning the West, potentially the whole damn thing. AJ, are you feeling that?
Nah, not at all. I love these dudes, man. I love the Dubs. 100%, I love them. But, no, they're not winning the West. And if they get in a play-in, if they fall in a play-in, I think that they're going to get knocked out because Kerr have never won a play-in game, right? And I think that he's going to need time to make an adjustment in the series. And I said this before, that small ball lineup that he's running out there, that's not going to be the lineup that he'll need to win in a playoff series. And so he's going to run that same lineup in a playoff game and get smoked off the floor. He's going to need a playoff series to determine, like, okay, I need to make an adjustment. I have to get Pods out of there because I need length, I need range, I need guys who's going to sit down in the POA. And another challenge here is that Andrew Wiggins and Otto Porter, those guys could run the small ball because you had about 4 guys on the floor that could really defend. You could make up for it because Jordan Poole, here's the thing about Jordan Poole, what made him so incredible. He could really take off the dynamic aspects of the offense with Steph Curry off the floor. I do not believe that they have anyone who could create that gravity, be that dynamic when Steph Curry missed time, because Steph Curry obviously is going to miss something. Something's going to happen. That's Steph Curry, right? So what do you do after that? What's going to happen? And who's your 4 great defenders who could protect Steph Curry in a rotation? Because historically speaking, in the Steve Kerr system, he always had 4 dynamic defenders.
Yeah, I don't think Clay was back in. I love Clay in 2020. Clay was not a dynamic defender in 2022.
Thanks, AJ.
I hear him, and I'll respectfully disagree with certain things. No, I wouldn't go that far. I appreciate him.
I thought that was a solid call.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
He was skeptical.
Wiggins was a dynamic defender.
Yes.
There's no doubt. Okay.
I wouldn't consider Otto Porter. He had size. He wasn't a dynamic defender.
No.
How are you going to come on here, though, and say that lineup doesn't work when they've lost 1 game with it?
I'm sorry. That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
he said closing. He said that lineup's not going to work if you're closing the game with them.
Well, I don't think they will.
No, because in the Lakers series, remember what it was. Or the Lakers game last week, Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, Pods, and Kuminga.
I
think the closing lineup. That's...
Well, and look, if you don't think GP2 is going to get a close, in a certain...
And he wasn't available in that game.
That's what I'm saying. Like we've learned this version of the Warriors, I think they have more eligible guys to close than we're giving them credit for. I actually think they have more of a tool belt of players that can specifically be utilized in a 7-game series, and I think we're underrating it. During the regular season, you want scorers, you want guys that are, better than that. In a playoff series, I need specific matchup guys. Specific. And I think the Warriors have that personnel. There's a difference.
And they got the coach that exploits that very well.
Exactly.
Steve Kerr has been through, he's lost one Western Conference series. Let me just say that one more time. Steve Kerr as a head coach has lost one Western Conference series.
And I would argue they weren't the better team. The better team was the Lakers, and they deserved it, and they won, and they did systematically break them down.
And that was built into a just tumultuous season that came to a head.
Yeah.
And there was a lot baked into it with the punch, all of that. It all came crashing down in that series. And again, the lights were bright. And so again, players stepping up. Clay didn't step up in that series. He had, let's just call it what it is. Probably the worst series he's ever had in his entire career. It was bad.
Clay
in that Lakers series. It was not good.
Look, we all love Clay, and I feel like I'm dogging him by even bringing up some of the negatives, but to act like 2022 or 2023 Clay was equivalent to prime 2018 Clay is just, it's not accurate.
No.
He was still a good player, but what made him so good is that he could guard anyone on the perimeter and was just an absolute dog. I mean, one of the greats. I'm being real. Pre-injury Clay is one of the greats. He may not be in somebody else's top 50 or whatever.
Top 75.
The fact he wasn't a top 75 player is some of the most absurd accounting that we can do
there
as a league.
There was a couple players left off there. Dwight Howard's another one's like, what are we doing? Like,
if I asked Magic Johnson, hey, Magic, would you rather start in a starting 5 with Dame Lillard? And I'm not trying to pick on Dame, but he made that top 75 list.
He did.
Dame or Clay? If I asked,
well, real quick on that, Magic is a number one, so it's easier because Clay doesn't have to be a number one. Dame, again, I know he's not your favorite player. He was a number one.
Is he a number one on the Bucks right now?
No, he's hurt. But but Giannis is also like 10 years younger than him or whatever. Not 10 years, but you know what I mean? Like, no, there's levels to it. But he was the best player on a team that went on a deep run in the playoffs. I give credit there. I don't think Clay could ever be a number one on a playoff
I don't think you need it, but that doesn't mean you're not awesome. James Worthy.
I don't know. Yeah,
James
I'm
Worthy
not trying to get in that. I'm not trying to get in that.
I know,
argument.
but I think where I'm going at is just like, we use this algorithm that Clay was Clay, and yeah, they won it all. He wasn't that same version.
No,
he was a different version.
Yeah, he tore his Achilles.
Yeah, he was a different version. He was still productive.
Yes. Nick is in Berkeley, one of our go-tos. What's up, Nick?
What's up, Nick?
You're on with Spadoni and Chasky. What you got, man?
Hey, good morning, y'all. Hey, what is our record since we got Jimmy Butler? You know what I mean? And check it out. When the Warriors out-rebound you and when the Warriors don't commit turnovers, the Warriors rarely lose.
Mm-hmm.
It's two simple things. Out-rebound the other team, get more steals than the other team, and do not turn the ball over doing dumb passes and throwing the ball into orbit, okay, when there's nobody there. You know what I'm saying? That is what all we have to focus on. When the Warriors do those three simple things, they usually win the game. And like you said, but Kerr has lost one playoff series. Kerr is a genius, quite frankly, and he's got more rings than anybody else. And I don't even know what the doubting Toms are talking about on this all the time about Kerr. Kerr is not the problem. The problem is we have to hit shots from the perimeter to lure the teams out there, and that's when we attack the glass, and that's how we get them. You know what I mean? Kerr knows what he's doing. I don't know what he's got scheming. He's scheming right now. Jimmy Buckets is laying in the weeds, getting ready to strike like a rattlesnake. Don't worry about Jimmy. It's the mental, because what it is right now, the physicality of all the players isn't that too drastic, separation in terms of physical ability. It's the mental. It's what the coach is drawing up. You got a lot of garbage coaches in the NBA that shouldn't even be in the NBA. They steadily losing. Kerr's not steadily winning. So that's what's up. Warriors, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. We're on fire right now. The butler is serving dinner to all you cats. We're in their other team's kitchen, and we're cooking. That's all I got.
You know, it's... I'm thinking about it. He has 4 titles, right? Do you think...
What are we, 22-5 now, Jimmy Butler?
En route to the 5th final for Popovich, did San Antonio radio take as many Popovich doesn't know what he's doing calls like we do with Steve Kerr. I'm curious.
Is there a radio station in San Antonio? I don't even know. But
There
yeah,
has to
it's a great question. But Greg Popovich, he was the only guy that won a title there. And I get it. Like Steve Kerr is the only guy that's won a title here. But the amount of calls we took that, and people still believe this. Again, people still believe this to this day. Mark Jackson, just give him another year. They would have won the title. Mark Jackson, he would have won all those titles. People believe that. Stephen A was one of them.
Chip Kelly had Jimmy G.
Oh my God, Chip.
No, but I'll give Mark Jackson credit. No, he did a good job.
He changed the culture of this team. He did do that. I will give him credit there.
I don't think
and
they
he
ever won a title.
And he instilled a defensive mentality with this team that they desperately needed. Now the offense, that was Steve Kerr's baby. He brought that Spurs system in here and took it to another level with Steph Curry.
There's no guarantee he plays Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Right? No one ever brings that up. It's like
we're talking about relationships with players.
You just never know.
Talking about relationships with players. Steve Kerr, I know he's had some, JK's been widely documented at times, maybe Moody. He hasn't gone along with all of his players. Great. Jordan Bell, right? There's been some things, but for the most part, his players have his back and vice versa. And he never speaks ill about other players.
Joe.
Mark Jackson and Andrew Bogut hated each other. Let's just call it what it is.
If you coach long enough, there will be families that hate your guts.
Oh, dude, people hate you, Joe?
There will be individual kids that you just don't, for whatever reason, you try and you can't click with them or sync with them. It happens.
The John Morant kids.
It's like any relationship. You work in a setting, let's say you're a foreman at a construction site. You're not super tight with every single person on that job site.
No.
It's called human nature.
Real quick, Anthony Slater, who's going to join us tomorrow, slates. I guess he's been doing weekly Monday hits with Willard and Dibbs. I don't know, something like that. Anthony
Play the
Slater,
Cisco song. Somebody's sleeping in my bed.
I thought it was going to be the thong song. Anthony Slater asked about Butler's offensive hesitancy. And this is, again, something that Brandon Podziemski alluded to after the game. Hey, we're trying to get Jimmy more involved offensively. Maybe he's a little too unselfish. Slater talking about Willard and Dibbs. Anthony Slater covers the team for 95.7 The Game and also for The Athletic about Butler's offensive hesitancy.
I think he's shooting it about the amount of times per game he was in Miami. I think it's about 2 field goal attempts per game down from peak Miami regular season Jimmy Butler. But, he's older. He doesn't have that pop and lift to the rim. I think he's hesitant at times to take challenge shots in traffic against size. And they're going to need it. And we'll see. He keeps hinting it'll be there when I need it. You felt like it was needed last night, but he's not he's never been your traditional superstar scorer. And I think at this stage of his career, 35, he's even less of that from a pop, standpoint at the rim. So they're going to, I don't think you could just rely every night come the playoffs, he's going to be able to score 30. Certainly some nights he probably will, but you're going to need scoring elsewhere. Kuminga's obviously a name. Maybe he can help you in the scoring category. So he does so much else, though. I think we all see that.
That was Anthony Slater on Willard and Dibbs on Monday. Slates will join us tomorrow. Have some reaction to this little 2-game step here as the Warriors are taking on the Spurs tonight. Coverage of that starts at 6 with Warriors Live. Tip-off at 7 right here on 95.7 The Game. We got some calls to clean up on the other side. Plus, we got a little Masters talk. Maybe talk some Giants. Maybe. Sky's not falling. All right. They've lost 2 in a row. It's not the end of the world. But the offense has not really scored any runs, and that's a little bit concerning for me. But again, they're 8-3. The Padres lost yesterday to the A's. Shout out the A's. Got their first win in Sacramento. And the Dodgers also fell again to the Nationals. They didn't lose any ground in the NL West. It's Spadoni. It's Jasky. Come on home on the other side on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by the San Francisco National Airport.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee.
What's up, LJ? Not baby LJ, but Larry June. Shout out baby LJ, though, as you were just showing me some videos of my guy chucking it like Brandon Podziemski. Was he making it like Pods?
Yeah, he was. We did pork chops and mashed potatoes last night.
Oh, okay. So how do you cut them super small? Obviously, super tiny.
So I go to either Guerra Meats or I go up to Tower Market.
Prices have been good on pork lately.
They have.
It's been reasonable, yeah.
The thin cut bone-in pork chop, you can fry it in the pan in like a cast iron skillet.
A couple minutes, not even. Yeah.
I do this rub. It's called Oakland Dust.
Oh.
It's. I'm telling you, I don't know where. Like I know Tower sells it, which is Molly Stone's. Excuse me. It's called Oakland Dust, and it's like a red looking. It's not super spicy because I don't want it to be too spicy for the little guy.
Right.
And then just a little bit of salt, pepper, garlic, and stuff on there as well. It's called Oakland Dust is the name of the rub, but I'll put that on the pork and I just flash fry it on either side for a couple of minutes, and then they cook super quick.
You know what the spice blend I use? Shout out the Spice Girls. If you ever go to Trader Joe's, it's very difficult with the kid, but if you do go there, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. I love their prices. I love TJ's. I always use the joke, by the way, you should probably too, and you'll get people to buy it. You know, if your name is Joe, you actually get like a 5% discount when you go there. You show them your ID. I swear to God, 90% of the people believe me when I say that. Just tell them that next time.
Will they give it to you?
No, you even believed it right there. No, they will not.
Oh.
But you believed it for a second.
I thought that's where you were going with the story.
No, that was the joke. But I will say this. Trader Joe's has this thing called everyday seasoning. It has like a built-in grinder. I use it on everything.
Really?
Literally, it's called everyday
like Montreal seasoning.
So no. Sea salt, mustard seeds, black peppercorns, coriander, onion, garlic, paprika, and chili peppers. Everything. Steak, your meat, your eggs in the morning, you fry some eggs, everything it goes well with.
I would argue
everyday seasoning from Trader Joe's, elite.
I would argue Montreal seasoning
good.
Can be a base for almost any protein.
It's great. Yeah, but they have Montreal steak and chicken seasoning now too, so they differentiate from poultry to steak. But I'm with you on that.
Oakland Dust is the name of the one that I use on pork, and I'm telling you, it's killer. So we did that yesterday.
I know a different kind of Oakland Dust, but we won't get into that. Continue. What?
Don't talk about that.
What did I say?
It's a -1.
Oh, come on, you guys. Come on, Sam. You live in the streets like me. Come on, the hard streets.
Sam's at the docks at the Port of Oakland.
It's a much more cushier neighborhood right now.
Here.
Go 2 blocks over.
We live like 2 blocks away from each other. So yeah, it's fine. That might have been
You guys really live 2 blocks away from each other?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, we can.
Do you ever see him around town?
No, we stay in our apartments.
Yeah, that would imply that I leave my apartment. That's gross out there.
We're tired after you, Joe. Like as you say, I'm going home to have a nap and eat some tacos. That's literally what we're doing too. We're just going home and sleeping.
That's literally what I'm doing today.
There you go.
Gonna take a nice nap, and then I'll listen to the boss after the show and critique the hell out of us, and then take my nap, and then wake up, and then I gotta go West Sunset for baseball practice, and then I got a big softball game tonight.
Look.
Screw that.
I love the Jimmy Butler talk, but you talk about Trader Joe's, I'm out. Everyday seasoning, Oakland Dust. What are you guys doing? You're losing the audience right now. Brian and Hayward will get to you in a second. Oscar and Stockton, 888-957-9570. Hey, the Giants are back, and so is Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky are bringing the best Giants talk in the Bay Area back twice a week this season. And for all your Giants talk needs, subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast today, available on the free Odyssey app or wherever else you listen to your podcast. So congratulations to you. Giants back in action today at the yard. Try to avoid a sweep. Yeah, a sweep. We got Verlander on the bump. It's a beautiful day there. I was like, man, if I didn't have therapy today at 1, I'd definitely want to go to that game. Verlander's still a appointment. I don't care if he's 50 years old. He's 42, 43. Mm-hmm. Didn't have a great outing last time. I'm looking for a bounce back for him today.
Me too. And they need to score some runs.
Yeah, can you get someone on? Can you get someone to score, please?
They've played good ball. It's just that they've hit the ball hard right at people.
Speaking of playing good ball, the Warriors have been playing good ball, and they had a big win yesterday, bounce back after their loss. They have another one today. All right. So we look at the Western Conference standings right quick. And Brian and Oscar will get to you in just a second, I promise. But we have to go through this Western Conference because it changes daily. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. The season ends on Sunday when you take on the Clippers. But as it stands right now, the 4 seed are the Clippers at 47-32. The Nuggets are the 5th seed, same record. The Warriors are the 6th seed with the same record. And the Grizzlies are the 7th seed in the play-in scenario right now with the same record. So all 4 of those teams tied at 47-32. You got the Lakers at the 3rd seed. They're not quite locked into that, Although if they go 2-1, I think in their next three, and their next three are at Dallas today. It's Luka Doncic's first game back against the Mavericks in Dallas. So that's going to be interesting. And then you got the Rockets for them, who probably aren't going to be playing anyone, I would assume. That's going to be the Rockets for the Lakers on April 11th in 2 days. So that's on Friday. And then on Sunday, they're at the Fighting Chauncey. Win one for Chauncey on Sunday against the Blazers. You'll be rooting for them. Maybe, depending if the Warriors, make it interesting here. Could they get pushed up to the third spot, get greedy? It is a possibility still. So the Lakers got those three. You got the Clippers, obviously. You're going to be rooting for the Rockets tonight, Joe. And that's why it was a big...
Ime Udoka and them boys.
It was a big loss for the Lakers if you were a Warriors fan yesterday, because you were actually kind of rooting for the Lakers, as Sam was explaining yesterday. Because had the Lakers won that game in Oklahoma City, the Rockets wouldn't have clinched that number 2 spot. So they'd have something to play for tonight, but now they don't have anything to play for, and they're playing the Clippers, who you want to lose, obviously.
I know. It's just... the conspiracy theorist in me is like,
oh my God.
The Lakers hate the Warriors so much, they purposely got the refs to eject Luka so that they would lose that game.
It's probably my fault. I'm 0-1 as a Lakers fan
I got the call. Spectrum Sports, Luka Doncic yelling at a fan, but the ref thought it was at him. Take a listen.
Knowing that they'd have the refs in their pocket.
Doncic starts, stop, shoot, gonna score.
Well, he got the switch. He won it again. Hardenstein. Luka's thrown out of the game.
Oh, no.
Luka just got thrown out.
There you go. Second technical. Doncic is gone.
Luka is saying he was talking to a fan, and the official is saying he was talking to me. So that's his second technical. He's out of the game. Luka makes this shot, and I guess one of the fans in the first row, he was saying something. Luka said something back, and the official happened to be in that area.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick on that. It's kind of weak sauce, right? We can't talk trash to fans anymore.
The refs have lost me.
It's been ridiculous. It was ridiculous because it was a really fun game. Just as a casual fan of basketball, that's the Thunder and Lakers going down to the wire. And Luka was obviously made a big shot, and they had a 1-point lead. And then you're taking him out of the game, and then it's like a 20-5 run for the Thunder.
In that situation, how is that not able to be reviewed?
Right?
It's
absurd. Because the ref thought it was directed at him, and the ref obviously is gonna be like, no. This is no. He was talking to me. He was talking to me.
Are we working to get the calls right, or are we looking to just appease the ego of a bunch of NBA officials?
I don't know what to tell you. But with that win, the Rockets are the number 2 seed now in the West, and they have nothing else to play for, and they're taking on the Clippers tonight. And then you got the Nuggets, who are taking on the Sacramento Kings, who are really at this point just playing for hosting a game at the Golden One Center in Sacramento. They're going to be playing the Mavericks. We just need to know how that's going to happen, whether it's going to be Dallas in Sacramento. And the Nuggets,
Dallas beats the Kings in that play-in.
Right.
I mean,
who's the interim head coach for Dallas? It's Rick Adelman's son, correct?
That's Denver.
That's what did I say? No, Denver, right?
Dallas.
Oh, Dallas. Sorry, that's what I meant. Obviously, Denver, they have the new head coach. It's going to be an interim on an interim basis. Michael Malone's gone.
There's so many of them, I can't even keep up with it.
Jason Kidd's still in Dallas, I think. Nico Collins probably.
David Adelman.
David Adelman. There, he's Rick's son. Okay, so David Adelman, the interim head coach over in Denver, taking on the Kings. So we got that. Obviously, the Warriors taking on the Spurs. So that's tonight, the back end of a back-to-back for both of these squads. And that's going to be at Chase Center, and coverage of that right here on 95.7 The Game starting at 6. Then you got the Grizz taking on the T-Wolves. And that's tomorrow, though, so you don't have to worry about that tonight.
Do we want the Grizz or the T-Wolves? We probably want the Grizz to win, right?
I would assume...
Or do we want the T-Wolves to win? Because no matter what, if we're tied with both those teams, we would get the advantage on them both.
I guess we'll find out today if the Warriors win or lose. That's going to be what it's dependent on, right? Because if the Warriors lose tonight to the Spurs, again, we're talking about all hypotheticals here. If you lose tonight, you're 47-33. You got the Grizzlies still with a half game ahead of you there. They win, they build that advantage on top of you. That's a full game. But if the Timberwolves win in that scenario, then all three of you guys are tied again at 47-33. And by virtue of the tiebreak over those two teams, so you would be rooting for the Timberwolves in that scenario if the Warriors lose tonight. Yes. Warriors take care of their own business. Just win tonight. Everything else will take care of itself.
If you win tonight, and then tomorrow the T-Wolves win,
you have a full game on both the T-Wolves and the Grizzlies.
So you're essentially
2
locking
games,
yourself
basically.
into the 6 at minimum.
Basically.
God, we need that.
Absolutely.
We need that.
So that's where we're at there.
We need the T-Wolves.
So the 4 games to take an eye on tonight. Lakers, Mavericks, Clippers, Rockets, Nuggets, Kings, Warriors, Spurs. It's going to be very interesting to see how all of those shake out. Let's go to Brian in Hayward. He's been hanging on
What's
tight.
up, Brian?
Then we'll get to Oscar in Stockton. What's up, Brian? You think this Warriors team is just running through the West and going all the way? Joe Shasky thinks so. What do you think?
Well, I think they're going to be the team representing.
As I said, go through the West.
Okay,
go through the West. I'm not saying win it all right now, but definitely win the West. Do you agree with that, Brian?
I do. Right now, I do. And another thing is, I don't know what happened over these last few days or these last few weeks, but all these coaches getting fired, I don't like it.
Insane.
And if I hear another caller, if you guys let another caller call in talking about how Steve Kerr this, Steve Kerr that, just tell them to meet me, okay? I'm in Hayward, downtown Main Street, and I'll take care of this BS, guys, because I know you guys have to stay professional, but I'm tired of hearing it. Every time we lose a game, we go on a little streak that's not positive. Everybody's calling for Kerr.
Hey, Brian, real quick, you're on fire. If they lose tonight to the Spurs, I guarantee you people will be calling tomorrow blaming Steve Kerr. He didn't have them motivated enough to play in this game. It'll be a thing, and I hope you are listening. And we usually don't do callers on back-to-back days. You are allowed to. If the Warriors lose tonight and people are berating Steve Kerr, please call back tomorrow, Brian. I urge you to. And they'll meet you out in Hayward.
I hope I don't have to. I'll call back regardless, guys. How about that? Okay, I'll call back regardless.
I like it.
I remember watching this team come up in the last 2 years with Mark Jackson, and I didn't understand it at the time, but his lack of strategy and his attitude towards the organization weren't helping. That's why they got rid of him. He wasn't a bad guy. I mean, who cares? He's gone. But Steve Kerr was everything we needed. Strategy, a manager of men, a manager of champions. I don't care what sport, what level, what age group. You have to be a manager of people, and you have to be a manager of champions if you want to go all the way. That's what Steve Kerr is. Nobody in the league outside of Greg Popovich has that ability to step in a room and say, I am a manager of men, I am a manager of champions, period. So next time somebody wants to call for Steve Kerr's head, remind them, hey, this guy took us from that fringe to a dynasty. So no matter what happens.
No, Brian, I'm going to remind them to meet you out in Hayward to fight you, is what I'm going to remind them. Brian's out in Hayward. He's got your back, Steve Kerr. Hell of a call right there. And give him his give him his flowers. The amount of people that we had calling when the Jimmy Butler trade happened with Steve Kerr, it's like, I don't know. All those personalities, Draymond and Jimmy. Can Steve Kerr handle it? He's a nice guy, but I don't know. Yeah, well, I think he's handled it pretty damn well. Wouldn't you say? Everything involved?
There's not a doubt in my mind. Now, look, are there things that you can critique?
Real quick on that, I don't say that lightly. I don't know if it would work with JJ Redick as a head coach, as a rookie. I don't know if it would work with Ime Udoka if they had gotten Jimmy Butler somehow.
Oh, well, that I agree with. I subscribe to that.
His ability to connect with players is very underrated. And then it goes back to his playing days when he played with some of the greatest of all time. And who did he learn from? Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich.
Lute Olson.
Yes. Thank you. I won't forget that.
Yeah. Pete Rose, whatever you think about him, he was a savant when it came to baseball.
One of, if not the greatest hitter in the history of the game.
And cerebrally understood the game at a level that very few have. He has one of my favorite coaching quotes. When you're coaching individuals, there's 3 things that you can do. Pat them on the back, kick them in the butt, or ignore them completely, as in don't talk to them. And to a degree, it's up to you as the coach to figure out who needs what and when they need it.
What do you like in all 3? Let me, real quick. Are you a pat on the back guy, or you ignore me? I knew I messed up kind of a guy.
Well, there's a time and a place.
Kick in the pants?
There's a time and a place.
Okay.
Right after I just popped up, I don't need one of my swing coach buddies to try to explain to me, you're pulling your head, you're doing this. Dude, shut up. I know. Right. I can tell by the results. Right. There's a time to leave me alone.
Right.
There's also a time.
If you had a bad show or something here, and we felt like we didn't do our best. Yeah, I know.
Well, there's days where I just want to walk out.
Exactly.
Right. And I just kind of need to let it breathe and then leave me alone. So I think it's up to you to have the emotional intelligence as the manager, coach, whatever, to know when and where to press those buttons.
Yeah. No, then I'm probably an ignore guy. Like, I get it. Like, I'm my own worst critic. And some players are like that, where it's like, hey, either a pat on the back or just leave them alone. Don't talk. Pitchers, a lot. Don't talk to the pitcher. He knows.
So, I see a lot of coaches make this mistake. And as a young coach, coaching youth, I did this a lot. The games are happening, and you're micromanaging every possession.
Yeah.
Hey, little Timmy, pass to him, cut, do this. That's for practice. Now, it took me a long time to understand that. In the game, less is more, because the less you say becomes more impactful for them, and you have to allow them opportunities to fail and succeed. And you have to be comfortable with yourself and the job that you've done in practice, that the games are going to reflect that. Can you make adjustments? Can you do little subtleties? And there's no doubt about it. But if you're breathing and lording over them the way Kapler did with the Giants at the top step, like lording over them on every possession, you're going to lose everyone.
Right. No,
you just are.
It's a good point. Oscar is in Stockton, wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Oscar, Warriors winning the West?
Man, you know we winning the whole damn thing. You already know that, man. Check this out. One thing about me, I watch every game, every team. I'm a Warriors diehard. I'm a basketball junkie. And for people that have not been watching, and I'm with my boy Hayward, I'll be willing to help. Anybody got anything to say about Steve Kerr, I'll come from Stockton and meet him in Hayward to help him out. But on that point, the Warriors is the most inspirational team going right now. Not only that, head and shoulders over everybody, the IQ level that we have as far as playing. And everybody talking about Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is, like you say, he's setting his ways, but we're going to need Jimmy to do a little bit more in the playoffs, but he's not a number one. He's playing his role right. And people don't understand that the youngsters that we do have, Moses Moody and Kuminga, they have championship rings. And everybody keep on talking about Steve Kerr favoring. No, he's not favoring nobody. They play different positions. And one thing about Podziemski, his IQ level is different. He's on another level. Just put it, that's how it is now in real life. And so Steve Kerr is doing the best coaching job in the NBA. Not only that, when you got veterans like Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler, they know how to inspire the youngsters to play hard. And I got to leave you guys with this. The chef is in the kitchen cooking up some greens, and the Butler is serving the whole NBA with some of that kabuki cornbread. The Warriors is winning it all. Go Warriors. I'm out.
It's Oscar in Stockton. I can go for some greens and cornbread right now.
We've got to be the only show in America currently where callers are calling out other callers to meet them and fight them over the head coach.
Well, Oscar's going to drive to Hayward from Stockton to hang out with Brian, and hey, come fight him if you don't like Steve Kerr, guys.
With the gas prices being what they are, that's dedication.
Well, they might drive Teslas, it might be electric. You think Oscar in Stockton's a Tesla guy?
Okay, with electricity prices being what they are, that's saying a lot.
Oh, man. 888-957.
My favorite, Oscar, I love you, but watching every NBA game every day, that's dedication.
Gotta be locked in on League Pass.
League Pass Loveman, that's what they call him over there. By the way, I'm going to look at some of the games today.
Making stuff
How
up
many minutes
are you
Hawks basketball have you guys all watched collectively?
Oh, I got some stinkers for you today. Give me a 76ers Washington Wizards at 4:00 Pacific time today. You putting money on that one, Carter?
Duh.
Give me a Charlotte Hornets at Toronto Raptors at 4:30.
I would watch the 76ers if they invited Derek Coleman to come play for them again.
Give me Portland Trailblazers in Utah tonight at 6:00. How about that one for you?
Gotta have all 82 games, man.
Chauncey Billups is fired up for that one.
Give me Miami Heat, Chicago Bulls. 5:00, baby.
That could be a 9-10 preview right there.
So it's like the middle of the third quarter. This is you dropped the league pass, which is the Bonte's calling card. I'm texting him about something last night. We were going back and forth.
Right.
And this guy's like, not even really watching the Warrior game. I'm watching the Giants right now. I'm like, what?
That's right.
League pass Bonte gave up on the Warriors Suns in the third quarter? It's only a 41-point game.
Let's keep it a buck. We had 7 minutes to go in the second, and I said, all right, we can do our show call now. This game's over. And then Shasky answers like, wait, is it halftime yet? I was like, no, but this game's over, so let's go. And it was kaput. 888-957-9570. We were talking about head coach and head coach is, and Steve Kerr being probably the best remaining of the bunch. I'm taking him over anyone else in the West. Now that Michael Malone's gone, I did want to play this sound because I do wonder, again, it's always local and how it's perceived in the Warriors angle. How is it perceived when this happened in Denver, when it happened there? Well, we have the sound from the reaction of 92.5 The Altitude. It's an Aussie station, I'm assuming.
What a name.
It is kind of great.
Altitude. I love that.
They're always high up there.
The air up there.
There you go. They're reacting in their reaction to the immediate firing of one Michael Malone.
Firing your championship-winning head coach with 3 games to go in the regular season before the start of the playoffs is wild. That is nutso stuff. Like this is some of the most stunning Denver sports news I've ever that I can recall ever. Like this is crazy.
Okay, why do you think they chose this time? What's your theory?
Jamal Murray's hamstring injury is very real. The likelihood of him playing again this year is pretty small. They were going to get bounced anyway because they're going to get bounced anyway if Jamal doesn't play. And the change was going to get made. So why wait?
So you don't think this is a play because we think we can win with a different strategy? This is a house cleaning move.
That's what it feels like to me. This feels like we were going to do it anyway, so let's just do it right now.
Well, then why not just wait to see if something could happen? Like maybe they find something in a given series, Jamal Murray comes back and they win a series, and all of a sudden they have a favorable matchup in the second round. Like, see, I don't get it either. I really am trying to wrap my head around it. Like, and they both.
Why would anyone who has options want to go work for you after you did that to that guy?
Exactly.
You wouldn't even let me finish the season out?
Like that's. Again, did you really?
I didn't earn that?
You wanted to check out interim head coach David Adelman and what he's doing?
And it also sounded to me like Kevin Dana was talking to Nick Wright there.
Cash me out.
Those guys sounded like a version of the Altitude's Kevin Dana, and I love you, Kevin. I know you're listening, versus Nick Wright. That's what that show sounded like. God, we're so much better. I'm better. I mean,
jeez. All right. Well, maybe I was going to.
Jury's still out on you. No, I'm just teasing.
I laughed.
I'm teasing. That was funny.
I laughed when he said, in the history of Denver sports, this is one of the craziest things ever. I was like, has there been anything else crazy in Denver sports?
Russ.
Stop.
What?
Stop. By the way, I told everyone, did I not, at the start of the season? The moment they signed Russell Westbrook, you knew this team wasn't winning a title. I told everyone that, and everyone laughed at me. Oh, it was just a situation. He is a losing basketball player. I get it that he's a top 75 player.
Is?
He won an MVP.
But what about the situations?
Oh, stop. Guys always cantankerous. It's everyone else's fault. He doesn't take.
Loser,
thank you. That is what he is.
Yeah, that I will
high
give
level
you.
loser.
Yes, he
Russell
is a high level loser.
Absolutely. And it all comes
salty
back to him
too.
Yes, very salty.
But I do respect him.
After saying, no, he's a high-level loser, but I do respect him.
Well, because every great, has to have a couple high-level losers in their life. Like, great example, I love Boomer Esiason. He's kind of a high-level loser in terms of his NFL accolades.
He did, but I thought he was a high-level broadcaster, though. He's a very good broadcaster.
Agreed.
Radio host.
I'm talking about as a player.
Okay, sure.
Right? Like, you got to have a couple, like... Kansas City radio looks at the Niners as some high-level losers.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That sucks to be on the other end of that.
That's where that drop comes from. It's Shanahan. He's a high-level loser. Who is that? RJ Fairfield? Is that who that is? Or who is that? I don't know.
TC and Sac.
TC. Where are they at? Where's Sacramento, by the way?
TC's trying to light beams right now. So
are they all locked in? Are they all in on
got
the
traded
plan?
to San Antonio with De'Aaron Fox.
TC's in Chicago.
Watch TC's become like one of the 4,000 that are at Sutter Health Park.
Oh my God! Hey! Congratulations to the A's. Got their first win in Sacramento. Sacramento A's, baby. They got their first dub. Dylan Cease, by the way. Yikes! You want to take a few minutes just on the NL West right now? The Dodgers have lost a couple in a row. The Pods, Dodgers, the Giants. It's okay.
The division will never win again.
Stop. Didn't say that. City Connects though 0-1. Joe. City Connects they're 0-1. Tough look. But you got to give credit. I got to go my Mike Krukow here. You got to tip your cap. Nick Lodolo, Paisan. You can't sleep on those guys. Emilio Pagan gets the save. Landon Roop, it was a tough loss for him. 6 innings, gave up 7 hits, 1 earned run, but 4 Ks. I liked what I saw from Landon Roop.
You like golf, right?
Love golf.
Yeah,
the Masters. I got to see Bryson right now wearing the sweater.
One of the most insufferable phrases that I hear in golf, grow the game. Okay? I see the same thing happening, whether it's the NBA.
Wait, why is that insufferable? Real quick, why is that insufferable to say grow the game? I don't.
this whole like term of like, for example, I'll see celebrities. How
dare you say grow the game and make it better?
No, it's a marketing ploy that people will say like,
okay, the marketing aspect.
I find it to be.
What would you prefer them say without grow the game?
Well, I think the NBA and Major League Baseball have the same problem right now, and the problem is this: do you not know who your audience is? Like, I get that you want to cater things toward this niche 12-year-old, purchaser. The bulk of people who can afford jerseys and to go to the games, all that, they don't want outlandish, over-the-top stuff.
Where are we going here? I was just saying the
Connects.
Oh, God. Back to the City Connects.
I'm going to go to the City Connects.
Back to the Connects. Okay. Shout out Dalton.
If I asked you right now that the San Francisco Giants re-released the 1970s pullover orange San Francisco Willie McCovey version jerseys, would they not sell 3-1 whatever these City Connects are selling?
Not gonna lie, I would cop that.
I'm trying to look
Everyone
them up
would.
Now.
It's one of the most popular Mitchell and S throwbacks there is. All right,
they're clean. Yes, they're very nice.
There are 8 teams in baseball. Just hear me out here. There are 8 teams in baseball who should never have City Connects, and the reason being,
gonna be honest though, it kind of gives me more Orioles vibes these days because they've kind of owned that orange. But continue. But again,
there are 8 teams in Major League Baseball that have unbelievable variance over the decades, over 150 years of glorious uniforms. They don't need City Connects. A City Connect is for a team that has a small history and maybe has some brand stuff, like the Arizona Diamondbacks. What's their brand? They've only been around 40 years. The Marlins.
Serpientes.
What's their brand? They've only been around like 40 years. Teams like that. The Blue Jays can have some City Connects. What's their brand? They've only been around since 1977. The Phillies, the Cardinals, the Cubs, the Giants, the A's, the Yankees, the Red Sox.
Jays don't have a city, first and foremost, so they can't really connect with one, but I hear you there. But
and the Dodgers.
They're iconic brands and uniforms.
And the Dodgers. Those are 8 teams. They don't need City Connects. All right? They just don't. Huh? They have glorious throwback uniforms throughout the decades that are absolutely spectacular. You just need to pull back from your history and do throwbacks. It's very simple. You'll sell 10-1. And I looked into jersey sales yesterday, and I just went down the merchandise rabbit hole.
Of course you did.
The number one selling jerseys, all right, they don't give you the exact amount of jerseys that they're selling. But the Dodgers, the approximate revenue for merchandise sales is about $100 million. If you think you're making tens of millions of dollars off of a new line of apparel, you're mistaken. The bread and butter and the bulk of your merchandise is the classic retro stuff. Mitchell & Ness is wildly profitable because of retro, because of throwbacks, all right? You're not making that much money off of creating a brand new jersey. You're just not. So this thing about money is wrong, number one. You know where you're wasting money? Paying Tom Murphy $4 million. That's how you're wasting money. Just bring back the 1980 Giants jerseys, the Giant Attitude Hum Babies, all right? Does the Coca-Cola logo change year after year after year? No, there's a brand recognition. Has Apple changed its logo over the years? No.
They definitely do. They definitely do.
Apple has?
Yes.
They've changed their logo.
They've changed their every company changes their logo from time to time. Like I'm looking at Coca-Cola right now. They usually do it once a decade, it looks like.
Apple went from those striped colors to the solid apple. That was the only
But the silhouette has been the same.
Yeah.
All right? And that's where I'm going with
this. There's been a couple, I don't say, there's been like
the Lakers.
Yeah.
The Lakers, the Celtics don't need City Connects. Okay? If you're the Grizzlies, have at it. You've only been around for 30 years. All I'm saying is this, is there are certain brands in sports that don't need to be touched. USC football has one uniform.
Right on.
Penn State has one uniform.
We are.
Alabama has one uniform.
Roll Tide.
All right? Oregon football doesn't have the history of those
Ducks.
organizations. It's okay to have 1,000 uniforms when you're Oregon. You're building a brand. I get it. The Giants and the other 8 teams that I consider to be teams that have hallmark uniforms that don't need to be touched, we're just doing too much. And when you bring on somebody during the broadcast and you explain, this is why we went this way. Okay, they're called City Connects, correct?
Correct.
Why are you connecting to San Francisco and yet referencing a 3-year period when you were in New York? I thought you were connecting with San Francisco. Why are you connecting to the hippie era, which was the 60s and 70s, yet the patch says 1958? Why are you trying to do tie-dye?
They're honoring their history. That's fine.
What history?
The history of coming over from the East Coast to the West Coast. That was the history.
As a San Francisco Giants fan, I don't care really at all about the New York era.
Don't. There's actually a lot of Giants fans still in New York City.
Okay, well, they wore red and blue. Should we bring back red and blue?
No, well, as Sam Lemon alluded to, when you combine red and blue, it becomes what, Sam?
Purple. But to that point, though, like,
we're just doing
that's
too
New York.
much.
That's a completely different city. I thought we were supposed to be connecting to San Francisco.
That's my point.
We did. As we came over from New York, we connected to San Francisco.
All I'm saying is this. For all the jerseys you think you're selling and all of the young people, you know what gets people connected to the game?
All of the young people.
You know what gets people connected to the game? Like taking them to a game and playing catch with them in the backyard, not a jersey. Now, those are ancillary things. Ellie De La Cruz is one of the hottest jerseys in sports. And it's not the City Connect one. It's the classic Reds jersey. Of
course.
The classic Cincinnati Red pullover t-shirt jersey is one of the most popular. The Dodgers have 6 in the top 20. It's the most classic, basic uniform, and it has been unchanged for 70 years. We're overthinking this, all right? We're overthinking it. That's all I'm saying.
Is it fair to question, and I know we got to hit fast 5, that maybe the Giants brand, maybe, just maybe, isn't on the level of the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Dodgers, considering what's all taken place in the last decade? Maybe, just maybe.
If that's the case, then why do I go into the dugout store, the Giants game, on opening day, and what are people buying? They're buying the retro stuff.
Okay.
They're buying the retro. Number 1 selling jersey for the San Francisco Giants. Do you know who it is?
Willie Mays.
Yes.
Okay.
Number 1 selling jersey in sports, 67,000 Google searches per month, is the 49ers. Do you know what the number 1 jersey sale is?
Joe Montana.
And Brock Purdy. Okay?
Do you know what the number 1 selling segment is in Sports Talk Radio? It's Fast 5. All right, Joe, I'm allowing you to speak now. Forever hold your peace in regards to the City Connects. All right, that's your final
here's my last
There
thing.
it is, please.
It's the same thing on some of these movies, like White Men Can't Jump. The original was fine.
Yes.
You don't need to do the remix 40 years later.
You love Jack
with
Harlow.
lesser than quality products.
You love Jack Harlow. Come on.
Joe, retro and the original is good. If they redo Godfather or Goodfellas or Scarface or any of the classics.
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah, and it will be a lesser than version that won't be as beloved. It's okay to let something stand the test of time. It's okay.
Was there any movie remakes that were better than the original? Ever? That's got me thinking. No, seriously. Like, has there ever been one?
Also, I kind of enjoyed the Billy Bob Thornton Bad News Bears more than the Walter Matthau one.
Ocean's 11's a good one.
Ocean's 11 was good.
Ocean's 11.
But can we all admit it's pretty rare?
It's pretty rare. The Departed was a remake. The Departed.
Departed's awesome.
Star is Born's been remade like 5 times.
True Grit. Yeah, Star is Born's a good one.
But would you agree with me if you need a 10-minute dissertation and an entire diagram to explain why you built the jersey, you've overthought it. You've overthought it, dude. Like, it's okay. What's the most famous Warrior uniform? It's the cable car. It's classic. You don't need to do too much. It's okay. I bet if they re-release those as their current uniform right now, jersey sales would be 10-1 versus the black uniform that they just created as their alternate.
You didn't need to sell me on all that other stuff. You just show me the jersey of these Giant City Connects. I was hooked immediately. Carter, what you hooked on? Phonics?
I got a bold prediction for the NBA coming this summer. I think Klay Thompson is going to end up to be a Phoenix Sun.
Whoa!
I think that one of those 2 players is going to be traded to the Mavericks. He will be part of the trade. That's my prediction.
Poor Klay. He doesn't deserve that.
And then he'll be traded again, you think?
Probably. I mean, that's
back to the Warriors.
That's the rabbit hole, right?
Hey, there's still a possibility that the Mavericks.
Poor Klay.
Hold on. There's a possibility the Mavericks and the Warriors could play in a play-in scenario. Just saying. Sam Lubman, what you got?
He won't go over 10 on that one.
Oh, no.
No, my final thought is, I'm not a big fan of the City Connects, but if anyone out there is, I'm going to let you enjoy it. I don't want to be that guy. Enjoy what you want to enjoy in life. There's so many worse things that people can like in life. So, just enjoy the City Connects.
Sam, will you admit it was nauseating seeing how many social media posts the Giants and MLB and Fanatics put out there, combined with, hey, let's give these quote-unquote influencers the jerseys early, and they'll all put their posts on it. It's like, dude, either it's cool or it's not. You don't have to sell them on it. We know right away.
Honestly, didn't bother me. Just let it be.
Okay, he's a big Beatles fan. There you go. Shout out Trader Joe's Everyday Seasoning with the built-in grinder. That is my final thought today. Love that. I'm going to go season some food up. I make a nice tuna salad. It's Lent, right? So you have tuna on Fridays if you're Catholic. I like to use that as well. Make a nice tuna salad. Get a little of that pickle juice in there, a little mustard, a little mayo.
Pickles, onions?
Yeah, I like mine a little crunchier. I do like that. If I don't have
a dash of mustard.
Just a dash.
Yeah,
just a little bit. Yeah, get a little tang in there. You know what I actually do is the secret.
Mary Poppins style.
What I do is I actually like mine with a little heat. So I use little pepperoncinis in there. Little dice those up.
I like that.
Little heat, little juice from there. Yeah. Delicious. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Stanley and Guru are next, brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you, here for good.
perspective. Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line. He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job. I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Full squad's back.
Yeah.
Got Evan in the house. I feel whole again.
Back from Dreamville. That was a concert.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, I heard it was a rocker.
These things happen.
Yeah. Hey, Goo, you know what we should do today?
Start with an apology. You owe me one. We did 4 hours of radio. Evan wasn't here.
Oh, yeah.
And we were all in the same boat. I thought you and I were in the same little little paddle boat. Talking about Jimmy Butler and his shots.
Yeah.
Not that it was a big deal. Just there's going to be sometimes we want a little bit more. Yeah. Willard walks in here, your bestie, and you turn to him and go, I agree with you, Willard, when we were playing ping pong, but in the streets, you stabbed me in the back.
I'm scared of Willard.
And Will, I love you,
I have
but
a lot
for
of the
you
same
to do that
opinions
to me,
as Willard.
No, you didn't yesterday until he came in. I thought it was fake.
Actually, that's not true.
I'm here for an apology.
You know, you want Jimmy Butler to shoot 25 times a night.
No, I don't. That's out of context.
I like the way he's playing because they're 22-4 with him.
So do I.
And so Willard came in and he agreed with me.
So just erase the whole 4 hours we had up until they came in to where we were two peas in a pod. You and I.
You think?
I know. And to see while we were battling, you can remember I ain't getting it you.
We weren't
I got in the caddy and almost shed a thug tear.
We were not agreeing on Butler yesterday.
We were two peas in a pod until Willard came in.
Goose back.
Man. And then, real quick, I had a sweatsuit on that a lot of people are uncomfortable talking about. And then we get done with the show and Steiny goes, and I thought we have a relationship where we talk about all our misfortunes, our shortcomings. And you go, I didn't know how to bring it up on air, and that hurt.
Well, what do you want me to say?
We're open books. You wanted me to come out relationship.
You wanted me to come out yesterday and say what's going on with that suit.
Yeah.
Nah. I didn't want to get the show off to a bad start. I can't remember you ever wearing it. I just didn't know what to make of it.
Yeah, that's my way of saying good morning, man.
Okay. How you doing? Hey,
I'm better now.
By the way, speaking of apologies, where are all the mouths out there right now?
Where are all
the mouths out there? Oh, Pods gets favoritism.
I don't think there are any.
Pods gets every break.
He deserved it.
Pods brings apples to Steve Kerr, and that's why he plays.
Your boy is balling, man.
I mean,
wow.
Evan said it this way. Pods keeps playing like this, they might have action.
No, and I think they do.
They might have action.
And we talk about Jimmy Butler, Steiny. I think he's unlocked Pods the most.
Well, he better have because he doesn't shoot.
Right, but it don't matter. Put his shots, Pod/Jimmy. It's incredible. And Evan said it, and he hadn't heard me say it, and I heard Shasky mention it, Steiny. I'm just getting, I got to be careful, Jordan Poole vibes from Pods if he can kind of keep this up. And not only that, he's running the offense like he's not ball hogging. And it just comes in the flow like his locks.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Oh, right off the bat, bad hombre.
What do we got?
Bad hombre. Pods is overrated. You're overrated.
Oh, boy.
Hombre.
See, then you're a hater. Yeah.
By the way.
What you got?
I think Dan Dibley jumps into our chat.
Yeah, no, he said as much. That's him. That's the real Dan Dibley.
Why?
He was going at it with Will, too, over the bus.
I know.
Stand your ground. Yeah, he did it. That was a great show yesterday, Willard and Dibbs.
I heard a little bit of it, but I was networking after work again. So,
boy, that's the name of your podcast, the Networking Podcast.
No, Pods is
balling.
Maybe Joe Lacob was right. Maybe he's got all-star in his future.
Man.
Move on, Joe.
Man. Phoenix stinks.
What? They look like they didn't even want to be out there. I'm being serious.
They didn't.
And kudos to the fans that stayed and watched. Well, you're watching the Warriors. But, Steiny, how does Coach Bud have a job?
He won't.
But
he's a championship coach, first of all.
When?
with the Bucks.
Oh, you all right? Damn.
Yeah, he coached the Bucks to a title.
Penalty. Wow, I forgot.
Yeah.
Hey, you'll be using EDD here shortly, but wow, I forgot.
I think would you say it's official that the Warriors now do have a third scorer? I mean, we got to make we do have to make the huge jump, but just work with me here. Work with me here. Even though he's not, let's just say Butler's their second scorer, even though he's not. Well, now they got Pods as the third scorer.
Yeah, no doubt. Steiny and the dude's in fuego right now, shooting from deep. We talked about his percentages, over the last 10 games, just the last month, and 22 last night, just 12 field goal attempts, 4 or 6 from deep, 4 free throw attempts. But Steiny, I like his playmaking ability, his footwork. He doesn't get out. Remember, I tried to dub him Fred Astaire, and you guys were like, "Oh, his footwork is okay." Not
Pods
you.
can dunk.
Oh boy,
he can.
My job is really tough.
It should be.
Yeah. My book's coming out. Called Steiny. Evan, you're in it.
The other thing is, great night for the Warriors because my Minnesota Timberwolves did you a favor.
Blew a 24-point lead.
Is that all?
24.
That's not that much.
Evan, what was the totals in the fourth by both teams, if you can help me? What was the fourth quarter totals?
40-13.
Oh, I see what you guys are going to try to do today.
Wolves, this is Steiny. Wolves howl when it's 7 o'clock. What's your little thing? What's happening now? Give us something on that.
Whimpering.
They're going to make the playoffs.
Play in, maybe.
Okay.
Look at my man.
Oh, now everybody's feeling frisky about the Warriors. Better get by San Antonio tonight.
Oh, no. Back to back.
Yeah, now they're good, right. San Antonio's really good.
I played the Clippers. They played
them tough without Kawhi Leonard.
Well, they didn't have Kawhi.
I'm just saying.
This is awesome, man.
Guru at some point today is going to
I got it right here.
Handicap the field.
Yeah.
He came in today and said, you know what? I want to up the stakes. He said this team's going to the Western Conference Finals and maybe then some.
But speaking of which, Steiny, can you honestly say into the microphone if somebody told you they had the Warriors representing the West? I heard Shasky this morning. That's where he's at.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound as preposterous as it once did? Like, have you, with everything going on, with these firings, have you asked yourself, you know what, if it is the Warriors coming out of the West, the shock value on that? Because I got to believe before you answer, it's come down a little bit.
Not really. I mean, they got a shot. And ever since they got Jimmy Butler, they've been a different team. And they're coming off a great stretch of 4 tough games. What are they now? Are they 5? Are they 4 now? I didn't even look.
6 right now.
They're still 6, even though, okay. So they still gotta win at least 2 out of the next 3 probably to stay in 6. But now they put Minnesota in the rearview mirror because the Warriors would have to go 1-2 and the Timberwolves would have to go 3-0.
Correct.
Because the Timberwolves don't have the tiebreaker against the Warriors. So there's a lot going on, and the Warriors took care of business last night against the Phoenix Suns. It was never in doubt, and I guess there's reason to be optimistic because if you look around the Western Conference, it doesn't look like every team is peaking right now. Certainly not the Memphis Grizzlies, although they've won 3 in a row.
No, they have.
Denver's been struggling, obviously. They got a big game tonight at Sacramento. If they lose tonight against Sacramento,
they could go to the box.
Then who knows how high the Golden State Warriors could get. But there you go. The Warriors with a nice win last night. Lakers lose, Minnesota loses, and Brandon Podziemski has just really been terrific. Really been terrific. And I think outside of Jimmy Butler, and if you want to say that Jimmy Butler is a big factor why Podziemski's emerged, that's fine. But outside of Jimmy Butler, the biggest difference in this team has got to be Podziemski. He has just turned into a weapon. He's being efficient. He's making plays. He's knocking down threes. And
you think he could sustain it, Stoney?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know. He's a second-year player. He has no playoff experience, so the games are going to be a lot more high stakes, but I think the one thing we can all agree about Podziemski is it doesn't feel like he's scared of the moment. He's not afraid to make mistakes, and I guess that's a blessing and a curse, because when he makes a mistake or two, he still plays the same way, and a lot of young players make a mistake or two, and maybe they don't have the runway that Kerr's given him. But look, Brandon Podziemski in his second year has absolutely elevated the Warriors to a, like when people say X factor, like he's been the X factor
No doubt.
to my way of thinking.
No doubt. I'm right behind you.
Not Kuminga, not Moody, but Pods has now established himself as a legitimate scorer on this team and somebody who's got to be guarded.
So for the Kerr critics, we got to put Pods under the win column, right?
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Oh, my gosh.
I put Moody in the win column, too.
Go ahead. Keep going.
But 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take care of Phoenix. I think we all expected that last night. Phoenix is going nowhere, and the Warriors have a lot to play for. Steph Curry bounced back from his poor game on Sunday and led the Warriors last night along with Pods, but everybody played. Nobody played more than 24, 25 minutes. I don't even think
TJD
that's
got
anybody.
in.
Oh, wow, yeah. There's proof.
Got an alley-oop.
So, yeah, those are the games he's going to play in. But the Warriors, right now, 3 games left, and they play San Antonio tonight. San Antonio also played last night. So we'll get into it. But 888-957-9570. Let's get into a little bit of Brandon Podziemski, because he's been somebody who probably is the number 2 player that Warrior fans are interested in outside of Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
And
correct.
We'll get into it on the other side. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Duran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. Special midweek rates start at just $199 per night now through May 1st. That includes breakfast. Book your escape at inatthetides.com right now.
Hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet?
The Warriors kick your ass!
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, Warriors won by 38 last night against the Phoenix Suns.
That close.
Yeah, it was. I got to tell you, I'm going to be honest with you. I wasn't locked in like I normally am to the Warriors game because I had to do a company harassment course.
Oh, I saw you text that on the Vine.
Oh my God, dude! It took an hour and 45 minutes, and now after watching it, I feel like I got to be nice to you.
You forgot an adjective.
Yes.
Overdue.
Probably the only one on so the boss had to reach out and tell you, hey, get this done.
Some people from corporate out in Philly. I don't know who they are. One guy,
honestly,
some guy with a CEO title, I don't know, said it was time to do it. I don't know who it is. I did it, though. It's done.
I don't like that line. I wish he could lose it.
What's that?
I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because that insinuates that a lot of times you might not.
Sometimes I'm not.
Wow. Well, were you during the break where I almost put hands on you? Evan didn't hear this. So, Evan, while you were gone, #random before we get into the dubs, the Houston Cougars had a great comeback, college, against Duke.
Yeah, they won me a lot
And the
of money.
security guards had the audacity to keep the dream of Hakeem Olajuwon away. I tell Steiny that PO'd me. He goes, he didn't belong there.
He didn't.
He's a Cougar.
They never won a title.
And one of the greatest Rockets ever. And he was in attendance supporting his alma mater.
Being a Rocket has
he's
nothing
a
to
Cougar.
do.
And he went to a national championship.
Right, but he lost.
I don't care.
So
you don't believe this.
So everybody with a diploma from the University of Houston should have been allowed to run onto the court and put the team in peril because you know what happens when the courts get
He's
rushed.
a top 50 player all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
He is.
Pay respect to pay homage.
You know who was there who also didn't rush the court? Jim Nance.
Exactly. And Nance has had a better career lately than Olajuwon.
Yeah, it's Masters weekend.
I guess my question is, hey, Keem.
Oh, my God.
Dude, you're 62. Give it a rest.
See, you're trolling, and I'm falling for it.
I mean, where does it end? Larry Mishaw, he should be on the court. Drexler.
So if Curry was watching Davidson clinch to go to the national championship and he's in attendance, hey, Steph, hold up.
No, win 3 tournament games when you were there, and then you can.
You don't believe that.
Run onto the court.
I thought he choked, actually.
Where's Drexler? Drexler isn't begging to turn back the clock and be a high school Harry.
Well, he wasn't in attendance.
Alvin Robertson.
Jamal Shedd.
Oh, look at you
Guy Lewis wasn't near that court.
Oh, boy.
All right. Olajuwon's a good player. He had no business being there, like that right fielder in Parenthood. Remember that movie?
I didn't see that.
You never saw Parenthood?
Nah.
Evan?
The movies that you remember.
Dude, Parenthood's one of the best movies going.
Stop.
Is that the one with Steve Martin?
Yes.
Oh, okay, actually,
it's got an all-star cast. Mary Steenburgen, Jason Robarbs.
More of a birdcage guy.
Let's see who else was in that.
I'm not saying it's a bad movie.
No, it's a good movie. It's a good movie. And Martin's kid was playing right field, and he wasn't very good, and he dropped the ball. And
not quite magazine dreams.
Yeah,
oh boy, man.
The dad was like,
I haven't been the same.
You had no business being out in right field. All right, let's go to, oh boy. May as well start on a good note. Let's bring in Antonio.
Yeah, he's
Antonio in Oakland.
Cheats and chong.
Count on him calling in after a win. Hey, what's up, eh?
Yep. Yeah, man. We're gonna get that third seed, man. I'm telling you, we're gonna keep winning. Lakers gonna lose. You know, Luka Doncic, man, the whiny guy. You know, he got ejected and all that. And
yeah, you probably liked that, didn't you? You liked that unfairness.
Yeah, because I thought the Lakers had a king on their team that could take over. You know what I'm saying? Somebody calls themselves the king or something like that on that team. But anyway, yeah, man, we're going to keep winning undefeated the rest of the way. Steph Curry, you know, he's probably top 5 MVP candidate, number 5. But
yeah, I don't think so.
I'm happy the Grizzlies and Nuggets got issues. I'm happy the Grizzlies and Nuggets got issues, man, because, you know, we don't capitalize on it. So at the end of the day, no team want to see us, man. But we getting that number 3 seed. BigFacts.com. We got a young core and a vet core.
Did you just say BigFacts.com?
He did.
Yeah,
I like that.
I did, sir.
What's on that site?
Oh, I don't know. It's just something I, been seeing for a while, man. You know,
all right.
Get that patent, baby.
Right. Antonio has him at 3. I wonder who that would leave as their opponent. Obviously, number 6.
Well, they would have home court, Stoney. That's what. Well, you said it yesterday. Bottom line is you want that week off, right? Almost week off, so you avoid the playing. And I think Minnesota's loss, like tonight, they played the Spurs, the Warriors. Duh.
Right.
Why am I afraid of Portland at Portland on Friday? Like, that scares me more.
Because you don't have the confidence in this team that you project on the radio. You just don't. Deep down inside, you're a tentative, timid, scared fan.
But I'm
that
a guy
doesn't truly believe in this team.
3 weeks ago, I told you WCF.
I don't know what that means.
Western Conference Final.
Okay.
And it looks like that.
Looks like what?
I'm ready to go all in. Kenny Rogers, the gambler, and parlay that into a finals appearance.
You want to bet?
No, because
see, this is what I mean.
No, you said something about my betting the other day.
Where your mouth
I
is.
didn't like, so I'm done betting with you. You make dumb bets. No, you said I don't pay bets.
Well, talk to Lowe about that one.
Oh, boy, you guys are really, that's great, man.
Hey, Lucas is here.
Director of Sports.
Lock in.
Early appearance, 10:30. Big Smoothie in downtown Oakland. What's up, Smoothie? How you doing?
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Great to hear from you this morning. Beautiful day out here.
It really is. It really is. And it's
smooth.
It leads you to believe that there may be some stuff happening after work today. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, possibly. Hope everybody stays safe. But listen, man.
Yeah.
Podziemski.
Oh, he's sweet.
Who could have thought it?
I'll tell you who could have, Big Smoothie. Steiny.
No, don't say you.
Steiny knew.
Thank you, Big Smooth. Can he talk? Let him talk, Steiny. Go ahead, Smooth.
Oh, I know your true feelings and how you feel about stuff. I know.
How do I feel about Pods?
Wow, whoa.
How do I feel about Pods?
Listen, man. Listen, let me tell you about Pods, man.
Yep.
At first, when he pulled this game off against San Antonio, I thought, oh, that's cute. Okay, Pods had a good game. Then he did it again, and he did it again, and he did it again. And listen, you can't fake a midi. You can't fake a midi. You either have it or you don't.
Love that.
He unleashed a midi. The threes I thought were flukes. They're going in consistently. This adds a whole new dimension to this team. This adds a whole new. Listen, we applaud when Moody has 10 points, 4 rebounds, 2 steals. That's great for Moody. When Kuminga gets 6 rebounds, that's great. But when Pods is able to hit and this has been a consistent jumper. Trust me, I've been watching. It's been consistent. And look, we can overlook his defensive flaws if he can keep playing like this. And I think you guys said it. I would have to concur. If this is Pods going forward, we got the chip. Because if this is Pods going forward, we got the chip. Now, Houston game, I was a little concerned, but everybody was tired. I'm gonna go with that. Everybody was tired. I was even tired.
All right.
But now, I think going forward, if this is the Pods we're going to get, and we'll see if this is the Pods we're going to get, we got this, man. I'm very confident we at least get to the finals.
No
at least
doubt.
to the Western Conference Finals, at least.
Yep.
Wow. All right, Big Smooth.
And I want to say this off of that, Steiner. You tell me, because I don't like, and it just kind of happens natural, but when we're pitting players against each other, and we haven't done that, but I can honestly tell you, when I go back and listen to shows, the callers, it kind of sounds that way. But this team, it's the Warriors. It's the name on the front of the jersey. But do you have a problem if I tell you I feel like Pods has passed up Kuminga and Moody in regard to being that third scorer? And this could go away and Kuminga could take the reins again. But Moody was on a roll, Steiny, shooting and scoring. That's kind of subsided a bit. Not saying he's playing bad. He's still playing hellified defense. But we can't ignore what Big Smoothie said, Steiny. Pods is taking the bull by the horns, and now I'm getting Jordan Poole vibes. So if he can keep this up while running the team, you talked about it. You said it, Goo, who's going to be their third scorer? Right now, Pods, he has that, I don't want to say on lock, because you want everybody to contribute, but Steiny, the guy is ultra confident, and we've had fun at his expense to this degree. To be about it, you gotta. Thank you. To be about it, you gotta believe it. And he's believed it from day one. And now Joe Lacob may have the last laugh. Today's not the day,
Sure
the
it is.
All-Star. But
Sure
you might
it is.
be.
Why wouldn't it be the day?
Because you think he saw this before we all start believing.
He must have. He said it.
And drafted him.
Well, Dunleavy drafted him.
But that means you don't draft anybody unless your boss tells you, give you the sign-off.
Yeah, the sign-off, but he would have given the sign-off to anybody.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pods, man.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Right. I'll be honest.
So Dunleavy, obviously, is the Warriors GM, and he saw Pods and saw something. You probably saw Pods play more than Mike Dunleavy
when
he was at Santa Clara.
At least 12 times. Let's be real, because we're going to have a real conversation.
How come you never brought up his name? Like, hey, Steiny, there's a guy that's playing with Little Darryl down in Santa Clara who's a hell of a player.
And I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Never once, and my son and I had this conversation going home after games. Steiny, never once did I say he couldn't play in the NBA. What we talked about is he was the dog on that team.
Mm-hmm.
He had the swagger then that I see now on the NBA hardwood, but I kind of was in denial. And Steve Nash came from Santa Clara, Jalen Williams. So I guess, Steiny, I just cut off the thought of dreaming about him possibly maybe being this important or having this role on a team that was vying for a championship. And I guess I just get goosebumps at how I didn't come in and say that to you. But I saw Alvin Gentry, former head coach, some NBA teams at the game while Pods was there doing scouting. And I'm just telling you, I feel like I know him. I don't. I know we sat down and talked to him. But Steiny, I don't think this is fluke. And for him to tell us, you remember who he said he met? He patterned this game after I asked him?
I forget.
Ginobili.
Oh.
Like, that's what I feel like I'm seeing a little bit.
I mean, he's been playing great.
Right.
You can't deny that he's been playing great. And now, well, when you play that well for this long a period of time, you start to come to expect it. And if the Warriors, now it's a case of if Pods doesn't play well, it hurts the Warriors because they're expecting him. Like he is now turned into a player that
it's a must almost. Or are we so we're not overreacting?
No, he's been great over the last couple months. There's no doubt. You can't deny it. He's making shots. He's making things happen.
So what do you think happened early for him to when things weren't going well?
I think he read his own press clippings coming into the season. I think he was, feeling like he was just going to take the next step. And I think it was a little tougher for him than he thought. And I think he got a little bit hurt. And then he got the mask, and I think that messed him up a little bit. And then he had time off, and I think he just came back, and he's a little bit different player. And the player that he's been for the Golden State Warriors, essentially, he's been their, third or fourth best player right after the big three. So, Podziemski has absolutely given the Warriors another dimension. Can he keep it up? I mean, honestly, no, I don't think he's going to play like this in the postseason.
Is he on the scouting reports now, do you think? Come game one of the playoffs, Donnie?
Well, he's a starter, so obviously he's going to be part of the scouting report. But again, there's going to be bumps in the road, particularly in the playoffs, assuming the Warriors make the playoffs and not to play in. But look, he's showing that he's a pro, and now it's just a matter of how good can he be. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to David in Napa. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
How's it going? My name's Abe, though. Abe.
All right, Abe, how you doing?
Close.
I'm doing really good, thank you. Sure. How are you guys doing?
Oh, man, fired up.
Okay, so I wanted to say something really quick. I want to talk about Pods, but I want to say something to both of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing is that, Guru, I love you, man. I don't see how anybody can call and say anything bad about you because you're like just a wonderful person. You have a wonderful personality. You have a wonderful soul, and it shines everywhere, man. You light up the radio.
Hey, dude, you just made my morning, man.
Well, it's true, man. I mean, you guys, both of you, man. Steiny, we'll talk about you in a minute. But anyway, I had to go to class. Go, Steiny. I have a question for you, Steiny. Quickly, just one question. On the Rockets game, after the Rockets game, did you take the class before the Rockets game or after the Rockets game?
What? One more time?
the class, the class that you can, your
training you did, Odyssey.
Right, your training class.
Yes.
The harassment.
Yes.
Before or after the Rockets game?
It was after the Rockets game. It was last night during the Suns game. It was actually about as boring as the Warriors-Suns game, but yeah.
Okay, because I listened to the radio afterwards, and you were not your usual abrasive self. You were kind of empathetic. I go, wait a minute, do I sense empathy here? Whoa! With empathy, because you're so objective.
Thank you.
You're objective to the point of being subjective. But anyway, I want to talk about Pods.
All right.
This is my guy.
Pods, since he got there, I've been watching him, okay? And since he's gotten there, I've noticed that he tries to emulate Curry, and not just in basketball, in every single aspect of Curry. Even his expressions, his demeanor, the way he carries the ball forward court, the way he sidesteps three, goes to the corner. Even he did an impression of Curry doing an impression of Jordan with the Jordan shrug after you made the corner three. So I see Pods as, emulating Curry, and I was thinking early on, he's only 20 years old, he's a kid. He's just a child, man. But the way he plays like he's around his 30s. He's so smart. And I'm thinking that this guy, early on I thought he was going to be a wannabe, but I'm actually thinking he's a gonna-be.
Dude. Oh, I like that.
He's 40 on line one.
He's going to be the future of this franchise in 2 years, mark my words. And I have one last thing to say.
All right.
One last thing, and that's this. Who's going to get the MVP when we, the Warriors, win the title?
Oh, boy.
Bring that up.
Wow.
Who's going to get the MVP?
Okay. All right. Hey.
Yeah, that guy was wow.
888-957. Who's going to win the MVP for the Warriors when they when they go fo?
Wow.
Fo. They'll have to go. They'll have to go 4.
2-2-2.
Reference to Moses Malone.
Did you see Pods last night? He has this move, Stan. It's the deceleration.
The one he walks on? Yeah. It's a great move.
But he finished and he did it.
He
then
finished.
did the move running down court. And all I said on the TV, Evan, was, my man's in the zone, man.
Well, no, but seriously, like, how is that not a travel? So you can stop
this not me,
and
Pods.
sit on one foot for 3 seconds while you wait for the defender to go by?
I guess so.
Wow.
Dibs on line one. The rest allow it, man. The zebra's not calling it, Stoney. Oh, the decel.
And then did you see him?
Go ahead.
You see him then celebrate afterwards?
With the move again. I was like, oh, he's feeling good, Evan.
Chris A. on the YouTube chat saying, already anointing a player before anything.
Yep.
How do you answer that, Goo? Chris A. saying you guys are already anointing a player before
nobody's
anything.
Not. We're talking about what we've seen, Chris A. And what we've seen is a pop quiz turned in, and it's 100%, and he's getting 100. We're not talking about he's going to be Ginobili or the next Curry. And I want to say something because somebody brought it up. You know what we haven't heard in months, it seems like? The 2 timelines. But boy, that second timeline for the Dubs and the future that I talked about that has me excited with Kuminga, hopefully Moody, Pods, Quentin Post. That's what's making this ultra exciting to me is they're getting it from the OGs and the youngsters.
Yep. And you know what it is? You know who it's a credit to?
Bob Myers.
Steve Kerr. Look at how the young guys are playing. See what happens when you don't give them everything they want? You see what happens when you don't just hand keys to guys? They got to play the right way first.
Well, they kind of never done that.
What?
Handed keys to.
No, but that's what a lot of the fan base wanted. Let these guys play. Let them play under any circumstances. And the way they're playing right now, you cannot argue with the way Steve Kerr has developed these guys and where they're at right now. Now, again, what's going on right now to me is no guarantee that it's going to look like this in the postseason because they do have young players. But get them into the playoffs. I'm talking about the young players. Get them some experience, see how far you can go, and then you come back next year and it's a more seasoned team. That's the way I would look at it. 888-957-9570. Oh, let's go to Christian in Fairfield. He says he told me something.
Uh-oh.
I told you, Steiny. He says, what's going on, Christian?
Hey, before I get into that, fellas, I wanted to thank y'all because y'all are my warriors to Jimmy Butler. You got me loving basketball again.
Sweet.
And,
wow.
So thank you very much.
You're
And I wanted to commend Willard because I'm on the way to the Giants game, so I won't be able to listen later.
Hey, bring your bat. Bring a bat. They need a bat. Bring a bat. Sorry, go ahead.
For shutting down that Podziemski Kuminga stuff. Like, that's weak when the fans call in and try to put those two against each other.
Yes, no doubt.
But back to you, Steiny. I know you was trying to make it to the barbecue on MLK Day, and you hung up on me because I said Podziemski's better than Jordan Poole and he needs to start. But that's okay. But, yeah, how do you feel now, though, Steiny? That was my thing. He's obviously better than Jordan Poole.
Well, come on. Let's.
I'm Team Steiny right now, but man, you going there? That's a stretch, man.
He still got to do what Poole did in the postseason.
Yeah.
Second year, Steiny.
Huh?
Look at the numbers on their second year and the impact he's making on a team. Jordan Poole wasn't doing that.
Well, not his second year, but I mean,
it's his second year. It's Pod's second year.
What's your point?
Nothing. I love you guys. Thank you very much.
You're the man. All right, I think his point is Pods is further along during his second year than Poole. That I'll give him.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
My man, Steiny, stab you in the back. I'll bring it up today in the crossover.
They're not even going to know what you're talking about.
Oh, they will. No, I'll remind them. Those are my brothers.
First of all, those two were going at it early.
Dude,
that's why I stayed out of it.
It was great. No, you were over there laughing after you pitted me against Willard.
Right. So, you know what's funny?
And you admit
I'm over there chuckling, laughing, having a good time, and that's not good for you. You don't like that.
But it was at my expense.
No, it wasn't.
I get 4 hours of that.
No, I don't think. No.
Have my back.
Did you not hear me say I just completed an hour and a half harassment course? That's not me anymore.
Nah, you laid a French landmine like the Viet Cong.
Dude,
and then you just walked out of the jungle.
I don't know what that means.
Evan is back.
Although I was a history major at Franklin Marshall College.
Yeah, apparently not.
All right, 8-8. You know, I didn't need that.
I did psychology at Chabot College. I was going to be somebody you come and talk to, Steiny. I love people.
That was that was one of the courses in your
semester? Well, that's my major.
In your semester there?
Evan, what you laughing at? Like it was
Actually makes a lot of sense, though. Google, he'll put people on the couch.
I like how that sounds, even though you're laughing.
No, you know.
Hey, before we get out of here, I kind of briefed you on this. I have a friend, Rick Bradford, you met when we had the morning roast, when Bonte was still on the roast, and they had all the listeners come in and basically do the live show with Baldy.
Okay.
And I go, we go back. That's my guy, Rick.
Right.
He's a big Spurs fan, and I told him I would take him to a Spurs game.
Oh.
But then Wemby got hurt, and I assumed he wouldn't want to go to the, you know what I mean?
No.
So he hits me this morning like we still on for the night. Those are the texts and the feeling I have, the pit in my stomach. You can't get back.
What's my guy's name?
Rick Bradford.
You can't keep inviting people to games.
No, this is my...
Well, Guru can't understand that there are fans out there of teams and not like players.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he's not a Wembanyama fan. He's a Spurs fan.
No doubt, but yeah.
You know, I
apologize. I told I'd make it up to him.
How?
Next
They're not
year.
going to the playoffs. The Spurs.
I'll come up with something.
2026.
Dinner.
All right, Warriors Wednesdays brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take on the San Antonio Spurs tonight. They gave the Clippers a pretty good game last night without Kawhi Leonard. We'll see how they're feeling tonight. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and tasty food, why settle for less? Start your
Spencer with it. Bounce pass over to Rowe. Rowe at the elbow. Feeds Jackson Davis down the lane with a left-hand hammer. Oh, my goodness. Everybody get out of the way. That was thrown down with some anger.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, the Suns got out of the way, Tim.
Boy.
They got out of the way.
I had a great tweet. I hate to give myself credit, Evan. You know I don't do that.
This ought to be good.
I said the Phoenix Buns, meaning buns for...
That's where you want to go now?
The Phoenix Buns. Like, that works for me, Evan. Didn't get a lot of run.
You know, let me tell you something about one of the guys in the booth right now, and it's Carter Chickering, and he's a great man.
Yeah.
Getting married soon.
And you put over-under on how long the wedding would... You are
no, the
sick.
wedding's...
Anyway, go ahead.
No, on the marriage.
The marriage, yeah.
You know, he's one of these guys who's such a good guy that when something's not funny, he'll chuckle just to make the person feel good. And he wasn't even chuckling.
I don't think he
about
heard
the Phoenix Buns.
Yeah.
By the way,
hey,
Goo, would you like to apologize to
finally
Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
For what? Help me out.
For blaming him
for
that team.
Mm-hmm.
And their lack of success.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He signed off going to get Bradley Beal. He signed off going to play ball with Booker, and he thought it was good enough, Evan. So, okay, let's talk about last year then. Let's talk about last year.
Why?
Durant just skate free?
No, this is 2025.
No, I'm talking about it's been a mess.
Why didn't you bring it up
everywhere
last year?
He's been since he's left, and he's great. But let's talk about it.
Okay.
Something's up. Something's missing. He was not
with
a
who?
champion, Kevin Durant, until he came here and got with this nucleus. Let's just talk about it.
Yeah, he
That's
stinks. He stunk.
And I'm not blaming all of it
Yes,
on
you
him,
are.
Evan. He has some blame.
He's their best player.
But he's an individual player.
Evan,
and those are the guys you like.
Evan, can you do me a
Scores.
favor?
He doesn't
Can
do
you
what
me a
Jimmy
favor?
Butler does.
Can you please find the Suns record when Durant plays?
I don't even need to do
Exactly.
that.
Okay,
because
look inside.
What did they do last year, Mouse?
what did they do last night?
Well, they've quit.
Oh.
They've quit.
But Durant didn't play, so he didn't quit.
Oh, so he gets no demerits for being hurt.
He's hurt.
Yeah. Again.
Oh, now we're giving demerits for guys who get hurt.
I'm just saying hey, look, the Phoenix thing for Durant has been a nightmare. Just like Brooklyn.
Yeah,
one game. Durant's one of my favorites.
One game.
But it's just kind of funny, Evan, how
one game
that
and they
guy
might have made the Western
skates free
Conference
of
Finals.
He doesn't do the things that Jimmy Butler does.
Well, then why did you want him so badly?
Who wanted him? I was like, give me Jimmy Butler.
No, you were not. You were absolutely
Check the
not.
audio.
Steiny. Oh, Kevin Durant. Oh, my God.
I don't sound
Kevin
like that.
Durant. You wanted Durant.
No,
you wanted Levine.
I just want you to
wanted
say,
Vucevic.
I just want you and Evan to give him some piece of the blame.
I'm not
Could you
doing it.
imagine if Durant took 4 shots in a game?
He did. Remember, and everybody said he's trying to get others involved. Yeah,
but you
nothing's
were the
going
first
on.
one to sniff it out.
Thank you.
We were doing pre and post, and Stotty's like, "Goo, something's going on," and something was.
That was an
Shotgate.
that was an all timer. I'm sorry, that was an all timer among the media and the fans, and I was proud to stand alone.
Oh,
Kevin
man.
Durant takes 5 shots, 5 games in a row, and people are like, no, nothing's wrong.
I was one of them.
No, nothing's wrong.
Like, what are you talking about, man?
He was playing like Jimmy Butler. That's how you know. Let's go to Roe in Oakland.
Roe.
Hey, Roe, how you doing, buddy?
But that's my guys, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Hey.
Miss, how y'all doing?
Dynamite.
This Roe from the baby, from the public marketplace.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
yeah, Roe. What's up,
yeah,
baby?
Roe. What's up, man?
Yeah, Roe
Yeah, my
dog.
guys, man. How y'all doing, man?
Oh, dynamite.
Hey, Sonny, man, you have to take that harassment test, I see, man. Going in on Google a little too hard over there.
Yeah.
The boss had to crack down on that a little bit.
No, I got
See
stuck
how
on
long that
the.
lasts, though.
Apparently, got stuck on
We'll
the
see how long
bullying
that
section. Go ahead, I'm
man,
talking
you
over
can't
you.
have that at the workplace, man.
Yeah.
But I see my man Guru got that Michael Irvin on over there. Over the damn ball.
Yeah.
My man over I hate the Cowboys, but it's all good. I'm getting you a pass on that,
Okay.
Guru. I want to go in on my man Paz. See, here's the thing with Paz. We all want to compare him to Kuminga, and it's not fair by getting at the same time. But Paz earned Steve's trust.
Right.
And that's the thing. He trusts this Paz, and his trust with Kuminga is not as long. But he earns his trust. Look what Paz go out there and do. He goes up there and do all the dirty work. He stick his nose in there, literally, and he's out there balling. So he's, Joe Lacob might be on to something when he say he might be the next All-Star. Who knows? But if he keep playing like this, hey, you know what I mean? And my man stays mocking Curry. Hey, that's not the worst person to be mocking. He around him every day, learn a thing or two from him. So I can see that, a young player, impressionable, a champion. I mean, it's a good role model. Why not?
And
I hear you, Ro.
Hey, great call, but Ro, I'm going to leave you with this. And the beautiful part of it is we can give Pods or any other Warrior their flower and it have nothing to do with Kuminga, shade, or love. Like, when his time comes and he's balling, we're going to give it to him just like we gave it to Moody. But right now, you would be blind as Helen Keller not to see Pods is in the zone right now.
And that's straight up. Well, I got one more thing. About Kuminga, is he going to either do one or two things. He going to either barbecue or mildew. But whatever it is, yeah, either barbecue or mildew. He's either going to go out there and do the things that we see Paz do and earn the trust of her, or he going to mildew and he going to, find another home. I hate to see it, but, it is what it is, guys. I appreciate y'all time, and this is my first time being on the line with y'all.
Oh, don't be a stranger, baby.
Yeah. Pete, appreciate it.
Barbecue or mildew?
Who would you rather have, Pods or Markkanen? Maybe he was untouchable. Joe Lacob sticking in the face.
Ness, man.
Yeah, Kuminga, there's 3 games left in the regular season, and
wow.
I just don't know what his role's going to be as this team goes forward.
It has to be the same. You don't have time to switch it up, and it's like Butler. For you thinking, and I got to give it to you on Willard just a bit, Stoney. If this is who he is, this is who he is. But you can't upset the apple cart, and this is who you are right now. Why would you change it? And do you have
because
the luxury to, you know what I mean? You can't manipulate it. But
what about we can't reach our potential unless Kuminga's playing at his highest level?
Well, see, I don't think Pod's balling the way he is right now has any detriment towards Kuminga. That's the beautiful part. Kuminga still is needed.
Is he?
Oh, Steiny, that's what I keep talking. There's never enough, man.
I mean, there is enough if he's not helping you.
Now that's a different story.
Like Brandon Podziemski, now over the course of 6 weeks to 2 months, has helped the Warriors and is a very, very big part of them being whatever they are, 22-6 since Butler got here. And unfortunately for Kuminga, he was hurt when they acquired Butler, and he's a little behind. He just is. And now as you go into the playoffs, I think it's going to get a little tougher for Kuminga to get an extended run. I just do, because so many other things right now are working for the Golden State Warriors.
But it's just hard for him, Stoney, because I think we're getting to the point of, and I know he kind of just got back from injury, but consistency that's all the players can control, right? And I'm not saying JK is not trying to do that, but you just look at the weekend, Friday to Sunday. And Sunday he had the rebounds, Friday he didn't, a couple of turnovers. But when it's all said and done, it's just up to him to provide, I guess, what we're seeing from Pods, just in a different way. Forget their type of games. The consistency, that's the word and component for Kuminga, man.
Right. But he's not going to be consistent because he's not going to get consistent minutes, I don't believe. And the other thing is, to me, this is, he played great against the Lakers on Wednesday of last week. Yeah. But now he's had 3 games where, he was kind of ineffectual. Yeah. Now they won 2 of them. They didn't win the Houston game. nobody's blaming Kuminga for the Houston game because that one, to me, falls on the big three veterans.
But it was an opportunity for him, though, Steiny.
Yeah, and what did he do?
To do what Pods has been doing. Kind of seize the moment and stand out.
But Pods is
without being selfish.
But Pods can do things for others. And
is that teachable? Can you learn that, Steiny? Or
I think Kuminga's actually gotten better at that. I mean, he's not a terrible passer, but he still doesn't make plays for other people like Podziemski, but he's not, he's a different player than Podziemski. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Yeah, it will be interesting. And like I said, why I'm excited, Sonny, is, again, I'll go back old school with the 2 timeline thing. Just the infusion of the youngsters, the dependency on them, which is, I love it because it's a part of who you are. But right now they're rolling. And I think Kuminga's role is not going to change. Now, it can be reduced if he doesn't kind of, like Steiny, the light needs to go on soon as possible for him to kind of take some more, and I know there's only 3 games, but take something into the postseason.
I mean, he played, in the last 3 games, he's played 18, 19, and 21 minutes.
Yeah, man.
So, watch the playoffs long enough. There's going to be a few times where Kuminga's going to be, is going to have an opportunity. There's no doubt. I don't know how consistent those minutes are going to come when Steve Kerr feels like he's up against it.
Yeah, Jamal Brown in the chat, Steiny, saying, why are we talking about Kuminga in a blowout win? Only because the only reason we're talking about Kuminga is we want him to kind of duplicate or get into that zone that Pods is in. And that, to me, would help the Warriors and propel them into a long run in the offs.
Yeah, and I don't know, I think a big part of Pods' improvement is because he knew he was going to play 25, 30 minutes a night, and for whatever reason, Kuminga doesn't get that. And the reason he doesn't get it is because he plays a position that 2 of their 3 best players play.
But Jimmy Butler,
forward.
He is really, and again, we could talk about IQ. Some don't like it, Stouty, but the bottom line is, what do you give me for how much of this takeoff we're seeing from Pods has to do with Butler? Like they work well together.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors blow out the Suns last night in Phoenix, and they're back home tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. You can hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip-off at 7. Evan Giddings has Warriors Live at 6. So don't go anywhere. Keep it locked in. And the Golden State Warriors, they win another game tonight. They get closer to avoiding the play-in. They got help last night with a Lakers loss and with a Minnesota Timberwolves loss. So if the Golden State Warriors can somehow finish the season 3-0, then they're going to be at least, I would think, at 4, which would mean home court in the first round, which is pretty remarkable considering they were under 500 before they acquired Jimmy Butler.
I love the word. What a word's down there. Remarkable. And you're right. And, with coaches getting ousted or situations or drama, who called and just talked about the state of the West to start the show? Antonio, Stoney. It's like that has to mean something. It does to me. Now, will it go over to the basketball court? We'll find out. But, man, I got to be careful here. I look at Denver and Memphis and kind of just take them off the board. And I need to be careful because that could be the Warriors' opponent. But I'm just thinking, when have we ever seen a team fire a coach this late and kind of go Martin Luther King and overcome that? Because you're kind of telling the world we got so much stuff going on that winning is not remotely close right now. But you do have Jokic when you talk about Denver.
This is Draymond Green last night talking about Podziemski and what has taken him to the next level.
The amount of pressure that he puts on himself with each shot is insane. And so I'm saying this also, so I hope he hear it. Me and Steph talk to him every day. who cares? Miss 7 of them. No one cares but you. Like, you're the only person thinking about the shots you miss. No one else is thinking about it. Anyone who carries that amount of weight in anything, it affects you negatively. I hate that for him, and so that's something that we've been trying to talk to him about. Stop reacting to everything that goes wrong for you. No one cares but you. Nobody else. What we care about is all of the other things that you do. So if you do all of those things well, and that can keep you on the floor, who cares about the shot? And I think he has to reach that point.
I think that was from a little while ago, actually.
Yeah, I was
maybe
like,
a month
that
or so
sounded
ago.
ago. Yeah.
But because I remember that one, and
he wasn't in the zone like he is now. So that new audio you play will be about the red hot pod, Steiny.
Yeah, that was not from last night. Not from last night. But Pods was good again last night, obviously, and
he's taking their advice.
He's playing terrific basketball right now. Let's go to
who we got?
Let's go to Oakland. Talk to Pay August. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, fella?
Hey,
what's up now?
Just happy and basking in our glory. I know it was Phoenix in the trash, but, after blowout win, I'm always in a good mood the next day for sure. But what I wanted to talk about was kind of piggyback off what you said about Pod's availability being kind of like the launching pad for his reaching the next level and everything. Pod's, from I think Steve Kerr saw in him more than anything was heart. Going up and getting all those rebounds, being such a little dude, unproven and a rookie and everything. I saw heart in him from the first time, like that desire to be that, and I think he really looked up to Steph. He wants to impress Steph Curry. He doesn't want to let Steph Curry down. And I think players play for other players and they play for coaches. Some players don't want to let certain coaches down or what have you. I think Pies really doesn't want to let Steph Curry down. And now he's transitioned into, he feels like he's one of the guys like that, and he's expected to be important to the team.
Wow. No doubt. No doubt. And thanks for the call, Pay. Appreciate it. To me, Podziemski's now become the player who, assuming you get what you need out of the big three, if Podziemski plays well, he can get it. He's the player to me right now that gets him to another level. And will he continue to do that every single game? No, he's going to have some bad games, but it's obvious to the naked eye that when Brandon Podziemski does what he's been doing, that this team is a better team.
And you know who that reminds me of, Steiny? Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Different games, but Jordan Poole when you get that production.
And Podziemski's still got a lot of work to do in the postseason. That's where Poole, look.
You could count on him, Steiny.
Well, I don't know if you could count on him, but I think
there were games where,
I think we can all agree that the Warriors probably don't win in 2022 without Jordan Poole.
There it is.
And I think it's safe to say the Warriors aren't going to win a title unless Brandon Podziemski kind of continues to play this way.
But the wild card, too, in that is, here I go talking about I want to pit anybody against each other, and I'm not. Jonathan Kuminga still with this surge or this splash by Pods. They still need Jonathan Kuminga. Like, let's just say Pods is not on and Butler's okay and Curry's okay, and the other team's playing good defense. If Jonathan Kuminga still has his opportunity along with others, but to change be the difference in the outcome of a ball game. That's what's beautiful about this.
I mean, yes.
If the boxes are checked, Snotty.
But this is the bottom line with Podziemski and Kuminga. Podziemski can help you when he's not scoring. Wow. Kuminga has not proven he can do that consistently.
And Pay August hit it, Steiny, from day one. I really believe Pods was pissing fans off with this rebounding. And then when we come in here and talk about the will and the want to, being undersized, putting that on display, taking charges, I think now he's really getting his flowers from that, because now that's part of his game, but not all of his game. And you're right. And I'll say this for the millionth time. There is no world where Pod should be out rebounding a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. Just, you can say what you want, and I look at that as heart and hustle. So Pay August hit that out the park. Stoney, everybody saw that. Like, damn, you're going in there putting your body on the line, and now he's doing other things on top of that.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Brandon Podziemski is kind of stepping to the fore. There's no doubt about it. To me, he's been the biggest difference maker for the Warriors, other than Butler, since Butler arrived. I don't know if Butler is the main reason why Podziemski's playing so well. He probably has something to do with it, but I got to give Podziemski credit on his own. I mean, he has turned into a legitimate threat offensively, and now I see it more than ever. You know, we were talking a lot about Butler yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm convinced if Podziemski's scoring 18 a game, Jimmy Butler's not going to play any different than he has been. Now, he only took 4 shots last night.
But I got you. That don't even register.
Look, he doesn't even try in a game like that, which I kind of like.
Yeah. Went to the rim, got fouled.
You know what Jimmy Butler is? He's the opposite of stat padding. Like, he's the opposite of a stat padder. He just, in a game like last night, he's like, yeah, I'm not scoring 20 tonight. I have no need to score 20 tonight.
And that's why he's really the Zen master, Donnie. He the things that other people need to feel validated, I feel like Butler knows who he is, and he doesn't play to the crowd. He beats to his own drum.
All right, don't tell him how to play. You got to stop that. You got to knock it off. Pat Riley couldn't tell Jimmy Butler how to play.
Damn.
888-957-9570 is the number. All right, on the other side, Guru's got his updated opponent list. This is who he wants the Warriors to face in the postseason if things fell into place. And 888-957-9570, you know the number. You see the standings. You see where the Warriors are. You see how things can still move in this last week. If you're a Warrior fan, give me your list of who you want first and who you want last, at least as it relates to the first round, and then we can move on. But the Golden State Warriors are close to locking up a playoff berth. Not a play-in berth, but a playoff berth. 2 wins out of the next 3 games pretty much locks that in. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing.
Moody on the left side. Off the screen, comes hard to the right, puts on the brakes, needs help. Feeds over now to Podziemski. Podziemski waiting, holding on the right side with 3, with 2. Fades into a tough shot on the way. Got it! He hit a 3, fading to his right. With a shot clock buzzer sounding, Warriors get the first hoop of the game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, do you want to retract one of your statements that you made during a break earlier today?
Snitches get stitches. Is this personal or sports related? They do, Stoney. They do.
What?
Get stitches. Be careful. Okay. You didn't get clearance from me. What did I say that I might not want everybody to know? It was just for you and Evan.
You said baseball's the hardest sport.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yes, there is.
Well, individual golf, boxing, and wrestling. I'm talking about team sport.
Water polo.
What would you know about water polo?
Water polo is the most physically demanding sport.
What do
You're
you have
in a pool. You're not standing. You're actually in a pool. You're wading and you're swimming. Ask anybody who's played.
Well, in terms of being physically demanding, it's probably football.
No, please. They don't even practice.
Steady, stop. We're talking about the game.
Yeah, and
he's right. It's violent. It's the most violent.
That doesn't make it hard.
No, and that's why it wasn't my number one.
Yeah,
have you ever tried to hit a ball coming at you at 180, 90 miles? I'm going to say no.
Goo.
I played the game.
Baseball is not that hard.
Yes, it is.
Pitcher, look, it's pitchers, they got to come in. They got to come in.
You kept saying that, and I don't think you know what that means.
If a pitcher doesn't come in, you take the walk. If he comes in, you drive it. It's not that hard.
Have you ever been?
Yes.
The word overpowered?
No.
That can happen.
I was a slap hitter. Just choke up like Bonds. You can get around on it.
Evan, I'm embarrassed for 10-2 with that take. My man said
888-957-9570.
Oh, man.
Where's my water polo players out there?
Not saying it's not a tough
You know what?
sport.
Here's another one. Hockey. Hockey's tougher. Baseball.
Less time in the ice.
Hey, let me tell you what's really tough in baseball. Being a DH. Whew.
No, it is if you're Rafael Devers.
Oh, yeah. By the way, he's getting hot.
Hey, he is. I got him on my fantasy
adjustment period.
Yeah.
Sonny, well, the conversations between skill versus like the actual demanding kind of physicality of games.
Because golf really is number one, but that's an individual sport like boxing and wrestling.
What about Ryder Cup?
That's still golf.
But it's a team sport.
Yeah, but you're playing against yourself for the most part.
No, you're playing against Europe.
Not if you're in Europe.
See, listen, you guys need to allow for the fact that often you're wrong.
I just want you to know what you're watching when you do sit down and watch the Giants and watch baseball. You don't take for granted it's not wiffle ball.
Well, I didn't say the Giants.
No, I'm just saying.
Why not rugby?
You know what?
Boy, I wouldn't play it. How about that?
This guy's got Roger Clemens thighs. It's ridiculous.
And there's no glory.
My sources say rugby is safer than football.
Well, in terms of head trauma,
exactly.
But
yeah.
But there's no Hall of Fame for rugby. They don't get Monday night football.
Of course there is.
I mean, hey, I'm just
it's
telling you.
The Rugby Hall of Fame's in Manchester, England.
Name one player.
I don't have no idea. You said about the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. Actually, I don't know if it's in Manchester, England.
It sounded great.
There's got to be a Rugby Hall of Fame.
Dude.
Oh, please. 785 says Steiny, it's lacrosse. Full stop.
Well,
let me tell you something about lacrosse.
Pat Spencer can play in the NBA.
Wow.
Lacrosse.
He got out there last night too, Pat.
I'm going to be honest with you. He's not bad. Okay, you have him in the starting lineup tonight?
No, I told you I like his game. His mannerisms. So now you like him. Stay away. That's my guy.
You can have him. Good fitting. He's 13th man.
Steiny's jealous of him.
No doubt.
Of Spencer?
Yes.
How?
Because he can jump.
No doubt, man. We know you, bud.
Pat Spencer's good.
And I tried to tell you that, and you laughed me out to Laughing Monk Studios.
That's because you said it when he hadn't played.
He had.
No,
and that's
it was a typical game. Warriors lost. Steiny. I'd like to see Spencer in there.
They were playing the Pacers.
They were playing the Lakers, and it's a 1-point game. But you want Pat Spencer in there.
You are something else, man.
Please. You got to admit, I keep you in check. What, Evan? By the way, lacrosse, no. And the reason is half the players on the field don't play on the other side of the field. If you play offense in lacrosse, you got to stand around while the other team has the ball. You just stand there next to the line. That's all you do.
In football, you also only play one side of the
And
field.
you get a minute to get back to the huddle, get your wherewithal, and then get back and line up.
So, in other words, it's easy.
No, I'm just saying baseball's a sport where if you fail 7 out of 10 times, you're an all-star. That means you got 3 hits out of 10 opportunities, and that's good. Okay. That's just letting you know how hard it is to be successful at that sport, hitting a baseball.
I will say the amount of athletes.
There we go. Now
just look at who throws out the first pitch from other sports.
It bothers me, Evan.
That tells you why it's not so easy just to go and play baseball.
Have you seen like basketball players try to throw the first pitch?
Yes.
I want to say rappers.
The
but they're
best athletes in the world reside on the basketball court. That's where the best athletes are.
I used to think that. I don't think it's football.
Let me tell you something.
I'm with you on this one.
Oh, yeah, Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, he'd be a hell of a basketball player. Please.
He's a better athlete.
Have you ever watched a football player shoot a basketball? It is heinous.
That's fair, but I don't think McCaffrey's the one you want to choose.
Miles Garrett can dunk and has game, Steiny.
Mookie Betts is a better athlete than half your basketball players.
And that great call.
Okay.
Not all of them, but a lot of dudes got games, Steiny, in different sports.
Yeah, but I think it's universal. Most people agree that the best athletes are basketball players. It's like, it's just, it might be.
I know for a fact some of the basketball players I know they're lost on a baseball field. Hadn't even had a bat in their hand.
They're not lost if they're playing right field. All they got to do is stand there.
In Little League.
Half the game, a right fielder just stands there, blowing bubbles, taking a dip of chew, looking at a note card. That's not that hard to do.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about right fielders.
Oh, you know who's a great two-way player, by the way?
Better be careful here.
Pods.
Oh, man, played baseball.
Oh, here's a good pod.
He has respect for baseball.
Yeah, he conquered it.
No, but he thinks
more
he
of a
would.
challenge. This is Pods. One of the topics of conversation regarding the Warriors has been Jimmy Butler and his aggressiveness. And apparently it's not lost on Pods. Take a listen.
I mean, I think everybody knows Jimmy as playoff Jimmy, the guy that scores 50 in the finals, all that type of stuff. But I think so far, sometimes he almost passes to a fault. And we want Jimmy to be ultra aggressive. I talked to Steph before the game when tip-off started. We just tried to get Jimmy the ball as much as we could to start the game to try to get him in a rhythm. And even though he only shot 4 shots tonight, he made the right play over and over again. But I know when playoffs roll around and it's time, Jimmy will be there.
Take that, you and Willard.
By the way.
Yeah, that's all. It was said by a player.
No, Jimmy never scored 50 in the finals.
Right. He never did. I don't know what he's talking
Pod
about.
said it. I didn't say it.
Well, you took it as gospel when Pod said Jimmy's aggressive.
No, I was worried about the steak and potatoes of, Pods knows. We want to see a little more.
And you know what? And let me help Pods out here, just like I help Guru out. Hey, Pods, don't tell Jimmy Butler how to play.
And he didn't do it.
It's a recipe for disaster. He's one of those guys you have to do the opposite. Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah.
See if you can get 15 assists tonight. That'll ensure that he'll take 19 shots.
And that's your type of dude. Look at you smiling.
Let's
you
go.
like that.
Hey, got a call. Anthony at Walnut Creek.
The Creek.
What's up, Anthony? How you doing?
Yo, what's going on?
Hey.
Afternoon, fellas.
Yeah.
So, I just got a question. Has anyone in that room played football?
I have. Yes, I have. I played in 6th grade.
Okay.
Yep.
Has the gentleman that said baseball is harder than football played football?
Get on him. I didn't say that.
Okay.
It's Guru. Darryl Guru Johnson, my co-host.
Guru, I have to say, I defy you to play against De La Salle.
Oh, my God.
While you're playing against De La Salle, take a kick or punt return and then not have fear in your fucking eyes.
Oh, man. You almost did it, but you blew it.
Yeah.
You blew it!
Dude, football's violent. I get all that.
Right, not hard, violent.
I'm just telling you, hitting a baseball into MPHs that their dudes are throwing now.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing.
Guys would be scared to get in the box. That's
They have a helmet on.
Not when you're facing Bob Gibson.
That dude.
You know what?
One of my favorite pitches.
You're right. Baseball was the hardest sport 50 years ago.
Oh, I never said it was the hardest, but I'm saying acting like a guy throwing 105
That's
is
all,
not
Evan.
instill fear
And you're
in
not
people.
worried about your life?
No, you're not.
How would you know?
Steiny, if you don't know
Because
where
I
the ball's
played baseball
going.
in 9th grade.
Steiny, they threw 74
I'm
in your
doing the
day.
Denzel meme, my man.
Guys, again.
My man.
Baseball. The pitcher's got to come in. That's the name of the game. And when he comes in, you drive it.
Some are like Magic David Copperfield, Steiny. It makes it look like they're
You know
coming
the
in. They're
curveball's
not.
an optical illusion, right?
Oh, boy. You tell the great, you're one of your idols, Rod Carew, baseball's not hard. Get him on the horn.
It wasn't
and
for
say
him.
it to him and let him respond.
It wasn't for Rod Carew or Ichiro.
By the way, the caller just admitted to being fearful on a football field. That's
De La Salle.
probably not the sport for you.
Yeah.
Don't scoff at De La Salle.
I told you about that.
Don't scoff about De La Salle.
Playing field was wasn't fair, wasn't even.
Their offensive line was small.
Because they were
And
better
Logan
than
took them-
everybody.
yeah.
They were more well-coached than any high school team I've ever seen.
Sadie, stop!
Guru, I covered De La Salle.
But you understand.
I've seen De La Salle play 50 games in the 90s.
Okay, and Logan played them a few times.
And they got
Shout
run out of
Mark
the gym.
Reed, Donaville Broyard, Byron
Exactly.
Carter.
They didn't stack up.
Because they were able to recruit. That's the thing.
Wrong.
Oh, here we go.
Wrong. Great institutions recruit without having to recruit.
Oh, my God.
It's like,
I love you. I really do.
Duke does not have to recruit in basketball. Everybody just wants to go there.
Not anymore.
Let's go to Steve. San Mateo, Peninsula, Bridge is there.
What's up?
Hey, Steve.
What's up, guys? Love the show. I was just jumping on the comment of baseball versus football.
Yeah.
And if you took a bunch of major leaguers and played and had them play football, they're going to do better playing football than if you took a bunch of NFL players and threw them in a baseball game.
Beautiful. Well said, man. Rack 'em.
He's not bolstering your point.
He is.
No, he's not.
And Evan gave him the buzzer.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Hit the pike.
So I was like, yeah, my man, what's your deal? Dude,
what's
all
my
these
deal?
sports are hard. My man went water polo. You ain't been in water since Orca was
Right.
what is it?
You know why? Because I tried to play water polo, and it's the hardest sport I've ever tried to play.
Why?
What don't you understand about being in a pool and not being able to stand on the bottom? So even when you're standing still or in the pool, you have to, you can't just stand in water polo. You're in the water.
Well, who's the Jordan of water polo? I just got questions.
I don't know.
By the way, Steiny, would you say that Deion Sanders is an incredible two-sport athlete?
Two-sport, yeah.
You know what sport he admits was the hardest?
Evan,
I don't care.
So he does like a
baseball.
I'll go to you know what? I'll ask a better all-around athlete than Deion Sanders. Let's ask Danny Ainge.
Well, it's easier to bet on
Let's
baseball.
ask Danny Ainge.
Bo Jackson.
Please. He couldn't play basketball. He was too muscle-bound.
Well, he played football and baseball.
Right.
Took Rick Russell deep in the All-Star game.
So he saved his big games for the biggest, huh? Gosh. I can't. Seriously, don't disrespect De La Salle. I don't like that.
Don't disrespect Logan. You did it yesterday.
How are they not better? They've got, their enrollment is like 7,000.
Ask Gary Payton the first how good Logan is.
He didn't play,
but he
at
played
Logan.
against Logan for the title at the Coliseum. Kevin Mouton they were going at it. What about him? Went to Oregon.
Come on.
Came to USF.
Uh-oh.
What are you talking about?
He transferred?
Yeah.
Couldn't get run there? Wasn't good enough to get run in the
Evan,
pack.
see this slander. I'm not
Actually, Mouton, I don't know who you are, but I'm kidding.
We got a Dippers texting in. Now, why would you roll your eyes?
I didn't roll my eyes.
Because when he walks in, hey, Jim. Hey, Willard.
Yeah. I agree.
Thank you. And I'm going to read our text from our brethren. He said, Dave Winfield.
What about him?
Was a stud in all three sports.
And what does that prove? Like, how is that making your point? No, you read it.
It just means that baseball players are the best athletes.
Thank you. Hey, thank you.
Yeah. John Kruk on the phone.
There's something bothering you, though.
Not at all.
Yeah, I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah, you probably won't.
That he couldn't play water polo.
Or all of them.
Water polo is a hard sport.
But don't say baseball. They got to come in.
They do.
Don't say that. I'm going Fitz. It's stupid. It's hard.
Guru.
That's stupid. Don't
stand up at the plate, wait for him to come in, and drive the ball. It's not that hard.
Tell that to Willie Adames.
Oh, my God. Tell to the Giants now.
By the way.
What you got?
How about that little nugget Evan dropped on us today about Adames? Said he stinks in the field.
He didn't say that. Dude, Evan.
Can't go to his right. He's like Pods.
Oh, boy.
All right, let's go to Billy in Danville. Hey, Billy.
Danville. They got action.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just want to say, as hardest sport, I got to go with wrestling, man.
Agree.
Ask anybody who
it is.
Anybody who has played other sports and has wrestled will tell you it's not even a conversation.
But yeah, we were just saying team sports. Yeah, but individual, I'm with you. Wrestling, then boxing. Yep.
Gotcha. All right, guys. Thanks.
Yep. Wrestling is hard.
Low Neal said football.
No, he didn't. Low Neal said wrestling's harder than football.
Said football.
No, he didn't.
But he was so gifted at wrestling.
Supposedly.
No, it's not he.
Right. He said wrestling's tougher. Let's go to David in Pleasant Hill. He'll probably agree with me on something. Hey, David, how you doing, buddy?
Not likely.
Hey.
Pretty good, not likely.
Hey.
Hey, who's the greatest basketball player, Steiny?
Bird.
You never know.
Larry Bird.
Over Jordan?
Oh, God.
Over Jordan.
But I like what you're
please.
cooking. Let him finish, Steiny. Go ahead, Jordan.
Stop! Okay. So, most people would say Jordan, right?
Yep.
He couldn't get out of AA.
That's right, but he played in the pros. But AA, I wouldn't scoff at that.
He batted 240. He was a Hall of Famer in basketball, but couldn't hit a baseball.
And that's all. And that's all I'm saying.
240 would be third in the league in hitting right now.
In AA.
Please.
AA.
Oh, come on. That was more like AAA.
And Winfield was drafted all three sports.
Also,
give me another guy that's had that.
That league Jordan was in, Pitchers Parks.
Southern League. By the way, you know why he was the only reason he was in AA? Because if you're over the age of 25, you cannot play anything lower than AA.
I didn't know that. The Birmingham Barons. Yeah. Looked like the White Sox.
How about Brian Jordan?
He was good.
Yeah.
Yep. But he didn't play in a playoff game the same day as he played in the football game like Dion. Remember that?
Yeah, that was a great moment for Dion, that game. That's when he poured champagne on Tim McCarver.
That is the one moment that...
You loved it?
No.
Did you like it?
No, then I hope Dion would apologize.
It was a class act.
What was that, man?
He was younger. We all make mistakes when we're younger.
I make them every day.
That's a fact. Will and Marin. Hey, Will, how you doing?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, this is no disrespect to any of the big three sports, meaning like basketball, football, baseball, or anything, but the most difficult team sport to play, and I'm surprised no one even brought this up, is rugby, and it's not even close. You have to play offense and defense. There are no breaks. It's a 40-minute half with a 10-minute intermission, and it's just the running it's insane. I mean, try to just do up, downs, and burpees without tackling someone for 40 minutes, and then just tell me how you feel after that. It's no disrespect, but it's facts. I mean, look at Derrick Henry. If he gets 33 touches, 28 touches in a game, the average running back in the NFL with a big workload runs for 2.5 minutes, and some of them are on the sidelines tired, and they need to take breaks with a change of pace back. You don't get a change of pace rugby player. You have to go, and you're only allowed to have 8 substitutes per game. Once you go over that threshold, it's over. It's no disrespect to wrestling or boxing or anything like that, but I'm saying if you haven't endured it, I've been playing for 15 years now, obviously not at a professional level, but at any level, it's literally just hard work. It's a frame of mind, and you have to be willing to be there. It's almost a lifestyle. Like not a lot of people want to get up on Saturday mornings and prepare to hit 200+ pound men for 80 minutes. And that to me it's a real man's game. It's no disrespect to any other game, but definitely the most physically daunting and tiring team sport that you will ever play. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
No,
right,
I've never played rugby.
He didn't want to answer the money question. Which is like when you see somebody coming, you just pitch it.
Well,
you just pitch it. Uh-oh, here comes a big bruiser.
That's what you would do. But
hey, Harry, here's coming.
Yeah.
Pitch
I've never played rugby. Have you?
Hell no.
That's called hot potato.
Yeah. It didn't get to the hood, but I'm not saying it's not a tough sport. We forgot Russell Wilson got only to AA in baseball.
Right. It's not hard to play baseball and football. It's hard to play.
You know who the San Diego State all-time leader in assists is?
Tony Gwynn.
He got just
try to stump me next time.
Well, you're just proving my point. By knowing.
Right. That's not a great program down there.
How would you think Steph would be at baseball?
He'd be great.
He'd be awful.
No, he wouldn't.
I think he would be.
I think he'd be pretty good.
Steiny, stop! Come on. If we asked him, he probably would tell us good.
Okay, hold on.
And I would have it. I just had the visual.
Let's start from scratch here.
And we know Dre ain't been on a diamond.
I was messing around.
He played football.
I was messing around earlier, but Steph Curry could play baseball. Absolutely. Come on now.
Ask him.
He's great at basketball. He's great at golf. He's great at bowling. He's got unbelievable hand-eye.
Right.
He could have played baseball. If he would have devoted his time to baseball,
well,
I think he would have been.
What I wanted to ask is
baseball,
how were you in baseball? He would say, you know what, I wasn't the best. I'd be like, okay.
Dude, he's 6'3", and he's chiseled now.
No, that he is.
You know who was a good baseball player, legitimately?
Clay
Thompson,
I bet.
That whole family's really good baseball players.
What's his brother's name that was on the Dodgers?
Trace. Yeah, he played in the majors.
And you know where he got his athletic ability, right?
His mom.
Yeah.
Well, his dad was a number one pick.
Michael Thompson, when asked
wait,
where his sons got their athletic ability, said their mother.
So they didn't get it from a basketball player.
Wow.
She played basketball.
Didn't get it from the number one overall pick.
He was a little of it. Yeah, I wanted my kids to go pro. If I had it to do over again, I would have.
You would have what? Been Todd Marinovich's dad?
No,
Tiger Woods' dad?
You know, I would have thought about their background in sports. So maybe, because I always kid the wife, like, the kids got a lot of stuff from me, but you didn't bring too much athletically to the table. And then she would defend her dad, and, God rest his soul, but not talented in sports.
I actually do think 510, boys, the answer may be hockey.
No, that's a tough ass sport.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. I wouldn't play it.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say there's a line change in hockey.
Gotcha.
You know what that is?
Come on, Stoney.
Okay. And a player comes onto the ice.
Yeah.
How long does he play before he's got to be subbed for?
A few minutes.
Is your name Guru?
And that was...
He was going to say about 7 minutes. You were.
No, it was Stoney, stop.
You can only play like 2 minutes at high speed in a hockey game.
I'm not...
Why do you denigrate everything but the big three?
I'm not denigrating anything. I'm trying to be fair, and this started because of De La Salle. How many brothers in the hood have been exposed to hockey? Or any... You know what I mean? The rugby, the hockey, I get it, but... We haven't seen the guys, everybody get a chance to play hockey. That's all. But I'm not sitting up here telling you it ain't tough as hell.
What about Popeye Jones' son? One of the best hockey players going.
Got to go.
Remember him?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And what about Will Greer?
No.
888-957-9570. We'll get back to basketball unless you want to agree with me on what the toughest sport to play in professional sports is. Hey, Warriors Wednesdays brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're going to get to some of this Warriors sound. It's pretty good on the other side. We'll get back into your list of teams that you would like to see the Warriors play in order. That segment brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Are you sick of drying chlorine?
You know, whenever that day does come, they walk us out of here and we're done. Hopefully. Or you got a new partner. I'm being real.
Yeah.
The boss always has empowered us. Like, this is your show. And if it goes bad, it's on y'all. Because you guys are calling your own plays.
What a leader.
But I got to say something. You and I have been terrible today because Evan went to another part of the world. We've been on the yapping for 2 hours and not once asked him to crack the mic to tell us, hey, Evan, and I'm being real, how was the Dreamville thing that you experienced over the weekend?
Well, we did talk about it before the show.
I want the people to hear because you're a part of our fabric.
Well, it was incredible. There was over 100,000 people over 2 days, saw a lot of awesome artists and collaborations. But we're here to talk about sports, though.
Evan, it's our show, we are.
So it wasn't really 100,000.
There's 55,000 each day.
Right, so they were the same people, essentially.
Oh, my God.
Give us the C, though. But, Evan, what was the weather like?
I'll stop.
Oh, the weather was hot as hell. It was 85 and humid.
Best performer?
Kendrick Lamar.
He
wasn't there.
Ludacris.
Luda was there.
Luda was there.
Oh, Luda.
J. Cole is obviously the headliner of the weekend. And he had a great collaboration with Erykah Badu, who's featured on one of his earlier mixtapes.
Oh, man.
And so he brought her out because she performed right before. But I'm not going to lie, see Lil Wayne with the Hot Boys? The
oh, my gosh. I didn't know they were with him.
You need to stop.
Dude, wow. I wish I was there, but that's a lot of people. Good for you living, man.
Oh, it was great.
I'll tell you what, and I guess I have to categorize this by saying I am serious about this one.
Okay.
Race car driving.
I'm not mad at
those guys are.
I'm not mad.
Thank you to the 510. You're in a suit. You're 190 degrees
and driving that car.
You need to be strong to take those curves.
You need a crew.
By the way, more teamwork in a pit crew than any other sport.
I wish they would do a doc on what goes on.
You know what?
No, I'm being real in the pit crew. Hey.
Well, I haven't seen it. Neither is Goo.
Is it on Max or
seriously,
Netflix?
There's a documentary on a pit crew. I would watch that.
No, I totally would.
Well, there's a Netflix docuseries about F1, and they get into all the different aspects of Formula One racing, and part of it is their crews.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. The great Sam Skinner.
Drive to Survive.
Wonderful media guy back in the day.
Sam
Always used
Skinner.
to say
sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was at Oracle Arena. The media room was named after him. Sam Skinner, longtime media person, and he loved motorsports. And he would always say, pit crews have the best chemistry of any sport. Like, you have to be locked in.
Man.
I mean,
I could see how there can be arguments and fights. Could you imagine you, Evan, Carter, and I, in that short amount of time? Like, God darn it, Steiny, you messed up. You know?
Yeah. Sure.
Happens every day.
Let's go to GI in Oakland. Hey, GI, what's going on, buddy?
Man, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
Man, I always appreciate listening and talking with you guys, man. You guys work with me for at least 6 hours of the day, man, every day, so that takes me through my day.
Cool.
One thing I just had to say, I want to ask Boo.
What's up, baby?
Are you a little bit excited tonight, man? Didn't you make a bet, a 48-win bet with Steiny?
Oh, my God, you're right.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did. Hey, you.
Okay.
Oh, my.
Hey,
I'm sweating.
GI.
You are the man, GI.
Yeah, okay.
Whenever you're in the city on a payday Friday, come by the old shit.
I wasn't trying to undercut
We
you, man.
made the bet.
There was never a bet.
48 wins.
Anyway,
I said they could win 48.
I think we look good moving forward, you guys. Thanks for the call.
No, not thank you for
this
the call.
comes on the heels after you saying I hadn't been in bet, and I won the Warriors road bet last year. But 48, it wasn't about you said you want a bet mouth, and I said 48. It wasn't you didn't say they could achieve it, but you took the bet.
I'm kind of with Goo on this.
I've done this before, and I've done it infrequently, and it has caused a rift, but I must do it. You're a liar.
No,
you lie.
So you're telling the caller he's lying?
Yes.
That was another show.
No, he misremembered. You lie.
Stop.
You lie.
He just reminded me.
Mary J. Blige. Nothing.
You remind me.
Oh, what was the bet?
48 wins. I get a pop at the cafeteria.
Don't. You get nothing and like it.
No.
You'll get nothing and like it.
I'll take it. This is serious. This is personal. Because when Evan wasn't here, you went off about my bet history.
You don't even remember.
hadn't won a bet. Tonight's the night. Yeah. 48.
Actually, you are bothering me now.
No, but because you lost and it hurts. Pay up.
I did not make that bet.
Payday next
Don't worry,
Friday.
Stein, you had him at 47.
Hey, Evan. Like, this is going to turn the mood sour.
Well,
I'm about to win.
I don't mind losing a bet, but I'm not losing a bet I never made.
Wow.
You can take that to the bank.
Wow. This is really going to hurt us, man. The chat stands with Goo. David Hernandez. I mean, it's coming out of him.
Yeah, he's a
P1. Put some respect on my gambling. And that's all I'm saying, man.
You never made that bet.
Oh, my.
OMG. And you know it.
No, I'm telling you.
You're willfully lying.
48 was
You're
it.
a liar.
I forgot, and so did you.
You're a liar.
As soon as I heard it.
You were just as angry about Goo's road record last year.
No, he won that bet.
And that's what,
he did.
Yeah, but you're still mad about it. And this is why now you just lost another one.
Yeah, okay.
Sleep on it, bud.
I'm not sleeping on anything.
Dude, you owe me.
I owe you nothing.
You owe me.
You're not getting it.
Yeah, and that's
you're
telling everybody who you are. That's fine.
And you're telling everybody who you are.
I didn't know the guy that called.
You don't remember anything because it never happened. And this is getting old.
You're
and
in
the listeners understand where you're coming from.
I want my drink.
You ain't getting squat.
That's what you're doing, huh?
Zero.
I got you, bud.
You can make up a bet. He's going to make up a bet now. He can't win a bet.
And that's what's bothering
now he's going to make one up.
We had a P1
Stop making stuff
reminder.
up.
You know we
Stop making it up.
Evan.
Let's go to Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew's in Berkeley.
I got something in a sec.
Yeah.
Evan.
Pay me.
Evan doesn't remember the show we saw this weekend, let alone a bet we made 6 months ago that never occurred.
That's for different reasons.
What's up, baby?
Hey.
What's going on? Love the show. One thing about, the hardest team sport is that in baseball, you can be drafted number 1 overall, and you're sent straight to the minor league. And every other team sport, basketball, football, you'll be a key component of the team right away. In baseball, you got to grind. It's nonstop. You get drafted, and it really means nothing. So, hope you guys have a good one.
Yeah, you
appreciate it, yeah.
I'm just telling you, Stoney, I respect all athletes, and that's why NASCAR, Daytona, F1 that Evan brought up, I get it. But I'm just telling you, man. Give me a.
There it is.
If you shot 30% in basketball, you can't shoot. If you miss 70% of your
you're
passes,
Russell Westbrook and you're a Hall of Famer. Hey,
that's not fair.
Thank you very much, Les Buckets, Gaslight Guru. I think that's a great nickname. Gaslight Guru.
So we had a caller call.
You know what that means?
And took
it means
time
you
out
just
of
lie.
his day. No.
You just lie.
I know what it is.
You just make stuff up.
Well,
please.
It's a little more.
Evan knows what's up. Ernie Chavez will pull the receipt. He'll have
right.
The audio.
And when he says no bet was made, you'll say, well, he wasn't listening that day.
So why did the caller think a bet was made?
Because he's an instigator. And I don't like instigators.
I don't
like people who stir stuff up.
I thought people that support the show mean more to you than.
To be fair, you guys make so many bets that it's really hard to keep track of.
Because before you got back, he just said, you hadn't won a bet in a while.
You
haven't. So that's why it's really hurting
The last bet you won was the one on the Warriors road wins a year ago.
Let me tell you something.
Which is a hot streak for you.
You talked about the silver spoon yesterday.
Spoons.
Let me not get my drink next payday Friday.
You're not getting your drink.
All right.
It's in 48 hours.
Oh, we get paid this Friday.
Let me tell you.
Oh, Evan, watch out.
This is one of those things where I want you to really take this in.
No.
And I'm just take it in.
I'm getting it.
You will not get a drink from me.
They win tonight.
Over that bet.
Yep.
You will not.
What?
And then what are you going to do?
I'm going to show you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to show you better than I can tell you.
You're going to beat me up?
No, I ain't going to. No.
You're going to get barred from the ship, Stoney.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they really want to go out of business?
Steiny, stand by your word, man.
Guru. Knock it off.
This is really, no, seriously. We had somebody that had no dog in the fight that loves both of us.
He was your friend.
Steiny, stop. Called in.
He even said he's never called in before. He was calling in to stir it up.
I don't know him. Thank you,
caller. There you go. Thank you. If someone openly admits to cheating on the score in pickup basketball, they lose betting credibility.
And the guy that's on his tippy toes when he takes pictures, cheating the camera.
Yep.
Oh, I actually do have a question, and this does pertain to the bet after Steiny does the legal. Does the bet change for anyone based around the trade? Because at the beginning of the season, you were betting on an obviously different team, or does it still apply? Because I think
it still applies.
Well, I thought at the beginning of the team would be like a 44 win team. Turns out they would have been probably worse than that if they hadn't gotten Butler. But now they traded for Jimmy, so does that still count?
I think it still counts.
Yeah, if a bet were made, it would count.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
But like a preseason prediction.
Go ahead.
You were betting on a team that was not this team.
But also, we weren't.
No, you're right.
Yeah, well, of course he is for you. But the bottom line, Steiny, is, Evan, is did the Warriors get to the certain number? And it was 40. It was 48. And they'll do that tonight or tomorrow, Friday. Right. You are really telling on yourself. If I don't have that Friday.
So you didn't remember.
I admit that. But I remember never after he brought it up.
We never made it.
And Evan even backed me up.
Guru. So
you think we had a season come and go?
Yes.
After they did make the playoffs, and we said no bet.
Come up with the tape.
Come on. All right, Ernie Chavez. But I shouldn't have to do that. Because I thought I worked with a stand-up guy from Reading, PA.
This is unbelievable.
And now he's turning.
Hey, G.I. from Oakland.
Slime
you ought to be ashamed. You ought to be ashamed.
Got a streak of unpaid bets from people at this station.
But he thinks I'm going to pay him a bet that was never made when he still owes me, 7 cases of beer for the 7 times 24 number of bets he lost to me. That's fine.
No.
That's fine.
I'm $200. Now, you're the second person at the station that owes me. Lowe never paid that bet.
Yeah, because you didn't do him right.
No, you don't know that.
No, I do. I was watching him. I was watching him. Can we get back to the NBA?
I don't know if I can. I'm going to try.
You were kind of just exposed there, just a little bit.
Yeah. And the receipts are showing that I am because it's you.
Not one person has texted in and said, I remember that bet. Not one person.
Job.
It's not your job, Goo.
Well, we had one caller call in and remind us.
Right.
And that's not enough.
And we've never heard of that guy before.
But he's heard of us.
He's probably your neighbor.
Yeah. Okay.
In Union City.
My God.
Would you bet that Pods will make an all-star game at some point in his career?
Wow. You know what, Evan? And I said Kuminga could be a future all-star, but you didn't ask me about it. Now, why would you snicker? I'm not putting that off the board.
Of course he's not.
Once Curry's gone.
Moody too. Where's going to have 3 first-team All-NBA players in 3 years? Pods, Moody, and Kuminga.
He asked about Pods.
Yeah.
You left out Post.
He didn't play last night.
He was sick.
Yeah. Illness.
People got TJD last night.
I was happy to see him.
You know what he's got, Goo?
Oh, but what do you got? What?
He's got a playoff beard.
I saw it. Kerr shaved his. I was digging it. What's up, liar? Had a random P1 call and say that he remembered the bet and you won't even stand on it because you hate to lose. That's shameful, man. Now I got to go find the original brick of the house I grew up in.
Good luck.
To get paid.
Good luck.
That's cool. That's cool.
All right. Let's see.
I got my list.
Oh, by the way, quit telling me. Oh, this was a great one. I heard Shasky all morning talking about it. Shasky, this is a bit. Relax. About, all these teams in the West in disarray. You see what happened on the sidelines last night with the Warriors? You tell me this team's together.
Come here. Buddy, that's Steph Curry. Steph and Buddy Hield. I want you guys to meet each other. Say hello to Steph. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the world. He's wide open.
He do. He came open late.
I love you, buddy. I love you.
That is fine. He came open late, buddy. That was great. And I heard Fitz pointed out, and Kalina was like, Curry was open. That was great.
Came open late.
He came open late.
That makes me like Buddy more.
Dude, no, how could we not? Friend of the show.
All right. You want me to play more sound?
Yeah.
Who do you want to hear?
That.
Who do you want to hear?
Give me.
You want to hear him making a fool out of Buddy again?
I would
That's
like
real
that.
good for camaraderie.
No, dude, no. I like the. Did you find the Dre one that you were talking about? Pods after Pods being hot. I know we played the old one.
It's from Draymond or it's from Pods?
Draymond. I thought he had said something new about Pods. My bad. Because Pods
this is
in
Pods
the zone.
on a reaction to Draymond.
Draymond and Steph and Jimmy just reiterate to me that I'm a big X factor to our team, whether I put the ball in the hoop or I don't. But, we're significantly better when, guys like me, Moses, Jonathan contribute at a high level. I think to have that confidence that they have in me, hearing that from guys that are champions, that are Hall of Fame players, it just gives you that kind of like, I don't really care if I miss. I'm going to just go out there and be aggressive and, always try to make the right thing happen. And so I think that's helped me from November to now, but just kind of constantly reiterating to me, we want you to score the ball. We want you to be aggressive. If you miss, okay, it doesn't matter. I think it helps a lot for anybody.
That's Pods talking about the veteran leadership from Draymond Green and Steph Curry.
And now Jimmy Butler. Man.
Let me ask you this. Is it fair to compare how the veterans have built up Podziemski, apparently, according to Pods, with how they've responded to Kuminga?
Now, I'm being real. I don't think anything has been different, Steiny. And I believe Pods being able to run this team as a rookie, basically hit the ground running, obviously is different than how Jonathan Kuminga started his young career, and Moses Moody for that matter. But if you're asking me, have they done anything different or have they learned from something maybe they didn't do? I feel like that was all afforded to the guys that had come before them. Even Jordan Poole, before him getting hit, him and Kurt, you know what? The vibes were immaculate. So I'm going to say no to that.
So they've been
the same,
as encouraging to Kuminga as Podziemski.
But the difference being, and why I think you pose that, Steiny, is Podziemski was further, he was ready to do more earlier.
Right, but
run the team as a rookie. That's what he did.
Do you think the veterans believe in Kuminga like they believe in Podziemski?
I do.
I don't. But I'm not saying you're wrong.
Because we've seen them.
They have gone out of their way, it feels like, to prop up Podziemski.
But what about the times where they...
What about the time where Draymond Green said, I don't even know who Kuminga is?
Yeah. That was last year.
He had no relationship with Kuminga.
That was said, and I came down Dre's road for that. But what about Dre also talking about Kuminga this year, his impact, where this team can go, his ability, and he's done that after a game. Curry's talked about it when they were pre-Jimmy Butler. Both of these were, and even Steve Kerr talking about this team. Basically, I'm paraphrasing this time. Excuse me, is going nowhere without Kuminga. Like they said, what we all have been yearning, and now it's kind of changed since Butler's here.
Draymond did come off the bench for Kuminga, so he could start. A different team now, but he did do that this year.
Yeah, I think that has less to do with Kuminga. I don't hear Warriors players talking about Kuminga like they're talking about Podziemski. I just don't. They've been more encouraging to Podziemski. I feel like.
Do you think they maybe?
But he's been here a shorter period of time. The other thing, Kuminga's been here for 4 years now.
Now, I do want to ask you this. Had you posed that question when Pods was struggling, I'm just asking you, Saudi, do you think you would be quicker to say they have? Because
I think
is this just part of the euphoria, and rightfully so, that Pods is created to where you're feeling that way now because he's playing. But when it wasn't so good for Pods and he was struggling, I'm just wondering, had you posed the same question, would you approach it the same?
Well, when Pods was struggling, Draymond Green went up to Pods and said, hey, Pods, don't worry about missing shots. You're too important to this team. You do too many other things. Who cares if you missed a shot? You're the only one who cares, and we need you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's an issue, but I do feel like, Pods has maybe ingratiated himself more to the Warriors than Kuminga has. Let's go to Shaka in Berkeley.
Our guy.
What's up, Shaka? How you doing?
Hey, man, stop thinking about unpaid vets. Man, remember the great Bob Welch, man? Dodgers, did he play for the A's?
Hey, Shaka, you think I don't know what you're trying to do right now? You're propping up the guy who took you to a game. If I take you to tonight's Spurs game, you would agree with me.
Oh, man.
No, I'm just playing. Hey, man, but I want to talk about Pies, man. Remember when he threw the behind the back pass that went to the stands, and he shrugged his shoulders and walked to the bench, and we all wanted him out of here. Let's just be truthful. Let's get off this, this big old Pies. We all was very upset with him. See, we started off 13-2, 12-3, I believe. We lost a couple games in a row. This guy has made one of the greatest comebacks of all, man. As a sophomore, he's making. I think he's shooting over 50% of 3 points. Man, this guy is unbelievable. But I just want to say this, man. I think Kuminga is going to do what he is going to come up to. I think it's going to be the right time and the right place. I think the playoffs is Kuminga's time, man. What do you think?
No,
I don't think so.
But Stoddy, to that point, and I appreciate your honesty, what I love about it is the opportunity has not sailed. He's still a part of this team. I don't think his role's changing. And to put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Steiny, I honestly believe it can grow if he gets off to a good start. So that's what I'll say. And, nobody's set tripping up here and trying to, pit these guys against each other. No, you want everybody to be balling, but you just can't ignore this run Pods is on. And I even criticize him. We had fun criticizing him about him going to the podium after games. We lost because of me. But that just lets you know who he is. He really thinks he belongs. And now he's, I'm not going Jordan Poole because Jordan did more for longer and they won a chip. But, man, Brandon Podziemski I'm telling you, Steiny, I just wish I could kind of read the minds of other teams like the Rockets, teams that are about to play. Like, I honestly believe, Steiny, he's getting the stamp of being legit.
This is from the 415. This is not me.
Okay.
Steiny, the veterans connect with Pods because he's a gym rat, baller, dog. And they identify with that background. Kuminga suffers from cultural differences and picking up the sport later in life. Berkeley Pete.
Wow. And this is what I'm going to say to that, and I know we're up against it. Could it be something to that, Snotty?
Something to...
That text. Like, could there be...
There might be. I don't know how hard... Like, I get the sense Podziemski is a gym rat. I don't think Kuminga doesn't work hard.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything like that. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play the Spurs tonight in San Francisco. And the Warriors, 3 more games left. They win all 3. They're almost a lock to have home court if they can win all 3. The Spurs tonight, Portland Friday in Portland, and then the Los Angeles Clippers back here
who are playing
on Sunday night. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Let's make love to the mic.
Spurs, Chase Center, 7 o'clock. Evan Giddings, 6 o'clock with Warriors Live. And the Golden State Warriors are headed toward the home stretch. Nice win against Phoenix last night. And now the Spurs come in.
Can they get to 4, Stoney?
Can they get to 4? Let's take a look at the standings.
And that means and constitutes a game 1 would be here at Chase.
So right now, the Warriors sit in 6th. But there's a 4-way tie with the Clippers, Nuggets, Warriors, and Grizzlies.
Wow.
The Warriors are going to lose the tiebreaker to the Clippers and the Nuggets if they finish tied with them. And Memphis, they have the tiebreaker over. But if it's a 3-team tie or a 4-team tie, it changes things. But right now, the Warriors are 6, and if the playoffs started today, they would play the LA Lakers. And Guru's been talking about who he wants and who he'd rather avoid. And I think you got a list.
Yeah. Well, I got it.
So, Warrior fans, anything can happen between now and Sunday.
Right.
And right now they're 6th. They're probably not going to get the Rockets unless they fall to 7.
But Minnesota losing last night kind of helped the Warriors in a big way, right?
Warriors, because of last night's win and the Wolves loss, the Wolves probably have, well, the Warriors likely will not finish 8th now. They'd have to lose 2 out of the next 3, and Timberwolves would have to win all 3, and that would be the only way Minnesota could leapfrog the Warriors if it's a two-way tie. So there's still a lot of things that can happen. But 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a lot can happen, but it's still not too early to talk about what the path may be for the Warriors that could be the most favorable and the least favorable. So, Warrior fans, where are you at? Guru's going to give his rankings of the teams that he'd prefer to play early. What say you? All right, Gu.
All right, number 1, Stoney, and you tell me what you think after each one.
You know what? I should make up my own list without hearing yours.
Okay, do that,
first.
and then
First of all, how many teams do you have that the Warriors could play?
I got 4.
Okay, so you took the Rockets out.
Yeah, I took the Rockets out.
Let's keep the Rockets in there.
Okay.
Just because
I got a note next to them. I put everybody.
Let's keep them in there, if for no other reason than the Warriors, they still could get 7th. So let's keep the Rockets in there.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Number 1 is the Denver Nuggets, Stoney.
All right.
I really believe with what just went down, and I think Malone is better than Jenkins with Memphis, and that is only because they've won a championship. I really believe we played some audio. I know Evan wasn't here, and we could play it again from 2 hosts in Denver just talking about Jamal Murray and maybe his availability. Stoney, there is a real chance, I believe, Murray's not back for the playoffs, and firing Mike Malone and Calvin Booth, their GM. I think Denver right now, Jokic is great. He'll get his numbers, but they don't have enough. And I think that would be the ideal first-round opponent for me, is somehow it came out in the wash that the Warriors could get Denver first.
All right.
Okay. Then I'm going to shock you. You tell me what you think. The LA Lakers.
All right.
I know they probably have the potential to possibly win it all, but what I saw in regard, and all that matters is their matchup with the Warriors, you can't hide Luka on defense. And as great as he is on offense, Donnie, I saw something that the great Steph Curry and Dre and the Warriors took advantage of. I think they can do that to get them 4 games first in a series with the Lakers. So the Lakers would be second on my list of who I want the Golden State Warriors to play.
All right.
And then third, now we're getting to the nitty-gritty. As much as Sunday bothered me, and I didn't want to come in here and talk about the gauntlet that was the 4 games and Houston being the last one at home, I just don't feel like right now, push comes to shove, Stoney, they got that one guy that they trust, that one guy that they can say, that's Steph Curry per se. So it would be the Houston Rockets because of what I deem their inexperience and non-go-to player. So it'd be Denver, L.A., and the Rockets.
All right.
Now we can hear yours.
No, go. There's 2 more teams. L.A., the 2 L.A. teams. No, I'm sorry, L.A. and...
I got the Clippers here, too.
Put Memphis in there.
Okay. And Memphis is the same thing. but they scare me a little more than Denver.
All right.
But something's going on, Steiny, and I know they've won 3 in a row, but the bottom line is I just don't trust Ja. I don't trust Jaren Jackson Jr., and those are their 2 guys in regard to the foul trouble. So I don't see them giving the Warriors, them being the team to be buttoned up to win 4 games in a 7-game series. So Memphis would go on that list. And then I put the Clippers, and Steiny, they do, you didn't ask, they scare me, but is Kawhi truly going to be able to stay healthy? I know he didn't play last night, but boy, this is going to be the biggest apology if somehow he can stay healthy. And let's just say they come in here Sunday with that game meaning something and they win, and you face them in a series, I would say all bets are off. I would be nervous as all outdoors with this Clipper team because they do got talent, and James Harden is the grown-up, in the room and on the floor. The Clippers are legit. If health, but I had health as a question.
Thank you. So is this the path that you want to see for the Warriors or the preferred first-round matchup?
It was the path. So I would like to see Denver, Lakers, and then hopefully Houston.
Rockets.
Yeah, the Houston Rockets. And then he asked me about the Clippers, and you could just put them anywhere.
I didn't do it the easiest path. Okay. First round, second round, Western Conference Finals. I just 1 through 5, who I would want
and
in
why?
The first round.
And
first
why?
round.
And you give us a why.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in here. Rank the 5 Warrior possible opponents. I'm taking Minnesota out because they look like they're headed toward 8.
Okay.
But I'm taking them out. So we have 5 teams. We've got Denver, the Rockets, the Clippers, the Lakers, and Memphis.
Okay.
My list would be the team that I think the Warriors would have the best opening round chance against is Memphis.
All right. So they said I had Denver, you had Memphis.
And you're going to be surprised where I have some of my teams, I think. But Memphis is the team that I think if the Warriors got in the first round, that'd be a real good matchup. The second team, to me, it's still the Rockets.
Wow.
I think the Rockets are still a team that the Warriors can beat, even though they're young, but that's one of the reasons I have them at number 2, because the Rockets are an extremely young team, and I think the Warriors would use that inexperience to their advantage. So the Rockets would be 2. If I'm a Warrior
I had
fan,
them 3. Okay.
If I'm a Warrior fan, I'd want Memphis. If not Memphis, then the Rockets. Third,
this is it.
I'm putting the Lakers. I am putting the Los Angeles Lakers, number 3, because I kind of hear you with where they're at, and there's just something where I think that the Warriors, since the Anthony Davis trade, has a better crack at the Lakers now. I think that's
the paint's open.
I think that's a fair assessment. 4, the Clippers. The Clippers.
Man.
And then 5, I still think Denver is a tough team for the Warriors to play, no matter who's coaching.
Right.
Because to me, Denver, if they're whole, and let's say Murray plays, I feel like, they almost don't need a coach because they've beaten the Warriors 9 out of 10, and they do have confidence against the Warriors if they are healthy.
That's what I was going to ask.
And I just think they feel like if they can get the Warriors, Aaron Gordon and Porter Jr. and Jokic are going to be really, really tough for Golden State, whether Mike Malone's coaching or not.
Let me ask you this, and I got you. I wrote it down. Steiny, do you feel like we're disrespectful? Well, I had Houston 3rd, and a lot of that stemmed from what we saw Sunday. But a young team that's held on to the number 2 seed, do you just feel like we're being disrespectful at all to what Houston has accomplished this season?
I don't, because I think you can respect what they've done and you can be impressed with them. And I didn't expect them to be surging right now, but they are. But you can't dismiss that they have 4 guys who are 22 years old who've never played in the postseason, and that is something that they're going to have to overcome. But no, I don't disrespect the Rockets. I just look at them compared to the 4 other teams, and they're young. I mean, they're just really, really young. They're a little bit like OKC last year.
What about the Warriors 14-15? What would you, no pun intended, what would you dub them? Even though they had that playoff series and lost in 7 to the Clippers under Mark Jackson, weren't they young too, though? That year that they won it, Kerr's first year?
Well, but that's exactly the way I look at Oklahoma City. Because the Warriors, they went to the second round 2 years before they won the title. And then the year before they won the title, the Clippers weren't a great matchup for them that year. They just weren't. And they got beat in the first round in 7 games. So Curry and Draymond and Clay, they did have 2 years of playoff experience before they won a title, even though the year before they'd been knocked out. So that's
man.
That's the way I would rank the 5. 888-957-9570. Where do you guys come down on the teams you would face or you would want to face? But let's go to Darrell. Darrell's in Oakland. Hey, Darrell, how you doing, buddy?
Steiny, good. What's happening? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Yeah, man. I wanted to say something about Podziemski real quick.
Okay.
When he cooking, he kind of remind me of white chocolate, man.
Wow. I hadn't heard that one.
Old Jason Williams, old white chocolate when he cooking.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful day. I love you guys. I'm in Ballina Bay fishing for halibut.
Oh, nice. What's the weather like up there?
Yeah.
Is it cloudy or is the sun out?
Oh, it's beautiful. I got my shades on, Steiny.
Now, are you in a boat or are you casting off from the shore?
I'm off the shore right now. Yeah.
So you're on a boat?
No, I'm on the shore, Steiny.
Oh, you're on the shore.
I have a little aluminum boat though. I got a little Gilligan.
And you're fishing for halibut.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how much is a fishing license these days?
For the year, like 70. Well, you get the 2-rod sticker, about $70 for the year.
Okay. Now, if today's a good day, how many halibuts you coming home with?
But it's 2 per person, so hopefully 2.
Oh my gosh!
All right, thank you guys, man. Love you guys.
2 for what? That's the Happy Meal of fish. 2? Oh man,
it's got to be 2 a day.
I don't think. Does a water come around and check?
Hold on a sec.
Because I don't know. I got to be careful. Norm, we would have 8.
So
2.
It costs $75 to get a fishing license, but you can only bring home 2 halibut. That doesn't seem right.
Not at all.
Got to be 2 a day.
Yeah.
Where are Fisher?
Current California. Oh, this is ocean recreational fishing, but possession limit is 10 fish. The general daily bag limit of 20 fish total.
Is it because it's halibut that it's only 2?
Sounds like, well, he might not be fishing in the ocean. And it's also different for different fish. Like it's 5 trout per day.
Okay, all right, got you. We used to go for striped bass.
Yeah, nobody likes trout. It's not a good fish.
Shout out Mike.
What's your favorite fish?
I just told you. I don't like catfish.
Nah, that's not high on my list. What's your favorite fish?
Bluegill.
What kind of fish is that?
Salmon, bluegill.
Okay. Hey.
By the way,
your family's got the outdoorsman. I don't.
They were deep frying catfish on the corner right outside the park.
I believe
after the concerts. Dude. My God.
Fried fish with hot Steiny. Last time you had some fish, like hot off the grill, you're at a fish fry or just somewhere. Don't
Probably
sleep
salmon.
Man.
But look, salmon.
Uppity.
You deep fry salmon?
No, I didn't say.
We're talking about fry.
I didn't know you were deep frying it.
Yeah.
No, they had the deep fryer like in a big vat.
I would have had some.
Right on the corner.
Okay.
Man.
Did it right in front of you.
Yeah, I don't know.
We had some at Norm's party.
Salmon?
Yeah. No, fried fish.
My favorite fish is mahi-mahi.
Mahi-mahi.
Yeah, I love mahi-mahi.
He just called back 2 per day, 2 halibut per day per person.
Gotcha.
So if you get there at 8 a.m. and you can be done by 8:20, Evan, if you abide by the rules. Yeah. Hey, what did you think of his white chocolate comp? Jason Williams was bad.
Well, here's what I think.
He put a move on Gary Payton Sr. Oh, my God.
I actually like the comparison to Ginobili better.
No doubt about it. Well, both being lefties, too, but he's got Ginobili's footwork, Steiny. Go ahead.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, no doubt.
Ginobili.
Yeah.
Oh, bass is good too. I like bass. Thank you, D-Lou22.
And that's what bluegill is. I said salmon. It's bass.
If you don't cook salmon right, forget it. Forget it.
Yeah.
You got to cook it through. You can't leave it pink in the middle.
Can I honestly ask you, have you taken your daughters fishing? Have you guys ever went out fishing? And you
yes.
Because I've taken my kids fishing. We have done that.
We have a place in Canada, and sometimes we'll cast the line out there. And
I'm not mad.
And we pull in some big 8-inch perch.
Well, be honest.
Yeah.
It's an island.
It is an island, yes.
You have an island.
It's a small island.
Oh, my good Lord.
It's very small.
Silver spoon. My man, Ricky Schroeder.
It's in the middle of nowhere. Nobody goes there.
It's not in Canada.
Exactly.
That would be your
It's
island.
almost near the Arctic Circle.
Just in the middle of nowhere.
Steiny, wow.
It's not an island like the Bahamas.
Catalina.
It's not that big.
Angel.
Okay. It's in a lake, too. It's not like in an ocean.
Like Alcatraz.
It's much smaller than Alcatraz. Here's how I describe about how big it is. Take a football field.
All right.
And then just push from the ends.
All right.
Push in the end zones to make kind of a circle. And that's about how big it is. So it's small. So it's like from one end of the island to the other end of the island's probably 75 yards.
But it's your island. And you got a place to sleep?
It's very rustic. It's like the places.
My man.
I
want my drink Friday, man.
Shut up, Ross. Was that Tucker? Ross Tucker? Ooh.
I texted him the other day.
And the structures on the island are like tough sheds. There's no electricity. There's no running water. You got to get it from the lake.
The bottom line, Sonny, is you're blessed. You guys are blessed to have that at your disposal and call it yours. Everybody can't say that, Evan.
It's just, but you're misrepresenting. You're making me sound rich, and it's not in my family.
Well, you ain't poor.
It's not my family.
Hey, yeah, you might not be rich, but you damn sure ain't poor. Steiny's Island
was bought in 1939.
He deserved it.
All right.
People, this taking off. Steiny's
What is
Island.
taking off?
Steiny's Island.
There's an age joke in there somewhere. By the way, do you think that it's fair, if we're talking about comparisons, is it fair to compare Pods to Ginobili, like a Hall of Famer?
Why are you asking me?
Because you just did it.
I said the comparison between Pods and
fair is different, Evan.
Ginobili is better than. I see more Ginobili and Pods than Jason Williams.
And I do too. But I think it's a compliment, Evan. Like it's not, do or die. This is what he's going to be. But if somebody's saying that, I asked him the question. He said he patterned his game after Ginobili. That's a damn good comp. I'm not saying he's that now, Steiny, but I'm telling you, he's making a name for himself.
Chris A. on the YouTube chat says, I don't like the comp. With Ginobili, it's not a bad comp. I mean, look, he's got a long way to go.
Why wouldn't you like that one early?
Well,
I think maybe he's just saying it's not fair. I think anybody would take Ginobili on this team.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about the same guy who compared Kuminga to Kawhi Leonard.
Baby.
So...
Baby Kawhi.
It was taken out of context. Like the bet.
Please. You oughta. You know what? See, this is what you're...
See, if I... honestly, I would have a big L on my face if I said Kuminga was Baby Kawhi.
Well, you did.
He was Baby Kawhi.
He's never Baby Kawhi. Go ahead.
In the sense that the OGs, Tim Ginobili and Parker, were Dre, Steph, and Jimmy Butler. So the young guy might be Pods now instead of Kuminga going into these playoffs.
Curry 5 rings, paying $1.99 on the super chat, says, can I get a night on the island, Steiny? Yeah, it takes you 24 hours to get there. But sure, knock yourself out.
You got a chimney? Like in the cabin?
We got a fireplace in the cabin.
What?
But
I'd like to see a picture.
I'm trying to think of...
So if we wanted to roast marshmallows at nighttime, there's more than enough space, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's got like 4 structures on it, so you could have maybe 8-10 people there.
Structures, 4.
Right, they're not like...
Wow. Evan.
I know.
My man. It's small, but it's got 4 structures. Ain't that small, Stoney?
Okay. You know how much it's worth right now? Probably like $9,000. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's off the beaten track. Nobody pays any money for that kind of real estate up there.
You're the best.
Stop it.
Yeah, I would like to see a picture, though.
I'll see if I can get some. What time is it here? 12:40. We made our list of who you want to play if you're the Golden State Warriors.
What do you make of Sunday's opponent, Stoney? As a sports fan, not a Warrior fan, remove your Warrior fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any part of you that wants Sunday's game to have some meaning against the Clippers?
Sure. Why not?
Well, if that's you, then, Stoney.
Well, if Warrior fans would like it to be over by then.
No doubt about it. But
the
playoffs have really started if that ends up being the case. You know what I mean? They started that playoff game against Houston. That had playoff intensity. So did Memphis. So did the Lakers.
Well, I mean, you could tell by the way Jimmy Butler was playing.
No, but you've told me and Jimmy's told us that's who he's going to be. And that's okay. I'm just saying, like, nobody wants 30 shots. It's
25.
If you see your guy drowning or having a hard time, maybe take a little more initiative and give me a couple more shots. Last night, nobody cares. And my Twitter was going off. He's only shot for it. Come on.
Yes, estimated eyes, you're right on the money. Those structures sound like the interview shed in Sacramento for the Oakland A's. You know what? Not that bad.
Man.
No, it's like,
wow.
You know what tough sheds are, right?
Yeah.
The tough sheds are nicer than the ones that we have on the island. Oh, God.
Somebody said do a show from the island one day.
There's no cell phone service.
Oh, boy. So you're up. Yeah, you're out there.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Is this why you watch so many programs about isolation?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
That explains it. It's fascination.
Mountain men. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's 12:41, which means we're getting there. And we'll talk. Evan had a good topic about something.
Usually do.
Well, he'll tell us at the break, and then
that's our guy.
I'll pick it up on the other side. You ready, Gook, for this break? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That segment is sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us.
tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors. They play the San Antonio Spurs tonight at Chase Center. 7 o'clock start right here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings will have Warriors Live at 6. And the Golden State Warriors have 3 games left in the regular season. And that's all the time we may need to figure out where they're gonna end up in the standings, Goo.
Yeah, and you kind of, I was like, hey, how would you feel if Sunday's game meant something to the Clippers, but versus the Clippers? But you kind of want to have that solidified by then. But it is kind of crazy, Steiny. This whole time we've been watching the standings, that the Clippers have jumped the Warriors. And it's a testament to not just them playing ball, but Kawhi staying healthy, Zubac. So, taking my Warrior underwear off, that is a team. Like if I asked you, give me a team that piques your curiosity going into the offs. I thought it was the Lakers to see if they can kind of hide Luka on D and they just take off to another stratosphere. But the Clippers, how good are they? Because Kawhi, when healthy, has a chip, and he beat us.
I think they're pretty good. But the team, my sleeper team, okay. I told you who my sleeper team was before the show. The Indiana Pacers.
Interesting.
I just have a feeling they're going to knock somebody off.
And they're not bummed. They're
Cleveland
a good
or
team.
Boston.
Yeah.
So yesterday, Michael Malone got fired by the Denver Nuggets, along with the general manager. And they have 3 games left in the season. And the Stan Kroenke, his son, Josh, was doing an interview with Altitude. And they were asking him why they decided to fire Calvin Booth and Michael Malone. And take a listen, because we talked about this yesterday, and I think it's a interesting topic. Take a listen.
This wasn't a decision that was taken lightly or taken as in a reactionary fashion to anything specific. Having observed our group over a very long period of time, what I would say is that, having observed that group over a period of time, there were certain trends that were very worrisome to me at different points in time. But they would get masked by a few wins here and there. And, in the world of professional sports, when winning and losing is your currency, winning can mask a lot of things. We went on an 8-game win streak right before the All-Star break. But since then, I think we're 11-13. We've lost our last 4, and we're trending towards a direction that I thought would probably be a very near end to our season in the near future, and so all that taken into consideration, wanted to try to figure out a way to potentially squeeze as much juice out of the rest of the season as possible. And I think that after talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. And that, with that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, what is the best decision for this group right now? And, from that point forward, I think that, I became comfortable with the thinking of, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. And that's where we arrived at with the decision.
All right. Your thoughts?
Winning doesn't cure all, because he looked at the 8-game winning streak that they had as almost, Stoney, in a crazy way, just me, you're asking, a bad thing. And then 2, I don't want to be naive here, but now I really believe with a gun to my head, Stoney, that there was some turmoil between Michael Malone, who I love and had been there 10 years, and not just players, his star players, because it sounds like you're punting on the opportunity for this team to get hot again. You're minimizing the coach, and you're talking about things that you were going to do at the end of the year, which is your right, but you're letting that, to me, supersede the possibility of trying to get hot, stay composed, and do something. And If you're telling me those odds have increased of them winning without Michael Malone at the helm, then I guess I'm just missing something.
I don't know how I feel about this, because if they felt that they were going to fire him at the end of the year, but things had already gotten to a point where they thought they were done, I kind of understand just doing it now and giving this team a chance with a new coach. It also sounds to me like both guys, Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, had to do with what happened. Apparently they weren't getting along. And here's a funny one that we've heard here. The story goes that Calvin Booth wanted Michael Malone to play the younger guys more. And the guy who apparently was in the center of it was Russell Westbrook. And Calvin Booth didn't like that Westbrook was getting as much playing time he was when guys like Peyton Watson weren't, and there was another guy. What's the other guy's name? I can't remember this now. Not
Pickett?
Strawther, Pickett.
Yeah, that was the one.
Not Strawther, but Pickett. And, that's the one thing I was thinking about comparing to the Warriors. I mean, and I don't know what Mike Dunleavy says to Steve Kerr or what Bob Myers said to Steve Kerr, but I know Warrior fans wanted Steve Kerr to lean in more to the younger guys, and I think a lot of Warrior fans think, he hadn't really done that, even though it's happening now. I think a lot of people felt like it was done out of necessity rather than anything else. So I understand why they did it, and now what just remains to be seen is if they have a run in them or not. But it sounds to me like they were convinced this team was done the way things were going, at least at present.
And I guess just from that viewpoint, Steiny, what bothers me so about how they've currently been playing, and they haven't been playing well, is Jamal Murray, I thought, was the new or next Dwayne Wade on his best day, especially when they won the chip a couple years ago. But for him to be hampered and not available most often, like that couldn't give Michael Malone the benefit of the doubt. It's like, yeah, those two dudes were bickering. They didn't talk. But I'm going to say something to you, Stoney, and you may not agree, and that's fine. From a sports fan standpoint, I don't want Memphis or the Denver Nuggets to win a round and basically introduce and what word am I looking for? Minimize coaching to the point to where you've been around the guy all year. We're 5 games left in a season, and now we could see coaches possibly get ran, and the organization feel like, you know what? Stoney's no longer coaching. Goo's out of here. We still got the same shot. So I'm hoping just from that vantage point, they get ran right away, and then this is not the norm. And hey, at the end of the year, Stoney, you want to fire the coach. That's your thing. But I didn't like that clip of just how insane trying to go out and field the team and think that everything's going to be okay in the playoffs is a thing now. And we're talking about a guy that had been there 10 years in Michael Malone and had won a championship. So I think if all the warts of he said the wrong thing, he rode the guys too hard, and if he picked Westbrook over some other youngsters, I almost like that for Michael Malone to be like, you're standing by your guy at least to the point to where it costs you your job.
I mean, the one thing that I do believe is that nobody knows what's going on in Denver except the people in Denver. And I absolutely subscribe to the belief that if you've watched, and I'm not saying the Nuggets, this is who the Nuggets were, but it's clearly who Josh and Stan Kroenke thought they were, that if you're going into the last month of the season and you know your team is fractured, you're not winning anything. You're not going to go to the playoffs and turn it on. I just don't think it's possible. If a team is truly broken, then you are going to get beat in the first round. So I understand why they did it, because I think they were looking at their team having no chance to advance.
But what about when they did it?
I don't have a problem. Like if they decided, whenever they decided that this thing was breaking down, like I look at it as though, okay, they thought they had a 0% chance going into the playoffs that they could make a run because they've watched this team for 2 months and it ain't playing right. All right, well then fire him now and see if you can catch lightning on a bottle.
So when they came in here with their JV squad or their B squad, I guess that meant nothing for Michael Malone.
Well, what about the game when they rested everybody for the Warriors specifically?
And I wonder.
And they didn't play that hard, apparently. Like, I think that loss to the Warriors was probably the one.
This last one where you're up 9 after 1.
Yeah.
And Jokic looked like, oh my gosh, he was incredible that first quarter.
I mean, the other thing, like, Michael Malone's a great coach, but, he's pretty tough.
Yeah. But I thought that's what we like.
But it's a veteran team. Like, it gets old for a veteran team. And, again, I love Michael Malone. I think he's obviously a really good coach. But if you look at that team is now veteran-laden, and Michael Malone still kind of rips into them like it's the Denver Nuggets from 3 or 4 years ago. And maybe they got a little, tired of it.
But I guess I'm saying this, Donnie. They were still the 4th seed.
Yeah, but I don't think that matters. I really don't. I think they think they should have been a 1 or 2 seed. They were 4, and now they're starting to crash a little bit. So, I think if you're the Denver Nuggets and you're like 4th feels like 8th for them.
Well, if you're I know this is going to be hard for you, Stoney, but if you're a Nugget fan, I would be a season ticket holder. But and again, they can control, hey, we don't miss Mike Malone. We won a first-round series. I think it's highly unlikely, but as a fan, how can you rally around this when it seems like you're punting on the playoffs?
I think it's the opposite of punting during the playoffs. It sounds to me like they felt like taking Michael Malone and that team into the postseason, that was going to that they were punting on the playoffs. And I know it's just another way to look at it, but whether they're right or wrong, I don't know. But it sounds to me like the front office determined this thing was broken and we may as well make a move right now. But real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Our great producer, Evan Giddings, has a buddy who is a huge Denver Nuggets fan. Is that correct, Evan?
Yeah, he's one of my teammates in college.
All right, what does he think about all this?
Well, so he was texting me even after the Warriors lost to the backups of the Nuggets, and he was saying that he didn't think they were going to get out of the first round. And I think a lot of us who have watched them from afar, who haven't really obviously paid attention game by game, would assume, they'll just turn it on when they get to the postseason. But he watches every single game, is involved in a lot of Reddit threads, and apparently Nuggets fans did not believe this team was going anywhere either. And a big reason for that was because of how Michael Malone coached. The part that I don't necessarily understand is the GM aspect of this, because when you let the coach go,
right,
like in Memphis, the GM stayed, but it seemed like they were just willing to clean house completely. And that's why I also don't think that Jokic is necessarily involved in this, because if you're getting rid of everybody, I don't know how your star player is going to be able to save both the coach and the front office jobs that are going to be involved in this.
And I wonder if Jokic this summer, Evan, to that point, if we'll find out how on board he is, but if he causes some ruckus and wants to get out of town or wants a new locale, I mean, this is the time to voice it, because I know if I had a relationship with Michael Malone and my head coach, Donnie, and you did this without, involving me, it would be hell to pay.
Well, I also think that it was it's ownership's answer to, you know what? The hell with both these guys. They're not getting along. They're affecting the team. Booth wants the young players to play. Malone's telling him, I coach the team. It probably leaked into the locker room, and I think they must have looked at both guys and said, you know what? Both you guys stink.
We don't even
because you can't. You're not working together, and Michael Malone can be very stubborn. Like he can be if he's kind of like Jimmy Butler. If you tell him to shoot, he's not going to shoot. If you tell him to play somebody over Russell Westbrook, he's not going to play him over Russell Westbrook just because you said so.
Does it feel like there's also a hint of sabotage? Like the quote where he talked about winning not masking winning masking the true issues behind the scenes.
Right.
It made me feel like they fired both of them because they didn't want the Nuggets to, I don't know, maybe win a postseason series or two. I don't think thought they could win a championship. But since that's the goal, winning 2 series might actually save the jobs of these 2 guys that they clearly wanted out anyways.
I think that's fair.
But what's the prize?
Well, it could do more harm to the players because if you're firing a head coach or someone that they believe in, which it doesn't sound like that necessarily was the case, that everyone was all on board with Malone in the locker room.
No, there you go.
If he regains their trust through the postseason, which would be possible if they were successful, then you could really piss off some players.
I mean, and I know you can't make the analogy straight up, but let's take the Warriors. And let's say the Warriors, look, they've won a title less recently than Denver. And the Warriors have young players who people want to, some fans want to play more. And let's just assume Mike Dunleavy is a GM who's saying to Steve, you got to carve something out for Kuminga. He's going to help us, and Pods and Moody and Post and Trace, and we got to see what these guys can do. Like, I don't see Steve Kerr as saying, Mike, get the hell out of here. I see Steve Kerr as saying, I'm looking for reasons, Mike, to play him. They just need to give me more reasons. But then could you imagine something happening internally where we wake up one morning and the Warriors have fired Kerr and Dunleavy? And think about, you guys are right. I mean, that's what's so surprising about it. Well, Steve Kerr's a 4-time champ. Well, Mike Malone won a title. And Calvin Booth was the GM when they won the title a couple years ago.
And he got fired with the team being the 4th seed.
Couldn't Malone make the case, though, which also might be at the root of the rift, is Booth didn't really build that team. Tim Connolly built that team. And Booth was the general manager when they won, but he didn't bring in Aaron Gordon. He didn't draft Nikola Jokic. He didn't make all those moves, or the majority of the moves that made them as successful as they were.
Yeah. And you laughed at me, Steiny, and I'm not saying, Evan, these are the guys that they missed, but Bruce Brown, Jeff Green, when they won.
Jeff Green,
yeah, when they were in Houston.
It.
But I'm just saying, guys like that were making contributions coming off the bench. You look at their bench now, and I was telling you before all this popped off, something's up with Denver. And the fact that Jamal Murray was hampered, it makes this, like, if I'm Mike Malone and they're the 4th seed, it would almost give me an excuse. Well, we were without Jamal. He's not right. But even with that, he still got ousted. I got to believe the Joker and Mike Malone's relationship had taken a hit, man. I just really do.
Well, I think it's clear that Murray fits into this equation somehow with his injury, and Malone saying, I don't know if he's going to be back for the playoffs. Maybe he will.
Yeah.
It just seemed to me like Malone and Booth were kind of on an island because they couldn't get it together.
Uncle Looney asked you in the chat, Stoney, do you think Denver underachieved this year, being the 4th seed with everything that's gone on? Your answer?
I'd have to wait.
I'm saying no.
I'd have to wait till the playoffs because I still think, look, we're going to find out if they got internal issues, and I think they do. Like, I don't necessarily think this is going to help them. I don't know if it's going to hurt them, but I guess the only way to measure the Nuggets now, what if they win in the first round? Does that justify the firing, or are people going to say, well, Malone would have done that too?
No, I would say.
What if they get to the Western Conference Finals? and lose, are we going to say, well, Malone could have gotten them further? I don't know what they saw in this team that made them give up on him, other than they said, Kroenke said that, it's been going on for 6 weeks, 2 months.
Do you think they quit anytime Friday night against the Warriors? I don't. I think the Warriors took their will. They came out, they gave a haymaker, and then they wilted. They didn't have Murray.
Wilted,
the Warriors were better.
Wilted. That tells me of a team that doesn't have the wherewithal anymore.
And lost at home to Jordan Poole and the Wizards. They've had some bad losses.
Exactly. They have. They've had some really bad losses. And I think it's very possible that last Thursday, when the Nuggets came in to play Golden State, and the Nuggets, I think there's a lot going on. I think the minute they rested everybody against the Spurs to load up against the Warriors, they were playing with a little bit of fire.
Wow.
Because the reality is, even though you were on a back-to-back and had a double overtime game against Minnesota, I still like their chances to beat the Spurs at home, as opposed to a Warrior team that's playing pretty well.
And I forgot about that loss. How much did that take out of, or go into, it's a wrap?
Well, I don't think
Minnesota game.
Well, that couldn't have been it, because none of the starters played against the Spurs. So, it's
but I
not
thought
like
that was because of the Warrior game, though.
But that's my point. Once you sit Porter and Gordon and Brown and Jokic, you're saying we might not win this game. There's no way that they sat 5 guys and thought, well, we're just going to beat the Spurs. I think it was more, the bigger game is the Warriors. And then they came out against the Warriors and things were going well. And the minute things started not to go well, they just kind of folded. I don't think they believed in themselves anymore.
Well, they're playing like that. They are playing like that.
And we'll see what happens tonight. They're at Sacramento. That's a game they should win.
And Sac is jockeying for playing positioning with Dallas.
I mean,
where that elimination game will take place.
I mean, let's see how the Nuggets finish out the season and who they end up playing.
But you have Jokic, you got Aaron Gordon, you got who else we got? Stoney, help me out. You got Aaron Gordon, Jokic, and Michael Porter Jr. It shouldn't be a shock. I guess the bottom line, you just said it. We'll find out if they quit tonight. But if they come out and ball, that's telling me, I didn't want Malone fired, but we're okay.
I mean, I don't expect a drastic change, but if they can, I don't know, they didn't seem together, and that's why I think those guys lost their jobs. Can they get it back in a week? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how broken it is. I don't know what the specific
Malone will have a job next year, though, right? It might be in Sacramento. No, he got fired from Sacramento, so I'm sure Vivek is not going to, go back.
I mean, who's a better candidate?
That's all.
Malone or Taylor Jenkins?
To me, Michael Malone.
Because he's won a title, but Taylor Jenkins is the winningest coach in Memphis history. Maybe he'll get a...
What if he's Denver's new coach?
Maybe. I don't know. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors wrapping up their season. 2 more games left after they play the Spurs tonight.
Amazing.
And right now they sit in a 3-4-way tie, but they're 6th. And they need a little help to climb. But if they win the remaining games, they may be able to do it on their own. All right. Let's see here. What's coming up next on the game? There's a lot of great sports talk. And it'll all be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
shtick on your big shtick.
The noise shook me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Gosh, Steiny, I let you down.
Of course.
I want to bet today. But listen, this is from Willard, and I admitted my error when you asked me about bluegill, but my man comes out of nowhere. Bluegill is just bluegill, not a salmon or a bass or anything, just a bluegill. I love listening to this. That's our guy.
What was your theory on Joe?
And then when he walks in 20 minutes, hey, Mike, what's your deal? I love you. I really do.
Watch out, Goo. He's got another knife under that table.
No doubt, a shank.
You guys are starting to bother me.
Because you don't like losing bets. And the boss is looking for that audio.
Right, and he's never going to find it.
Yeah, you hope.
He's never, there is no audio. But let me tell you what he did find. Another bet I won. It's so funny. He's looking for stuff to try to get me on, and he can't get me on anything because I continue to have a hell of a year.
Stop it.
And he reminded me that 2 years ago,
all right,
when you were like, Steiny, the Giants, they're going to get Shohei Ohtani. They're going to get Ohtani.
Oh.
And I said, if they get Ohtani, I'll do a whole show without my shirt on. That's how convinced I was they had no shot.
Yeah.
How did he find that?
He found it. He found it.
You know why?
He's good.
Because he's begging. Nahigian's begging just like Guru. They're looking for something that's not there. No, you know I'm right.
No, Steiny.
No, Steiny. No, Steiny.
What you don't understand about what we do.
I understand everything.
Because you remember every Seinfeld episode. I remember every Cheers episode. We're that to some people. And for that caller to randomly take time out of his day, no.
I mean, what kind of guy makes something up?
I can't wait till the audio just...
It's not going to happen.
And I'm going to get a double of whatever I'm sipping.
Okay.
I'm getting
That's
a double.
fair. And when they don't find it, you give me a drink for being a liar.
There was a lot of people coming in on the text line on
There
Goo's
was
side.
nobody coming in on the text line.
Steiny, look at the... Come on.
I know radio's theater of the mind, but knock it off.
No, there was a lot.
There was a little, and it was one guy.
It's the one guy.
And you know who it probably was, too? One of those guys in the YouTube chat.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
Yeah.
You guys.
I know it hurts.
You know, you can lose.
No,
and that's what you missed, Evan. When you were gone yesterday, he read me the whole act of you've been stinking, your bed stink. So that's what's really got him in a bunch. Name a bet I've lost recently.
Oh, the Pirates just got you beat again today.
Well, that's not you and I. I'm talking about you and I. I won the last one. I'm hot. It was the road record for the Warriors last year.
Okay.
Yeah. Just put some respect on my game.
I won't. I won't.
Hey, anyway, he showed me a picture of the island people. It's a castle. Steiny, it's incredible.
He's
and
lying
he showed
again.
me one of the structures.
He's lying
I'm
again.
impressed. No, seriously. But you are a bad dude. So is your family to have that.
Evan, can you wrap this up for me?
I opened Pandora's box, so I apologize.
It's incredible. Evan, it's beautiful water.
Typically, that's what an island has.
It's a lake. It's a lake nobody's heard of.
Yeah. What is the name, though? Lake? Lake Steinmetz.
It's called Galleri Lake.
All right.
I'm mad at you now. Hey, what are you up to after work today?
Look at that tone change so fast.
Yeah, what are you up to?
See, now you're going to be disappointed. I'm out.
Why?
Because I got to do something with Norm. That's my guy, man. I gotta go somewhere with Norm.
Meanwhile, Norm's listening right now saying, I don't think my son's coming over today.
Well, what about Evan? He's back.
He's working.
Well,
plus he's coming off one.
Yeah, he might need to thaw out. What are they saying when you dry out? Huh?
Yeah, I might have to go clean the rest of the month, to be honest. But Goo, let's if we're doing an update on Norm, is he feeling any better or worse about his June prediction?
It's funny. We were doing something with the airlines yesterday, booking the flights, and I'm in it. But he's smiling, and it's a nervous smile because he wants me there, obviously. But I'm just telling you, Steiny, let's just put it right on the table because Evan asked, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. just right now today, how shocked would you be if the Warriors represented the Western Conference in the final?
I'd be pretty surprised.
But I'm at a 7.
But here's the
which
thing.
means this thing is incredible.
Let me tell you what I'm sick of. I am not in the prediction business. You like that. You like to predict. You always want to be first. I had it first.
No, I was on the
Warriors
media
first.
That's not me.
Steiny, I called the Western Conference first. That's great. And for your sake, I hope they get to the Western Conference Finals and you can say, Steiny, I was the first. I had it. And I'll be like, you know what, Goo? Yeah, you did.
I'm not that host,
you
though. I'm not in this business for that.
Me?
You are.
Hey, Steiny, what do you think of the Warriors? Would you be surprised? Yeah, honestly, I would be surprised.
Even right now, it feels like 2 teams falling off with Denver and Memphis. 2 teams with a bunch of talent. We're talking about Ja Morant, who once we thought was the next face of the league. Jaren Jackson Jr.
Those teams weren't title. That's not a title.
No,
contender.
but we thought we were watching them go through their playoff puberty. The Memphis Grizzlies. Like, come on, man. These are 2.
Goo.
I got to be careful.
Goo.
I feel like
before
they're
anything
dead.
came down with the Memphis Grizzlies, they were still the team that the Warriors fans wanted to play because they're young, they're still immature, and the Warriors have had their number in the past.
But they had the playoffs to prove that, they still
do.
Wrong. Well, wow.
And they won 3 in a row.
Coach going out.
They won 3 in a row.
True.
Like, I'm not.
But you don't feel good about betting on them moving forward is all that I'm saying. Now, they could go do just what you said, but the feeling, and I just hate you think I'm social media, and I'm standing up for myself here. Yeah, I said they could go to the Western Conference Finals.
Great.
Who wants to hear 4 hours from a guy that said, I think they could get to the Western Conference Finals, and then do 4 hours on, I predicted it. No, we're going to talk about the team.
That's what's going to happen if they go.
We're going to talk about the plight. We're going to talk about the metamorphosis that has been Jimmy Butler.
Pods.
It's incredible.
The metamorphosis has been pods, the more I think about it.
But I got to say something.
Because how much can a guy impact a game if he takes 3 shots a game like Jimmy Butler?
That's what I'm saying. How much does pods go on Jimmy's ledger?
None. They're individual players.
Steiny.
Guru.
What are we doing here?
Well, I'm not going to give.
Because I'm not minimizing pods.
What's Butler done for Kuminga?
Now, who's Jiminy?
What's Butler done for Trace Jackson Davis? Nothing. Why is Pod?
Hold on.
Why can't you give Pods his flowers on his own?
He's got a bouquet of them.
No, he wouldn't have done it without Jimmy. That's fine. I'm not disagreeing.
What about Curry, this guy? Yeah.
Don't say that.
Averaging 30.
Well, yeah, he literally jumped like 7 points the moment that Jimmy got here.
Answer that.
That has nothing to do with Butler.
Purely on Curry?
Yes.
You are, boy.
Boy, what?
There's nothing like you. Well, pain medicine, but other
Less
than that.
Amin Thompson's on the other side.
Man. Which was a more impressive defensive game? Draymond Green against Giannis or Amin Thompson against Steph Curry?
Amin Thompson against Steph Curry, because let me tell you, I didn't want to take any flowers from Draymond. Giannis's offensive package is, I go to the rim, get out the way, and then when you stand up to that, it's like, okay, so Dre, you were fabulous. I was there, front row, but what Thompson did, young Thompson did to the chef, I'm not saying he can do that ever again, but that was impressive on a Sunday afternoon.
Oh, big time. It was big time. 888-957-9570. I'm not doing this.
What do we got? You got
Put him on.
Who is it? Priest.
Better.
I'm turning the mic off. Go ahead.
Who do we got?
We got someone who wants to agree with Guru.
Of course.
KO in Fremont.
And I don't know him. What's up, KO?
How you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Who
loud
are
and clear.
you?
I'm first time, long time.
Nah, I don't believe it.
I listen to you every day.
My man.
And
Why
I'm
would you
telling
do that?
This was when the Warriors went 12-3, and then they had a 5-game losing streak. And you guys, Guru, had the optimism, and you were down playing him Steiny.
Goo.
And you
him
guys
talk.
ended up with a quick little bet. 38 games. I remember.
Find it. Okay. Somebody go tell Nahegian that it happened.
See,
when they lost 5 in a row.
The fact that we have to do that.
You think I believe this guy?
Why would he has a life. They're not on my payroll.
Have you ever been on the internet? It's what people do. It's called trolling.
It was oddly specific.
Dude, it wasn't at the beginning,
but here's how I know he's lying.
After they had lost 5.
Here's how I know he's lying.
This is incredible.
Guru would never be optimistic after a 5-game losing streak. No. He would have quit on him.
It sounds just like
Period.
It's on brand.
End of story. Let's go to John in Lake Merced.
Win for Goo, pay up Stein.
That will not happen.
That's sad.
And you know what? Even if he gets the tape now, I'm going to deny it.
Wow.
What's up, John? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Guru, it's just every time, whether it's a win or a loss, you just go all in on whatever the outcome is, and it could be the Warriors winning or losing. Mm-hmm. But right now, you just said something about the Memphis going downhill.
Yeah.
They lost 1 game to the Warriors. It took Steph to have 50, Draymond a triple-double, and Jimmy 7-11. Now, a 7-game series, that series can go 7 games, but you're all of a sudden counting Memphis and Denver out when they're still really good teams just off 1 game that they played.
Oh, no.
All right, thanks, guys.
Take your victory
now,
lap
I feel like
and hang up.
He had a Eastern twang, down the East Coast twang. I'm going to say this to that. No, it wasn't about the Warriors. Lost Memphis, they were balling and had a lead. My point is they fired their head coach, and I just believe that's symbolic of something's not right in the most important category, off the floor, in the locker room. We watch Winning Time when we saw the great Pat Riley galvanize the Lakers. But Steiny, and you're right, Memphis, along with Denver, can show that, hey, it's no biggie. Well, but I don't want them to go on runs because for the fraternity of coaching.
Oh, when did you turn into little Jeff Van Gundy? You feel sorry for coaches. Yeah, okay.
Coaches matter.
Not in Denver.
And Memphis.
Yeah, no, I just
dude, the guy broke down when the bet was made. Now it wasn't before the last caller. It was after they had fell off a little bit, but I was believing. But hey, I'll get my own drink. You don't even got to worry about it.
No, I know you will. Because that's par for the course. You get yourself drinks, no doubt about it.
Evan,
just explain to me this. I'm on record for saying Warriors can win 46 or 48 this year. Why would I have made a bet that they wouldn't win 48 when I said they have a chance to win 48?
Again.
Exactly.
No answer.
You,
it was when they they were losing.
No.
They were fighting.
I would never make a bet in the middle of the year.
All right.
That's not
towards the beginning.
Yeah,
no, I wouldn't. No.
We're minutes and hours and maybe a day away from getting audio. And when that thing comes
well, first of all, if the boss is trying to pull it, he's not going to find it till midsummer.
At which point you will pay up.
I'll still deny it.
Wow.
I did not make a bet like that.
So
and
the people are crazy.
No, that's it.
It's the
over.
internet. The people are calling.
It's over. Yep. That's it. Discussion's over. Yeah. That's what my wonderful daughter, Josie, period, end of story.
I said what I said.
I said what I said.
Wow, man, you were something else.
I said what I said. What are you going to do for the next 10 minutes?
Just talk about
I know what I wanted to play.
You've been denying this bet for the
talk
last
about
hour.
the island, but go like I'm fascinated like you are with your little crazy shows that you watch, but now we know why you like the bush.
Hey, did you see this last night? And I'm sick and tired of it because now we've got 2 examples. You people, and I'm putting Shasky in there too. It's just a bit Shasky.
Why do you do that?
I'm worried about the Lakers. Why? Okay, they get every call. Okay.
Doncic starts, stop, shoot, gonna score.
Well, he got the switch. He won it again. Hardenstein. Luka's thrown out of the game.
Oh, no.
Luka just got thrown out.
There you go. Second technical. Doncic is gone.
Luka is saying he was talking to a fan, and the official is saying he was talking to me. So that's his second technical. He's out of the game. Luka makes this shot, and I guess one of the fans in the first row, he was saying something. Luka said something back, and the official happened to be in that area.
Yeah.
That was,
Norm
and I were watching it. That was a 1-point game. It was a good game. And the Zebras had to make it about them and thought so insecure. Luka's talking to me. Just, man.
That's And, I don't watch every Laker game. I watch a lot of them, but that's 2 in a row. They play the Warriors, and Curry goes to the line 14 times. LeBron can't get there as many times.
That was one night.
Curry gets 14 free throws against the Lakers, so the refs showed no favoritism in that game. And then last night, they threw out the Lakers' best player for talking to a fan. So miss me with the refs like the Lakers. That's all. Just say, Steiny, you're right. Like, the refs don't favor the Lakers.
If you said,
just say that.
Who are the top 5 foul merchants in the league? Luka, LeBron. They get a Hollywood whistle even before Luka was here.
Right.
So whoever plays the Lakers in the first round,
they didn't get a Hollywood whistle when they played the Warriors.
That was one day.
Okay, yeah, exactly. It's the last game they played.
But now we're talking about a series.
Well, no, we're not. We're talking about one game, and then they throw Luka out.
And how many free throws did Curry get Sunday against Houston?
Well, that's because he was locked up.
Oh, Stein.
He should have gone to the line.
Saying it like that is proving your point.
You know what? And this is why, like, honestly, Goo, this is why I have the relationship with Steph that I do. Because he can't stand people who pander to him. He likes honesty. He likes when somebody says, you know what? I need somebody to remind me. Sometimes I turn it over too much. He gets sick of people saying, well, it's not Curry's fault. It's not Curry's fault.
You are special, man.
Then that's why.
And I don't know if that's a good thing, but I'm here for you. I am not the internet.
That's right. Steph went for 50 after I gave him my signed jersey. Thank you. You're welcome, Dub
He also
Nation.
got hurt.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Call back. Where's she at?
Yeah, she'll get on.
She heard the bet.
Yeah, she won't be getting on anymore. All right, this is Steve Kerr, and we're getting back to Podziemski and his scoring on 3 levels.
It's changed everything, just the last month or so, knocking down the threes, feeling so confident back there. But the way he can get to the rim, uses Euro step, the way he runs through the catch against closeouts and breaks the defense down and either scores or finds somebody else for an open shot. Brandon is generating a ton of offense for us.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I just respond to that? I don't think, forget pods for a moment, I don't think there's any bigger compliment than when a head coach says player A is generating a lot. That means you're not just a one-trick pony. Why are you laughing? What happened?
Well, I mean, there are other things comparable, like his defense is off the charts.
But you know what I mean. Come on, man. Get a kid some love. And you are, but damn. You ain't got to be spoiled milk on everything.
By the way, a text from the great Joe Spadoni.
Our guy.
I played water polo and golf in high school. Water polo is the most physically demanding team sport, treading water the whole time. And he says he also had a nice Speedo tan.
TMI. But
Come in tomorrow, and why don't you tell Joe Spadoni, who's played water polo, how hard or easy it is because you've never played it.
It's not about that. I get that. But I would tell my guys, Badoni, there's no NFL of water polo. There's not a league. There's not Monday night water polo. I get that. That's all.
Of course there is.
Okay, where, Steiny?
It's just like the ABL that Connie Hawkins played in. More pods from Kerr.
They do, yeah. He's definitely taken a leap the last month. And, it's really coincided with Jimmy's arrival. The two of them have this great connection. Brandon solidified his spot as a starter. I've always felt when you can stack together a lot of high IQ players, the game becomes easier for everyone. And that's what I'm seeing right now between Jimmy, BP, Draymond, Steph. It's really fun to watch them all click.
Well.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll let you take that one.
Take what one?
The high IQ.
Yeah, I mean...
That's point Goo.
How do you figure?
He said Podziemski's emergence has coincided with Jimmy Butler's arrival.
And he doesn't like it.
No, I was saying it did.
Well, yes, Evan did.
I said that when Butler arrived, Butler's been the guy, and Pods is right there with him. See? Yeah. But leave it to Steve Kerr, vintage Steve Kerr, to give Pods the backhanded compliment of, well, Yeah, he's taking the leap, but he ain't nothing without Jimmy. Like, why did he have to say that?
He didn't. You just put words in his mouth.
That's what I heard.
Former writer or
That's
current
right.
writer.
Back to Kuminga. You imbecile.
See, that's yeah.
Ah, boy. How much time we got here?
Dude, I've had a ball. Seriously. I don't know if you have.
It's been fine.
Well,
it's been fine.
Evan will let us know.
He's our arbiter. Oh, here you go. Here you go. I'll tell you what, just to show you that I can take it, I can dish it out, but I can take it.
Not there for three, final few seconds. Mike Conley, three-pointer. That'll do it. Oh, bookmark this one. The Bucks trail by 24. And the biggest comeback of the season. And the most dig deep moments of the year.
There you go.
I can laugh
at myself.
I couldn't believe you guys wrote they had lost.
Who wrote they had lost?
On the Vine. I thought they were up 24. I go, oh, they handle business. Because I caught myself checking scoreboard watching, and then when I read the Vine about the Wolves, I'm like, oh, that means something bad happened, and I go check, and they just wet the bed.
Yeah.
That was straight out of the NCAA tournament.
Give us your little Wolves howl when the moon goes down and it's 7:40. Give us that little thing when they win that you do about the Wolves. What happened last night in Milwaukee?
They lost. They'd won 7 in a row, and they lost the game.
What sound do you think a buck makes?
Wolves kill bucks in real life, first of all.
Well, bucks aren't vicious.
No, they got those antlers.
Yeah, that's all.
Anyways, Evan, just finish
Bucks
up.
are more powerful animals than wolves. This is simple.
Okay.
Not a dire wolf, a regular wolf.
But yeah.
Wolves travel in packs and they dominate moose and elk and deer.
So they cheat.
They cheat, ain't trying.
And you're talking about lions, Steiny. Cheetahs do
not
that.
They
I just
cheat.
saw-
It's
yeah.
that, you know what? Wolves have a sense of teamwork that no other animal breed has. We gotta go.
If he's laughing.
He's got nothing.
If there's something that the man has come up with.
Do you want me to play it for you right before we get out?
I got to do the legal.
So what's success for the Warriors for you this season?
Get to 5. Get to 6.
Right. And that might be 52 wins. You're right, because this could be thick.
But it could also, things could break and 47 might be able to get there. It depends on the year. There you go.
Stay tuned.
Oh, my God.
October 2nd.
He said 52. Didn't you hear him say 52? Let's play it again.
So what's success for the Warriors for you this season?
Get to 5. Get to 6.
Right. And
Get
that
to
might
6.
be 52 wins. You're right, because this could be thick.
But it could also, things could break and 47 might be able to get there. It depends on the. There it is.
No, 47. I went as high as 52.
Thank you.
I don't think that's all.
Thank you.
I think there's more.
That's not the bet, though.
Yeah, the bet is 48 wins.
There was no bet. That's the point.
I think you're being
And I was right on the money.
I think,
5th would
I
be
think
good.
There's more audio coming.
There's no more audio coming. We got to go. You said 52.
No, I said
52.
as high as 52.
Yeah, well, how'd that come out?
Well, you said time for the legal.
Yeah. Time. Hey, Nahegan. We'll talk after the show. Hey, it's a Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Shut up! It's called following the team.
That's
it's
not
what we
following
do.
the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan
The
Dibley.
fellas.
But first, we got to, I guess Evan's got some sound, and we've got to clear something up.
Uh-oh.
People are saying I made a bet that I don't believe I made.
It's from the boss.
All right, this is from the boss.
Like, of course he wants to win, but he wants to win it all. He's still playing at a high level, and that's why Mike Dunleavy told us to our told us to our face the other day, enjoy it.
What did happen there?
What was that?
That's not a bet.
Evan.
That was from the boss.
That's a
Shout
hairball.
out Dave Fleming, but come on, man.
That was a gremlin.
That's a hairball in any other league. And it's okay. We all get them. You get caught up. Shout out Usher. And, sometimes you
Willard, wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Willard, Steiny won't tell you. I came in this morning, closed the door. We had a closed door meeting.
Ooh.
Because you guys were entertaining both sides of the street in regard to Butler Shotgate. Nothing to see here. If you see you need to shoot more, do it. And I closed that door and I said, hey, look. And I pointed at him. What you did yesterday in the crossover can never happen again. We did a 3 hours and 45 minute show, and we are 2 peas in the pod in regard to Butler Shotgate. Willard comes in here, he gets us started, and then points to you, go, yeah, I agree with you, Willard. And I let him know that didn't sit well with me all night, Dibs. And I was hurt.
The most troubling aspect is that you actually thought I was on the same page with you yesterday.
Stop
After 3 hours.
The streets
I was
did.
with Willard.
No, but
I don't need him to shoot 18 times if he doesn't want to.
You got him in your back pocket. That's all I'm saying.
I have all of you in my back pocket. It's been
Please.
proven. He's terrified of me. Now, we had a caller yesterday say that he thought it was very refreshing for me and Steiny to be on the same page about something.
There you go.
That's very refreshing.
Oh, boy.
Steiny had a cookie yesterday.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it was all good.
Yeah, I remember the show you guys did.
So do I.
Dibs, we were gone. I remember.
Yes.
I think that was the only day that
Hey,
you
Mark,
and I
how
worked
are you?
and nobody else worked. Remember that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Another day off.
What was that? Yeah.
It was just a Thursday.
It was just a day.
Hey, oh, boy. What you guys got?
Show.
Dibs, you were phenomenal today helping us out. Dave Winfield.
No, and you know what? I learned my lesson, and I apologized. Steiny, I want to apologize to you for listening to your show, because what I normally do, my routine is I drop off my 2.5-year-old at daycare.
God love
and I run an errand,
My niece.
and I get home, and at 10 o'clock, I open up the laptop, and I put on the YouTube feed, because I don't get the radio reception in my house. I don't have a radio in the house. And so I go, you know what? I'm going to jump on the tube and I'm going to catch the opening 12 minutes and I'm going to interact with our P1s.
No doubt.
Many of whom are there from 6A to 6P, and I love them all. I'm not going to name check any of them because they all know that I'm a huge fan, but I get in the YouTube chat, and about 10:09, my guy comes at me like, Dan Dibley, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I was just a little surprised.
I'm there every day, Steiny.
Well, I don't usually check the text.
Right. So when you check it and you see me, either thank me, Ariana Grande, thank you next, or leave it alone. What you did today is you turned me off. And so you know what I did? I turned you off. So whatever you guys did between 10:09 and now, I'm sure it was a good show, which is kind of a lie because I texted Guru about Dave Winfield when you were so wildly out of bounds with your Danny Ainge and all the rest of it. Dave Winfield was drafted by 4 different leagues.
Man.
4. Not 3, 4.
Show me the hockey scholarship.
Hello?
Show me the Montreal Canadiens draft.
It was the ABA, coach.
No, that doesn't count.
ABA.
That's the same sport.
And I said 4 different leagues.
No, you said 3 different sports.
Leagues, Dibs. I'm with Dibs.
3 sports and 4 leagues. You're wrong, Steinmetz, and you're out of line.
There's no chance I'm wrong.
You're actually 100%
Don't
wrong.
look at
I'm actually not.
for backup.
I'm not looking at anybody.
No, you absolutely are looking for him for backup.
No.
And this is not only check, but it's checkmate.
I don't think so.
I'm Gary Kasparov, and you're Bobby Fischer.
I'm Spassky.
In
I'm Boris Spassky.
Mothballs. Yeah.
Spassky.
Shout out 80-year-old
champion.
references.
That's
right. He hosts the morning show.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Thank you.
All right.
Willard, thanks for helping me with bluegills.
Yeah, can we talk about everybody's favorite fish again?
That was great.
I don't belly laugh often while I'm driving somewhere, but listen, I don't even claim to be a fisherman, but my son is, and so I listen to whatever he says about this stuff. And he likes to tell me all about it when we're out there at the lake or whatever. So on the way here, when Steiny says to you, "What's your favorite fish?" and you said bluegill, is it bluegill? I said, "Yeah, it's a salmon." And I'm like, I'm like, it's not a salmon. And then wherever you looked, the YouTube chat or whatever, it's my favorite Guru line of the week. The chat got me. They're on me because I said it's a salmon. It's a bass.
Yeah, thank you for that.
It's none of those things. Yeah, a bluegill. Have you ever seen a bluegill?
Yeah, we used to fish for them.
You did?
Yeah.
You realize it's like one of the easiest things to catch in the entire world.
And they're small.
They come to you.
Yeah.
You show up with a marshmallow, a piece of salami. It doesn't matter what the hell you put in the water.
Bluegill.
Bluegill's about the size of the palm of your hand. And you know what kind of fish it is? It's a bluegill. It's just a bluegill.
Wow.
It's not in anything. So I can listen to the two of you talk fishing all day.
So it's bait, mostly?
It's not bait. They're just small little fish.
Like smelt?
I don't know what a smelt is.
It's really small. It's like a little bigger than a minnow.
No, they're bigger than that. It's like I said, it's about the size of the palm of your hand.
All right.
Yeah. And they'll gather all near your line right next to the shore. And they'll eat anything. Anything.
Wow.
You catch a bluegill when you're not catching anything else.
Willard, that's my childhood, man.
A bluegill is like comfort food at midnight. It's the tub of ice cream when you're depressed and nothing's going right.
And they are only a bluegill.
8 hours on the lake and you've caught nothing. You stick whatever you want in the water and get yourself a bluegill so that you tell yourself everything's going to be okay. Wow. That's what a bluegill is.
Yeah, I would have thought it had. I didn't know a bluegill was a fish in and of itself. So
it's its own entity, Steiny, just like you.
All right.
It's its own thing.
How about those Warriors?
How about them? How about Brandon Podziemski? Does anybody want to talk about him?
Man, we did the whole show.
What do we have here? How would you guys define this? What do we got?
We've got a player emerging. That's what we have.
Okay.
And I'll put no limits on him right now.
Did you guys play with the number that blew my mind today? Blew my mind. Okay, remember he got hurt in Brooklyn? He played 1 minute.
Okay.
And he missed a couple games. And then he's come back, and everyone's doing since March 18th. That's when he started. Okay. That's 11 games. And he's averaging 18.5 points a game and all that. Do you know, did you know that he has more three-pointers made than anyone in the whole NBA?
That I did not know.
During that run.
Because he's at 51% just his last 10.
He leads the NBA in three-pointers in the last 11 games. So ahead of Luka, ahead of Steph, ahead of Trae Young, Brandon Podziemski is the answer to that question.
It's pretty wild.
Is it sustainable?
Well, why wouldn't it be?
Now that I told Steiny, he's on the chalkboard now. But Steiny was like, well, he's a starter. He's always going to be on. But no, they know now that he's a player.
That's a good question. The can he keep it up? Like, he's not going to be a 52% shooter, but you don't need him to be that. But he's already, I think he's up to like 37 now for the whole year, which means if you take out the early part of the year, he is a 40% shooter. I don't know how sustainable it is.
But they need it.
They certainly like it, but I don't know how good a shooter he is.
His next playoff game will be his first.
Right. And I think, as we talked about Jimmy Butler yesterday, because I'm giving him his credit, it coincides with Jimmy here. And I got to be like, that's been obviously a positive effect. And Kerr, we played the sound, two high IQ guys. I'm like, man, he's making the most of it, man.
It's more than just Jimmy. I think part of it is him getting comfortable with where he is in his career, because I'm looking right now at his first 19 games this year. No Jimmy, obviously. They went 11-8. He shot 20.6% from three.
Oh, man.
He was 14 of 68 in the early going. He was patently bad.
People calling in, mad at him.
Right, yeah, mad at him. And then you look at the last 11 games and, 52%. So is he a player that is 21% from three or 52% from three? He's probably somewhere in between. And Steiny, you mentioned it, 37 or so for the year. Now, if he shoots 52% in the playoffs from 3, well, now you got action. Now you can legitimately look at it and go, well, that guy's going to go, 5 of 9 from 3 and probably get you 20, and Jimmy gets you 17 and Steph gets you 30. Now all of a sudden you're a dangerous team. I don't think that it's fair to look at what he's done over the last 11 and think, that's the bar. Right. I mean, this has been bananas. Like Mark said, he's leading the association in threes made for the last month. Yeah. That's crazy.
And we thought it was all cute, but cute in a good way. Oh, he's taking the Chargers. He's putting his body on the line. He's running a team that has the likes of Draymond Green, Steph Curry. He did that year 1. And now he's starting to give you some offensive firepower. Like, this is real. His footwork second to none, I believe. And we asked him point blank range, who was your comp? He said Ginobili was his dude coming up. And I'm just telling you, Willard, I don't want to go too far. I get Jordan Poole vibes of watching another guard be able to score the ball and it not be hoggish. Just almost like, we needed that. And he does it in the flow, like his hair, of the offense.
What does this do for everybody on the Warriors and their development process?
We talked about...
What does that do for everybody?
Check.
Right? We all get a lot of that. I get that comment out and about a lot, right? The Warriors don't develop young players. What does this guy do for that conversation?
Man.
I mean, I actually look at all 4 guys.
Yeah, you did.
I think Moody's taken a step this year. Like, I don't think it's that long of a period, 4 years, when a guy comes into the league. And I think Moody's got to where he's gotten a little quicker because he had a little more of a foundation than Kuminga. But Pods is doing it after a year and a half or 2 years. And let's see what happens with Post. But I've always thought that it's been unfair to criticize the amount of playing time the young guys get when they found themselves on a team that was considered a championship team with 3 or 4 bona fide Hall of Famers. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The other thing about Pods is I really think, like, if you were to ask me what's happened with him, I think he came into the year thinking that he was just going to take the next step and that he heard the talk about we want him shooting 6 or 7 threes, and he just maybe got caught up in it a little bit, and the year started and he realized, man, this isn't going to be as easy as I thought. You just don't take that next step. Then he got hurt. Then he came back, and Butler was here, and now he's been this player now for, what do you think, 6 or 8 weeks? I know the last 11 have been
he was good.
Phenomenal.
He was good before the injury, too.
Man.
He was a lot better than he was. I mean, it's a lot, right? Think about his offseason. So, first of all, you got no playoff experience, so you're also, like, he's coming up at this transitional sort of thing and time with the Warriors where people can't really figure out, are we moving on to the future? Does Steph still have something left? What are we supposed to do? How are we acquiring a player? Is there someone to acquire? And then the owner calls you a future all-star at Summer League.
You're untouchable in trades, allegedly.
You make the all-rookie team. And so where does that – and then Klay Thompson leaves. And so where does that put your head at the start of the year? And weave in some injuries, one of which put a mask on your face. I don't even know what that's like. You know what I mean? Sophomore slumps that's a thing because it's a thing. That's a real thing. So I get maybe what he was dealing with at the beginning of the year, and a lot of people jump ship right away. And this is great. This is great. It's great for him to work his way through this. Yeah. And then I do think a lucky break comes in there as well, too. Like he and Jimmy Butler just, man, they make music, man.
No doubt.
Yeah, they make music together.
Somebody's saying that a bluegill is a perch.
That might be true. Like I said, I'm not the fisherman. Okay. I just know it's not I don't know if there's a family that's not a salmon and it's not a bass. It's a bluegill.
Fair enough.
And maybe a perch, sure. I'm not going to argue.
How you feeling about the Spurs coming in tonight?
I feel good. I mean, the spread is 16.5.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
What is it up to?
That's what I saw
like
it at
Lord.
earlier. I mean, you get into this portion of the season, and I do look at last night, and Mark and I talked about it yesterday. Not only should you beat Phoenix, but you want to beat them in that fashion, which is a Netflix and chill kind of a night where Jimmy Butler didn't even play 20 minutes. And you had all your starters not even really need to play that much. And so you got up at the half, you got up 20 or 22, whatever the number was. And so you were able to put that thing into second gear, put it into neutral, and give everybody a nice rest. And I do think that tonight should be a similar kind of experience where you go hard for 24 minutes and you should be up 67-44, and then you can just shut it down again. So I feel good about this one. I don't know about the 16.5. That is a big number, but the Warriors right now, it's gone up.
17.
Yeah, fine. It might climb from there, but
yeah, it was 15.5 2 hours ago.
Right, 17. I saw it about an hour and a half ago, and it was at 16.5. And so you look at this time, Steiny, as you remember in the association and all your years covering the Warriors on the flip side, Brian Winters, Dave Cowens, etc., where it's like, you're bad. The Warriors never really tanked. They were just bad. And there are teams that tank, and there are teams that are just bad.
Wow, man.
And I do think that San Antonio is more in the former. I do think that they're kind of tanking. I don't know about the relative health of their young stars, but they're definitely trying to sag for flag, as are many teams now.
They tried last night.
They gave
the Clippers a little, hey, how you doing? What they end up, they lose by 5 or something?
111-106, 105.
Whatever it was, they played a game. Yeah. Harrison Barnes had a really good night. But I don't know if they'll do it again. I mean, this is that week. Where
I agree.
All of these teams that are trying they're almost always going to win.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I totally agree.
The Milwaukee thing last night.
Goo.
Down 24. I wrote that off.
That's different. Milwaukee's playing for something.
Well,
but they were down 24.
Yeah,
they didn't call the dogs.
They also just went on a crazy 6-minute 34-3 run.
Dude, look at the fourth quarter score, man.
34-3 run. When down by 25.
That man.
But what we're talking about...
Minnesota should be ashamed of themselves.
But that one hurt.
Yeah.
But what we're talking about is when the Memphis Grizzlies play Charlotte. Charlotte has no chance at winning that game.
Like last night's Warriors game.
Yep. Exactly.
That thing was over 3 minutes into the game.
Exactly.
Phoenix basketball for the next 5 years. That was awful.
But I also want to know who's sitting, who's playing.
I don't like Friday. I'm more nervous of Friday in Portland for their season to do nothing more than make that Sunday. And they got some athletes, but I'm just saying, I don't know why I don't get that vibe tonight from the Spurs, and maybe because they played last night.
Right, but I do think that the Spurs, and you look at who they actually have.
17.5. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's gone up.
It's going to go up every sentence.
Okay. And they probably are going to cover.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know, because if you look at San Antonio and who they're actually playing, like your guy, Stephon Castle, is a real NBA player.
Love him.
He's a good player.
That's the rookie of the year.
Harrison Barnes is a guy who is going to continue to play.
Yeah.
Chris Paul in year 20 is going to be a guy who goes out there, especially in a Warrior revenge spot. Bismack Biyombo, Lone Neal's favorite name to say. Back in the Jolo and Dibs days, he would just throw out a Bismack Biyombo, and I'd laugh, and Joe Fortenbaugh would shake his head, but that was kind of the Bismack Biyombo memory. But Devin Vassal's a good player, so the Spurs aren't terrible per se. So
they were last time these two teams played.
Fox played last night, right?
No, Fox is down for the year.
He's out for the year.
Yeah, he's been out for a minute.
Yeah.
You know who did play, right? Sandro Mamukelashvili.
The guy who scored the most points in the fewest minutes in NBA history.
Is that him?
Yeah. He scored 34 in 19 minutes about 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
That's a great nugget. Right? That's a nuggy nug right there.
Willard, you got to be.
I mean, and Julian Champagne will play.
There it is.
David Duke Jr.
They're all playing.
No relation? To the
I would have changed
the former
my,
supremacist, right?
My name if
Donald Duke, quack quack,
whatever,
something.
Hey, let me tell you what's I know it's not Friday. What's bugging me is this Mike Malone slander and all these videos of him ripping his team after said games during the year.
Okay,
and it's insinuating that's why he got fired. And I'm like, come on,
we're gonna get the answer today. Okay, Ramona is on the show today.
Oh, nice,
awesome. And she's flying to Sacramento.
Wow.
No doubt to go find out what the hell's going on with the Denver Nuggets, because that's where they are tonight.
would you put $1 on them, or do you think I asked Steiny, or
to
they
do what?
Win a playoff game?
Yeah, they'll win a game.
I should have said series.
They'll win a game.
Series. You think they quit? They're the 4th seed still. Which almost Mike Malone should get a medal.
I look, they still have Nikola Jokic, so sure.
Hey, Mark, for now, what if he's so upset he wants out?
I have.
We'll find out.
I have
What time,
no
Ramona?
answers. 4:15.
All right.
I have no answers to what's going on there, but I'm with you that they like. I do not feel like they have any chance to come out of the West. Let's put it that way.
And I also do think, and I've totally done a full 180, or as the kids would say, a full 360.
Yes, nice.
Denver is now the team that I do want to play. They were the team that I didn't want to play, but based on how broken they seem, and I know that Jokic, and we talked about it yesterday, like Nikola Jokic is still a good player, even though they lost their GM and their head coach. It doesn't make him any less of a player, but something about that construct and the losing streak and all the rest of it, it does feel like there's something rotten in Denmark, Steiny.
And if Murray plays tonight, I don't know. That could have been
I don't know if he's.
But that'll just signal to me. Nobody maybe you're holding out on old coach.
No, he's listed as doubtful.
Okay,
he's listed. He's not going to play. He's not going to play in Sacramento tonight. But you know where I've arrived? I don't give a rip who they play.
Steiny says it's going to be tough either way.
I don't. Yes, but also I believe that they can handle any series potentially. I do not give a rip who the Warriors play. It doesn't matter anyway. They're not in a position to manipulate it. They're just not.
Not yet. They might be.
Maybe.
But no box after many loss, I believe. So I think that fear has gone out, unless you slip up these next 2 games.
Sure.
We put 5 teams into the hat, including Memphis, and ranked them 1 through 5. I still have Denver 5th, meaning the team, if I were the Warriors, they're still the least team I want to play. I'd rather play Memphis. I'd rather play all the other teams. And the reason's because it's like, if they do, if Murray plays in the postseason, I know they have a new coach, but like they have a track record still against the Warriors. And, if they get any kind of bump from this coach, or if Mike Malone was a little bit of an issue, listen, I'm not saying they can't beat him. I'm just saying they're still a team that scares me because of their front line.
I'd also argue that if the Warriors played them and they beat them, that's the series that you would come out of the most exhausted.
I wonder, what about Houston? Houston's a team.
I don't like
that's
them
a good
now.
one
That
too.
Sunday did something
but
to
what
me.
Draymond has to do against Jokic potentially leaves him
15
in
rounds.
a little bit of a vulnerable position.
And altitude, man.
Yeah, especially if it goes 6 or 7 games.
No doubt.
But
and just real quick, Steiny, before you guys go, I wonder if you think the Warriors would have a better chance of beating OKC in the conference finals or in the conference semifinals. If they had to beat OKC, which one would be more advantageous for the Warriors?
Oh, you ask him, but semifinals.
I'm asking you both, yeah.
Wear and tear.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question because
for me, it's the finals, because then you get into the pucker factor versus the experience of the Warriors. And I mean, Jimmy's been through it twice, and the Warriors have been through it 6 times, like through the conference finals that many times.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know because
sleep on it.
Okay,
Get back to me tomorrow.
I was actually surprised you took that long of a pause at 212.
Well, because 213.
Yeah, this is great.
My guy.
Can we stump you again? What kind of a fish is a bluegill?
Apparently, it's not a perch.
Oh, yeah.
That's why. I'm not getting into that. Right?
All right.
What kind
you guys ready to go today?
What's your favorite kind of bass?
Sea bass.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Yeah.
Good answer.
I know, but mahi
First round pick in the Raiders.
I was with you on that.
I love mahi.
Mahi is delicious.
A mahi burger?
A little. Have you ever done parm crusted mahi?
No.
You should. You should do that.
About 12 years ago, though, mahi was
story.
overfished, and it was off the market for about 2 years. Apparently, it's back, though.
But you made it through that time.
I did.
How long ago was that?
About 12 years.
You sure?
A little longer than I've been at 95.7, the game.
It's well played.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, here we go. We're coming down the stretch. We said it was a big night, and guess what? It wasn't. That was a total snooze.
Ottoman game, as you would call it.
Like, dude, Phoenix, are you there?
No.
I knew you were bad.
Yeah.
But that's where you are?
I guess. And
holy crap.
John Bloom joined us yesterday, radio play-by-play announcer for the Suns, and I love John Bloom. And
you do love John Bloom.
And he kind of all but said it in his tone. Like, he didn't say flat out, we stink and we're getting clobbered, but there wasn't a lot of, you know what? It's a win or lose. It's a win or go home for us and this and that.
Night.
Right. It was kind of like, well, I mean, guys, you see it and I see it. And I even asked him directly about Coach Bud, like, what do you think in the future? And he didn't want to answer it. But what I heard in his tone was, he's gone and this whole thing is going to change.
The whole thing's going to blow up.
It has to.
And the Warriors what a perfect thing when they've got 3 games in 4 nights. What a perfect thing to have those, the key players in the second half just watch basketball. We got a Pat night. I love a Pat night.
Yep.
For the Warriors in the fourth quarter.
Shout out TJD getting some minutes.
Well, TJD got real minutes.
Real minutes.
He got real minutes, and then he got fake minutes also.
Right.
So real and fake all at the same time. How about that?
Pretty funny.
But anyway, this whole thing, that was perfect. That's exactly what the Warriors needed, and I think you're going to get a lot of that. You're going to get a lot of that this week. And yes, I would expect and hope for more of that tonight, which is why foot has to be on the gas at all times, because you never know when a bunch of NBA players are suddenly going to go on a heater, which is what happened in Minnesota last night. And that's huge for the Warriors. Minnesota is in Memphis tomorrow night. You are big Minnesota fans, because essentially if Minnesota can win that game, I think the Warriors will handle business and be no worse than the 6th seed by Friday night when we go to bed. That's what's on the table. You win tonight, you win against Portland, and Minnesota beats Memphis tomorrow night, you clinch a playoff spot.
Absolutely.
That's huge.
And even beyond that, like, you look ahead of you, and Denver's lost 4 in a row, and they seem like a team in somewhat of disarray, and you've got the Clippers. You're tied with the Clippers, and if they win their next 2, and so do you, and then you beat the Clippers, there's a chance that you can get to the 4 seed. There's an outside chance you get to the 3. I know that. Tonight's going to be fascinating with L.A. and Luka at Dallas.
Luka's in Dallas tonight.
I can't wait to see that, because Dallas is still, like, if Dallas wins, then they're in. It's a win and in, the play-in. And if you lose, there's still an outside chance that Phoenix can catch you. They probably won't. But for Dallas, you're motivated. Luka's back. It's the Lakers. And you can win and make the play-in. So tonight, and I think it's a 4:30.
4:30.
Might be a 4:30 game.
The front end of the ESPN double dip.
I cannot wait.
Denver and Sacramento is the second game.
And I can't wait as we get closer to talk about, like, what the Dallas fan base will do, boo or cheer, video tribute or not. Luka coming off of a pretty embarrassing performance where he gets thrown out for trash talking a fan.
Right.
Did the
ref think that he was talking to him?
Yes.
Or was he upholding the what is it? The tenor of the sport by throwing him out because he was saying something to a fan? I couldn't figure that one out.
In the pool report post-game, the official says that they thought that Luka was talking to the officials.
Right, of course.
Okay.
And Luka
that was a big old whoopsie daisy by the refs then.
Well, you know what it is?
He wasn't talking to the ref.
Right. But when you're the official and you are just officiating the game and you have a player who's directly yelling in your direction, it's hard to not take it as such. And I do think if you want to talk about a reputation, and it's a reputation sensation is what it is.
It's fair.
So Draymond Green goes to the basket and tries to score, and his elbow hits a guy in the face. Well, it's Draymond. That's a flagrant. And when you're Luka Doncic and you're barking not at an official, but toward an official, official is going to, in the same way, he's going to assume that the player is yelling at him.
I get it. Listen, we really want to get into some Brandon Podziemski stuff,
Big time.
And we'd love to hear from you, 888-957-9570. But while we're on this topic, can I say something unfair?
Sure.
I want to say something unfair right now. Luka, shut up.
Oh, boy.
And
it's not unfair.
It's totally unfair. I root for a team that has Draymond Green. It's totally unfair.
You've said the same thing about Draymond Green.
Well, not really. Not really.
Well, I have.
And a lot of people have. But Draymond Green, I would argue, needs that. It's literally at the core of a lot of what he does. Draymond is a defensive genius. Draymond is a heartbeat energy guy. Draymond is someone who, his talking, that is him. He can't, when the game ends and there's no one to talk to, he get his own microphone and find Baron Davis and talk to him. It's who he is. Dylan Brooks, I can't stand you, but I'd never say that to you. You guys don't have the offensive talent that Luka Doncic does. And NBA trash talk is very much at the core of the league. Kobe and MJ and these guys talked all kinds of stuff, but they did it in a much more subtle way. The way that you do it, it's a little under your breath. It's in the face of the opponent. You all have that conversation with each other, and off you go. Luka, though, whether it's the refs, the fans, the other team, even when he's not speaking, the palms are up constantly. He won't go play defense. Dude, if you're really one of the most talented offensive players in the world, shut up. God, watching you play basketball is infuriating. And we talked about this last week surrounding the Laker game. I can't believe, I think Laker fans are so desperate to get back to their championship ways, they've convinced themselves that this is the next guy to sort of like carry the entertainment torch for Laker basketball. And I think it's laughable. Like, you tell me, play that old game that we used to with the cartoons when we were kids. Which one of these is not like the other? All right? Ready? Magic Johnson, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Luka Doncic. Which one of these is not like the other?
Yep.
Which one? Which one?
Well, it's probably Luka.
Of course it is.
I mean, he, on the surface, can be in the same conversation as a player eventually. He's young, he's talented, he's really good. He's done some winning at that level, but the way he comports himself, it doesn't work. And I think about other players like Kobe Bryant and trash talk and Michael Jordan. I don't recall them ever having to trash talk a fan, and that's what got Luka his second tech.
Yeah.
Because there was a fan that clearly was in his ear, and so he spun around to try to get out a fan. Like, he's a fan.
Yeah, just
he's a fan.
It's wild. But anyway, 888-957-9570. You said something about an hour ago. We're chit-chatting. And it started to come up on the crossover, but there's a lot more meat on the bone. Brandon Podziemski, okay, last 11 games. Since his most recent injury, he's come back. He's played 11 games. He's averaging over 18.5 points per night. 11-game stretch, 18.5 points per game. And he leads the NBA in three-pointers made. 42 three-pointers in those 11 games. You don't need to be good at math to realize that that is almost and approximately 4 made threes per night over these 11 games. Sustainability is the question. It sounded to me like you don't think it is.
Well, what he's done in 11 games, I don't believe it is sustainable, because if he does this over the course of however long, well, then he becomes the best three-point shooter percentage-wise in the history of the game. no one has ever shot 51 or 52% from three. So if you want to project this out over a playoff run and think that he's going to do this, I think that that's pie in the sky thinking. And I'm looking at the games, 19 games after he got hurt the first time, and it overlaps a little bit with when Jimmy arrived, and he was 34% from three. He was 14 a game, and he was, getting 6 rebounds a night. 6 rebounds a night is what he does. He loves to rebound.
He does.
He's great at it. And early in the year, he was an awful three-point shooter. Middle of the year, he was okay, trending toward being better. And the last 11 games, he's been the best three-point shooter we've ever seen, including Steph Curry. So is that sustainable? Well, if it is, then let's go ahead and talk about when the parade's going to be, because if Pods shoots 51% from three and he gets you 18 or 19 a night, and Steph is good, and Draymond and Jimmy and Kuminga and whatever else, then yeah, now maybe we do have action in June.
Okay, let's change this from sustainable and more focus on what is needed from Podziemski in the playoffs. As I said in the crossovers, next playoff game will be his first.
Yep.
And we know this is why none of us think that Houston is a problem. Houston, you're not a problem. Why? Well, because you're all 22 years old. And none of you have ever played in the playoffs before. So it's a different game. It's a different sport. And you're going to wilt or you're going to falter because of inexperience and all of that. Does that apply to Brandon Podziemski? So let's start there. What can the Warriors truly expect from Brandon Podziemski in the postseason? We'd love to take your calls. We've got some things we'd like to say on that. 888-957-957 is the number. This is Warrior Wednesday. We had a game last night. We got a game tonight. It's all brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Let's ride. Let's take your calls. Ramona Shelburne will be on at 4:15. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report.
30 seconds to go in the first quarter. Podziemski, baseline, shoots a shot, going 2 for 1, falling out of bounds. Just sick. A sick shot by Podziemski. It's 37-24.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Pods?
Dude, sick.
Dude.
There's of all his field goals, 2 or 3 of them were like, okay, all right, heat check. You go ahead and just throw that S up.
Are you enjoying Pod's heat check more, or are you enjoying what appears to our eyes to be 8 traveling violations at once that's not, with his Manu Ginobili Euro step, seemingly his ability to drive the hole and then suddenly have his legs be moving in slow motion while defenders fly by him so that he can lay the ball in? What's more fun to you?
Well, I do like the Euro step, and it's like the turtle step is what it is.
Yep.
And it's not a travel. For those of you...
It's not. You're right.
It's really not. If you want to be an aficionado of the association and you understand the rules, just because the move took 3.9 seconds, you might have called 3 in the key more than you would have called traveling, because that was not a travel. You're allowed to do what he did, which is stop, step, and then slowly
and then half
lift up,
step.
and then half step. But on the half step, on the half shell, you're putting it up, and that's legal. And then he did some sort of a celebration. It was almost like a namaste, like he put his hands together.
Whatever.
Yeah, and I was wondering, and I asked the YouTube audience earlier before Steiny shamed me into not being on there anymore, but I was wondering what that was, because I didn't, we know the night, and we know when it's an and one, and Draymond does the flex move and all that. I just didn't know what the Pods celebration was in that moment.
We're going to have to ask him next time he comes on. It was you, right? A couple weeks ago that was like proposing celebrations to him?
Yep.
And what was it you were trying to...
I was asking him if he thought about hitting him with the night.
Oh, okay.
Because Draymond's now doing it, and so Steph's doing it, and he hit a shot that was night worthy.
Yeah.
And he said basically, no, I'm going to leave that to them. And then last night when he did the Euro slug step, the snail step, as I call it, he did hit a certain celebration. I thought it was like a namaste yoga pose, Grant.
Well, it's oftentimes players hit the Euro and then they run up the court and they hit the Euro like a phantom Euro up the court.
Right,
and what I saw, maybe I'm wrong, what I saw is he just hit his phantom decel move where he started to move and then just stopped and stood there and then kept going again, the way he scored the basket.
Well,
like a decel celebration.
Whatever it is, he's got a very unique thing going on.
Yeah,
he's got a very unique thing going on, and it's awesome. This guy is a player. Now, what can he do in the playoffs? We're going to go to the phones. We're going to go to our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll here in just a second. But here's the thing, man. I don't think this is like all young players. We do this a lot, and I think that it's fair. I don't know what he's going to do in the playoffs, and I'm not saying suddenly that he needs to average 18 or 19 a night in the playoffs. I think there will be nights where Brandon Podziemski is your second leading scorer. There might be nights where he's your fourth leading scorer. You asked me in the other room, and this is, I guess, kind of catty corner to the conversation that we had yesterday, who's your number 2 scorer? Well, still Jimmy Butler. He's going to average the second amount of points for the Warriors over a long haul. But there are nights where it can be Brandon. There are nights where it could be Kuminga. Who knows? Moody might put something together for a night. Man, I went to a game. Grandy, was that the Pistons game where Draymond had 18 in the first half, or the Raptors game? It was the Raptors game, wasn't it? Yeah, the night Steph got hurt. 18 points in the first half. So, I don't really care who it comes from. But I see this. I don't want to use the word sustainable, but I see this as believable. How about that?
That's fair.
I see this as believable that a player who played a lot of college basketball and has gotten a lot of minutes in the last 2 years and clearly fits what the Warriors are doing, I see it as believable that yes, what we're watching Brandon do right now continues into the postseason.
It absolutely can, and I don't want to portray this as flukish, because you look at an 11-game stretch when he's shooting 52% from 3. He's 42 for 81, which is almost 4 threes made per game. And at the start of the year, he was really, really bad at shooting the three. In the middle of the year, he was okay to slightly better than okay. He was league average. And then the last 11 games, he's been absolutely banana land. So when you look at the totality of Brandon Podziemski as an NBA player, and he's now played 135 games, which is a good solid sample, he's shooting 38% from three. Earlier this year, it was 20. Then it was 34. And of late, it's been 52.
Yep.
So is he 20, 34, or 52? You know what he is? He's a 38% from three shooter for his career. So for me, to expect him to go like this in the playoffs for a long stretch doesn't seem plausible, but
I'd take 40. I'll take 40.
I do think that 40
And
is
that's
something that you
doable.
can look at. Absolutely. And you know what he was earlier in the year, and for whatever reason, I don't even know if he can like put words to it, but he started out 0 for 4, 1 for 5, 0 for 5. So you're 1 for 14 through 3 games, and then he had a 0 for 3, he had a 1 for 6, he had a 0 for 5. He was really, really struggling from 3. And then middle of the year, he got better. Then Jimmy came, and, you know, since Jimmy came and he got healthy, the last 11 games have been almost historic. And you mentioned it, he leads the league since February.
March 18th. 11 games. This 11-game stretch, he has more three-pointers made than any human that wears a basketball uniform.
Right. So is it flukish? Maybe, but I do think that his middle ground is what he's been his whole career, which is 38%. And if he shoots 6 or 7 threes a game and you shoot 38%, that right there is 9 or 10 points.
I tell you what, man, it's pretty exciting. I do have this development from the league as well. Since we were talking about the Luka thing earlier, the league has notified the Los Angeles Lakers that the second technical foul on Luka Doncic, which kicked him out of a 1-point game that they then lost by 16, has been rescinded.
Yeah. Good job, NBA.
Yeah, so that's the league saying, whoops, our bad. However, again, the Lakers, I believe, led by 1 on a basket by Luka when that technical was called, and then they went on to get outscored by 17 the rest of the way.
Yeah, you hate to see it, Mark.
Certainly hate to see it for those of us that laid the 9.5. Boy, what a bummer. What a bummer.
Oh, you had OKC and you laid the 9.5?
Totally.
Wow.
Totally.
And at that moment, that was what, late third or early fourth?
I think it was early fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went in, I think, about tied. They went into the fourth quarter, and then, OKC won by 16 points.
Right. And this is a lesson for all you kids out there. When you put yourself in that much peril, first of all, he already had a tech.
He did.
And I don't know what the tech was for. I didn't watch the entire game.
For being Luka.
Thank you.
Yep.
So you already got a tech for palms up, arguing, flopping, complaining, crying. So now your margin for error is non-existent. And so if you want to trash talk a fan in the direction of an official, you're putting yourself in peril.
That's why I said what I said earlier. Luka, shut up.
Exactly.
Just, dude, you're too good for this offensively. You don't need to do this after every basket. Just shut up. Stop. It's crazy. Anyway, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. We're on our knee. Before every game, you can vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page, and it's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings. And I want you to listen to this part. They're unmatched, free lifetime warranty. How good does that make you feel? Visit shaneco.com today. All right, other than the big 3 of Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, which Warrior do you think is most important to their playoff success? Your options today: Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, Jonathan Kuminga, or other. And other obviously means Buddy Hield or GP2 or whatever. Head to 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. Vote now. We'll check in on those results throughout the show. But again, other than the big 3, which Warrior is most important to their playoff success? Moody, Pods, JK, or other? Pods. It's Brandon Podziemski.
It's JK for me.
Really?
Yeah, it's JK for me because I do think that, Pods, what he's done of late certainly is so impactful and it's been incredible. I don't know if that will continue. I do think that JK, if he can play at the level that we have seen. I'm not saying that he has to have the ha-ha and he doesn't have to cook and all the rest of it, but athleticism, rebounding, defending, intangibles, if he does the things that Steve Kerr is kind of looking for from him, then I think that JK's ceiling, like the Brandon Podziemski ceiling that we've seen the last 11 games is bananas. I don't know if that can continue, so for me, it's JK.
I'm interested in what you're saying. I get where you're coming from. To me, you're looking at, and this is, I'm inflating it a little bit, but Brandon Podziemski is going to play darn near twice as many minutes. He's a more important player for the Warriors right now.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, he has played twice as many.
And I don't think it'll be that much in the playoffs, but it'll be, it'll be 70% more. He's just more important. He's going to start. He's going to finish. He's going to be on the floor a whole lot more. He's a way better shooter. This is not me coming down Jonathan's road at all. I want Jonathan, as I've said for weeks now, focus on rebounding, defense, and your free throw shooting. And my God, you can be very productive and very, very important to this team, and they need them both. But Pods is a core player now. He is a core player on this team. And we'll let you hear what they said about him last night, Steve Kerr and others. But let's get out to the phones. Coach in Vallejo. Hey, Coach, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. And, I'm with Diaz. I think Kuminga, for the reason that Diaz said, will be the more important player because Kuminga can finish through contact. And in the playoffs, they kind of put the whistles away. He made a shot the other night where he was absolutely clobbered, and he made a nice fall-away jump shot. But also, too, like Diaz was saying, somebody has to guard the point guard on the other team. The Warriors, Podziemski can't do that, okay? The dribble penetration is going to be a bugaboo for the Warriors because they have no rim protector. So that's where Wiggins was very important. Jimmy Butler cannot guard the point guard. Right now, the starting lineup, Moses Moody always guards the point guard, if you notice, to stop dribble penetration. But I think Kuminga and his athleticism, his speed, and his size is going to be very important out front. Hopefully GP2 is healthy also. Brandon can shoot the ball. He's been shooting the ball well, but guess what? In the playoffs, that little slow-mo stuff and the ticky-tack fouls and things like that and standing in the middle of the key trying to get a charge, that's not going to happen in the playoffs. So I think that Kuminga will probably be the guy who needs to rise to the occasion, and that's what I'm hoping for. But hopefully the Warriors will do well. But this is an area where Jimmy Butler do not help them is guarding the point guard out front.
Well, look, Coach, he's important. Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. He's very important. And our listeners who are really P1s and tapped into this, they know Coach and I have had our moments with Jonathan Kuminga. When Coach wants to come down my road, though, this is the one thing that I'll tell Coach next time he calls. Like, when he wants to come down my road, he calls a different show. Coach, call us. Like, don't be afraid.
You're saying he comes down your road on the midday show?
On Steiny and Goo, yes. But if we're all simpatico, then he'll call us. Coach, just call us and call them. Like, it's fine. We're not going to bite. We're all
family here.
We're all just talking Warrior basketball here. Yeah. Coach, you tend to think that Jonathan Kuminga is a better finisher than I think he is. I don't think he's a bad finisher. I don't think he's like a great finisher. Not yet. He's not. He's not. And it all comes from the same place. And this is my issue, and this is why I would pick Pods over JK. Coach has some very valid points there. Defensively, Jonathan's important. Athletically, Jonathan is important. But the bottom line is what the Warriors are trying to do strategically on offense. Brandon knows exactly what to do, and Jonathan doesn't. That's what I see. Jonathan looks hesitant. The ball hits his hands, and there's that moment of like, y'all want me to drive? Or what do you want me to do? Okay, now I'm going to try to do it. I love the kid. I want him to be more decisive, even if he's wrong. What I want to go away is that moment where it looks like he's looking around going, what do you all want me to do here? I don't see that with a lot of other players. I see it sometimes with Buddy Hield because that's kind of who Buddy is. Yeah. I don't see it with Pods. Pods, Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond are starters because they know seemingly exactly where they know where everybody's going to be, and they know exactly what they want everybody to do in a given moment. And that's why that starting lineup with Moses, who's also happy to find open space and try to knock down threes in that group, that whole group, that's why they've lost one game as starters. They are making music. And Jonathan is still looking for his instrument. He just is. He just is. Doesn't take away from his importance, but to me, I think if you can get a Pods to play like he's playing right now, that would easily be the most important thing for the Warriors in the playoffs.
I also think part of it is what we discussed yesterday, which is the lack of other players who can play Pod's position, which is backup point guard, because Kuminga is alongside Moses and Jimmy and GP2, guys who are good wing players. So if Kuminga is one of 4 who can play the wing, and Pods is one of 2 who could be a backup point guard, well, then Pods' import and his minutes are going to be greater just by the very fact that there's more of a paucity at that position. But I think about Kuminga as an on-ball defender, better than Pods, and Kuminga as just an athletic force, better than Pods. Pods a much better shooter. I think he's got more big game and more NBA experience. He's played more minutes in his first 2 years than Kuminga did his first 2 years.
For sure.
And he played more college than Kuminga did, which was 0. So the players, even though one's a 2-year player, one's a 4-year player, their experience is very much comparable. And I won't make this about like basketball IQ or basketball fit, but what Pods is able to do with this team in his role is really impactful. And I do think that JK is still kind of searching for, with Jimmy Butler, how he can best be a part of this team.
You don't have to use the IQ phrase. Steve Kerr did last night. Now, this was not a conversation about Jonathan Kuminga at all, but he did label this particular starting lineup as a very, very high IQ group. Take a listen to some of the things that Steve Kerr said last night about Brandon Podziemski.
It's changed everything, just the last month or so, knocking down the threes, feeling so confident back there. But the way he can get to the rim, uses Euro step, the way he runs through the catch against closeouts and breaks the defense down and either scores or finds somebody else for an open shot. Brandon is generating a ton of offense for us.
So then he was asked, do you believe that Pods has officially taken the next step?
I do, yeah. He's definitely taken a leap the last month. And, it's really coincided with Jimmy's arrival. The two of them have this great connection. Brandon solidified his spot as a starter. I've always felt when you can stack together a lot of high IQ players, the game becomes easier for everyone. And that's what I'm seeing right now between Jimmy, BP, Draymond, Steph. It's really fun to watch them all click.
Yeah, those 4, and that's the label when you can stack a bunch of high IQ players. And by the way, I know that becomes like this trigger point this year in talking Warrior basketball. If you call someone high IQ, it means you're calling somebody else dumb if they're not on your list. I don't want to get into any of that. I think the Warriors are a high IQ basketball team. It is one of their biggest weapons. It is why I would take them to beat the Houston Rockets if that series were ever to happen. I would take the Warriors because of IQ. The Rockets have the height. The Rockets have the athleticism. They've also got all the 22-year-olds. And so the Warriors, they play very high IQ basketball. It's one of the reasons they've won as much as they have the last 12 years.
Yeah, and Pods is also a 22-year-old. He might be 21. I don't know I don't have his ID in front of me, but I know that he's equally young, but he plays with a certain amount of poise. And again, we can praise Pods without making this about Jonathan Kuminga, and he is 22. Thank you for that. And Moses Moody is about the same age, and Moses played deep into the NCAA tournament at Arkansas, and then he's come out here, and now in year 3 or year 4, he's gotten a certain amount of experience as well. So, yeah, when you talk about younger players playing alongside veterans, what you're looking for is this sort of a poise. And what Pods did last night, I think, goes beyond just being confident. Right now, he is feeling some type of way, like a baseball player who sees the ball coming in and it looks like a watermelon. Right now, Pods, when he gets the basketball, he's thinking, not only am I the best player on the floor, I might be the best player in the history of the game.
He's the one, actually, who might benefit the least from this week off that everyone's trying to get. Like, I actually see that as a potential net negative for Brandon Podziemski because he's in the flow, man. He's in the flow and he's 22. So I don't want Brandon taking a week off. He needs to take a week off because the Warriors need a week off. So that's fine. I'm not suggesting that not, be the case for the Warriors. Obviously, you want to avoid the play-in tournament. But I wonder with a week off and then suddenly when you return, it's playoff basketball, the first of your career. I wonder how that'll go for Brandon. Might knock him out of his zone.
It might, but if you look at what he's done now for the better part of a month, he's been so in the zone. We mentioned 52% from three, and just watching it back right now, all of his field goal attempts, and he's hitting contested threes, open threes, Euro steps. He had a couple of step backs from about 18 or 19 feet. Right now he's feeling it, and I don't know if that goes away over 6 days. It doesn't feel like it to me, but you watch him play, and he is absolutely in his feels right now.
Let's keep going with y'all. Desmond in D.C. Hi, Desmond. Thanks for calling.
Yo, what is up?
What's going on?
Yo, it's got to be Brandon Podziemski, man. I mean, if you remember the 2022 championship, Jordan Poole went off, and I think Brandon Podziemski is going to do the same thing. He's going to go off, and the Warriors are going to go all the way to a championship. Let's fucking go!
All right, Desmond. That's going to be enough of that. The question we're throwing out there, other than the big three veterans, who is going to be most important to the Warriors' playoff success? Moody, Pods, Kuminga, or other? Dibs has pointed to Kuminga. I'm pointing to Pods. I will kind of piggyback on some of what we just talked about, and we can get to this a little further in the 3 o'clock hour with regard to just this whole bucket of teams here in the Western Conference. It's interesting because Oklahoma City has separated themselves. You'd be crazy to not put them on the list, but I actually don't think that of all 8 of these really good teams, I think less than half of them actually have the potential to come out of the West.
That's fair.
Less than half of them.
And the Warriors are in that upper half.
Absolutely.
Agreed. And if you look at the historical data around Oklahoma City and the fact that they have the best point differential in the regular season in the history of the league, the group of teams that they are with, they all have won the NBA championship.
Correct.
All of them. All of the other 5 in the top 6 have won the title.
More on that coming up. More of your phone calls coming up. So Franklin and Jarvin, we're coming. 888-957-9570. The Warriors back home tonight with the Spurs in town. Warriors Live. Evan Giddings' turn this time, 6 o'clock. Presented by Xfinity Stream Sports. From the best seat in the house with Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here for more on Fremont Bank. And you know that they're here for you and here for good, but it's also full-service banking.
Shot clock at 5. Moody's got it. Top, dribbles, backs up. Takes Tyus Jones to the foul line. Shoots over him in a double team. Lands with a thud. Santos hustles to the rebound. Finds Draymond in midcourt. Back inside, Jackson Davis. No look to Santos. Hand off Curry. It's a 3. It's up and no good. And the rebound. Santos hustles to it. Back to Curry. Curry steps around. Lob. Dunk. Jackson Davis. Guy Santos. And a foul as well. Guy Santos set that up with a couple of hustle plays.
Bay Area, it's Guy Santos here. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 957 The Game.
Well, thank you, Guy. Keep hustling, brother. And I want to shout out Simon on our YouTube chat, who is having some fun with you.
Oh, with me?
With you.
Okay.
He thinks Jimmy Butler was listening to the show yesterday and now is purposefully not shooting.
Right.
On purpose, to drive home a point. He's doing the Kobe.
Oh, right.
Oh, you want me to shoot more? Oh, is that what you want? You want me to shoot more? Oh, watch this. Watch me put up double digits in a 40-point win with 4 shot attempts.
Right, but you see what actually happened, right, in the game.
Well, he only played 20 minutes.
Well, beyond that, you see what actually happened. He got to the foul line.
Right. Which
is what I was encouraging Jimmy to do. He took 7 free throw attempts. And you know that when you get fouled on the shot, that actually does not count as a shot attempt.
That's correct, yes.
So he took 4 shot attempts, and how many of those 7 free throws involved him attempting to shoot the ball and then getting fouled?
Probably one of them. See, it's
probably more than that.
Well, no, it's an uneven number, so I figure at least
it could be an and one.
That's what I mean.
And then the other 3 could have been shot attempts.
Correct.
So that could have been 3 more shot attempts that he actually took in 19 minutes. So
listen, take it up with Simon. Take it up with Simon and Jimmy.
I'm not
it's not
taking
me.
it up with anybody. I'm just pointing out what happened in 19 and a half minutes.
I'm just reading the internet to you.
You can cherry pick all you want in comments, and it's a cherry pick is what it is.
That's fine. I
of
like
all
cherries.
these 600 or so people on the YouTube right now, and probably hundreds of comments.
Well, that one just caught my eye.
Of course it did.
Yeah.
Because he's anti-Dibs and anti-my opinion on Jimmy Butler. And so, 19 and a half minutes, if you extrapolate that out, that would be 8 shot attempts in 39 minutes, which is still fewer than what I would want.
I mean, I can find somebody who's coming at me if you want.
No.
Yeah. Like Austin says, Willard would have a heart attack if they move Purdy. I mean, this is what happens. Like,
if they move,
what the
Purdy?
hell are y'all even talking about?
I mean,
like you want to do price of eggs next segment? Like, what do we like? Brock Purdy?
What is going on here?
We're talking about Brock Purdy today. It's a damn Warrior Wednesday. Warriors are they're this close to clinching a playoff spot. Brandon Podziemski's hitting more 3-pointers than God. Nobody's talking to no one's thinking about Brock Purdy right now.
Draft is in 15 days. Is he signed before the draft?
You think yes. I say no.
Well, I mean, now I'm running out of time here.
But you said it last week, and I said it
like a month ago.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, you and I both. I mean, so we could just pick up a conversation that we had a month ago. You thought by the draft. I think more by OTAs.
Well, and now if I was to be asked the question again, I would probably go to your side because I'm not sensing a lot of urgency around it.
But I also think it's one of those things that's just going to fall. Like, it's just going to suddenly, like you and I will be sitting here and being like, yeah, but Kuminga's right shoelace.
Right.
And Lucas will be like, Schefter, go to Schefter. And then it'll be there. We'll hit the breaking news thing and Brock Purdy will make $54 million a year. That's how that's going to go.
Probably, yep.
Yeah. And then back to Wiggins. Anyway, whatever. 888-957-9570. Ramona Shelburne in a little over an hour. She is in Sacramento, and I would imagine is following Denver Nuggets basketball, which is in Sacramento tonight. And I texted her yesterday to be like, can you come on? And she's like, I don't even know what the hell's happening tomorrow. I got to board a plane to Sacramento. We're going to the Nations Cup. So she is on the chase, right? ESPN has that game tonight, and she is clearly on the chase for, hey, Nuggets, what are you doing?
That's one of my favorite
what are
Willard
you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Like, what is happening here? You can't just be all 3-seeding and, fire your coach in the middle of the night. What is, honestly, can anybody remember an NBA season, recent memory, where more like wow moments in terms of news. No, I'm not talking about a great shot. Like more wow news moments have happened. From Luka to Jimmy Butler to two coaches who are going to the playoffs, getting fired right before the playoffs. There's so much weird stuff that's happened this year. It's crazy. I can't remember another year like this.
It's been wild when you talk about Taylor Jenkins, which, Memphis is, they're a team that's a fringe playoff team now, but at the time they were the 3 seed, I believe, and they decided that they wanted to do something else, and Dallas trades a generational talent in his mid-20s for an oft-injured Anthony Davis, and they defend it by saying that, it's because he wasn't in great shape and you didn't want to give him a boatload of money. And Jimmy Butler forces his way out of Miami and immediately turns this whole thing around. Michael Malone gets fired. Mike Brown gets fired.
Right, Mike Brown, the De'Aaron Fox thing. Supposed to be for De'Aaron Fox. They fire Mike Brown and then they trade De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, so it's been... It's been a wild year, and I'm just looking at an article on CBS Sports, and Frank Vogel won it all in 2020, and then he was fired 2 years later.
Yep.
Mike Budenholzer. He won it all in 21. He was fired 2 years later, and he's probably going to get fired again.
He might get fired twice in 4 years after winning a title.
And I wonder if he even makes it to the end of the season, considering what firings have been like in the association. So,
you mean this weekend? You wonder if he gets through the weekend?
Right. I mean, is it Black Monday in the NBA? We don't normally do that, but this Phoenix thing has gone south in so many different ways, and maybe it's Coach Bud's fault. I don't put the blame on the coach, but when you're looking at a fall guy, it won't be Booker. It can't be Beal. And KD may want out, but that's going to be an all-summer project. So the easy move is just to fire the head coach.
Yeah, no doubt. Jarvin in Mississippi. Hi, Jarvin. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, I was just going back to the question that y'all asked earlier about most important, and I had picked Moody.
Moses Moody. Why Moses Moody?
Because, he's a starter now. And when you're a starter, you play important. His role increases, but he also had to play in the playoff more. So I think he can grow just like Brandon just like Brandon growing right now. I think Moody game can grow more. He had won multiple games in the clutch. With the steal, get Cade Cunningham and the big threes and the basket when he drove. So I think he still got room to grow because they got him in the corner now.
Jarvin, go ahead.
And when the playoff come around, they gonna want to put him in action more. So I think he need to get more familiar with the ball in hand, just like with the Rockets when he was setting screens for stuff and had to make decisions, but he could turn the ball over. So I think he got to grow more in that. But as long as he's playing, then his offense game need to grow more. I think Kurt need to prioritize that.
Jarvin, thanks, man. I don't think, look, it's not my answer, but it's not a crazy answer either, because we always leave out, like, Moses Moody has become one of the most important defensive players on this team, and they are giving him very big assignments. And in fact, it's one of the reasons why, like, when people like Coach did, they're going to call in and say Jonathan Kuminga because of what he's doing on the defensive end. That assignment is actually going to Moody more than it's going to Kuminga. Kuminga's not on the floor enough to have that assignment. Moody has become the guy that they're going to be like, look, if we need to try to lock up a guard, you're going to get the first crack at it. And then the other thing I would say about Moody is he kind of plays that role of you don't see his points coming. So if Moody's hot from 3, that's when the Warriors can blow someone out, right? If you can get 15 points out of Moses, then now you probably have 5 people scoring or something like that. And that's when the Warriors become almost impossible to beat.
If Pods is doing not necessarily what he's been doing, but close to it, and then, Jimmy Butler's actually trying to score the basketball, which I guess he'll do when he feels like it.
Not when he listens to this show.
No, if he decides that he wants to shoot, and he did a little bit last night, he got to the foul line, which is honestly what you want from Jimmy. You want him to put pressure on defenses to be forced to foul him and get to the foul line where he's really good. So, yeah, if Moses can get you 12 or 14 and Pods gets you 15 and you got Butler getting you near 20 and Steph gets you 30 and Kuminga chips in for 10, well, now you're going to be knocking on 120 and you're going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, look, there's got to be a reason that those 5 guys as starters have lost, checks notes, one time. One time. And it was Sunday against the Rockets, which, not to make any excuses, but I think that you can look at that game, and as I told you yesterday, like I look at that game, I do not come out concerned. No concern whatsoever coming out of the Rocket game. The Rockets played really well. Steph scored, count them up, 3 points. The Warriors were exhausted from the gauntlet. It was understandable, I thought. It was an understandable loss, and the Rockets earned it. They played really well that night.
Yeah, no doubt. And we talk about scheduled losses, and you have 4 games in 6 nights against tough competition, and you already went 3-0. Had they been 1-2 in the previous 3, they might have had a little bit of a different effort despite the fatigue, but you already were sitting on house money, so you went in there 3-0 in the gauntlet, and you lost that game to Houston, knowing that what lies ahead is a broken Phoenix, a much depleted San Antonio, a Portland team that's ready for Cancun, and then maybe a playoff seed game against the Clippers.
All right, we're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed here in San Francisco, and all of us at 95.7 The Game. So thrilled to have Laughing Monk Brewing involved with us. It's also Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We'll keep going with your calls. The most important non-Big Three Warrior for playoff success. Moody, Pods, Kuminga, other. What would you vote? We'll keep talking it out. Franklin, Mike, we're coming to your phone calls next. 888-957-9570. And Ramona Shelburne's an hour away on Willard and Dibs.
Unpressured by Moody, stripped by Moses, got the steal. Jackson Davis to Curry, lob, two-hand slam. Trace Jackson Davis gets the dunk off a Curry assist.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, they dusted him off last night, didn't they?
Had to, yeah. With Quentin Post, DNP tummy ache, or
well, he's out
mud butt,
tonight.
or it's an illness.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with.
It's an illness,
with Quentin.
And I guess we're beyond the time where it's either COVID or non-COVID illness. Now it's just illness, which is kind of nice, where you're 5 years removed from a pandemic, and it used to be where you kind of had to designate which it was. For the most part, they seem to, but hopefully you feel better. QP, just get your body right and be ready to go down the road here.
Yep, so he'll be out again tonight. Here's where I'd put my bet, and then we can go back to the phones. I actually think with this entire logjam, there are only 3 teams that I find believable as the Western Conference representative in the NBA Finals. And there are only 5 teams that I find believable as NBA champion, and I'm actually about to not believe one of them.
Which one would you not believe?
Well,
I mean, because I'm guessing you're saying Cleveland and Boston in the East, and OKC, the Lakers, and the Warriors would be your 5.
That's exactly right.
So of the 5, whom would you be ready to eliminate? I can't imagine you're going to eliminate the defending champs who are going to win 60 games. Cleveland has been awesome all year. It would be bold for you to eliminate them. OKC is having an historic season in terms of plus minus. They're the best team in the history of the league in point differential. I can't imagine you'd knock them out, which brings us to the Lakers or the Warriors. And if you think that you're going to take the Lakers out of that group of 5 and make it a group of 4, I'm going to have to hit you with a Roxy Bernstein and just say, please explain.
Well,
did I get it right?
Well,
please explain.
You didn't pick any of them.
Well, I picked the Lakers as the team that you were going to eliminate from 5 to 4.
Nope.
Who you knocking out?
And I said I'm on the verge of knocking them out.
I get it.
So I'm not
and that's
there
why
yet.
This is a conversation.
Right.
Is because you would then explain what has brought you to the brink. And if it's not the Lakers, then here I am. I'm gonna turn into guru and I'm gonna take a playoff. And then I won't really take a playoff.
I have a hard time believing that the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to win it all.
Okay, wow.
I have a hard time believing that.
Okay.
They have not been as good the last few weeks. They look like some of the shine is off, and I also look at them as a team that of all those other teams, like what do the Celtics have and the Thunder have and the Lakers have and the Warriors have that the Cavaliers do not have? And that is when things get tight down the stretch, like, who's my dog? Who's my dog that, like, the defense is like, we're freaking out to stop you from getting to your spot? I just don't think Donovan Mitchell is that. I just don't think he is. I don't think Darius Garland is that. I think that they are such a good collection. They're well coached. They're big, right? They've got Mobley, who's so good on both ends of the floor. They've got a lot, but I just don't think that they have what NBA champions normally look like. So I'm not eliminating them yet, but I'm kind of not feeling it right now. But yeah, I think that the NBA champion is one of those 5 teams, and I think the Western Conference representative is one of those 3 teams. I think it's either the Thunder, the Lakers, or the Warriors.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at Cleveland, and I do think that, having heard you lay that out, and you're at the verge, you're not ready to completely knock them out,
right.
But that team, when you look at a team that has 7 guys averaging in double figures, and it's a team that has had almost everybody play the majority of the games this year, they have been a great regular season team. And so you get into the real tight spots of a best of 7. Maybe it's against Boston and you're tied at 2 games apiece and you need your star to step up and take over a game. Is Donovan Mitchell ready to be that guy? Well, he might be.
Maybe.
But I would look at, Boston's got more of those dudes in a series and in a spot like that. Cleveland is a very good team. They're deep. They've been healthy. They've been dominant. But they are definitely built for the regular year 82 as opposed to winning those 16. And conversely, if you look at Oklahoma City, well, they are equally deep. They've been even better in the regular season, but then they kind of have that dude in SGA who's going to be the league MVP, and that might be the difference maker in a tougher conference for OKC.
Anybody you want to add to the list?
No, I wouldn't add anyone.
Houston?
I think that Houston, and I said this last year when Houston was a threatening team at the bottom of the bracket, I thought that they were a year away from being a year away, and here they are. Now they're just a year away.
Yeah.
And I think that in contrast to Memphis, and maybe in comparison to Memphis, when Memphis was the Warriors' foil back in 2022, I thought that Memphis was on the cusp of breaking through, and then Ja fell in love with guns, and Dylan Brooks fled the coop, and that team didn't fully break apart, but they kind of broke apart, and now Memphis is back to not square one, but they're at square two.
Yeah,
they were at square seven. I thought that they were where Houston is now. Houston is on the cusp. I just don't believe that they're ready. The Clippers, to me, are an enigma. I don't think that they have quite enough unless Kawhi goes full like 2018 Kawhi.
And are we done with Denver because of the discord of this week?
Something's broken about Denver.
I mean, it's a weird move. It's almost like, do you know why I think we've actually moved on from Denver? Because the roster didn't change one bit.
No, and Jokic is still really good.
Right, and Jamal Murray, for all we know, might be back. So nothing changed, but we've all decided that now they can't win, and I think we think that they can't win because we're reading what they just did as that they think they can't win. Or else why would they do what they just did? So if you don't think, it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like a radio show. If you're not having fun, then they're not having fun.
Totally.
All right,
and I'm having fun, by the way.
Yeah, if you don't think you can win, why the hell should we? Why would we think that you're going to win? You're not going to win.
Yeah, and I think that the Lakers, they've got two players who are among the 12 best in the association when they are totally right, and their role players are also really good. Austin Reeves is not a role player. I don't want to disparage him in that way.
No,
he's a damn good player.
He's a legit three.
But then you get to Vanderbilt and Hachimura, and I think that the Lakers, especially at home when your lesser players play better, that's a really dangerous team. And then I get to the Warriors where how do you write them off when Jimmy Butler has come and you almost don't lose, and then Pods is now like Chris Mullin reincarnate.
Right.
As a lefty. Shout out left-handed white guys, and Kuminga still can play better, and all the rest of it. So I do think that the Warriors have to be included in that group.
Okay, 888-957-9570. We are going to go back to the phones. I think we need to pass along to you that the San Francisco Giants have just won a game 8-6. It's a walk-off Wednesday. Mike Yastrzemski in the bottom of the 10th just put one in the Bay to win the game 8-6, and this is a game they were trailing 6-1 earlier in this game. They were way down. They hadn't scored in this series until right now, and Mike Yastrzemski just put that thing in the water, and the Giants will have a happy plane flight to New York.
The only thing wetter than that baseball is Mike Yastrzemski. Because
holy crap.
Swinging a drive, and it's a no-doubter. And he watches it.
It was just
and by the time he gets to second base, there are two different players with gigantic buckets of Gatorade and water waiting for him at the dish.
Only question was fair or foul.
Right.
That was the only question. And he got the water and the Gatorade. The water beat the Gatorade by a split second. It was a photo finish. The water and then the yellow Gatorade. And now I'm sure he's going to get interviewed. I think he'll probably get interviewed for that.
Yeah, I mean. What a palate cleanser. You don't score for 2 games, and then it looks like you're not going to score for 3 games, and Cincinnati's about to sweep you, and then you kind of chip away. Then I'm going to call him Willie Flores because he's now Willie Mays and Willie McCovey.
Dude.
Flores with another bomb ski to stoke the fire and keep you in it.
8th inning to tie the game right down the left field line. This is the kind of stuff, the Giants have already had a lot of this early in the year. The kind of stuff that, and this is what I'm excited about because, look, it's still so early, so I'm not going to put okay, now they're 9-3, and that's great. You can bank a few wins. I don't think they're a dominant team yet. There are some concerns. Justin Verlander is giving up a lot of runs, things like that. But what I see with this team, and these next 48 hours will be yet another example. They have done an unbelievable amount of team bonding already. What do you like in 12 games? You've got the opening day homer by Wilmer. You've got this walk-off right before a long plane flight. You had the walk-off on Sunday, opening day, back and forth. You win 11-10. You keep doing things, and you were down 6-1 in this game. Now you've come back from 5 runs down in a pitcher's park. They've done all that already, and I just think those are the things that pay dividends down the road.
Absolutely, and vibes are at an all-time high, and you moved off of Farhan Zaidi, which, whatever you think about his farm development, the vibes have never been better since, Buster Posey took over, and so the clubhouse is feeling good about the situation. You're playing great. You're pitching it really well. The defense has been mostly stellar. And then, Mark, a game like this where you had no business to win this game. You hadn't hit in 2.5 days, yet you found a way to chip away a couple of big hits, and then you get into that walk-off spot. And not only do you win, but you cover the run line as well.
Well, I don't know why that's relevant.
I mean,
why the hell did you just say that? That's the weirdest thing to say right now.
Because gambling has come to the forefront of sports, and I know that the Giants were minus 1.5 runs, and if you were somebody who thought that they were going to win by more than 1.5 runs, it didn't look good for you until it looked good.
It was looking terrible.
It was.
All day long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, congrats to those people. Anyway.
Wherever they may be.
Yeah, 888-957.
Did you just do a guru sniff? You did the guru sniff. Congrats to those people.
A little allergy. It was the allergy.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll go back to the phones here in a second. Let's have some fun for a second. Can we hear him? Here's Flo. You called him Willie Flo. 8th inning, down 6-5, chipping away. Here comes Willie Flo.
Wilmer hits a high drive to left. Down the line. It is out of here. And this game is tied. Boy, did he smoke that one.
All right, that's NBC Sports Bay Area. That man goes by the name Dwayne Kuiper. I bet you've heard that call before.
I've heard of him.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was to tie the game. And then, of course, they moved through a scoreless 9th. And then it was Eric Miller who got out of the runner on second situation, top of 10. And then I think it's Chappie over at third base with only 1 out. So all you need is a fly ball. And Mike Yastrzemski absolutely hit a fly ball.
It was a fly ball, all right. And,
High drive to right. It is out of here. And we are going home.
And that would, again, be Dwayne Kuiper on NBC Sports, Bay Area, Walk-Off Wednesday. That's fun.
Yep, super
That's
fun.
but
Couldn't do it in the City Connects, 0-1 in the Purples, but couldn't score Monday, couldn't score Tuesday, couldn't score today.
Until halfway through the game.
Right, when in the third you got 1, and then the Reds answered in the 6th. I'm sorry, in the 4th you got 1. Reds answered to make it 6-1, and then the Giants with one of those rallies to get 4 in the bottom half. Verlander has been a little bit
wobbly.
Uneven, wobbly, shaky, which is, it's fine, but then you look at Jung-Hoo Lee, who has an OPS of 908, had a chance for the cycle, and something about Yaz in the clutch.
Dude, he's got a penchant for walk-off homers.
He does.
He's got a bunch of them in his career. Bunch of them. Remember that one he hit off Josh Hader? Remember that one?
Yep.
Deep into Triple's alley. I think you went to a game a few years ago where they were down 7-0,
something like that,
against the Diamondbacks
with my then girlfriend, now wife, during COVID. That was one of our early dates, Supper and I.
So you celebrated the Yaz homer together.
Well, with a couple of high fives.
Oh, okay.
And
maybe
let's have a baby conversation.
I thought maybe he wasn't the only lucky one in the building.
No, I mean he was the only one who hit a grand slam that day. I can say that.
Okay.
But it's kind of fun to be there with 11,000 socially distant people. Because, we had our 2 seats, and there's nobody in front, nobody to the side, nobody behind. It's kind of nice. I kind of miss those days.
I have a statistic for you, and this comes courtesy of our friend Alex Pavlovich at NBC Sports Bay Area. Mike Yastrzemski is now 4th all-time on the splash hit leaderboard at Oracle Park, behind Bonds, Belt, and Pablo.
Okay.
But 3 of his 7 career splash hits have been walk-offs.
Walk-offs, yeah. And I think that one against Arizona, that was one. I think that was one of the other ones. This one, too. Line shot right down the line. Look, we'll get back to your Warrior calls, but Richie in Queens wants to scream. Hi, Richie. What are you doing?
Let me tell you what, boys. That is a baseball game.
You're right.
And, just to break it down a little bit, Verlander, obviously, the one bad inning, he got 6 out of them. The relief pitching is phenomenal. Miller coming out with a man on second, tremendous. I'm so thrilled I didn't see Duvall. I think you might see him cut. He's just horrendous. It's just that kind of game. And with Yaz, I love him. He's been a really good Giant, and he's a solid player where fundamentally, look, he has his flaws. His strikeout rate is really down so far this year, but he's an excellent outfielder. He's not a great speedster, but he does get a great jump on the balls, and it couldn't happen to a better guy. Wilmer's amazing because, Wilmer just had a horrendous. He was hurt last year, but to be 9-3, I'm going to the game on Sunday with my Yankee fans family. I'll be there.
Okay.
If the rainouts do not happen, we got Ray, Hicks, and I'll be seeing Webb. And Webb was awesome the other night. And look, 9-3, we spoke, guys, as we do during the year. Do we see this coming? It's early. It's a very small indicator. But their pitching and their relief pitching, especially the kid Rodriguez, has been tremendous. Adames is not hit yet. He will. Chapman has really been not good lately. But this Lee, I don't know. Lee, I love the kid, and I think he could be he makes contact. He gets the barrel of the ball on the ball all the time.
Richie, he looks fantastic. He looks fantastic. The only time they got him out today was a diving catch in the gap. He's just firing line drives all over the place.
And when you look at this game, guys, with baseball, 5-1, and they gave up. Tyler missed a bag and made it 6-1. Second and third couldn't score. Man on third, less than 2 outs, couldn't score. This was a recipe of okay, thank God we got off to a good start. We got to lose 3 in a row, whatever. But to come back, it's just great. And you know what? We're looking forward to it. I don't know what we're going to get from Verlander. Obviously, the kid in the bullpen. Bird, Birdsong. He looks tremendous. He gives you length. But again, I think Duvall is terrible, guys. They put him in that spot the other night with a 1-run lead. I was screaming. He's no way.
Well,
no control.
The other guys.
Out.
And Richie, thanks, man. Have fun at the game this weekend. I think that the Duvall thing, it will sort itself out, and it might sort itself out in the minor leagues. I don't know. But they're only putting him in those situations when other guys are not available. Rogers wasn't available that night.
Right.
He's had some closing situations when Walker's not available. But don't worry about it, Giants fans. Their eyebrows are up too. They see what you see, and I think that there is some concern there. After what looked at the beginning of the year the Giants have a closer and then a backup closer. And now all of a sudden, after one homestand, everybody wants the guy cut. That's a little. We'll see where this goes. Guy's got a ton of talent, and he's been an all-star already.
Yeah.
So we'll see. There's still some time there to figure that out.
And he bounced back this year early from last year's demotion, so you've got options. You can still go ahead and do that. But today's win is so big because when you look at the schedule, Mark, you've got an off day tomorrow, and then you play 16 consecutive days.
Yeah.
10-game road trip. And then 6 at home. You wrap the road trip in Anaheim, but the next day you come back home for 4 with Milwaukee, 3 with the Rangers, 16 straight games in 16 days. So you get a nice cross-country flight coming off a walk-off.
I'm looking forward to seeing everybody.
Oh, yeah?
Start trying to book that now, by the way. Book. Start trying to book that now. All right. Franklin in Oakland has been hanging on, wanting to talk about Draymond. Hey, Franklin. Thanks for calling. What's up?
All right. Hopefully I get this all right, but this is a shout out. This might be this is a remix for all you guys. This is a guru or a dib guru, remix. Because I believe Draymond's passes, this is just to start it off. Draymond's passes. Shout out Omarion. Because it was a no-touch sensation. He threw fast balls when he should have threw slows. He threw slow balls when he should have threw fast. No, he threw handballs at the feet. I mean, and at the end, you guys were saying who should have been to step up. I say Momo, Moses Moody, and then we get some more Jimmy buckets. So Momo buckets, playoff, Jimmy. Let's go.
Okay, Franklin, let's go. You scared me for a minute there when he said Momo. Not all of our listeners know this, but that's our nickname for Ramona Shelburne.
Yeah.
And she's going to join us in a half hour. So I thought maybe he was saying that she needed to step up and contribute to the Warriors' playoff run. We can ask her. I don't know if that's in her job description, but Moses Moody. Yeah. I mean, very important two-way player.
No doubt, and if he is going to start, and it looks like this is going to be the lineup that they're going to go with Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, Pods, and Moses, then at least for the beginning of the game, you got to go out there and, quote, step up. And I do think that they have been starting games much better with that starting five. They're not digging themselves 8-point holes any longer. And, yeah, Moses, the job number one is go out there and be a good point of attack and wing defender. Job number two, knock down the three. Job number three, make the smart play. Yep. You had the sound earlier from Steve Kerr about just how smart this group has been. And a lot of that it's Pods. It's also Moses. And Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph goes without saying. But Moses Moody is a really solid player who understands what his role is.
Steph Curry said something right there on the floor last night after the game with regard to this Jimmy Butler conversation we've been having all week about his number of shots and what he brings to the table and all of that. We'll play that for you next. Ramona Shelburne, Momo, is about a half hour away. She's going to be joining us live from Sacramento, where she's getting ready to cover Nuggets and Kings tonight, and I think get to the bottom of whatever's going on there. We're also talking out two things, and that is, take away the big three, who's the most important Warrior to their playoff success? Is it Moody? Is it Pods? Is it JK or is it other? You can weigh in on that, 888-957-9570. And do you see anybody as possible NBA champions this year beyond the five teams that we see? Cavs, Celtics, Lakers, Warriors, Thunder. I think I just named the NBA champion when I said those five teams. And you agree, right? Yaz interrupted. I asked you, would you add anybody to the list?
I would not.
Anybody?
I would not.
No.
And, I mean, it's interesting. If you offered me the Thunder or the Field in the Western Conference,
you'd say?
I'd take the Thunder.
Really?
Yep.
Ooh,
I would take the Thunder.
That's a fun question. All right. Let's play with that a little bit more coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what, it's a pretty exciting week.
No doubt, right?
Is anybody else having fun? Anybody else having fun?
That was pretty fun.
Warriors went through the gauntlet. They went 3-1. They blew out the Suns last night. Warriors and Spurs tonight on 95.7 The Game. Giants just got a splash hit walk-off to end their series and homestand with the Reds. 8-6 they win. They were down 6-1. And, we're talking a lot about Brandon Podziemski today because of everything he's been over the last 11 ball games, which has been absolutely incredible. And then listening to Yaz, who hit the walk-off home run just a handful of minutes ago, listening to him on the field after the game, there's something that almost Podziemski related that popped into my head. I want you to listen to this now, okay? This is from NBC Sports Bay Area, and listen to what Yaz says right there on the field. He's sopping wet. He's been dumped with water and Gatorade with a walk-off splash hit. Listen to what he says when the guys asked him about what's going on in this clubhouse right now.
Oh man, it's the best feeling in the world. It's one of those things where you don't feel any pressure. You don't ever have to be the hero on any given day. You just get to be yourself. And Willie has done an unbelievable job of just connecting everyone. At times, if there's a little disconnect between half the locker room with guys who don't speak the best English and don't feel comfortable trying, Willie's there pushing them and making sure that everyone's pulling for each other. And that's so unbelievably huge that its value is we just don't even have a way to describe it.
You know what?
The dude's been here 12 games.
Right. He's talking about Willie Adames.
12 games, Mark. And he is the clubhouse connector?
Connector.
Wow.
Has not homered yet.
No.
He has got the biggest contract in the history of the Giants.
He's hitting 184.
I really want to highlight this. First of all, he's also been a little snake bit. My God, he whacked 2 balls today in RBI situations that went right at people. And the Reds knocked it down. That's not to make any excuses for him. He's had some huge hits. He walked off the game on opening day, down to their last strike, and he walked off the win for the Giants. So he's had some really big hits. But I just think it's important to remember sometimes when you're talking about players are important core players, it's important to, dude, you got to stick with people for a second. I don't mean forever. But you got to stick with people. Brandon Podziemski made the all-rookie team. In the offseason, they're like, we're not trading this guy. We think he's a future all-star. And Joe Lacob got laughed at. And Brandon came out and started this year and looked like he did not know what was going on in basketball, and Steve Kerr was pounding the table at a press conference because he was frustrated with the decisions that Brandon was making. Look at him now. Since March 18th, averaging 18.6 points per game and has more three-point makes than any player in the NBA. Willie Adames, don't get bamboozled by the 180 batting average with 0 home runs. They're 9-3, and if you watch a game, you can look at his presence on the field and listen to what the guys are talking about behind the scenes. That is the dude. That's the dude. Jung-Hoo Lee may end up being kind of the rock star. He's got people wearing fuzz on their head out in the outfield.
Right.
And he might hit 330 and challenge for a batting title. He has that look. But this engine does not go without Willie Adames. And Yaz did that totally unprompted. Nobody asked him about Willie. It's just like, what's going on with this group and this team? And Yaz, out of nowhere, 38 seconds after hitting a ball in the water to win a game, is talking about how Willie Adames has this whole thing, this whole group moving in a totally different direction.
But think about a baseball clubhouse, and it's different than any other sport because when you get to an NFL locker room, a lot of times you've got the offensive room, the defensive room, you've got the wide receiver room, the running back room. It's much more segmented, and for the majority of an NFL locker room, it's 100% English is your first language for the most part. Basketball, 15 guys, you travel together, but even beyond that, you don't play every single day. Baseball, you have 24 spouses, essentially. You're in the room with the same 24 other guys all day, every day, on the plane, in the clubhouse, and most Major League Baseball teams have of the 25, you've probably got 12 who speak English as the first, another 10 who speak Spanish, and the Giants have Jung-Hoo Lee, who's probably fluent in Korean, if not other stuff. And so you've got Willie Adames, who, according to the Yaz cut right there, is saying to the Latin guys, come on, come over here and try your English. It's going to be okay. It's a safe haven. And he's probably telling the English speakers, get over here and try your hackneyed, half-hearted Spanish, and let's all have fun. We're all here together. And even though culturally you've got guys from the Dominican and Mexico and all over the world, if Willie Adames, as a Dominican-American player, if he's the guy who is bringing everyone together, that stuff actually matters more than we think.
Oh, no
over
doubt.
162.
No doubt. You've got Doval, you've got Randy Rodriguez, you've got Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos. And I know some of these guys they're at a different spot in terms of their comfort with English than others. I get all that. But like, it's not just the language, it's all the cultural stuff.
Exactly.
And listen, you know what else pops to mind? Like, remember the last time the Warriors played in the playoffs? Everybody remember the last time? Can we highlight that for a second?
Yeah.
Please, can the rest of this week go well? There's not been a playoff game for the Golden State Warriors in 2 years. Think about that in the Steph Curry era. No playoffs, 2 years. And the last time they went to the playoffs, they had to grab everything they possibly could to beat the adorable Kings in 7 games with a 50-burger from Steph. And then the hated Lakers took care of him in 6 games. Hey, Lonnie Walker, what are you doing with your life now? That's what I remember the last time they played in the playoffs. You know what else I remember about that team? Couldn't win a road game all year long. Why? Because they hated each other.
I wish I could say you're exaggerating, but I don't think that you are. Like, they were an unhappy group.
Yes, and that is such an incredible, and that's what I'm talking about when you see what this group has experienced already in just 2 weeks. You've got, dude, they've got 3 walk-offs on this homestand.
In 12 games total, yeah. But
one of them's a splash hit where you were down by 5 runs. You have the opening day experience with Wilmer bombing one there in the 9th inning to win a baseball game there. Your plane flights are probably parties. Willie Adames can't stop smiling and he's hitting 180. Like, dude, this team has experienced so much already in their first 12 games. Like, this has the makings of what can take them to the next level. I'm very, very excited by not just the baseball, some of the other stuff that you're seeing from this group. And also, by the way, how fun is this? Anybody get a ticket to a game over the last 6 games? Everybody try this exercise. Get the ferry or get an Uber and head to the game. You already know what the lineup is.
Yeah, I was just looking at that right now, Mark.
You don't need to go to Twitter. I'm sorry to tell Alex Pavlovich, you don't need to tweet the lineup out every day. I already know what it is.
You know it. And you look at the games played, and it's Bailey 11, Lamont 11, and this is ended today. And so I know I think Bailey came in late today.
No, he didn't start last night. He came in late last night.
That was the one. And you've got Adames 12, Chapman 12, Ramos 12, Jung-Hoo Lee 11, Wilmer 12. Like, 7 or 8 of your 9 are just there every day. So as a fan, that experience has been incredible. And also, I do think that in the clubhouse as well, like, you know, if you're Yaz, that you're going to play every game against a righty. And if you're any of the other regular starters, you know you're going to be in there. And that's got to be so comforting for a professional to know exactly what you're expected and know what you're going to be facing.
Do you want to know what's just awesome? If you're a Giants fan, this is going to hit you right in the meaningful muscle. You'll get exactly what I'm about to say. So when you're in the media, the Giants, like, there's an email thread. And whenever there's any news, you get an email. You get an email from the PR wing of the San Francisco Giants. So do you know what I just wrote in my search bar of my email? I wrote Giants space roster. The reason I did that is that will search every email I've received that says Giants roster moves for, and then the date. And anytime they make a transaction, I get one of those emails. Do you want to know when the last time was that I got one of those emails?
It's probably been since spring training.
It was on Saturday, March 29th.
Yeah.
Which was the day of their second baseball game in Cincinnati. And actually, it wasn't even them doing something with their roster. It was letting us know that David VR had cleared waivers and had been outrighted to AAA Sacramento. The Giants haven't made a roster switch.
Right.
All year long.
And in previous years, our joke was like
twice a day.
Have they traded with Seattle today?
Twice a day.
They made probably, and I looked at the numbers a while back on how many different players appeared. One year they had over 90 players appear in Major League games for the Giants because of the constant up and down, and we're going to find you and use you, and then we're going to jettison you and the rest of it. And now they've got, here's our roster, here's our team, go play baseball. And it's so refreshing as a fan to see it and not worry about like, ooh, Landon Roop, he's going to make a start. And then instead of him just, getting his next turn, we're going to send him to Sacramento and bring up an extra arm. And then we need a left-handed bat. And this guy's going to sit. It's refreshing to know that, like you're saying, here's our lineup. And we can all close our eyes and think about the Yankees on Friday, and you could probably guess the lineup right now.
Oh, completely.
And you'd be right.
Are they playing a lefty or are they playing a righty?
Exactly. That's the only question.
I need to know, right? Is Yaz in or is Matos in, and where's Ramos in the order? That's pretty much what we're doing here.
Yep.
That's what we're doing here. And there's something else that's tucked into that Yaz soundbite. I want to play this for you again. Take a close listen.
Oh man, it's the best feeling in the world. It's one of those things where you don't feel any pressure. You don't ever have to be the hero on any given day. You just get to be yourself. And Willie has done an unbelievable job of just connecting everyone. You know, at times if there's a little disconnect between half the locker room with guys who don't speak the best English and don't feel comfortable trying, Willie's there pushing them and making sure that everyone's pulling for each other. And that's so unbelievably huge that its value is we just don't even have a way to describe it.
Did you hear when he said no pressure?
Yep.
No pressure. No pressure, which I don't know if he's necessarily the one who's talking about years past, but that concept of, hey, I went up there, I'm supposed to hit lefties, I didn't for 2 at-bats, I'm yanked, and I might be on the bus tomorrow to Sacramento or San Jose. Do you remember last year when Hayden Birdsong set that record for strikeouts at Coors Field? The next day, he woke up in San Jose.
Gone. Well, they wanted to keep him close, Mark, so that they could bring him back.
Great. Like, that's the stuff. When you talk about a locker room that's all together, guess what else? It's not just that they know their lineup. They know who's got the locker next to them. Last year, they had lockers in the middle of the locker room because instead of having the normal 26 men, it's just like they got 35 people because everybody's going in and out, in, out. Oh, I'm in Sacramento today. Now I'm back. Now I'm in San Jose. All of that stuff has been wiped clean. And that doesn't matter necessarily for the box score in the game, but I think it matters for the guys. I think it really matters for the guys.
And that's something that we all lose sight of in sports, broadcasters, fans, everybody, because we look at the numbers, and numbers are numbers, and your numbers are your numbers, and all the rest of it. But when it comes down to anything in sports, you're dealing with human beings. And I've always thought that if a human being feels better about himself and his situation, he's going to perform better. And this is what we saw in the Farhan Zaidi era, where the numbers might indicate that this player and this player's profile would be a better statistical matchup in this moment, but you've got another human being, and Jock Peterson, I will never forget the example where he homers, and then his next time up, he gets pinch hit for because the spreadsheet told you that it's a bad matchup for him, a lefty against a lefty. Meanwhile, the human being is thinking, I just went deep, I'm feeling good.
Right.
Like all of a sudden now, you don't get to play because it's a bad matchup. So the human element, Buster's at the helm, Bob Melvin's really good at this, and you bring in Willie Adames, who apparently, according to Yaz, is an elite bilingual broker of the vibe.
Well, you remember when he came on the show with us?
He was awesome.
All we could hear was his voice, and we finished the conversation, and the whole building was lit up.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Like, that's the effect that he has on people. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Ramona Shelburne's going to join us here in just about 10 minutes. And we'll get back to the Dubs and find out what the hell's going on with the Nuggets because she's up in Sacramento with the Nuggets tonight. And so we're looking real forward to talking to Momo, and we'll get back to the Western Conference boogie that's going on this week. 7 o'clock tonight is going to be bananas. Okay, the Warriors are playing the Spurs, and the Nuggets are going to be playing the Kings, and the Clippers are going to be playing portions of the Rockets, and there's just all kinds of stuff going on. The Thunder will be in Phoenix against the Suns. Who cares about that? Those two teams' fate all set. But that's all happening in the 7 to 7:30 window tonight, so that's going to be crazy. So we'll be all over it. But yeah, man, I just think it's what's really fascinating is this team's almost making me sort of believe in something that's like in the woo-woo neighborhood. And here's what I mean by this. Every Giants fan that I've talked to is like, this feels so different. It looks different. It's more fun. And I'm like, okay, is the roster that different? Like, Adamas is here.
And Jung-Hoo Lee is here.
Jung-Hoo Lee's not hurt, but he was here at the beginning of last year also. A bunch of the guys are hitting $180. Adamas, $180. Tyler Fitzgerald, $180. Patrick Bailey, $180.
Lamont Wade.
Wade.
$114.
$114. And also, apparently not the guy people wanted playing first base this year.
Actually, $105 now.
$105. Okay?
$1 and a nickel.
Right. But Luis Matos is up. Ramos is exciting. I really like him. He's holding down left field. Part of it is also the not like a lot of these guys are going to be here for a while. Chapman has a different look this year because it's like, no, that's your third baseman. That's your third baseman for a long time. He might be the best defensive player I think I've ever seen in my life, for crying out loud. It's insane. But the whole thing has like this Buster Posey fingerprint on it that makes some of the same things we were watching the last 2 years look different this year. Some of them are the exact same things. Bailey's been here. Wade's been here.
Right.
Yaz is still out in right field. By the way, he's playing phenomenal this year. So a lot of it's the exact same, but it feels different.
Well, a lot of it is different, and some of the things that are different are what we talked about. For one, you have a starting 9 that is pretty much your starting 9. It's more like a starting 7.5, which is fine. Like Casey Schmidt's going to play a little first. Wilmer's your DH, and you have Lamont Wade, and you mentioned right field with Yaz. If it's a lefty, then it's not going to be Yaz out in right field. It's going to be Matos. But the other piece of it, and I can't even believe I'm going to use this word because it feels foreign, opener. They have not used an opener, nor do they plan on using an opener. They've got 5 starters, and they've got another one in the wings in Hayden Birdsong if they want to elevate him if there's an injury. But you have a starting rotation of 5 pitchers who are going to pitch. You're not trying to gin it up with some cockamamie opener and using Ryan Walker, which they did with success last year. Yep. And, 1 inning of this guy and then 3 innings of that. And so this feels like a baseball team. And I go back to what I said earlier about the human element. And I do think that it's more important in baseball than any other sport. You play every day. You're with each other every day. And if you feel good about your environment, your group, your clubhouse, and the rest of it, then you're honestly going to do better.
Can I say one other thing?
Do it.
So I want everyone to hear this. Did you watch the game last night?
Oh, yeah.
Because it was 2-screen Tuesday. And pulled everything out there, and Warriors and Giants on both sides, and the Warriors game went really well, and the Giants never scored, and so that was annoying. But it was Tuesday. It was a home game on a Tuesday. So the Giants wear different uniforms on a Tuesday. And I actually remember when the first City Connect uniforms came out, people were like, those are gross, those are yuck. And then they won most of the games, and people get used to it, and I think the same thing will happen here, but tons of negativity about the new City Connect jerseys. And I'm not here to tell you what you like. You like what you like. And if you don't like them, and if you're not into the meaning behind the lines and the glove and the color scheme, if you're not into it and that doesn't do anything for you, it doesn't do anything for you. But I sent out a tweet yesterday where I'm like, keep in mind, First of all, City Connects are supposed to get you talking, number one. And number two, if you're 40 or 45 or 50 or 55 or 60 or 65, it's not really targeted to you. Just an observation. I didn't say anything. I turned the game on last night and sat down. My 11-year-old plopped next to me and goes, dude, I really like those. And then my 16-year-old daughter came in for the third inning. She's like, what are they wearing? I really like those. And I went, that's what's going on.
City Connect.
There you go.
And then the next step to that is one of them saying, hey, Dad, where's your credit card?
That's right. Let's go to a game.
Not only let's go to a game, but I'm going to need one of those jerseys.
I'm going to need a hat. Yep.
Or something. I'm going to need some purple something.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the City Connect.
That's what's happening. So just keep that in mind. If you don't like it, maybe it's not for you. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. 888-957-9570. The craziness of the Western Conference. How many contenders are there? We both think there are 5. We will put that to Ramona Shelburne next. Is Brandon Podziemski the most important non-Big 3 Warrior in the playoffs? This is what we're talking about. We're taking your phone calls, and Ramona Shelburne of ESPN joins us live from Sacramento. Coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm not going to waste any time because she's got stuff to do.
She's a busy woman.
Yeah, she's chasing the story that all of us are chasing, by the way.
Yeah.
But she's actually the one who's going to go do it.
And she's so thorough that she's not just going to call one person. She's going to do it all now.
No, she's going to do it all. And so Warriors Spurs tonight. Warriors Live, Evan Giddings starts at 6. That's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house. With Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. This is the good stuff. This is our friend Ramona Shelburne of ESPN on the River Islands guest line, and she just dropped off. What happened? You hung up on her. Somebody hung up on her. She gone.
Yeah.
She gone.
It's a good setup, though, too.
She gone.
You talked about the urgency. I complimented her.
Yeah.
You did the read. You built it up. And then...
Go on. She was like Mike Yastrzemski at bat in the bottom of the 10th.
I do.
Go on.
And I can't wait to hear her take on just how stunning and strange it was that Michael Malone gets fired 4 games before the end of the regular season, a team that is just 2 years removed from a title and seemed to be not playing great, but not broken, right?
Well, let's find out. All right, are we good? Okay, here comes Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. Hi, Momo. How you doing?
What's up, Mark? How are you?
We're doing great here. What the hell's going on with the Nuggets? Is that why you flew to SAC?
Yeah, I'm doing their game today, and it's one of these. I always just kind of parachute in. That's always how we work, right? They happen to be on the West Coast, so I was like, okay, I can just fly up there. But I've sort of been on the phone the last 24 hours since that happened, and I think it's weird. When Taylor Jenkins got fired, I was really surprised because usually people just wait till the end of the year, like they just play it out. And I think the Nuggets, could have done the same thing. They could have just waited till the end of the year and played it out. But I get why they didn't, too, in the sense that you have Jokic in his prime. You lose 4 in a row. You've kind of been feeling this way for most of the season. I think they had kind of come to the conclusion that they were probably going to, change the coach and then, decide what they were doing in the front office. They kind of thought they were going to change the front office there. But look, they don't want to waste one more minute, one more day. And I wouldn't either if I had Nikola Jokic, right? And you feel like, I don't know if this is going to help this year. Maybe it's too late, whatever it is. But every call I've had with you for the past 2 years was about the Warriors is they're trying to do something big, something that matters, right? Because they have Steph in the end of his prime now. He's in the golden years, right? But I get why you do that because you have a special player on your team.
So this firing was not so much episodic where something happened and it prompted it, but it was more just systemic where things had gotten to a point where it was going to be broken, and so they acted now as opposed to waiting for the offseason.
Yeah, I that's a good way to put it. I mean, they definitely, from what I understand, I think they might have done this around the All-Star break if they wouldn't have gone on an 8-game winning streak. You know how sometimes, sometimes it feels like people are waiting for the team to lose a little bit and they can justify the firing, and then the point where they were about to do it, they went on a streak, and so they staved it off for a little while. But it's I don't know how the Grizzlies certainly haven't benefited from their move right so far. They've just kind of continued the free fall they were in, so I don't really know how that helped. But they did something just to do something. The Nuggets, I don't know. We'll see. We're about to find out, right? I mean, I just think this Western Conference guys, they were the 2 seed for a really long time, and now they could be in the play-in. They don't get it together in the last couple games here, right? I mean, that's pretty stark.
I mean, this game that they're about to play tonight could send them to that play-in situation, no doubt. And so, Ramona Shelburne of ESPN, this is something that as a group we were talking about earlier today and looking at the Nuggets situation, and it does feel like there was a little bit of the 2 timeline thing, like trying to balance, right? Yeah. We've got draft picks, but we've got Jokic. Yeah. And so here it blew up, and the Warriors went through something similarly over the last handful of years. And it didn't blow up. Somehow the group was all on the same page. So what would you say about that in kind of comparing the situations, and what does it mean that the Warriors were sort of able to do that without everybody all hating each other?
I know. I mean, you did lose Bob Myers along the way.
You did.
Right? I mean, Bob ducked out, and I think there was a couple of trades that sort of didn't work, but you're right. There's a lot of similarities. They were definitely doing the 2-timeline thing, and the Nuggets were also doing a 2-timeline thing where they had a coach that wasn't really doing the 2-timeline thing like the front office wanted him to, right? That obviously, that the same thing happened with the Warriors, right? They would draft. They had all these lottery picks, and Steve Kerr didn't necessarily play them right away or develop them in the way that the front office was hoping to, especially for the lottery picks. Now, the Nuggets, they didn't have lottery picks. They had, late first-round picks. And usually, you're lucky if one of those guys turns into a starter. And so I get why Michael Malone, just like a lot of veteran coaches, would not throw the rookie in there right away, or give him all that time, or would prefer to play a veteran that he trusts. And so I think what's interesting with this situation now is these guys, they have Jokic, who's due for an extension, right? They just paid Murray, they just paid Gordon, and they have Michael Porter Jr., who's a good player, but probably overpaid for your fourth best player on a team. And instead of being like the Warriors, where they don't have this arena that is light years ahead and prints money and all that stuff, they play in a kind of an older arena. They just barely worked out their TV deal, and I don't think they can just blow past the second apron or the salary cap and pay all these luxury taxes forever. And it's something that every franchise in this league is looking at now, which is if you have an expensive team, you can't be a first-round exit. You can't be a play-in team. And, I know things have changed so dramatically since Jimmy Butler got there, but, the Warriors were in the same place just a little while ago before that one move, right? They were an expensive team that was heading for the play-in or was lucky to get in the play-in. There's a lot of really good teams out there. And I remember talking to the Heat before they traded Jimmy Butler, and they always thought that their buyer for Jimmy Butler would come from the Western Conference, because there's a lot of teams out there in the West that are really good, that think they can win a title and are going to end up in the play-in. And if you're one of those teams, you got to think long and hard about how you're playing things, right? If I'm Minnesota, I'm thinking about what I'm doing. They look like that could be a play-in team, and that's a team we all thought was going to break through this year. So this is a very volatile situation because there's so much at stake in terms of money that people are being paid, in terms of expectations, and the competitiveness in the West is really hard to wrap your head around how close this really is between the teams 3 through 8 right now.
Yeah, 49 wins could get you a 7 seed, which
unbelievable.
That's alarming. We were talking about the 07 season when the Warriors won 48 and they were the 9 before there was a play-in. The 8 that year was Denver, and they won 50. So, Ramon, I'm just one more about the Denver situation because I'm so baffled, but is it more discord between Malone, the GM, and ownership, or is it Malone, the GM, and the actual players?
I would go your second option. I think there was a Cold War between the coach and the the coach and the GM, right? And that just made it hard for everybody else to do their jobs. If you're not on the same page, right? Calvin Booth's a really good. I think he's a really good GM. I think he's really smart. He drafted well. He came up with a strategy to sort of extend the Jokic prime years by drafting and developing these young guys. But that requires the coach to play the young guys and to hit on the young guys, right? For him to hit. And so that just wasn't working. And you could feel that tension between the front office and the coaching staff the whole way. But I think 10 years is a long time for a coach, right? I mean, Steve Kerr has been there since I think Malone's been there 1 year longer than Kerr. Is that right? I'm trying to think of their timelines. Kerr started in 15. Malone, it's about the same. Yeah,
about the same.
Yeah. So it's a long time for one voice. That there's a reason why there's 10 years in the NBA, even when you're a great coach, are not that long. Spoelstra's been there for a long time now. Pop, obviously he's dealing with his own situation in San Antonio, but I think Malone had been there a long time, and he's an old school guy. He's hard on the guys, but he wins. Very smart. And so when you're winning, people tolerate that. And when you're losing, they just don't, right? You're not as affable or you're not as whatever. And I think that friction between the front office and coach, I think it just kind of made it hard for everyone else. And some of that, and this is where when you're the owner, you get to, you get to fire everyone else, not yourself. But I think it was kind of created by some external pressures that affected, that affected everyone. Where I think Malone got paid after the championship, and he got an extension, but nobody else really did. His staff are in the front office, and then everybody kind of has this feeling of, am I going to still be here? And the person you pay is the person you empower, right? But you have a GM you're empowering him to make these moves and to take a team in a certain direction, but you're not necessarily giving him that contract that says you're going to be here to do it. And people know that, right. People feel that. They know that. They know where the power is. It just made it hard for everyone. And I guess I'm surprised they fired both, but I'm not surprised they made a change. I thought it would probably be one or the other, but I think in the end, ownership was like, you know what, let's just change the whole dynamic.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, we know you got to run. I wanted to get this from you, though, real quick. You're so close to the Jimmy Butler thing, and I want to know what you know about, maybe even behind the scenes, how well this is working and how realistic are championship goals. Like if I just said Cavs, Celtics, Lakers, Warriors, Thunder, did I just name the champion this year, you think?
Probably, yeah, that's what I would say. I mean, I think the two in the East that you named are probably that's going to come from one of those two. I guess I wouldn't be shocked if somebody else came up out of the East, but those two feel like pretty heavy favorites. And then I don't know. We're all kind of discounting Houston because they're young. I don't know why we do that. I also saw the Lakers beat Houston recently, but Houston kind of did a number on your Warriors. So I don't know. We got to respect them until somebody beats them. And Oklahoma City, again, young team, really good. All the metrics say they should win it this year. They're so far in front of everyone else. But I'm one of those guys. Like I never count out players like Steph or LeBron or Jimmy or Draymond. I never count them out because they've been there before. They've won it. Jimmy hasn't won it, but he's been to the finals. Obviously, he knows what it takes. And like when they're older and they only have a few more cracks at it, like they don't usually let those slip away. So that's why I just kind of think it's that group. I think you're right. And I gotta say, what did you think of that game last week when the Lakers and Warriors played?
That was the one. I came in here the next morning, Ramona, and I was like, that was the one I needed to see. I'm now convinced.
Yeah. I mean, I felt the same way. Like, the Lakers sort of have Houston's, I don't want to say they have their number, but they feel like they could beat them. But I hadn't seen a game with the Jimmy Warriors and the Luka Lakers yet until last week, and I thought that was pretty encouraging for the Warriors, in any series. And I also thought the game they played against the Rockets, I thought that game, they look real tired to me.
Yep.
I thought that was a young team. They got physical and aggressive with them. And they were at the end of like this, what did they have, a 13-day stretch there where they were out on the road and they just came home. I mean, I'm going to give them a pass on that. But I thought that Lakers game made me take the Warriors real seriously.
Yeah, I think we're with you. Hey, Momo, thanks so much for getting to us today. All right, have a good night.
You got it. Thanks.
All right, there goes Ramona Shelburne of ESPN in Sacramento getting ready for Nuggets and Kings and giving us a bunch of nuggets along the way.
And I probably shouldn't have gone so deep with the Nuggets because time was short, but I am fascinated by the way it went and just where the discord was. Was it the coach and GM and ownership? It turns out it was just probably the coach and the GM and also the players, where she makes good points about the Warriors too. Like if you're going to spend all that money and you're a play-in team, well then ownership has a right to try to look to make some changes.
No doubt. And Steph has literally said that out loud himself over the last couple of years. Like, we need to go earn the right to do this. And so, I don't know, there's a few things that come out of this. All of this with any of these teams is relevant to any of the teams that are in there. So I am curious to see kind of what unfolds with the Nuggets, to see what kind of an opponent they're going to be in the Western Conference. But for me, the umbrella view, like where my mind goes when I see what's happened in Memphis, when I see what's happened in Denver, I come back to Golden State and I go, dude, bravo. This, for those of us fans who just want to eat nachos and watch a game, we don't really often give enough credit for how difficult it is to navigate all of these situations. And I know that people, oh gosh, that sounds like so milk and cookie, but let's review this now based on what she just said. The Warriors navigated 2 timelines. Now you lost Bob Myers. What an interesting way to put it. Because of course, we were told, Bob just wants to, spend more time with the kids. Of course, 4 seconds later, he's working at ESPN. So when she says it that way, it does bring to mind the idea of Steve and Joe Lacob and the front office and what were all of their opinions and were they blending perfectly with regard to the future of the organization? And then how do you take all those opinions and enter Steph Curry's opinion into the room? And Draymond's going to be a free agent. And Jonathan Kuminga's agent is calling shams and all of the things that are going on. Don't discount how hard it is to do all that, stay together and stay relevant. And here we are 3 games away from the playoffs and the mantra that they've been talking about for the last 3 months, which is meaningful basketball.
Right.
I don't want to lose that. That's incredible.
It is, and especially when you look at it from the 10,000-foot view, which is we're trying to maximize the Steph Curry era. And you mentioned it, Bob Myers, successful GM, leaves, and so Mike Dunleavy now has to step into the breach and not only get the draft right, which he did, Pods and TJD. And, you follow it up with Quentin Post, who was a great find. I know he's probably going to be your 10th or 11th man in the playoffs, but you did well in the draft. You had to navigate a Klay Thompson exit so that you actually got something for Klay, which you did. You found a DeAnthony Melton in the mid-level. You turned him into Schroeder, which eventually turned into Jimmy Butler, and that's the piece that really cemented the early part of the Dunleavy legacy is you were able to bring in Jimmy Butler, who has turned you from a 10 or 11 seed, play in, and maybe you're hoping to go on a run to you might be a top 4 seed. You have an outside shot at the 3, but whatever seed you get, you've turned into a completely different team because of the maneuver that Mike Dunleavy and company were able to make. So you see what happened in Denver and Memphis and Sacramento, and yet in the midst of this thing maybe breaking apart, Ramona talked about 2 timelines and how that's no longer a thing. Now it's 1 timeline, and that timeline is this year. And maybe next year.
Maybe.
And maybe the year after.
No one's even really worried about
Doesn't
that
matter.
right now. It's all... I do think there's a conversation that was happening a lot over the last year and a half, and I do believe that we have found a final answer with it. And I think most of us actually, we would moonlight on both sides of this issue. So I'm not trying to come at anybody who was wrong or right or whatever. That doesn't even matter at this point. But you know the conversation I'm talking about. For a year and a half, right here on 95.7 The Game, it was do you still believe there's something left in the Steph tank or not? And there were even those who would call and suggest you got to trade Steph, as painful as it is, because there's no point in actually pursuing this. Well, that side was wrong. And I don't care what happens next year or the year after that. And I stand here and say that as someone who wanted a move but didn't want this move. And I was wrong about that. It turns out this was the available move, and luckily for the Warriors, it was the right move. And whether this ends in a championship or not, you're on the same page as I am, as is Ramona is, when we say the words Cavs, Celtics, Thunder, Laker, Warriors. Most of us believe we probably just named the NBA champion. That, for me, in and of itself, is an affirmative on if you thought there was nothing left in the Steph tank, you were on the wrong side of the fence. We're here. This is meaningful basketball. And the Warriors are one of the favorites to win the NBA championship.
And you could even take that group of 5, and it wouldn't be outlandish to think that 4 of those 5 will be the last 4 teams standing. And I know seed is a part of it, but 1, 2 in the East, Cleveland and Boston. I think that if I was to predict the Eastern Conference Final, well, the obvious chalk pick would be Cleveland against Boston. They are clear-cut the two best teams. I know New York can make noise against Boston. I think that they're going to break down the way Coach Tibbs runs them into the ground.
They're just not good enough.
Well, in the West,
they're not good enough
depending
anyway.
on the seed, I still think that if you want to take LA, OKC, and Golden State, you're likely going to get two of those, and Houston's got a lot to say about it as well.
They might.
So maybe two of those three aren't the final ones in the Western Conference, but I do like your group of five as we start to get here into playoff basketball next week.
I'm on FanDuel right now, and those are the top five. Those are the top five in terms of championship odds. Those are them. Thunder 1, Celtics 2, Cavs 3, Warriors and Lakers tied for 4.
And what are the Thunder odds right now to win the NBA championship?
Plus 170.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, not much.
Super chalky.
Super chalky.
Yeah, and I've mentioned this before. They're number one all-time in point differential for the regular year, and the teams that are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on that list all went on to win the NBA championship. So point differential is something you either believe in or you don't. Oklahoma City's been so good in the regular year, and the other teams that have been that good have gone on to win the title. So Oklahoma City right now is in that group of the top 6. 5 of them have won the title. The other one is OKC, and they're a favorite to win the title.
Exactly. And, she mentioned, she's like, I don't know why we always do this to the Rockets. They may have something to say about this. I get it. They're young. Okay, if I told you Thunder, Celtics, Cavs, Lakers, Warriors, those are all your clear-cut top 5 in terms of NBA title odds. How many more teams do you think I name before I get to the Vegas odds of the Houston Rockets?
Well, I would say probably 3 or actually 4. I'd think of 4 teams that are more favored.
Who are they?
Denver.
Okay.
I still think that there's money
that is correct.
on Denver.
They are number 6.
I would say New York would be a team.
They are tied with the Nuggets at number 6.
And then you would probably look.
So that's 7 teams that are out of the way. How much further do we go until we get to Houston? Are they next?
I would put the Clippers ahead of them, too.
That is correct. The Los Angeles Clippers are next at plus 4,400. Do we go to the Rockets next? They're the 2 seed.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to say yes, but I won't be embarrassed if Indiana's ahead of them. Because the Eastern Conference, they have an easier path.
Indiana is not ahead of them.
Okay. But there is a team ahead of them.
Is.
Wow. Geez. It could. Memphis? No.
Nope.
Not Memphis. Get out of here, Memphis.
Nope.
Or Milwaukee?
Nope.
Portland? I'm panicking.
No.
I'm panicking.
Portland?
I'm panicking,
Mark. It's the team who gets the You Blew It award of the night.
Oh, boy.
The Minnesota Timberwolves.
Okay.
Actually are plus 7,000 while the Rockets are plus 9,000. So you can look at this one of two ways. You could sit here and go, dude, man, the Rockets get disrespected, and I think that that's wonderful value. Well, go ahead. Go ahead then. Put your hard-earned money on plus 9,000.
Dude, 90 to 1?
90 to 1. 90 to 1. Okay?
Yep.
You can go put $10 on that, and they'll give you $1,000 if you're right almost. Why? Because they're not going to win it. That's why. They're not going to win it. They can be as young and talented and athletic and tall, and Amen Thompson, boy, he opened my eyes. They're not going to win it. They're not going to win it. And I told you this earlier. I have arrived at a spot where I am no longer looking at these standings on a nightly basis to worry about who the opponent is for the Warriors. I would say if there's anything I'm still rooting for, it is just to not play the Lakers in round 1. If they play the Lakers, they play the Lakers. I'd rather it not be in round 1 because I do think that that's 2 of the best 3 teams in the West. I do think it's LeBron and Steph, and I just don't want to waste that in April. I'd like some more drama around that.
I would too.
So I'd like to push that a little later in a perfect world. But if you're asking me who, like the Warriors, should be scared of, the answer is no one. It doesn't mean they're going to win.
Right.
It just means that I don't really see any of these teams as overwhelmingly more difficult than any of the others. I think the Warriors will have a puncher's chance against any of them, and you know, a good handful of them I would heavily favor them against. And by the way, you can go ahead and put the Rockets on that list for me. But they're not going to play the Rockets in round one.
Most likely.
Because they're going to stay out of the play-in tournament.
They should.
In my opinion.
And that becomes an interesting question. Like, would you rather have to go in the play-in and you get the Rockets, or you avoid the play-in, but you got to face the Lakers, Denver, or the Clippers? Like,
for me, that's an easy answer.
You want to avoid the play-in.
Hell yes.
Even if I guaranteed you that you were going to win that 7-8 and you get Houston.
Yeah, I don't want the fatigue. I don't want the stress. Yep. I don't want any of that.
I get it.
I want next week off. Off. Steph, go golf. Off.
Warriors are, and I'm looking at it to make sure I get it right, they are 2-8 against Denver and the two LAs this year. 2-8.
Yeah.
And they are 3-2 against Houston. So these are just facts, and I know numbers are normally just numbers, but
I really do think we need to make the effort, though, to put these stats together post Jimmy. I don't know that games against Denver in November they're just not relevant to me to this conversation anymore.
And I'll have to look at the Clipper games that you played, because odds are Kawhi didn't play in one, if not all of them.
Well, and I don't,
because he doesn't play basketball.
They haven't played the Clippers in weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah, Kawhi hasn't played against the Warriors this year.
There you go.
And you're still 0-3.
And Jimmy Butler hasn't played against them. So like I
get it.
I look at it more like Jimmy's Warriors have played the Rockets twice, they're 1-1. They've played the Nuggets twice, they're 1-1. They
played the Lakers once.
They played the Lakers and they're 1-0. Who else are we thinking about? They haven't really got
those are the ones.
Yeah, haven't played the Thunder.
Nope.
So like that to me is more of a snapshot of what you might see in a few weeks if we do this first series. You know,
Zubats don't care who you have.
Zubac. We see Zubats this weekend.
I can't wait.
See if it matters. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And now we're really here for your phone calls. Rest of the way, 5 o'clock hour, heading into Warrior basketball, 888-957-9570. Do you have any title contenders beyond our 5? Warriors, Lakers, Thunder, Cavs, Celtics. Also, our poll question today, who is the most important non-Big 3 Warrior for their playoff success? Moody, Pods, Kuminga, or other? Dibs went with JK. I'll take Pods. What do you say? 888-957-9570. We will take your phone calls next and throughout the 5 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs.
Behind the paint, spins back left, scoop to the hoop. Oh, no good. Rebound, Santos. Back to Podziemski, left corner. Takes a three. It's up and good. Podziemski, 4 of 6 now from 3. Give him 20 points on the night. That's 91-57. Warriors on top with 2:10 to go here in the third.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
For my money, that's the most important non-Steph, Dre, Jimmy Warrior going into the postseason. And it's not because of liking any player more than any other player or anything like that. It's really a matter of numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers. Like, Brandon's going to play a ton of minutes. Brandon doesn't really have a backup. Brandon has found his confidence, and Brandon is in a flow. He's in a flow with this particular group. You heard Steve Kerr say it, talking about how much music Jimmy and Brandon have been able to make together. It happens that way. They sort of understand each other. They've gotten a lot of minutes together. Remember Dalton Johnson coming on with us a few weeks ago saying the analytics have not been very kind to Jimmy playing with Jonathan Kuminga. That's been a struggle. He's been hurt a lot. They don't have as much time together. Brandon has had all of those minutes, all of that time, and he's clearly found his stroke. And so I am not predicting 18, 19, 20 points a game in the playoffs for Brandon, but his role has grown. He has taken the next step, and he appears to be the most ready to handle his first playoff action like a veteran would.
And he's getting the minutes. You're right about that. And he only got, 22 yesterday because nobody played because that game was over at halftime. But beyond that, 31, 36, and 36, the previous 3. Those are not only starter minutes, but those are finisher minutes. And so I see the impact that he is going to make. And yeah, I don't think that he's going to shoot 52% from 3 over the next 11 games. It'd be cool if he did, but he's been on just an absolute banana land heater. I look at what Kuminga can be and what he has been at times, and he played better last night. Everyone did. But Kuminga, off the bench, athletic, able to defend in ways that Pods can't. And I know that there's more of a logjam at his position, but I think about if Kuminga can play to the best of his ability, which we've seen at times of late where he's hustling, rebounding, defending, and all the rest of it, I think that he gives them something that they don't otherwise have.
Quick aside, the Luka return to Dallas game is underway. There was a video tribute. Luka cried throughout the entire thing, visibly. Very, very emotional. The game has now started, and it's very, very early, and right now it's a 10-5 lead for Dallas. One thing that I don't think we've mentioned with this game, it's obviously an emotionally charged room. The fans stood for the first 5 minutes of game action. Luka hit his first shot, so that's great. But I'm also I'm noticing that the Lakers, they need this game. J.J. Redick played his starters last night, and his quote was, "We've got 4 chances to win 2 games, and I want to take all of those chances." I know a lot of people thought they would sit guys in Oklahoma City last night to get ready for the emotion of tonight. Well, they played, and they lost. Now,
Luka got thrown out.
Now, the NBA has rescinded the second tech. Whoops, sorry.
You can't rescind the ejection.
No, you can't. You can't go back to Oklahoma City. But I was just thinking about this. I think the Lakers will probably find a way to win this game tonight. They're a much better team, but there's a lot of emotions in the building. And what if for a second, what if it goes wrong? What if it goes wrong? We talk about the Lakers as if they've got this 3 seed lined up. They are 1 game clear of this bucket of teams. That's it. If they lose tonight and the Warriors win, their records are identical. So they're in this too.
Right, but the Warriors don't have the tiebreaker against the Lakers.
I understand that, but some other teams do. And all I'm saying is that if the Lakers can't work their way through this emotion and get a victory tonight, they are right there in this bucket with everybody else.
Without a doubt. And all of the teams from 3 through 8, they're all kind of in the same bucket, although Minnesota is half out of the bucket after last night's collapse with a 25-point lead or whatever it was, and you blew that game. So now you're a full game behind the group of 4, which is a game behind the Lakers. So yeah, anything can still happen, and the Lakers can lose this game and still be the 3 seed. It makes it a little bit tougher if you drop this one against Dallas to go ahead and secure the 3, because right now you've got the ball in your court. You control your own destiny. If the Lakers win out, no one can catch them, and they are the 3 seed. They can't be the 2. They can be anywhere all the way down from 3 to 8. The Lakers could get into the play-in as well. That still is a possibility.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think I might almost predict that the Nuggets are going to end up in the play-in. But anyway, also just keeping an eye on this game as we're sitting here having a conversation and building on what Ramona just said to us earlier with regard to, she asked us, what did we think of that game between the Warriors and Lakers the other night? Because it was the first time that Jimmy's Warriors played Luka's Lakers. And she thought, it's pretty encouraging. I felt the same way. You and I had the conversation that afternoon, and I was like, I think the Lakers are an easier target now than they were for the Warriors because Anthony Davis was such a matchup problem for them, and that game was very encouraging. I'm also just watching them right now. I've watched them a lot lately. I'm telling you, man, those 5 teams that we just talked about as championship contenders, Cleveland, Boston, Oklahoma City, Lakers, Warriors. And I said earlier on the show, I'm tempted to be like Cleveland. I'm going to knock them down a peg. They just don't have that look and that dude in my mind. I don't know, dude. I don't know. The Lakers defensively are not ready for the playoffs. That's what I feel. This Anthony Davis thing, it's not going to bite him long term. It's going to bite him short term. I'll put it this way. Of those Western Conference teams I mentioned, I would place them 3rd. I would place the Warriors 2nd in terms of likelihood.
It just depends on the matchup.
And I will say that the Thunder are most likely.
Yeah, and I said this earlier, and I will elaborate on it if you need me to, but if you offered me the Thunder or the field in the Western Conference to go to the NBA Finals, I would take the Thunder just based on how good they've been, how deep they are, the multitude of ways with which they can beat you. And I know the Warriors have done well against them this year, but you mentioned it before. That wasn't the Jimmy Butler Warriors, and it also wasn't the Chet Holmgren Thunder for a game and a half of it because he got hurt in the one game when he tried to block Wiggins' dunk. I just look at how dominant they've been start to finish. They've got good scoring in a number of different ways. They got the league's MVP this season and a really good coach and a home court advantage that I think is underrated.
Probably.
And a crowd that is going to be hungry to support their team, and I do think that matters.
That's interesting. I'm not going to say it doesn't matter in home games, but in the larger view, I don't know how far down the list, anybody who's ever won a championship, and then you're like listing off the reasons, how far do you have to go down before you get to the crowd?
I don't think too far in certain situations. You want to look at the first Warrior year, which reminds me a little of this Oklahoma City year where, the Warriors the previous 2 years were playoff teams under Mark Jackson. They won a series, and then the next year they lost in the first round. They were knocking on the door, and then the next year they were unbelievable in the regular season. And when you got to those playoffs, the Oracle crowds were bananas. I think you were still in L.A. at that point. But
I was, yeah.
You certainly could see it and feel it on TV.
Yeah, to what level did that actually affect the outcome of games? I hear what you're saying.
To a level.
Yeah, maybe.
I think it wouldn't be the headline.
I think of the Boston crowd 3 years ago when the Warriors won. And they got to Draymond one
doubt.
night. They had an effect on one night. They did not have an effect on the series. The better team won. The better team team overcomes that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the better team won. You could say that. I think that was a really close one, but in the games in Boston, game 3 and game 4, they took Draymond out of it. And it took Steph Curry having a generational performance in Game 4 to avoid you being down 3-1.
Right, but you ended up going back to Boston and you won it there.
Yep.
In Game 6.
You really won it in Game 4, in my opinion.
Yes, but I mean, even the series, I get where you're coming from. But anyway, that's that's neither here nor there.
I do think that with a first time team, and I know Oklahoma City's been there before, but this team and this group and this crowd and this regular season, I do think that they become a tough out for any team having to go there.
No doubt. Well, they're the best. They're phenomenal. They're a great team. And yes, they're going to be they're going to be hungry. Their fan base is going to be hungry. But the bottom line is these things tend to happen somewhat slowly. And so I know that, even Ramona was like, I don't know why we do that just because they're young. Well, history, that's why. History suggests that that's not where those teams are going. Now, I don't necessarily put the Thunder and the Rockets in the exact same boat. I know they're both young. The Rockets are younger. And the Thunder are going to have home court throughout and all of that stuff. They've got an not just an MVP candidate. They've got the guy who's going to win. Houston, there will be possessions where they're like, how are we getting a bucket here? We're actually not sure. We don't even know exactly how to go about doing that, especially in playoff basketball. So I don't know, man. Like I got all the respect in the world for Houston, but in the next breath, I'll tell you, I would be blown over shocked if the Rockets come out of the West. Blown over shocked. I do not see that happening at all.
I don't either. And I would be maybe less than blown over shocked if they made the Western Conference Finals, but I would be surprised. And they're the 2 seed. I would say that, to your point earlier about the 3 teams you'd put in the bucket, and it's more of a pail, and neither one of us had Houston in that group. I look at the way it might shake out, and if it's, Golden State is the 6 and the Lakers are the 3, and Houston's the 2, and you give Houston the first-round series win over the 7, which is not a guarantee, but for the sake of the argument, let's just do that. Whoever wins the Warrior-Laker 3-6 matchup, I think that they're going to beat Houston in the next round.
I agree with you.
So for Houston, their road as a 2 seed is fraught with peril. Even if you wind up with the Lakers and the Warriors in the 4-5, and it's, the Clippers as the 6, and the Clippers are able to beat, if Denver gets the 3, whatever the machinations are, Denver, the Warriors, and the Lakers, I would favor them over Houston in any series.
I got a question for you about this Clipper game coming up on Sunday. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, you and I talk about this stuff a lot, so I think I know kind of where you're coming from on a lot of it. You kind of want the 6 seed, not just for the obvious reasons. You want the 6 seed because the 4 and the 5 seed means that if you win that first round, you get Oklahoma City.
Yep.
So you don't want the 4 or the 5.
I want Oklahoma City in the conference finals where the pucker factor would be higher.
Okay. All right. So I'll grant you that and then ask you this. What if the Clippers get here on Sunday? Both the Clippers and Warriors have already clinched a top 6 seed. You know that the Clippers have the tiebreaker over the Warriors, but let's say they come in with the exact same record.
Which is likely.
Which seems likely, actually. What, are you kicking that game?
Yeah.
Are you kicking that game so that you get the 6?
Absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and fluff the pillow and roll back the top sheet and the duvet cover, and I'm going to take off my shoes. I'm going to put on my little nightshirt, and I'm going to lay down.
What if they do the same?
Well, then it's a battle of who can lay down better, who can get more horizontal.
What if the Lakers are the 3?
Then that changes it a little bit.
Does it?
It does and it doesn't. Like in this scenario, I guess Denver would be the 4. So do you want a Denver OKC,
whatever,
or do you want a Laker Houston? If I offered you 2 different paths, if I offered you path number 1, which is you get Denver and then OKC, assuming you beat Denver, I get it, or path number 2, which would be you get the Lakers and then Houston. Which one would you rather have?
I guess Lakers and Houston.
Yeah.
But I don't care.
I know you don't care.
No, I think that...
No, I know you care, but you have no preference because you just want to be in and then let's just see how it shakes.
I also think that they can come out of either of those.
Agreed.
I really do.
Agreed.
I really do. And a piece of me really thinks I think it'd be bad for the league if the Lakers and Warriors play in the first round. I think that would be bad for the league.
It'd be less than ideal. I wouldn't say it'd be bad per se, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, bad. Like not something that's not like, detrimental. It's not going to take away from the whole experience, but that's too much too soon. You know what I mean? You need some foreplay. Can't be.
Look at you.
Yeah. Can't be the Lakers and Warriors in round one.
Sometimes you got to get right to it. Right? On the clock.
Try to avoid those situations where you're rushing.
Fair enough. But at times when, you're inside of 2 minutes and you're out of timeouts, sometimes you got to run up to the line of scrimmage.
I get that.
You got to snap that ball.
Right. But
you got to get that playoff now.
But that's not how we like to start.
Of course.
That's not how we like to start.
Sometimes you need to go into the 2-minute drill, but I do wonder about, and I don't think the league is going to exert its influence over games to avoid this or assure that, because you can avoid a Warrior-Laker first round and never have it come to fruition.
Yeah.
One of the two teams can lose their series.
That's almost better. Like, you want LeBron and Steph on the TV as long as possible. If I'm Adam Silver, that's my goal. I want LeBron and Steph on the TV as long as possible.
Well, then if you have them in two different series, now you've got two different officiating crews you have to influence in order to make sure that they both can advance.
That's exactly right.
And that's,
Oh, he's got them all in their bag. It's fine.
Apparently, yeah.
None of them are good people.
Well, I'm not even going to respond to that. So you were mentioning Clippers. Is Houston, do we have an official word on who they're not playing tonight?
Yes, we do.
And the answer is pretty much everybody.
No,
I know the Goon's not playing.
No, not everybody. No, actually, most of their guys are playing with Houston. Houston is in LA tonight to play on the Clippers. They are the nightcap. And if you're a Warrior fan, you're a very big Houston Rockets fan tonight, I would argue. But Houston will not have, it's most of them. But it's not all of them. No, Jalen Green is playing.
Oh.
He's their best player in terms of points. No Dylan Brooks. No Şengün. No Amen Thompson. No Fred VanVleet.
Okay.
And no Jabari Smith.
So 5 of their top 8, can we say?
But
top 7?
Tari Easton is in. Jalen Green is in.
Okay.
Some other people are in.
Yeah. There will be people in Rockets uniforms, you're telling me.
They're going to play.
All right.
They've become they're double-digit underdogs.
There you go.
In the game.
So Clippers likely to get that one. And then at Sac on Friday, where I guess Sac is
trying.
But they may not be playing for anything if Dallas loses and you're going to be locked in at the 9 seed.
Maybe. They're not locked in, though. They're not locked in at all.
Not yet.
Yeah.
But they're locked in as a team that will be in the play-in for sure.
Yes.
9 or 10.
They've clinched a play-in spot.
Pending what happens with this Maverick-Laker game. I'm just thinking about the Clippers and where they might be when they enter Chase. And they'll probably be 49-32. And if the Warriors handle theirs against San Antonio and Portland, they also will be 49-32. But needing the win to avoid losing the tiebreaker.
Right. Which it sounds like you don't even want.
It depends on what that is for.
Yeah.
If that means the winner gets the 6 and the loser gets the 7, now it's a different conversation.
Yeah. Although that seems unlikely right now, due to what happened in Milwaukee last night. That Minnesota loss really helps out. Obviously, Memphis could still go on a run. If Memphis beats Minnesota tomorrow night, don't forget them. They can get involved in this whole thing, but the Warriors have the tiebreaker there. I guess that's the scenario, if you're a Warrior fan, you're really looking to avoid. You're looking to avoid you win tonight and you win Friday, but Memphis beats Minnesota tomorrow, and now Minnesota is like, okay, get you out of here. You're the 8. And Memphis hangs into this group too. And you have the tiebreaker over Memphis, but they keep winning, which forces you to have to win on Sunday to avoid the 7 seed. That's what you want to avoid.
Right.
Because then, by the way, you would host, if you end up in that 7 seed, you would host that opening play-in game, the 7-8 game, but it'd be the Wolves.
Yep.
That's a scary opponent.
Without a doubt.
That's a very scary opponent.
Yeah.
And plus then you're playing basketball games next week, which I just think, for me, I think that's preventative for the Warriors.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at Memphis's slate. They have Minnesota Thursday at home tomorrow, at Denver the next night on a back-to-back, and Denver's certainly playing for something.
Right. It's hard to believe that Memphis will win both of those.
Right.
And if they don't, then the Warriors simply need to take care of tonight and Friday.
And then they conclude with a home game against Dallas. And as mentioned, Dallas may, in that moment, not be playing for anything. If they lose tonight and now you're behind sack and you can't catch them, that one becomes kind of a weird one. I mean, does Dallas rest guys getting ready for the play-in that they know they're going to have on Tuesday or Wednesday? So for Memphis to win the next two, a tough back-to-back where it's home for Minnesota and then the next night at Denver, I don't see them winning both. So if they can just going
to need you to lose one.
Lose to Minnesota and beat Denver would be the ideal.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
yes,
that's what we want.
And the Warriors obviously take care of their two both tonight and Friday. And
then you're
safe.
Safe. Then you're top six.
Then you're safe. And
then we can go ahead and kick it against the Clippers.
Kick your feet up on, and I'm going to that game. I'm going on Sunday.
Okay.
We're bringing everybody.
Little 12:30.
Everybody.
Little matinee.
Everybody's coming.
Yeah.
Everybody's coming.
You going to be able to make it home in time to do your show?
Hope so.
Okay, because that's where, 12:30 and you get out of there at 3.
Yeah, you got a couple hours to get home.
Yeah.
We're fine. We're fine. Just
3rd Street traffic.
Please, nobody protest on the bridge.
Good point.
That'd be my only request for Sunday afternoon.
Yeah. You may want to bring your road rig with you. That way you can just broadcast from the bridge.
Well, I mean, if something really goes crazy, I'll just drive right over here.
Good point.
Yeah, we can just dial up from here. But anyway, whatever. 888-957-9570 is the number. Obviously, Brandon Podziemski's name has come up quite a bit today. He is playing unbelievable basketball, and for my money, has become the most important non-Big Three Warrior as they move into the playoffs. I just think that we know what defenses are going to do. They're going to beat up Steph. They're going to try to clog the middle with Jimmy Butler. They're going to try to get him to pass out of his penetration. That's what defenses are going to do. So what do we as Warrior fans always say when things aren't going well offensively? We say the same thing. Can somebody else score the basketball? Well, someone has raised their hand. He's raised his hand. It's Brandon Podziemski. He has averaged 18.6 points per night since he's come back from injury over the last 11. Small sample? Yes. Tiny sample? No. 42 three-point makes during that stretch of 11 games, the most of any NBA player since March 18th. That is a stunning stat. Listen to what Steve Kerr had to say about it last night. They first asked about his scoring.
It's changed everything, just the last month or so, knocking down the threes, feeling so confident back there. But the way he can get to the rim, uses Euro step, the way he runs through the catch against closeouts and breaks the defense down and either scores or finds somebody else for an open shot. Brandon is generating a ton of offense for us.
Okay, so he says it's changed everything. And then Kerr was asked, has Brandon officially taken the next step in his career?
I do, yeah. He's definitely taken a leap the last month. And, it's really coincided with Jimmy's arrival. The two of them have this great connection. Brandon solidified his spot as a starter. I've always felt when you can stack together a lot of high IQ players, the game becomes easier for everyone. And that's what I'm seeing right now between Jimmy, BP, Draymond, Steph. It's really fun to watch them all click.
Okay, so that's a little different than when he was pounding on the table about Brandon Podziemski about 3 months ago.
Right, and I do think a lot of it is his own improvement, but also the arrival of Jimmy Butler. And Steve Kerr always talks about combinations, who plays well with whom, and I'm looking at it right now on Basketball Reference. The best two-man combination by plus-minus, like points for, points against, when you're together, is Jimmy Butler and Brandon Podziemski. They are a plus 15.5 per 100 possessions when the two of them are a part of any combination of lineups. Then you go to Butler and Green, Green and Moody, Green and Buddy, Steph and Pods, Steph and Moses, Moses and Pods. Pods is in 3 of the top 7 two-man combos for the Warriors.
Hold on. I would like to hear that done slower. Say again to all the people.
Best combo by plus minus.
Okay, best
two-man
combo.
combos.
And these are all Warriors.
All Warriors.
And this is the whole year?
This is the whole year.
All right. Let me hear that again.
Butler and Pods is number 1.
Butler and Pods is number 1.
Yes, with 15.5. Far and away better than the number 2 combo, which is Butler and Draymond.
Butler and Draymond.
Right behind is Draymond and Moses. Right behind that is Draymond and Buddy. Then you get to Steph and Pods, Steph and Moses, Moses and Pods. And these are two-man combos. So the other three are obviously a factor, but if you go to three-man combos, and I won't bore everyone with all of this, but the top three-man combo is Butler, Green, and Pods. Butler, Green, and Pods. Now, Steph Curry is on number 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, and I mean the majority of them, but your best plus-minus trio is Butler, Green, and Pods. And if you go to four-man combos, Pods is on the best one of those two. It's Butler, Green, Pods, and
Steph.
Quentin Post.
Oh, that's weird.
It is weird.
Okay.
But again, if you look at these combos, Pods tends to be on a lot of the best ones.
What are we missing here? What are we missing
Who
here?
are we missing, or what are we missing?
Let's go back to your original answer off the top of the show then. Let me ask you again, okay? Poll question for the day on Willard and Dibs. Who, beyond the big three, is the most important warrior to their playoff success? You still going to go with the guy whose name did not come out of your mouth at all over the last 5 minutes, naming all of the best combos of Warrior basketball? His name was not even uttered in any of them. You're still going to stick with that?
Yeah. Don't use my numbers against me.
Well, wait. That's what I do.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's why numbers are numbers.
No,
I probably should have found some numbers to bolster my own point.
Right, but I'd like to pause right now, though.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Thank you. I want to pause right now because I did a whole rant yesterday that I wholeheartedly stand by. I am not pitting any warrior against any other warrior. You put a jersey on, I want you to play through the roof. I want you to be your best self. I want all of that stuff. I only bring this up to highlight my point about Brandon, not knock anybody else down. But what you're telling me is that this goes way beyond the obvious. The obvious is, wow, dude, he's hit 42 threes in the last 11 games. He's averaging 18.6 points per night. And Steve Kerr is using valuable press conference real estate to talk about how he has connected all of these things and he has taken the next step in his career. That's the obvious. What you're talking about right now is the not so obvious. And I think that to me, it adds up to a very clear point. Brandon Podziemski is a core player. That's a core player. What you just said tells me that's a core player.
Well, he is a part of the most successful 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, and I didn't even get to this, the best 5-man combination. And I'm pretty sure you play 5-on-5, but it involves Pods. And this one's kind of a funky one. It's Butler, Healed, Looney, Gee, and Pods.
Really?
They're a plus 45.7 per 100. They've only played 31 minutes together.
Okay, yeah, but that's
a micro sample.
It's all based on rating.
It's based on rating per 100 possessions, and so when you play 31 minutes together, that extrapolated number, it's a small number that gets made larger. But I think the bigger point is that in all of these different combinations with a number of different players, they play well when Pods is actually playing basketball.
I guess my point is this. If you listen to all of this, and if that made sense to anybody, and if it didn't make your brain hurt, and all these...
a little bit mumbo-jumbo.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But bottom line is this. Why is anybody having any sort of curiosity with regard to why Brandon plays so much for the Warriors? So many minutes. Why? Because that.
Right, and that's Steve Kerr looks at this data, and he loves this data, which is why I started mining it, because every time we have Steve on, he talks about, 3-man combo, and we want to see who plays well with whom and this and that, and so we always ask him about that with Kuminga and Butler, and if you look at the Kuminga and Butler combination, it's not great in terms of how well they do in a plus-minus standpoint. It's not to blame either one of them. It's just style.
He works with all the lineups.
Right.
He works with all the teammates. He works in this situation and that situation and this one over here and with that teammate. Okay, a couple texts that are coming in. First, 510, can I get a quick recap on what plus minus means? Sure. So plus minus basically is how your team does when you're on the floor, okay? If you go out there for 5 minutes and during that 5 minutes you're up by 6, you get a +6. If you're down by 6, you get a -6. So all of these advanced numbers are talking about through the entire year, blend all those players together, and what is their average per game on plus minus. And Brandon is littered all over all of the lineups. 2-man lineup, 3-man lineup, 4-man lineup, 5-man lineup. But another 510 says you're not comparing apples to apples. Kuminga didn't play with Butler nearly as much as Brandon did. You're not talking about aggregate overall numbers.
Right.
You're talking about average numbers. And we're not just talking about Jimmy Butler. A lot of those pods matchups you just mentioned didn't even have Jimmy Butler in them.
Exactly.
Right, and then the next text is the one that I've been waiting for all day, 925. We get it, Willard. You don't like Kuminga. I'm not talking about Jonathan Kuminga. I'm trying to figure out why Brandon Podziemski seems to be confusing to some people. Is it his lack of eye-popping athleticism? Is it floppy hair? Is it that early on in the year he wasn't playing well? I don't know what it is, but I know we get that a lot. What is Kerr's fascination with Brandon Podziemski? Listen to Dan Dibley. He just told you. Brandon is phenomenal on the stuff that we see lately, but overall, I'd argue on the stuff that we don't see. Take this conversation back to last year. Why did Pods get so many minutes? I'll just say it this way. I think Mike Dunleavy absolutely hit a damn grand slam with the 19th pick in the draft a couple of seasons ago when he selected Brandon Podziemski out of Santa Clara. My God.
And he just continues to look better and better. And I know that what he's done the last 11 games it's probably the ceiling. Maybe Pods can be better long-term. I don't know if he can. The guy's shooting 52% from 3 over the past 11 games, which is absolutely bananas. No NBA player, even the chef himself, you don't shoot that well over the course of an entire season or career, and that's fine. And the other piece of it, in terms of Jonathan Kuminga and defending him, he's only played, since Jimmy Butler arrived, 13 games, and in those 13 games, 277 minutes.
Right.
And of those minutes, I don't have the exact number in front of me of Kuminga and Jimmy together on the court, probably not a lot of those minutes because, they don't really match up skill set wise.
Yeah, hasn't worked very well.
Right.
Now, look, there's the defensive side of the ball. Pods is not a great defender, but again, the stuff that you're talking about blends all sides of the court. It's just it's like, how do the Warriors play when he's out there? And the answer's better. The answer's better. So, kind of going back to our poll question, I absolutely and unequivocally believe that he has become the most important non-Big Three Warrior for this team.
But I think it's easy to say that when he plays like he has. And if that continues, then it's a slam dunk. But I would go with Kuminga because what Kuminga can be when he's 100% healthy. And remember, he had the really bad ankle sprain, cost him more than 2 months. And then he had the bruised tailbone or the pelvic contusion, whatever they want to call it. And so that kind of hampered him. I just don't think that we've seen Jonathan Kuminga all the way back and comfortable playing with Jimmy Butler yet.
Totally agree. And I'd actually like to point to, I think we've seen some things in the last week of action that are very, very encouraging with Jonathan Kuminga, starting with Thursday night's game in L.A. My favorite Jonathan Kuminga game of the year, by far. I think that Jonathan now at least has kind of the right idea of what the coaching staff wants him to do in terms of defense and rebounding and hustle and all of that stuff. And I think that you see it trying. I'm still hoping for him to look more comfortable when the ball gets in his hands in terms of what to do on the offensive side. But that'll come. I firmly believe that'll come. He's an important player. But Podziemski has become this team's number 4. He's become this team's number 4. We had our poll question that we put out earlier, and this was it. Other than the big three, which Warrior do you think is most important to their playoff success? Moses Moody, Pods, JK, or someone else? Engagement is everything on the court and in life. So thanks to all of you for voting in our engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. We do it before every game, and we got a game coming up tonight. We got some news coming out of that game, by the way, which we'll tell you in just just a second. It's brought to you by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. All right, the question we ask, I just put it out there. Here are the results. 71% say Brandon Podziemski. 18% say Jonathan Kuminga. 9.4% say Moses Moody, and only 1.6% say other.
I mean, who would the other be? Quentin Post or
GP2?
I guess. I mean, you're getting down to the real
Hield,
ancillary pieces.
Buddy Hield hitting threes?
Yeah.
That's not a craziest answer.
It's not, but I mean, Buddy Hield hitting threes is one game 7 of 10, the next game 1 of 4, and he has a short leash. So, I mean, if Buddy gets on a heater like Pods is right now, well, then yeah, he can be somewhat impactful. But I think Buddy Hield's role now is kind of in that 15 to 18 minute guy. Come in and light it up or don't. Either way, you're not going to get a huge leash unless you're on a real heater.
GP2 is out tonight.
Okay.
I guess the knee is a little still swollen. Is that it, Grandy? The knee's still a little bit swollen. Steve Kerr talking pregame tonight. It's almost easy to forget, in a way, that the Warriors play the Spurs tonight. Like, we're so kind of locked in on, what happened last night and everything happening around the Western Conference. This Mavericks-Lakers game is pretty interesting in Dallas. Luka tears and actually a small lead for the Mavericks here in the first half. We'll keep you up to date on that. But I think that there is a dynamic of the rest of the Warriors week that I trust them to handle, yet I want to point out they still need to handle it. And that is to kind of like not get overwhelmed by thinking about and looking at all of this stuff. You have to remember that even though it's the Spurs and the Blazers, NBA players with shoes and jerseys and socks and all of that, and you just never know when someone's going to hit a heater. And you absolutely, like, tonight is just as much of a must-win as last night was.
Yeah, it's big.
Have to win.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get bogged down in the phraseology, because if you don't win, it's like Super Bowl or bust. Well, it's must win or try again.
Well,
I mean, you're not going to be worse than the 8th seed.
No, the season doesn't end. But based on the goals that a lot of us have, the opinions that a lot of us have, there's no losing these 3 games.
No,
there's none.
It starts tonight, and it is the second half of a back-to-back, and you've got an older team, and luckily you didn't really have to exert too much last night. That thing was a classic Mark Willard ottoman game, which, if you're familiar with the piece of furniture, you just put your feet up on that ottoman, and you put a pillow behind the small of your back and one behind your head, and if you fall asleep, you fall asleep.
You go to sleep. Yeah, you definitely fall asleep.
You got the feet on the ottoman, and that thing was night-night early on, so you didn't have to exert. So really, to me, no excuses coming home. Short flight from Phoenix. You're 17-point favorites, but I do think about this year, and was it Grimes from Philadelphia?
Brett Grimes, yes.
Brett Grimes. You got hit on a Grimesy game where he had 44, 46?
I don't remember the exact number, but Quentin Grimes.
Quentin Grimes.
Is that what you said?
I said Brent.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's an NFL player, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, Brent
who that
Grimes.
is.
Brent Grimes is an NFL cornerback.
Yeah.
Anyway, my bad.
Well,
yeah,
I referred to Amon Thomas earlier in the week, and Lucas came on here laughing. But much like Steiny, Lucas is afraid of you. So there's that.
No, well, he did make a face. He made a face.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't come on the air, but he made a face.
Right.
About Brent Grimes?
Yeah, Brent
Which
Grimes.
you are right, cornerback.
Yeah, cornerback.
There was all sorts of drama with his wife.
Yeah, the wife. Yeah, no, the drama. There's a lot of drama.
Yeah.
Brent Grimes, Tampa Bay, Miami. Yeah, Brent Grimes. There's stuff. That's his motto. There's stuff going on here.
Yeah. Oh,
he's kind of like Tyreek Hill. There's stuff going on here.
I was trying to think of the Simpsons character, and that's Frank Grimes, who was Homer Simpson's co-worker at the power plant. So when I hear Grimes, because Homer, hey, Grimesy, Homer was always like up in Frank's business, and Frank didn't like Homer. So,
I never got into
watched
Simpsons.
it yet.
Yeah. I know, like I get it. I've seen it.
You're aware of it.
I never got into anything. I just, I used to, and then I had kids. I don't get into anything anymore. The Warrior game and the Giants game.
So
the Niners game.
You can't break down the White Lotus, for example? Or
No clue.
Okay.
None.
You've heard of it, though, I'm sure.
Heard of it, yeah.
Okay.
I heard even Steiny's watching it. He thought it was okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Grandy's giving it a thumbs down. You don't like White
Season
Lotus?
3 was nowhere near as good as season 2.
I heard that was the thing. Like, Steiny was down on season 3, but Guru was high on it, but it turned out Guru was watching season 1.
That is the most Guru thing ever.
He's like, I like it. And they're like, yeah, that's the wrong season.
Bluegill, it's a salmon.
Yeah, bluegill's a salmon
It's a 2 for your Guru,
or
but I like the
or a
effort.
bass or a perch or whatever. It's a fish.
Right.
It's a fish and it's easy to catch.
Yeah.
It's the fish that you catch when you can't catch anything else.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something you're into, fishing. I've never fished in
I'm
my
actually
life. So.
not into fishing at all.
You bring your kids.
Well, he brings me.
Okay.
I'm into hanging out with my son.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Will
we
you
go-
actually cast and try to catch something?
Absolutely. I
You
catch
won't?
fish
Okay.
all the time. But if you left me to my own devices as a human being, I'd leave the fish alone.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
We're going to leave them alone,
Like,
son.
y'all got to know what happens when I catch a fish. Abe has to be there. I will not fish without Abe because I don't know what the hell to do when I catch a fish.
Right.
Like if he
Because
decides
you guys are doing catch and release, I assume.
completely
Right.
and so if he does, fishermen walk around and go to different spots.
Okay.
And so if he takes off and he goes like 100 yards away, like this is what I do. Well, I'll catch a fish and you bring the thing out of the water and one thing happens. Abe!
Can you help me with my fish?
And he comes running. He comes running over rocks and down the path because I'm just look at him and I'll just hand him the rod. I don't know. What do we do now?
Yeah.
There's a fish on this thing. Somebody got to get the fish off of this thing.
Right.
Not going to be me.
You're not going to be able to grab the fish and then unhook it and then give it that gentle
he's got
little.
his little thing that he sticks in there and to get the hook out and then he knows what to do to get him swimming again. And I have no clue. So I'm just like, here, look, I caught a fish. Here you go.
That's
There
hilarious.
you go. That's how we fish.
Yep.
So I don't know what's going on.
I get it.
But I know that a bluegill is not a bass.
Yep. Score one for Mark Willard.
Also not a salmon.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, we'll go a lot this summer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got some nice lakes up by you, too, which is fun.
Yeah, we go up to Bon Tempe and catch the bass, throw them back. They're strong fish. They're fine. They're hanging out.
They're going to pull through?
Yeah, they pull through.
Even if they have to wait for your son to come unhook them?
Totally. The bass, you got some time with the bass. They'll usually look at you and be like, really? Like
You
really?
caught me?
Like I was chilling in there. You needed to pull me out of here.
All the people to catch me, dude, you caught me?
You don't even know what to do to get this thing out of my mouth.
Hey, rookie, do me a favor. Call for your son so I can get back in this damn lake. I'm drying out over here.
Seriously.
You caught me.
And me and my wife were hanging out in the water. You got to pull me out of there.
That would be like the Warriors losing to the Spurs tonight, is a bass getting caught by you.
I can't even believe you just said that.
It was a good transition
Get that
point.
thought out of your mouth.
No, but, I mean, if you can catch a bass, then the Spurs can beat the Warriors being 17-point dogs.
Luka is officially out of his feelings. He's back to himself. He took a quarter to be like up in his feelings, and now he's yelling at refs again. And the Lakers are up by 5.
He's
late
got
second quarter.
25.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. No. He's locked in. That's what I mean.
And
He's
I mean
out of his
points,
feelings.
not technicals.
No, I know. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hi, Christian. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What you doing?
That was a good Giants game today. I just got out of the Giants game. That was an awesome game.
How about that, Christian?
I called Steiny and Guru earlier to give Steiny a bad time about pods, and Guru said, bring a bat. Man, I brought my bat in the 8th inning. I mean, 7th inning, huh?
Wait a minute. You brought a bat to the Giants game? I don't think they allow you to do that.
Guru was trying. No, I didn't get it in.
Okay, I was going to say. Okay, got it. I got you, Christian.
No.
All right.
Because they weren't hitting, so Guru was like, bring it back.
And
it
worked.
talked about you earlier on Steiny and Guru. I commended you because you don't entertain the Podziemski and the Kaminga banter. I really commend that as a former basketball player because that's weak as the fans do that.
Yeah, we're all in the same gang. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, we got the same jersey on. Why are you over here saying? And they don't even play the same position. But my point on that was it's the Embiid and Jokic. Everyone thought Embiid was better than Jokic because he's more athletic. So when they see Pods, they compare him. They say, oh, he can't jump. He's unathletic. Neither was Chris Mullin. Neither is Jokic. That's irrelevant in basketball. You can use a player's athleticism against them if your skill set is right. Steph Curry does it all the time. So
Actually, a great point.
I think the Pods criticism, I got guarded like Steph in college because I was small. So I think the Pods criticism comes with his athleticism. But if you play basketball, you know that doesn't matter. The guy rebounds, that's hustle, that's energy, that's effort. He's got a high IQ. And the thing that he changed while he's getting so much time, you can see clips of Draymond telling him, I like to move when he tries to get in his bag and do the Euro, but take the open shot. And that's what he's doing now. He's not trying to do too much. He's playing within the system, within himself, and he's shining. And we should be happy that we got a third piece.
Christian, where'd you play in college?
I played at San Francisco State for 2 years, and then I transferred to Brooklyn College, and I foregoed my senior year to go overseas, and I broke my leg, and that was it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. That's cool, man. You're a baller. Thanks, Christian. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's kind of the way I feel about this. Somehow, some way, this it seems difficult for Warrior fans this year to avoid denigrating the conversation into one player's doing A, and therefore it sounds like you're putting another player down. I love where the Warriors are at right now. I love where the Warriors are at right now. They have become a top 5 favorite to win the NBA championship. Can you just let that resonate in your brain for a second? Think about where we were at Christmas. Think about the conversations we were having. The Warriors are now the 4th favorite to win a ring. They have lost 3 basketball games with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler on the floor together. And now you're finding a second-year player coming off of an all-rookie selection that has decided here in the second half of the season to show everybody that he can score 18 points a night and has become consistent in all kinds of different ways on the floor. And the promise of the athleticism of Jonathan Kuminga still sits there. That still is sitting there.
Right.
All of these things are happening together. I love where they're sitting right now. I think all of this is in really good shape.
They're sitting pretty, and you make a good point about the Kuminga side of it, and this is not to compare Pods to Kuminga because we don't do that here on Willard and Dibs, but I will look at the Kuminga contribution since Jimmy came, and it hasn't been a lot because Kuminga was hurt for the first stretch. Then he got hurt again. Meanwhile, Pods has played in almost every game that Jimmy Butler has and has been here, and he has been terrific with Jimmy Butler. And this is not to compare the two, but it's just to say, even without getting a lot from Kuminga, and I mentioned it before that it's about 270 minutes since Jimmy Butler arrived, even though Kuminga hasn't played a lot, you've still been an almost unbeatable team. So your point is well made about the added bonus of Kuminga, and that's why I think that he could be the most important of the non-big 3, because when healthy, when he's able to contribute more consistently and more like we're used to him seeing, well then all of a sudden now you've got 5 or 6 legitimate weapons out there.
I do want to see that in the playoffs. This kind of throws our poll question on its ear, but if the Warriors do go on a long playoff run, it's going to kind of be like what we see in other sports too, where it's a different person every night. You know what I mean? If they're going to win an opening playoff series, there will need to be a Pods game, and there probably will need to be a Kuminga game. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the way playoff runs go. Go to the first Giants World Series. This is the best example that's coming to my mind. They had stars on the team. They had Buster Posey. And all of the core guys, the pitchers and the Lincecums and all of this. But what do we get out of it? We got Cody Ross. We got Pat Burrell. We got people like this who step in and suddenly become, for one night or for 2 nights, you go moonlight as a star. And Pods has that capability, and Kuminga has that capability, and Moody has that capability, and Buddy Hield has that capability. And if this playoff run is long, I think you'll get little sprinkles of all of that. Most likely.
Well, you're probably going to need it because you're relying on a 37-year-old Steph Curry who is phenomenal, one of the greatest players to ever do it. But we've seen, take the Houston game the other night, when everyone's talking about the fatigue of the Warriors, and that's real, and Houston determined to take him out of the game, and you didn't really have much in the way of a step-up player, and so you ended up losing to Houston. You stayed in it. Pods was great. Jimmy Butler didn't really attack the basket that much. Draymond Green wasn't terrific. So if that happens, if your big three are all subpar, you're probably going to lose that game unless you do get, two or more of your role guys to just go off.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We got some final thoughts and a little bit of a special treat coming up. And so we're going to get to all of that. We're also keeping an eye on Lakers and Mavs. They've almost reached halftime. The Lakers are up 55-51. And where's the Luka tracker? He got 28.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're not highlighting him.
He's got 28. The rest of the team has 27.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They have completely made this all about him, which is funny because, by the way, they're playing with fire a little bit. This is a disaster for the Lakers if they lose this game.
Yes.
This puts them in a pressurized spot.
And speaking of fire, according to sources, the crowd is chanting "Fire Nico." So
while he's sitting there watching the game, by the way,
with security,
yeah,
he's got.
I might have stayed home if I were him tonight.
Well, you got to put your name on it.
Yeah.
You're the GM, so you show up. You got to take it.
Crazy. Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, back indeed. We are just over an hour away from Warriors and Spurs right here on 95.7 The Game, which means we're about 10 minutes away from handing it over to E-Dog. Evan Giddings is going to have Warriors Live tonight and take you all the way up until tip. We're also keeping an eye on all of the other games around the association that matter to you. A lot of them are late tonight alongside the Warrior game. The Lakers are playing in Dallas and lead by 3 at half. And we also had a 26-year-old player crying at a tribute video that was played at the start of the game, which has got to be a first. I don't know how many tribute videos go out to 26-year-old players.
It's pretty rare.
Yeah.
And I was just looking at the all-time Mavericks scoring list, and he is, I think, number 5 all time.
Wow.
In 7 years.
26.
Right. Not quite 7